Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Detectives had been having a hard time solving cases involving John or Jane Doe victims for years. These victims could only be identified by looking through missing people databases for a match, or by a family member recognizing the victim. However, they now have a new tool at their disposal thanks to developments in DNA technology, which is enabling them to solve crimes that had been unsolved for years. Families are finally getting the closure they've long sought over their missing loved ones, while victims who had been anonymous and unrecognized for decades are finally getting their identities back. We'll examine two John Doe cases today where the victims were ultimately identified. After decades, the victims in both of these crimes were eventually identified in 2023 through the use of genetic genealogy, a groundbreaking new DNA technology. Let's get started on these situations right away. With a population of more than 640,000, Bucks County, the fourth most populated county in Pennsylvania, is the subject of our first case today. The city of Doylestown serves as its county seat. Its southeastern boundary is the Delaware River, and its entire size is 622 square miles. In 1986, a startling discovery was made here, close to the river. It appeared to be a calm Sunday morning in Buckingham Township, Bucks County, Pennsylvania, on June 15, 1986. After their late Saturday evenings out, most individuals slept in the morning because the weekend was coming to an end. Others sought comfort in their pastimes. A Buckingham Township fisherman chose to spend his morning fishing by the Delaware River, which was his favorite activity. Armed with his equipment, he left home in hopes of enjoying a leisurely day of fishing in the Delaware River. He could not have been prepared for what he was about to learn. He was planning to capture something completely different on the riverbanks instead of fish. When he got to the river, he was strolling along the bank close to the Mooresville boat ramp, trying to find a suitable place to set up shop, when he saw something white protruding from the vegetation at the riverside. He approached curiously to see what it was, and when he saw it was a human skull, he flinched in disbelief. He searched the area, but he was unable to uncover any more bones or remnants strewn around the head. He first considered calling the police because he knew he had to do something, but he didn't know how long it would take them to arrive, so he decided to handle things himself. He picked up the skull and brought it to the Buckingham Township Police Department so they could look into it. Upon receiving the skull, the Buckingham Township Police Department was unsure of how to proceed with their investigation. Investigators were unable to identify the unidentified individual or even try to characterize any physical traits they might have had because of the skull's state and the fact that no further remains were discovered. They could tell by looking at the skull that it belonged to a white person, but they were unable to identify the victim's age or sex other than the fact that they had been under 70. They had no additional clues as to who this person might be, thus they had very little information to work with, which made the inquiry nearly impossible. There was no way to know if the skull belonged to any of the people they examined, so they looked through missing persons cases at the time to see if any of them matched the little information they had. The probe eventually became chilly since there was so little to work with. The skull was kept as evidence because it was the only hint investigators had, and no funeral was held because only a skull and no other bones were discovered. They believed at the time that the skull will be useful in the future due to scientific advancements. The victim was labeled as unknown, and the case was closed because there were no further leads to pursue. Bucks County detectives acquired possession of the skull in October 2019, 33 years after it was first found near the Delaware River while investigating a homicide case, but they later turned it over to the Bucks County Coroner's Office. The skull was added to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NamUs, database by the Coroner's Office later that year, with the ID up 62,362. Sadly, no one came forward because the victims' data were still insufficient to assist someone identify them. They hoped that maybe it might help trigger the recollection of someone who had been looking for their missing loved one for years. Even with scientific advances since the first discovery, all that was known at this time was that the skull belonged to a Caucasian guy who had been under 70 years old. Despite the fact that NamUs was updated with this information, the case ultimately stagnated for 3 more years. The skull was then taken from the Bucks County Coroner's Office by Bucks County investigators in September 2022, 36 years after it was first discovered. A groundbreaking new DNA testing technique known as genetic genealogy has been used in recent years to solve several cold cases from around the nation. It identified potential relatives to DNA profiles that had been unidentifiable for years using family trees and DNA testing. Detectives in Bucks County were optimistic that this incredible new technology would help them make a breakthrough in the John Doe case they had been pursuing for more than 35 years. Because they had so little information, they had all but given up on ever solving this case. But, after 36 years, they suddenly thought they would have a chance, because to genetic genealogy, Othram, a Texas-based company that specializes in forensic genealogical testing, received the skull. The money required to analyze the skull was provided by AudioChuck, a podcasting company that produces several true crime podcasts, because forensic testing is a costly procedure. After the money was obtained, thanks to AudioChuck's assistance and kindness, Othram's forensic detectives began to work. To create a thorough DNA profile, they first created a viable DNA extract from the skull and then employed forensic-grade genome sequencing in order to determine whether there were any matches in their databases that would point them in the direction of John Doe's surviving relatives. In 2022, their in-house genealogy team next compared this profile to other profiles in their system. They were directed to a 49-year-old Florida resident whose DNA partially matched the profile they had created from the skull after a few short weeks of waiting for results. Othram experts thought this woman might be the daughter of John Doe, who had stayed anonymous for years based on the match percentage. They gave the police in Bucks County these clues, and on January 4, 2023, they proceeded to interview the woman to find out if her father had been missing for more than 30 years. The detectives learned from the woman, whose identity was kept secret, that her father had indeed disappeared when she was just 11 years old. A parent-child relationship between their individual samples was established by a follow-up test that compared the woman's complete DNA results with the profile Othram had created. When detectives ultimately managed to identify the John Doe, they discovered that Richard Thomas Alt had been his identity. The year 1954 saw the birth of Richard Thomas Alt in Trenton, New Jersey. Although not much is known about his early years, he lived his entire childhood in Trenton, where he was lavished with affection by both of his parents. As an adult, he stayed close to his parents and frequently spent time with them because they resided in the same city. He met Lori Sudman, a young secretary, maybe in his late 20s, and fell in love with her right away. They became romantically involved quite fast, and they were still together when Richard vanished. In the spirit of celebration, Richard visited his parents on Christmas 1984, the last time he was ever seen alive. They enjoyed a great day together, and his parents were unaware that this would be their final chance to see their cherished son. They started to worry more and more over the course of the following few days because Richard had not contacted them in any way, which was highly unusual. They attempted to phone him but received no answer. Additionally, they were unable to contact his girlfriend Lori when they attempted to call her to ask whether she was aware of his whereabouts. They finally called the police to report him missing in January 1985. A description of Richard was distributed to the public, and a missing persons report was created. He was 5'10" and weighed 140 pounds, according to it. He was a white male with blue eyes and strawberry blonde hair that was medium to long. In the hopes that someone who had seen Richard would come forward, the description was made public. However, nobody did. Lori, his girlfriend, was also reported missing at the time, but no one was able to locate her either. Tragically, Lori Sudman's body was discovered floating on the water 3 months later, on April 20, 1985, by two men fishing from a boat in Trenton's marina on the Delaware River. Since her fingerprints were in the system and she had previously been arrested on a drug charge, they were able to identify her using fingerprint analysis when they called the police. Her death was never investigated, and it is still an unsolved homicide. However, at the time, authorities believed that Richard's abduction and her death were both the result of foul play. The circumstances behind Richard's and Lori's deaths are still unknown, and his skull was found more than a year later, but took more than 30 years to identify. Authorities in Bucks County concluded their inquiry into Richard's death and disappearance after he was recognized in 2023, since there was no proof that a crime had been committed in the county. The Mercer County Police Department, which has authority over the case, is currently conducting the investigation into his and Lori's deaths. They have requested that anyone come forward if they have any information that could aid in the investigation. I can't even imagine wondering and worrying about a lost family member for even a day, let alone for 37 years, said Matthew D. Weintraub, the district attorney for Bucks County, in a statement to the media. Mr. Alt's family no longer has to wait. He notably commended Othram, stating that the issue could not have been resolved without their technological expertise. I'm just glad that we could give them some peace of mind with this identification and the eventual return of his remains to his family, he said. In cases like this that have seemed hopeless for so long, he thinks that genetic genealogy and the knowledge of organizations like Othram will continue to yield results. Our second example involves Lolita, a tiny community of just over 800 people tucked away in the center of Humboldt County in Northern California. Beautiful forests and undulating hills encircle Lolita, offering a charming setting for outdoor pursuits including hiking, fishing, and camping. However, a horrifying discovery was made here in this picturesque location in 1998. A Loleta resident and his son were in a boat searching for driftwood on the Eel River on March 27, 1998. As they made their way through the twists and turns of the river, they noticed something odd close to Cock Robin Island. As they drew closer, they saw what looked to be human remains, but at first they thought it was simply another piece of wood stuck in the branches of a neighboring tree. When they were discovered, they were appalled and hurried to the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office to notify the authorities. This awful day, which would never be forgotten and would always be a part of this small town's history, left the residents of Loleta horrified and devastated. The sheriff's deputies were quick to react after learning the news. Unaware that this case would follow them for a very long time, they rushed to the Eel River via jet boat. Their worst fears came true when they eventually reached the spot where the locals had reported the discovery. There, a man's body was discovered in a state of advanced decay and only partially clothed. Despite his state of decay, the deputies were able to identify him as a white adult male, but they were clueless about his identity and how he entered the river. Even the most experienced deputies were surprised by the condition of the body, and the deputies were shocked by what they were witnessing. Immediately after removing the body from the water, they carefully examined the garments, in the hopes of discovering a sliver of information that would have helped them identify the deceased. They were unhappy, though, to discover that there was no personal belongings or identification of any kind, basically nothing that would have helped identify the victim. After being removed from the scene, the body was sent to the coroner's office for further examination. The autopsy's results were disappointing, but they gave the police a starting point. The coroner's report stated that the person's cause of death was drowning, and the autopsy revealed that he had been in the water for a month prior to his finding. Additionally, they were able to learn some basic details about the man, such as the fact that he was an adult white male, 5 feet 10 inches tall, weighed roughly 170 pounds, and was probably between 35 and 45 years old. But when they looked through the database, they couldn't find any Northern California missing persons that fit this description. In light of this, they launched an inquiry to identify the unidentified guy, and he was given the name of Humboldt County John Doe. Detectives felt a feeling of urgency as they tried to unravel the mystery surrounding the man they had found in the river before they could determine what transpired prior to his death. They realized they needed to find out who he was. They were certain that someone out there was missing a loved one, and they were determined to find out who this person had been, in the hopes that someone might remember to file a missing persons report and provide fresh information in the case. The investigators worked hard to make the man's description public. Weeks passed, but they were still unsuccessful despite their best efforts. Nevertheless, they clung to the hope that a single clue might take them to the solution, and they followed up on every lead to the best of their abilities. There was at last some optimism for the police when, later in 1998, the California Department of Justice found one latent fingerprint on the body. This was then examined using the automated latent print system. The investigators hoped that this would provide the necessary break in the investigation. When the findings showed that there were no matches in the system, their dreams were once more crushed. Nevertheless, the investigations gathered the man's DNA profile and entered it into several databases, such as the California Missing Persons DNA Database and the National Unidentified Persons DNA Index. Once more, they looked through the databases for any sign of a match, but they were unable to find anything. Since inquiries into missing persons cannot be concluded, the case remained open over the years. No profile matches were ever found over time, despite the DNA profile being regularly compared to profiles from other human remains and missing persons in the Combined Index System, CODIS. The case was unsolved for 25 long years, despite the fact that the investigation was still ongoing. There was no fresh information or leads for the detectives to pursue, thus the case remained inactive. The sheriff's office teamed up with Othram, a Texas-based forensic genealogy firm, in December 2022. By using cutting-edge forensic DNA testing, the collaboration aimed to identify the man. After submitting a sample of the man's DNA to the lab, the team of experts began closely and methodically analyzing it. They developed a thorough DNA profile of the man using a state-of-the-art technique called forensic-grade genome sequencing. Their genealogy team used forensic genetic genealogy to provide leads for investigations after acquiring the profile. By analyzing a DNA profile's genetic composition and comparing it to the other profiles already in the system, this novel technology created family profiles by fusing DNA testing with conventional genealogical techniques. Researchers can ascertain the percentage of matches and whether the profile they are testing for has any biological relationships inside the system. They identified the Humboldt County John Doe using this technique. In mid-February 2023, Othram eventually provided the authorities with the testing results after months of excruciating waiting. The research conducted by the lab indicated that there was a high probability that the Humboldt County John Doe was related to a woman called Cheryl, who was residing in Missouri at the time. Othram said Cheryl was probably the sister of John Doe of Humboldt County. After contacting Cheryl, the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office detectives discovered that she did in fact have a brother named Jeffrey Todd Sydow, who had been missing for a long time. After all these years, Cheryl was taken aback when investigators finally contacted her regarding her missing brother. She informed the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office detectives that she had been looking for Jeffrey for years and had all but given up on ever learning his fate when they traveled to Missouri to interview her. Additionally, Cheryl informed investigators that Jeffrey was born in 1963 and would have been 35 years old when his body was discovered in 1998. She informed them, however, that they had not seen or spoken to him since the mid-1990s, and that the last time she or any family member had spoken with him was several years prior. She informed them that, for reasons that none of them knew, he had ceased to speak to her and the rest of their family. She had attempted to contact him but had never received a reply. For this reason, she and her entire family believed that Jeffrey had chosen to leave their life on purpose, which is why they had never filed a missing persons report for him. It would seem that Cheryl's information and Othram's DNA test would have been sufficient proof for the police to end the investigation, but they were determined to look elsewhere and definitively establish his identity. They accomplished this by obtaining Jeffrey's fingerprints and comparing them to a latent fingerprint that they had successfully removed from the body they discovered in the Eel River so many years prior. The fingerprints were a perfect match, proving that their efforts had been worthwhile. After 24 years, they were finally certain that Jeffrey Todd Sydow was the real John Doe from Humboldt County. The Humboldt County Sheriff's Office is currently coordinating with his family to ensure that his remains are returned to them so that he can be buried with his other departed loved ones now that his identity has been verified. She commended the detectives for their commitment to her brother's case and ensuring that it was handled after all these years, as she had been unaware of his whereabouts and fate for decades. The California Department of Justice DNA Lab and Othram were commended by the Humboldt County Sheriff's Office for their exceptional efforts and support in resolving this case and giving the Sydow family some closure regarding their missing loved one. Despite their success, the Sheriff's Office is still curious about what transpired with Jeffrey in his last days. We encourage anyone who knows anything about his last known whereabouts or activities before he passed away to come forward and report it. And that concludes it, people. We hope you had a great time with us today and learned how these two John Doe's identities were ultimately discovered in 2023 thanks to genetic genealogy. We anticipate that more and more of these cases that have lain unsolved for years will soon be resolved because to these technological developments. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Leslie London Newlander, a 61-year-old Fayetteville resident and longtime Syracuse, New York resident, appeared to live a happy life with her husband, Dr. Robert Newlander, a highly respected gynecologist, and their children. She actively contributed to the community by volunteering for local charities and assisting those in need. However, on the morning of September 17, 2012, Leslie found herself in a difficult situation. Her daughter, Jenna Newlander, 23, called 911 right away, reporting that her mother had fallen in the shower and needed immediate medical attention. Jenna described her father's plea for help, stating that he discovered Leslie bleeding on the bathroom floor. Paramedics arrived quickly at the couple's spacious home, where they discovered blood in several areas of the master bedroom, including pulling on the rug and spattering on the wall near the bed. Surprisingly, Leslie was discovered approximately 60 feet away from the reported fall site, as Robert had carried her there to administer CPR despite Janice's objections. Despite these efforts, it was too late, and Leslie was declared dead on the scene. When the cops arrived, Leslie was found on the bedroom floor rather than in the bathroom. Dr. Robert Newlander, her husband, told the police that he had moved her from the bathroom to the bedroom to perform CPR. Despite the paramedics' efforts, Leslie suffered a severe and fatal head injury, and she was pronounced dead on the scene. During the police interview, Robert described finding Leslie on the bathroom floor and then moving her to the bedroom for CPR. Blood was discovered in several locations throughout the bedroom, including the rug and the wall next to the bed. The medical examiner determined that Leslie died as a result of blunt force head injuries sustained during a fall from standing height. It was believed that she slipped in the shower and hit her head on the stone shower bench. The incident was ruled an accident, and the investigation was closed. Leslie's death stunned not only her family, but the entire community. The Newlanders, a well-known family in the area, were greatly admired. Robert, a gynecologist and obstetrician in Syracuse, had earned the trust of many residents who used his services. He and Leslie spent 28 years together raising 4 children, Emily and Brian, from Robert's previous marriage, were joined by Robert and Leslie's children, Ari and Jenna. The Syracuse community was well aware of Newlander's extensive philanthropy, as they generously donated their time and resources to a variety of charities. Leslie's untimely death was a tragedy for those who knew her. After Leslie died, Robert sold the house and moved into a new one. Despite the fact that the case was closed and Robert had relocated, people in the community began to talk. Rumors circulated that there was a lot of blood in the house and that Leslie's injuries were far worse than those expected from a slip and fall in the shower. Was Leslie's death truly a result of an accident? Other rumors circulated as well. There were whispers that the Newlander marriage was not as stable as it appeared, with one person even claiming that Leslie had planned to lease a new apartment on the day she died. The police also received an anonymous letter containing the following information. There are doubts that he is the good guy everyone believes he is. Leslie was trying to get away from this guy, Dr. Gamlick, the county's former chief medical examiner, until she retired in 2009. Had a close friendship with the Newlanders. However, some mutual acquaintances approached her and questioned whether she thought Leslie's death was truly accidental. Dr. Jumbleleek became concerned when she read the medical report. Realizing the full extent of Leslie's injuries, Leslie had sustained a deep, penetrating wound to the back of her head, which had resulted in blood accumulation in her eye. This type of injury is commonly linked to incidents such as car accidents or heavy object beatings. Dr. John Belux informed the police that, in her professional opinion, Leslie's death was a homicide caused by blunt head trauma sustained during an assault. Following Dr. John Belux's assessment and the anonymous letter, the police reopened the case. Subsequent investigations confirmed the marital problems, with Leslie and Robert sleeping in different bedrooms at the time of her death. Furthermore, it was revealed that Robert's once thriving medical practice was facing financial difficulties and no longer achieving the same level of success. Despite Robert's sale of the house following Leslie's death, the police returned to the scene, this time looking for evidence of homicide rather than a simple slip and fall. The second search revealed previously overlooked details such as blood at the back of the bed's headboard and blood spattering on the blinds behind it. The police then approached Robert and asked him to answer a few questions, to which he agreed. When asked about the rumors circulating about marital problems, Robert acknowledged the issues but insisted that there was no animosity and that they still had a good relationship. He mentioned this the night before Leslie died, They had even gone out to dinner with their children, Ari and Jenna, recounting in detail the morning of Leslie's death. Robert described his daily routine as a jog at Green Lakes followed by a coffee stop for Leslie. Robert stated that when he returned, Leslie was already in the shower. An hour later, at 8:25 a.m., he opened the bathroom door to check on her and found her on the floor. In response, he called Jenna and told her to call 911. Despite Jenna's request during the emergency call not to move Leslie, citing the risk of a broken neck, Robert adjusted Leslie's position, making it difficult to perform CPR in the bathroom. In response to police inquiries, Robert was arrested after reevaluating the evidence, focusing on the blood traces in the house and the gravity of Leslie's injuries. He was then charged with murder, and Robert pleaded not guilty. The prosecution's narrative revolved around the claim that Robert murdered Leslie hours before dialing 911, and this is before his morning jog. They claimed that he assaulted Leslie in the bedroom with an unknown weapon, before moving her to the bathroom and striking her head against the shower bench to give the appearance of a slip and fall. The prosecution claimed that Robert called Jenna at that time to make it appear as if he had just discovered Leslie in the bathroom. Choosing to carry her back to the bedroom despite Janice's objections was a deliberate attempt to explain the blood trail from the bedroom to the restroom. During the trial, the Newlander housekeeper testified that she noticed unfamiliar sheets on the bed, leading the prosecution to believe that Robert disposed of the bloody sheets and possibly the murder weapon during his morning jog. The prosecution's key evidence focused on blood spatter discovered in the house. The spatter was discovered on the headboard nightstand, the blinds behind the bed, and the south wall, which is approximately 7 feet south of the bed. The prosecution emphasized the spatter on the south wall, claiming it was impact spatter from Leslie's blood, indicating a forceful blow if she'd been struck with an object. Expert testimony was required to explain the impact spatter to the jury. The court heard testimony regarding Leslie's injuries. The medical examiner determined that Leslie died as a result of a complex and convoluted skull fracture, most likely caused by multiple blows. Notably, bruises were found on her fingers, arms, and nose, as well as abrasions on both sides of her face. I initially thought it was an accident caused by a slip in the shower. Following the discovery of additional evidence, the medical examiner revised his opinion and concluded that it was a homicide. Leslie received at least 2 blows to her skull, with one wound inconsistent with her head striking a straight edge, such as a stone shower bench. The prosecution claimed that the first blow to Leslie's head was caused by an unidentified object. Leslie had injuries to her face and upper body, but none below her waist. The court learned that if she had slipped and fallen, she would have likely suffered lower body bruising. The prosecution urged the jury to convict Robert, emphasizing Leslie's final moments as a desperate struggle for her life before succumbing to a fatal beating and being abandoned in her own shower. The defense press isn't the argument that Leslie's death was accidental, emphasizing her struggle with vertigo or a dizziness, causing disorder. Leslie's personal trainer testified that her vertigo had recently worsened, a condition that her sister Joanne London Leslie also admitted to having. The defense responded to the prosecution's argument that the blood spatter indicates that Leslie was attacked in the bedroom. It was their contention that if there was a lot of blood spatter, the paramedics could have caused it by removing their gloves. The first responders' hands were probably covered in blood, and the gloves had simply peeled off, and in doing so, blood flies from the gloves, leaving you with a cast off rather than an impact. Furthermore, the defense suggested that Robert, while performing CPR, may have contributed to the blood spatter by removing his blood-stained shirt. They argued that the investigation's lack of professionalism made it difficult to accurately interpret the speech. The court was informed that there were insufficient close-up images of the blood, and that some of the blood found behind the headboard and blinds was collected months after Leslie died. Even after Robert had left the premises, Dr. Daniel Spitz, a medical examiner testifying for the defense, maintained that Leslie's head wound was the result of a fall in the shower where she struck her head on the stone bench. Robert did not testify, but his daughter Jenna did. She described her 911 call and the events of that fateful morning, revealing that she had stayed with her mother until 2 a.m. Jenna refuted the housekeeper's claim about the sheets, insisting that they had remained unchanged since the police arrived. Jenna testified to seeing her father remove a blood-stained shirt during CPR in the bedroom. Although the shirt was never found, She firmly believed that her mother's death was an accident, given her presence in the house at the time. After a 3-day deliberation, the jury convicted Robert of second-degree murder and tampering with physical evidence. The defense asked the court to sentence him to the minimum term. Leslie's sister, Joanne London Leslie, represented the family during the sentencing hearing. None of us had the slightest suspicion of any wrongdoing. We wouldn't be here today on Bob's behalf. Robert also spoke in court. My head is unbound by this court's decision because an innocent man was wrongfully convicted. I would not and did not take someone's life. I adore my wife, Leslie, and I mourn her every day, forever. Robert was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison. Jenna shouted after him, "Daddy, I love you." You're innocent. The case took an unexpected turn following the verdict. When an alternate juror approached Robert's lawyer with concerns about potential juror bias, it was revealed that juror number 12, Jonna Lorraine, had exchanged approximately 7,000 text messages with family and friends during the trial before voting to convict Robert of murder. Several hundred of these messages contained questions about the case, a clear violation of the rules prohibiting jurors from discussing the trial. Robert's defense team, armed with this new information, filed an appeal against his conviction. The court discovered that Hannah Lorraine had received and sent numerous texts about the case, including one from her father instructing her to ensure his guilt. Another text inquired whether she had seen the scary man. Furthermore, it was discovered that she accessed media websites covering the trial, raising concerns about external influences on her decision-making as a juror. The text exchanges raised concerns about juror bias. Robert's conviction was reversed, and a new trial was ordered. After 3 years in prison, he was released on bail while awaiting a new trial. However, the new trial scheduling was repeatedly delayed by the Germans, which was attributed in part to the challenges posed by the coronavirus pandemic. The prosecution suffered an early setback in the new trial when one of their key witnesses, the medical examiner, died. This is a significant loss, especially given the importance placed on Dr. Lisma's testimony during the first trial. The fact that the jury in the initial trial requested Dr. Lisma's testimony to be read back to them during deliberations indicates the importance of the attribute that led to the testimony in determining Robert's guilt. Dr. Robert's second murder trial in early 2022 revealed significant differences from the first trial. Additional incriminating evidence was presented against him, and Jenna Newlander did not testify. During a re-examination in 2021, forensic analysis revealed mummified fat tissue from Leslie's head on the headboard of the couple's bed, supporting the story of Dr. Robert's alleged assault on her. Despite Jenna's 911 call being played in court, as it was during the first trial, the defense chose not to call her as a witness to testify in her father's favor this time. The legal proceedings ultimately resulted in the same outcome as the initial trial. Dr. Robert was convicted on March 17, 2022. On May 2, he was sentenced to 20 years to life in prison, with credit for prior time served. Share your opinion with us in the comments, and subscribe to the channel for more. Cape Town is 400 miles away from the city of Port Elizabeth, which is at the western end of Algoa Bay, on the southeast coast of South Africa. This city is a major seaport and also has the 6th most people in South Africa. When Chris Panayotu, then 18 years old, graduated from high school in this city in November 2004, he went to work for his dad's trading company. In the city and the areas around it, his father owned a large chain of stores and restaurants. Chris had always wanted to work in his dad's business, even when he was young. He was also very interested in running retail chains and growing the retail services industry. He was very active and determined, and his goals went far beyond being an executive and skilled worker under his father's supervision. Chris wanted to open his own fish restaurant near a 5-star hotel on Marina Drive and a big grocery store close to Kings Beach downtown. While Chris was helping his dad at a small diner on Market Street in the afternoon, he ran into an old high school friend. The friend invited Chris to a party on Friday night at Barney's Tavern, a popular beach spot for young people. Chris saw a pretty young girl drinking lemonade from a tall glass while sitting alone at the bar in a wicker bamboo chair and drinking beer from the establishment's specialty mug. Chris got up from his seat, and went to meet her. She was 18 years old and her name was Jade Dinks. They hit it off right away, and they quickly found that they had a lot in common. Chris and Jade started dating after that party. They had no idea that their meeting at Barney's Tavern on Friday night would be the start of a terrible love triangle story that ended in tragedy. The girl named Jade was always happy and friendly, and she wanted to make other people feel good. Because she wanted to make a difference, she decided to become a teacher and started college in 2005. While Jade worked on her schoolwork, Chris started his own business. He started with a grocery store and then opened Infinite, a restaurant and bar in the neighborhood. Even though both Jade and Chris had a lot going on in their lives, their relationship grew stronger, like the roots of a young tree going deeper into the ground. They each made their own happy place where love and kindness seemed to last forever, and where days were full of smiles and hope for a bright future. Things started to go wrong in their relationship over time, mostly because Chris was seeing another woman. At first, Chanel Cooties was just working at the store that Chris owned, and their relationship was strictly business. But as time went on, their interactions turned into a secret love affair that they tried to hide with mysterious smiles and small movements. They met in secret in hotels in the area, and Chris even let Chanel stay with him while Jade was away. Chris and Jade seemed like a happy and successful young couple to their family and friends, especially after they got engaged and then married in 2012. Jade finished college and got a job at an elementary school, and Chris's business looked like it was doing well. However, Chris's relationship with Chanel continued, which made things difficult in their marriage. When Costa Panayotou, Chris's father, found out that his son was having an affair with a sales clerk, he was very upset and angry. He couldn't understand how Chris, who had been seeing Jade for 8 years and knew she was smart, kind, and moral, could act so badly. Costa confronted Chris at Infinite while he was celebrating his engagement with friends, which turned into a heated argument. Costa told Chris that he would lose his inheritance if he kept seeing Chanel. Chris told his father that he was ending his relationship with Chanel, but they were still seeing each other behind his back. During this time, Jade didn't know that her fiancé was cheating on her. Chris's finances got worse as he tried to balance his two different lives. He spent a lot of money on gifts for Chanel, fancy hotel rooms, and other unnecessary things. While Chris was away from Jade more and more over the next 3 years, it hurt his business and his family. Jade started to feel more and more alone and ignored in her marriage. She told her friends how upset she was and how she had tried but failed to get them back to getting along. In September 2014, Jade was at the point of losing her mind. She wrote a very emotional letter on September 21st about how much she wanted love, a normal marriage, and a caring partner. She also told him how annoyed she was with Chris's secrecy and the distrust and uncertainty it caused. 3 big men in a rented car pulled up to the gate of Staringlad Village on April 20th, 2015, in the early morning. This is where the young Panayotou couple lived. They saw a young woman who was well-dressed and impatiently waiting by the road. 2 of the men got out of the car, but the driver told them to stay inside. A black BMW pulled up next to her and they watched. When she got in the car, it took off quickly, making the people who wanted to take her hostage angry. Like every other day, Jade left her house at 6:15 a.m., waiting for her friend and coworker Cheryl to pick her up in her BMW for their daily trip to work. Cheryl was running a little behind, and she saw the car from the day before with tinted windows at the curb. When Jade reached for her phone to call Cheryl, she saw 2 people coming from the bushes next to the road. Cheryl was only 10 minutes late, but Jade wasn't there. Cheryl tried to call Jade's cell phone and knock on her door, but got no answer. Cheryl finally called the police, and by 10 a.m., Jade Panayotou was officially reported missing. This led to a large-scale search that included police, a K-9 unit, and volunteers from the community. The search for Jade went on, but on the first day, nothing was found. The search started up again the next morning, and there was a reward for anyone who could help find her. Around 10 a.m., Angel, a K-9 officer, found Jade's dead body in a bushy ravine close to Quano Bushley. Even though she was fully dressed, a medical exam showed that she had been shot 3 times in the back and fatally in the head. Her jewelry and bank cards were missing, making it look like the people who killed her were trying to hide why they did it. Jade's family and friends were shocked and couldn't understand what had happened. Her co-workers and students were also very sad. The news of her death spread all over the city, and people were sad and confused on social media. On October 22nd, Jade's family held a memorial service at a Catholic church. This was followed by a funeral that was attended by a huge number of people from Port Elizabeth. People who knew and loved Jade were deeply saddened by her death. South African police service officers were also at the city cemetery. They thought Chris Panayotu's behavior during the funeral was strange and staged. As suspicions grew, the court later found that Chris's farewell speech looked a lot like a dedication on the internet by Charles Atkins to his late wife. Even though it wasn't direct proof, this discovery made people think that Chris may have been involved in killing his wife. The authorities decided to keep a close eye on him. Several other strange events also pointed to Chris's involvement in the murder of his wife. Luthando Sioni, a security guard at Chris's nightclub, was arrested by the police the night before the funeral because they thought he might have worked with the killer. Luthando said Chris had asked him to hire killers for his wife, and that Chris had already found 3 friends to carry out the plan. There was proof that someone tried to use Jade's bank cards on the day she was killed, and surveillance footage showed 2 men that Luthando identified as the hired killers. As a reward for his help, the police let Luthando go on the condition that he gather more evidence, including Chris's confession to killing his wife. Because he was told to, Luthando called Chris for a private conversation that was recorded. During the conversation, Chris said something that led to his arrest. After that, 3 more suspects were caught, and the crime's details were put back together. Hit men were sent by Chris to kill Jade Panayotu in the early hours of April 20, 2015. But because of an unplanned change in her plans, the execution was moved to the next day. On April 21st, Jade was taken hostage, taken to a remote area, and brutally killed. The thieves took her valuables and ran away. They tried to take money out of her bank cards but couldn't because the PIN they were using was wrong. The trial against Chris and the 2 mercenaries began on October 11, 2015, and was widely watched and reported on by the media. The prosecution said that Chris killed one of the women because he was having money problems that were made worse by his double life and his desire to kill one of the women. At the trial, different types of evidence were shown, such as Chanel Coutis's testimony, call logs, ATM videos, and photos. Along with the 2 hired killers, Chris was found guilty by the court and given a life sentence. On December 9, 2019, Chris's father, Costa Panayotu, died in a mysterious accident. This added another sad turn to the story. This made the story even more complicated and left a lot of questions unanswered. If Chris had anything to do with his father's death, it made an already scary story even scarier. Overall, Chris Panayotu's actions showed how far some people are willing to go to put their own needs ahead of the lives and well-being of those they care about. People are angry and upset about what he did, which led to the brutal murder of his wife Jade. It's still not clear if Chris had anything to do with his father's death, but he is now facing the consequences of his horrible crimes, which means he will never get away. Share your opinion with us in the comments and subscribe to the channel for more. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. After meeting in high school, Lloyd and Michelle got married in 1991, not long after they graduated. After getting married and attending college, they soon began a family. Prior to landing a job as an engineer in a factory, Lloyd Neurotter served as a professor of exact sciences at a college after earning his engineering degree in the mid-1990s. Michelle was a professor of English and also held a college degree. Their first daughter was born at about the same time. 2 more daughters were later born to Michelle. In the 1990s, as their lives were changing significantly, they moved to a large house in the charming town of Corning, New York. The 2 seemed happy. In addition to working hard, Lloyd spent a lot of time with his family, particularly his 3 daughters. Michele was cheerful and energetic, keeping occupied with housework and the children. She homeschooled the kids in addition to being a teacher. Many of their friends looked up to them as an example of the perfect family. But Lloyd's actions changed significantly over time. He changed from being a devoted husband and father to a despot who aimed to rule the whole household. He insisted on complete obedience and following the guidelines he established. In order to get his wife and kids to comply with his wishes, Lloyd was willing to use force if needed. Relationships within the family consequently quickly deteriorated. The only daughter with whom Lloyd had a positive relationship was Carrie, the middle daughter. She was different from her sisters in that she was devoted to her father. By taking her to events like the ballet, doing her hair and makeup, and giving her extra attention, Lloyd showed her how much he valued her loyalty. He brutally imposed order and control over the rest of the family, though, and showed them no such kindness. Carrie was compassionate and kind as a child. She was involved in many humanitarian endeavors and especially loved working with the homeless. Up until 2008, when America went through a serious financial crisis, the family was able to get along. Millions of Americans experienced financial and employment difficulties during this period. After losing his job, Lloyd started looking for another one right away, but his efforts proved fruitless. Michele began looking for work as well, but she found it difficult to juggle her search with taking care of their daughters and the house. Lloyd eventually secured a reputable position in New Jersey. The fact that her husband had at last found work pleased Michele. She continued to take care of the kids while finding part-time employment in Corning, her hometown. Michele found it more and more challenging to run the family alone after Lloyd moved to New Jersey on his own. When Lloyd demanded a divorce a few months later, things took an odd turn. The decision was unexpected because there were no urgent grounds for separation. No serious arguments between the couple were known to friends or acquaintances. Michele found herself in a challenging situation after Lloyd's decision caught her and the kids completely off guard. She had been a great wife and mother, but she was in a difficult situation because of her husband's behavior. According to Lloyd, he no longer wanted to get back together with Michele because they had become estranged during their separation. After landing a job teaching English at a college, Michele started raising her kids by herself. The divorce lasted for a number of years. After she and her kids relocated to a new residence in the same city, Michele's life became a little simpler. By that time, her daughters were old enough to help out around the house, giving Michele more time to concentrate on her work. She was establishing herself professionally and earning a good living. She still had to deal with Lloyd, though, who wanted sole custody of their kids. Additionally, the two were embroiled in a savage argument about child support. Lloyd repeatedly tried to defame Michele in court to obtain full custody during the protracted divorce process, which lasted more than 5 years. Michele retaliated in spite of the challenges, defending herself and filing counterclaims against her ex-husband. Their family's ongoing legal troubles started to come up in court and among their friends. Master manipulator Lloyd was. In the years after 2010, the middle child, Carrie, moved in with her father. She loved and missed her father very much, so she thought it was her decision. The judge, however, disagreed with Carrie's decision and supported the other children's decision to remain with their mother throughout the trial. To pick up the youngest daughter for swim practice, a family friend drove to Michele's house on August 28, 2017. He caught a glimpse of Michele through the living room window, but she was standing strangely close to the stairs. He exited the vehicle and walked toward the house, but when he knocked on the door, nobody answered. The dog was barking non-stop, and Michele was standing where she was. He went in and stepped closer, as if the door were open. He was horrified to see that Michele was hanging from the railing rather than standing. Her hand was cold and stiff when he felt for a pulse. He reported that it looked like Michele had killed herself, and promptly dialed 911. Emergency workers confirmed that Michele, 46, could not be saved when they arrived. She was dead already. When police searched the house, they discovered that Michele and her 14-year-old daughter were the only occupants. The oldest daughter, Carrie, had gone off to college and was living with her father. Initially, it appeared that Michele had committed suicide, but as police looked into it more, they found a number of irregularities. It appears that the scene was staged because Michele had facial marks that were incompatible with suicide. and there was no sign of the youngest daughter, who was supposed to be at home. In addition to considering the possibility of kidnapping, police started looking into the possibility of murder. Michelle's husband and daughters were contacted by detectives. It turned out that Carrie, who was the first to reply, was accompanied by her younger sister. Since the younger sister had not missed her swim lesson and had no justification for being with her father and sister, the police thought this was suspicious. When asked, Carrie disclosed that she had gone to spend the night with her mother. She said that because Lloyd was attempting to take away her youngest daughter and the court appeared to be siding with him, Michele had been upset and crying all night. Carrie claimed that just before the family friend found Michele's body, she and her sister left their mother's house. She clarified that she was afraid to leave her with Michele, who had been acting strangely and inappropriately all day, so she brought her younger sister along. But this account didn't seem likely. Michele's friends and acquaintances gave the police a different account. 2 days prior to her passing, Michele had gone back to court for a custody hearing concerning her youngest daughter, according to one friend. Despite being involved in a contentious custody dispute, Lloyd did not show up for the final hearing. It was very unusual for him to not even answer or call his cell phone. Lloyd's absence shocked everyone involved in the process. However, Michele felt that the custody dispute had been settled in her favor, and she was truly happy. She was so sure that she would now have full custody of her daughter that she even celebrated with her lawyer. Her mother suspected Lloyd of being involved in Michele's death and promptly reported it to the police. Michele's decision to commit suicide and leave her children in the care of strangers was unthinkable to her. Given the contentious nature of their divorce and Lloyd's lengthy history of trying to deny Michele parental rights, he was made the main suspect. At first, it was hard to get in touch with Lloyd. He helped Carrie settle in before she started college, and she said he was with her when the murder occurred. In addition, Lloyd was lodging at a hotel in Rochester, which is roughly 160 kilometers away from Corning. After that, he made the roughly 4,000-kilometer journey to California for a job interview. Lloyd didn't seem very upset when investigators finally got to him and told him about Michele's passing. He just took a plane to Corning and went directly to the courthouse to stop paying alimony, which seemed very suspicious in the situation. He confirmed Carrie's claims at the police station after the hearing, saying he had been assisting her with her move and was in a different city when Michele died. Lloyd never followed through on his promise to take a polygraph test. Detectives did not have enough evidence to charge Lloyd despite his evasive behavior, but as their suspicions grew, they started looking into his whereabouts. Through the examination of CCTV footage and cell phone records, they found inconsistencies in Lloyd's alibi. He seemed to have occasionally forgotten his cell phone, perhaps to conceal his whereabouts. According to the video, the younger sister was with Lloyd and Carrie when they left the Rochester hotel the night of the murder, and did not return until the following morning. This ran counter to Lloyd's assertions. A closer look showed that Lloyd was in serious financial trouble. He was in dire need of money and owed more than $100,000 on his credit cards. He had purchased a more than $200,000 life insurance policy on Michele, which would pay out to him after she passed away. Investigators' suspicions were raised by this discovery, and they started actively looking for Lloyd as a suspect. Investigating further, investigators discovered that Carrie continued to show up at crucial points in the case. They made the decision to listen in on Lloyd and Carrie's phone conversations, which showed that they were concealing something. Carrie was frequently rudely interrupted by Lloyd, who seemed to sense that they were being watched. He stressed during these calls that they should not discuss certain topics over the phone, and suggested that they speak face-to-face instead. The police believed they were headed in the right direction. The medical examiner's report added credence to the murder theory. Michele had been attacked from behind and strangled, as evidenced by the marks on her chin and the bruises around her eyes. It was almost impossible for her to resist the killer's use of a rope to squeeze her throat. To make the scene appear to be a suicide, it had been sloppily staged. Armed with this evidence, investigators once again focused on Carrie. Detectives confronted her after her college classes, despite her repeated refusals to come to the police station for interrogation. Carrie initially denied any involvement, but after being coerced, she acknowledged that she and Lloyd had spent the morning of the murder at her mother's house. She said that after an argument between her parents, Lloyd and Michele went upstairs, after which Michele fell silent. But when the investigators dug deeper, Correa told a far more sinister tale. While making sure her younger sister didn't see the crime, Carrie admitted that Lloyd had killed Michelle. She had actually been involved in the murder. She clarified that Lloyd had been outlining how to set up the scene to appear as though it was a suicide, a week prior to the incident. Although she was unable to provide a clear explanation, Carrie's startling admission made it clear that she had publicly detested her mother. She acknowledged that her feelings had been impacted by her father's continual disparaging remarks about Michelle. Because of Lloyd's manipulation, Carrie had turned against her mother and was prepared to help him commit the crime. Police moved to arrest Lloyd, and Carrie was taken into custody as an accomplice, but there was no sign of him. When police finally caught up with him in Princeton, he threatened to jump from a fifth-story parking garage railing. Officers were able to subdue and arrest Lloyd Neureuther, who was 45 at the time, after 2 hours of negotiating. Carrie and Lloyd were both charged with Michelle's murder. Lloyd was charged with tampering with evidence, conspiracy to commit murder, and first-degree murder. He strongly refuted the accusations, saying he was at a hotel when the murder took place. On the night of the murder, however, security footage showed him leaving the hotel with Carrie and coming back the following morning with her younger sister. Furthermore, GPS data indicated that Lloyd was close to Michelle's residence at the time of the crime, and his DNA was discovered on her pajamas. Carrie was accused of conspiracy to commit murder, concealing evidence, and second-degree murder. She entered a guilty plea and consented to cooperate with the prosecution in exchange for a reduced sentence, as she faced the prospect of a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 25 years. It was anticipated that she would testify against her father. The prosecution emphasized the case's unsettling aspects throughout the trial. Carrie had helped her father plan and carry out the murder, so she had been a willing participant in the crime. Despite having numerous chances to prevent the crime, she assisted Lloyd in killing her mother. There was proof that Carrie and Lloyd had gone to Michelle's house early in the morning. Unaware of their intentions, Michelle opened the door out of trust. Carrie made sure her younger sister didn't wake up and find out what was going on, while Lloyd attacked her from behind and strangled her with a rope. The younger sister was not aware of the tragedy, because they woke her up after the murder and fled through the back door. More than 26 folders of evidence were presented by the prosecution, showing how Lloyd had tricked Carrie into detesting her mother. He had disparaged Michelle on numerous occasions over the years, severing Carrie's connection with her mother and presenting her in a negative light. Carrie's hatred and willingness to commit the crime were fostered by Lloyd's persuasion that Michelle posed a threat to her and her siblings. The prosecution claims that Lloyd's desire to avoid sharing custody of his youngest daughter and financial gain were the driving forces behind the murder. Lloyd and Carrie thought they could claim Michelle's death as a suicide and use the money from the life insurance policy to live comfortably. Carrie testified that because of his crippling debt, which included $6,000 in monthly child support payments, her father had threatened to kill him or commit suicide unless they killed Michelle. Carrie tragically decided to help her father because she was influenced by him. In the end, Lloyd entered a guilty plea to charges of murder and forcing his daughter to assist him. He tried to defend his actions, though, by saying that he killed Michelle to keep the kids safe from her, but no one took him seriously. The court acknowledged that Carrie had suffered from her father's moral abuse and manipulation. Lloyd was given a life sentence without the possibility of release after being found guilty of first-degree murder and other offenses. Supported by her maternal grandmother, Carrie received a prison sentence ranging from 1 to 3 years for her role in concealing evidence. On January 16, 2020, she was released early after completing a portion of her sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It became a nightmare on New Year's Eve. Statistics show that a crime's nature is significantly influenced by the time of day it is committed, such as during the day. Domestic violence occurrences are more widespread in the evening, as are economic crimes such as robberies, thefts, scams, etc. However, crime and the most heinous acts of evil occur at night, when the streets are dark and almost empty, making it difficult to identify a criminal. It is common knowledge that it is dangerous for women in particular to stroll alone on city streets at night. However, there are situations when it is unavoidable. The narrative of Rachel Moran, a young British woman, started this way. She had to go back home on New Year's Eve after spending time at her parents' house. Rachel never made it home this time, vanishing 150 feet from her destination, even though the distance was just roughly 1 mile along a path she walked every day. After a month of searching in the hopes that the young girl might still be alive, the shocking revelation stunned Ireland as a whole. Rachel Moran was who? On January 17, 1981, Rachel Moran was born in English Call, Ireland. In the family of Wanda and Ray Moran, she was the youngest of 4 children. She was raised with a brother and 2 older sisters with whom she had a deep bond from an early age. Rachel's passion was dance. Seeing her interest, her parents signed her up for a ballet class, which she continued to attend for many years. She even intended to pursue a career in this industry, either as a choreographer or a ballerina. But as she got older, her opinions and tastes started to shift. After graduating from high school, Rachel enrolled in a prominent university to study management information systems because she was an exceptional student who had a preference for the exact sciences. About 2 years into her studies, Rachel came to the conclusion that her career choice had been a mistake. She chose to return to choreography and continue her study as her artistic side took control. She met Mark, a young man who was just a year older than her while working part-time during this time. They became close very fast, and their friendship soon developed into a romantic partnership. After deciding to live together approximately 6 months after meeting, the couple rented a modest apartment in a brand new, comfortable apartment building that was only a mile from Rachel's parents' home. So she went to see them nearly every day. Rachel began working at a nearby bakery in the fall of 2002, specializing in confectionery decoration. She became enamored with this profession and gave pursuing a second degree in culinary arts some serious thought. It should be noted that one of Rachel's interests was cooking, and she was always good at it. Additionally, Mark and Rachel loved and cared for 2 cats they got from a nearby animal shelter in 2002, treating them nearly like children. The young couple fed the pets on time, took care of them in every manner they could, and made an effort to avoid leaving them alone at home for extended periods of time. A dispute on New Year's Eve as the 2003 New Year's celebration drew near. Everyone in the area was occupied with getting ready for the celebrations, selecting recipes for the holiday table, and purchasing presents for their loved ones. Rachel was trying her hardest to stay up to date for the holidays while juggling a lot of orders at work. Since one of their cats was ill and required special attention, she and Mark wanted to see both of their parents without leaving them alone at home all night. The location and manner of the couple's New Year's celebration had already been decided. Mark had planned to see his parents after spending some time with them at home, but he was expected to return to the apartment he shared with Rachel after midnight. Rachel planned to visit her parents' house before midnight and remain there till dawn, but she had made plans to meet her brother at a bar. The evening proceeded as planned for the most part. Following a romantic supper and glass of champagne at home, Rachel's brother picked her up as Mark went to see his folks. After hanging out with her brother until about 11 p.m., Rachel and her brother headed to her parents' house, where her mother, father, and sister were waiting for them at the celebratory table. Rachel contacted her lover on their home phone at 1 in the morning, but he didn't pick up. She tried calling his cell phone a couple more times without luck. She asked Mark where he was after he responded. Mark acknowledged that he couldn't say no to a close friend's invitation to a party, even if he had gone home as they had planned. They had decided not to leave the animals alone until morning and that someone should be at home at night to care for them, including one that wasn't feeling well, which infuriated Rachel. Rachel, following a brief argument. Mark insisted that nothing significant would occur during those few hours and promised to return by 6 a.m. Rachel, however, was furious and insisted that someone must remain with the animals. The discussion ended in a furious dispute, though, as her lover refused to back down. Even though it was already past midnight and it seemed dangerous to go alone on the street, Rachel was upset and furious and started getting ready to head home. Her mother attempted to dissuade her daughter from leaving after overhearing her arguing with her boyfriend on the phone. Wanda assured her daughter that nothing awful would happen to the animals in such a short time, so she encouraged her to wait until dawn. Rachel, however, was determined and had already started dressing. Her mother didn't want to let her go because she was so concerned about her. Rachel was already standing at the open door when they began arguing loudly and went on. Her mother, however, was unable to persuade her. No one could go with Rachel because her brother and father had already gone to bed and were heavily intoxicated. She left her parents' house at around 1:30 a.m. and nobody ever saw her alive again. Disappeared into the shadows. Rachel told her mother that as soon as she got home, she would give her a call. An hour and a half went by and her daughter still hadn't called, even though the trip should have taken no more than 15 minutes. No one picked up the house or mobile numbers when the anxious mother started phoning her. It was close to dawn when Mrs. Moran eventually dozed off on the couch in the living room while holding the phone. On January 1, she heard her husband on the phone when she woke up at 9:30 a.m. She thought he was talking to Rachel since he used the word daughter. But as soon as he ended the call, he revealed that it was their oldest daughter, who had been attempting to contact her sister all morning and was beginning to become anxious. The mother became frightened upon hearing this. When she dialed the home phone, a drowsy Mark answered, not knowing what was going on, and she attempted to reach Rachel again, but her cell was off. It turned out that Mark thought his girlfriend had stayed with her parents and just went to bed when he got home at 7 a.m. from the party and didn't see her there. When Mark found out that Rachel had left for their apartment throughout the night but never showed up, he was shocked. She would have fed the animals first, so he was positive she hadn't been home, but he didn't know where she could be. But the cats were obviously hungry and the bowls were empty. They had left the apartment together the night before and their bedroom bed was made, and there was no indication that anyone had come in. Inquiring as to whether they had seen Rachel or had any communication with her, Rachel's parents and boyfriend started phoning all of their friends, family, and acquaintances, but it was all for nothing. Even though Rachel was 21 years old, the police did not wait the customary 24 hours before conducting an urgent search after the Moran family reported her missing to them that same day. After speaking with all of Rachel's family members, friends, and Mark, the police thoroughly ruled out the chance that she had fled on her own. They also investigated Rachel's apartment and her parents' house, where she was last seen. It should be mentioned that the missing woman looked really beautiful. Tall and slender, she had long platinum blonde hair and lovely facial features. People would surely remember her if they saw someone like her on the street. Thus, investigators started looking for potential witnesses. Stranger in the dark. It was not yet possible to track a location using a mobile signal in 2002, and the girl's phone's call and message logs yielded no leads. All that was known was that the gadget had been switched off about 15 minutes after Rachel had left her parents' house, and based on the time, she should have been close to her own house by then. Rachel's mother was speaking with law enforcement again, when she abruptly remembered something crucial that she had neglected to bring up before. As it happens, they continued to argue loudly at the door while her daughter was already outside. Wanda urged her to wait till morning since she didn't want to let her go. She then caught sight of a man passing their residence on the street. She even considered asking him to go home with Rachel, however, she didn't. In the dark light, Wanda was unable to see the visitor clearly. She couldn't even provide a basic description because all she saw was a figure wearing a dark jacket and cap. But this individual might be a criminal or a useful witness. The authorities requested that all locals, including store owners, provide any surveillance camera footage they may have, since they needed to find him quickly. Investigators were able to determine that the missing girl passed the same business around 1 minute after the unidentified man did, and that the store was roughly 400 feet from Rachel's parents' home. Because of the low quality of the tape, it was impossible to make out the man's face or any other distinguishing traits, but it was evident that Rachel had traveled around half of the way home. The detectives chose to employ a strategy that frequently aided in missing person investigations as the hunt went on. After identifying a female who looked a lot like Rachel, they ordered her to walk the same path at night while wearing the exact same outfit as Rachel had on the night she vanished. After all of this was captured on camera, the news broadcast the video of the blonde strolling down the street at night and asked anyone who had seen her on New Year's Eve to come forward. The strategy was successful, as multiple witnesses claimed to have seen a dark male silhouette and a lone girl walking. But the man went by first, then the blonde, according to a witness who was smoking on a balcony. According to another witness who lives close to the apartment building where Rachel lives, the girl went by first, then the man came a few feet later. This implied that the stranger was either someone else or that they had fallen behind. About 150 feet from the girl's home, another camera was found along her path 10 days into the search. In the video, Rachel was seen passing by with a male in close pursuit. Given that he was dressed in the same clothes and had a similar build, there was little question that it was the same individual. There were unsettling hints that the man had once allowed the girl to pass in front of him before starting to follow her. Within a few days following the girl's disappearance, a massive search was launched for her. Detectives used aircraft, search dogs, divers, and hundreds of volunteers to mark a 10-mile search radius. They swept across woodland areas, wastelands, streets, and waterways. Artificial canals and tiny streams were drained for a detailed examination, and the search was carried out both on the ground and in the air. However, time went by with no outcomes. Given that Rachel had not used her cell phone or made any purchases using her bank card since going missing, authorities assumed she was dead. Her family, however, hoped to discover her alive and well. A sneaker that Rachel's family recognized was discovered in a drainage ditch close to her house 2 weeks later. Rachel's mother claims that on the day she vanished, she was wearing those shoes. Officers discovered a black purse with an ID card in Rachel Moran's name, a makeup bag, a wallet with bank cards, and a cell phone in one of the drained streams a few days later. Since all of the evidence was discovered within a mile of Rachel's house, the police speculated that the potential offender might reside nearby. He probably concealed the body here as well, if this scenario is accurate. This prompted the creation of a strategy to search every home within 2 miles of Rachel's residence, door to door. More cops were brought in, each working with a partner to reduce hazards and sad findings in the trash chute, because of course this took a lot of time and resources. The young woman had been going door to door for almost a month. Because it was hard to locate householders at their homes, and because the police required permission to enter the property, the search for neighborhood inhabitants was moving slowly. When a policeman and his aide arrived at another residence on Nash Court on January 28, they were instantly confronted by an unpleasant smell. Michael Little, 23, the homeowner, reassured them that there was nothing to be concerned about, saying that he was waiting for a plumber to clear the clogged plumbing. His friend Marcus was paying him a visit at the time, but he had no idea what the cops were looking for and had only seen them. Although nothing unusual was discovered in the house, the officers' suspicions were heightened by the lingering, sickening stench. It was discovered that a small trash chute, filled with bags of different wastes, was the cause of the stink rather than the restroom. After deciding to examine its contents more closely, the cops removed a number of bags and found a human within, an egg protruding. The homeowner and his visitor were taken into custody by the police, who promptly requested reinforcements. While his companion had a full-blown meltdown when he saw the dead female, Michael was totally composed and even detached during the entire ordeal. It was difficult to remove the body from the small trash chute, and it was not apparent how it had ended up there in the first place. The victim was nearly naked, and it was impossible to determine the cause of death right away because of the advanced level of decomposition, but there were obvious stab wounds all over the body. According to the suspect's account, the scent had been driving him insane, so he was pleased the body had been discovered. He also gave his account of what happened that fateful night, although it didn't sound very credible. He claims that he heard the mother and daughter arguing while he was strolling down the street and deduced that the girl intended to go somewhere by herself. He pursued her, they started talking, and he got to know her. Rachel allegedly accepted Michael's invitation to enter his home when they arrived. Little claims that they had a little drink, talked, and then, with their cooperation, had sexual intercourse before he went to sleep. According to the suspect, the girl in the kitchen was acting strangely when he got up at 5 in the morning. He had a small bag of illegal narcotics on the table, and he presumed that his visitor had taken something from it. Then, he said, she snatched a knife and charged at him, but he was able to take the weapon from her and hit her with a series of deadly blows. Michael explained the whole thing away as a bad accident that happened while he was defending himself. Everyone who knew the dead girl, of course, didn't agree with this version. To begin with, Rachel would never have gone anywhere with him, much less talked to a stranger on a nighttime desolate street. Thoroughly, she had never used any illegal substances in her life, and secondly, she would never have cheated on her lover. The girl's distinctive internal injuries and the discovery of little seminal fluid inside her were indicators of personal aggression, according to the autopsy. A third of the 27 stab wounds on the victim's torso came from behind, and none of them appeared to be self-defense. Michael Little is who? When police investigated the suspect's background after his arrest, they found that the young man already had a lengthy criminal history. He was caught stealing several times while still in school and came from a dysfunctional household. In addition, he never completed his education, which prevented him from obtaining even a mediocre job because he lacked a foundational education. He subsisted on both benefits and money he obtained unlawfully. He had been arrested multiple times for distribution and possession of illegal narcotics. Little was characterized by acquaintances as a pathological liar. He was always bragging about his sexy adventures and his impressive number of lovers, but in truth, every girl attempted to stay away from this weird and violent man. But Michael had been inventing more and more stories lately about a tall blonde he was supposedly seeing, even though no one had ever seen her with him. Since the victim and the suspect lived in the same neighborhood and had houses only a few hundred feet apart, police theorized that the suspect may have seen the victim before. He probably started to fantasize about the girl and tell his buddies about her when he became interested in her. When the criminal saw her alone herself on the street that fateful night, he took advantage of the situation and attacked her. But this new, even stranger version was the first time the victim and her attacker had ever met. As the inquiry went on, the suspect abruptly withdrew his first claims and gave a completely different account, saying that the true perpetrator was his friend Marcus, who was also detained. Marcus allegedly brought the girl to his home after meeting her on the street that evening. After sharing a drink, the visitors started displaying interest in the homeowner, so they withdrew to his bedroom. The accused claims that following the private meeting, a furious Marcus stormed into the room, upset that Rachel had opted for someone else. After killing the girl with a knife, he threatened Michael with harm and demanded that he assist in concealing the body and keep quiet about what had transpired. The accused and his attorney swore that this was precisely how events had transpired, but of course no one believed this narrative. But there was no proof that Marcus was involved. He had a New Year's Eve alibi for the crime, and his response upon the body's discovery suggested that he was unaware of the nightmare that had taken place at his friend's house. Trial and sentencing. The precise events of that fatal night could only be partially reconstructed, because Michael never acknowledged his guilt. Little was found to have gone to a party on December 31, 2002, and was getting ready to celebrate the new year with pals there. He was cruelly rebuffed when he tried to flirt with one girl, and the same thing happened with another, leaving him drunk and furious. After leaving the gathering and making his way home, Michael ran into Rachel and let go all of his bottled-up anger. He chose to pursue the girl after hearing her and her mother quarrel. After waiting for his victim to pass by in a dark alley off the road, the thief followed her as they passed Michael's house. He assaulted Rachel and repeatedly stabbed her in the back. He probably took advantage of the poor girl after dragging her inside his house, then killed her with the same knife and hid her body in the garbage chute. Little was found guilty in October 2003 of assaulting and killing Rachel Morin. He was given a life sentence with the prospect of release only after 35 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Arthur Labanjo Hughes, then 7 years old, would give up on life at this very moment. 5 hours later, the world would hear the most tragic story on the internet, that of Arthur Labanjo Hughes, after an emergency 999 call was placed. He was discovered in a state that could not be explained by a fall, even though he had fallen and struck his head. He was remembered for his superpower, his smile. If one could ask for one last thing, despite having numerous guardian angels around him, Arthur was imprisoned by pure evil during COVID-19 and spent every day of his life in hell. Soon, the Midlands, England Police Department would find horrifying hidden footage and videos that they would prefer not to view. June 17, 2020 was the date of the call. The voice on the line was panicked. 6-year-old Arthur Labanjo Hughes had fallen down the stairs. When paramedics arrived, he was having trouble breathing. Arthur's life slipped away in spite of all the attempts to save him. Before the doctors noticed something that would haunt them for years, it appeared to be a tragic accident. Horrible injuries were found, which contradicted the caller's account. Arthur's severe brain injuries had caused his death. According to the doctors, the damage was comparable to an automobile accident. Even the on-scene paramedics observed numerous bruises on his body, in addition to severe head trauma. Amidst the frantic words and background noise of the 999 call, the truth was concealed in plain sight. Everyone would be shocked to learn the true story of Arthur's tragic demise when the recording was played again, this time with more discerning ears and a greater sense of suspicion. Something much darker now echoed what had once seemed like desperation. Emma Tustin, 32, the stepmother and caregiver of 6-year-old Arthur Labinjo Hughes, was the female voice on the call. Emma was the only person who saw Arthur's final moments because his father, 29-year-old Thomas Hughes, was not there when the alleged accident happened. She was also the one who explained how Arthur got hurt and escorted him to the hospital. However, there was a problem with the doctors. They called the police because of their suspicions, and detectives soon began requesting Emma's first formal statement. The thinking step was the punishment area that Arthur's stepmother Emma and father Thomas had created for him. He could stand there and think about what he had done. Because of his actions, Arthur often found himself there, Emma said. However, Arthur was particularly impolite and violent on the night of June 17, 2020, the day he passed away. Emma started crying as she described the mischievous child who had mistreated her. She asserted, like many other stepmothers, that her love was not returned. However, the narrative did not match Emma's story, which remained mostly unchanged from the details in the 999 call. Although more research was necessary, the results would reveal a disturbing truth that would haunt the investigators for the rest of their careers. By 1 a.m., Arthur was placed on life support. After determining that there was nothing more that could be done, life support was turned off the next day. A forensic analysis conducted as the investigation progressed showed that Arthur had more than 130 distinct wounds, from head to toe, in varying stages of recovery. Each and every part of his small body was injured and bruised. Long-term physical stress caused his thymus gland and one kidney to shrink significantly. However, a total detachment of the retina in his right eye and bleeding on the brain were the cause of death. The experts had no idea that this was only the beginning. He had extremely high sodium levels when he was first brought to the hospital. These levels did not change 7 hours later, suggesting that his body was unable to adequately absorb the excess salt he had consumed. According to estimates, Arthur would have needed to eat 6 tablespoons of salt in a single day, or more likely, be poisoned with high amounts of salt over a number of days to reach such sodium levels. Torture was evident from the autopsy report and the injuries sustained. However, that wasn't even the reason this case was the most well-known in Middleton. It was the horrifying findings that had not yet been made during the inquiry that had the public's attention like a wildfire. Authorities were tracking down the sadistic monster who had committed the unthinkable after discovering the unspeakable horror inflicted upon the defenseless child. Behind the story of the tearful Emma and the restless Thomas, there was little question that something was amiss. Across the nation, rumors were circulating, but it quickly became clear that these were more than just conjectures. Discovering the atrocities that had taken place behind the scenes was the difficult part. A search warrant for Emma's 2-bedroom home, where she lived with her boyfriend Thomas Hughes and their children from prior marriages, was swiftly obtained by the Middleton police. Apart from a CCTV camera placed in the living room, nothing seemed especially noteworthy at first glance. Investigators were informed by Emma and Thomas that it was done to keep an eye on Arthur and make sure he didn't hurt himself. The investigators were unaware that the recordings held terrible secrets they would have preferred to ignore when they took them for additional analysis. Heartbreaking details of little Arthur's last hours were captured on CCTV, including scenes that would have horrified anyone who saw them. This unsettling video was captured just a few hours prior to Arthur's purported mishap. Arthur pleaded with Blake to come and save his life. Who were these individuals that Arthur was depending on in the final stages of his life? Blake was Thomas Hughes's brother and Arthur's uncle. When Arthur called for his family outside of Emma and Thomas, he was seen to be weak, frail, and hardly standing. Detectives contacted Arthur's grandparents and Uncle Blake during the hours that these recordings were being examined. In addition to being open, the family had a lot to share. The date of Arthur's birth was January 4, 2014. He was among the happiest kids you could ever meet just a year ago. He was a huge supporter of Birmingham City Football Club and loved superheroes. Those who knew him said he was intelligent and vivacious, but as the grandparents dug deeper, it became evident that Arthur was a contented but unlucky child. Thomas and Olivia Labagno-Halcrow, who met while engaging in drug activities, are his parents. Olivia entered a new toxic relationship with Arthur after the parents divorced, but Arthur stayed with her. She had taken an alcohol awareness course and met a man named Gary Cunningham. Gary and Olivia both used violence against one another. In February 2019, this toxic relationship tragically came to a head when Olivia killed Gary by stabbing him 12 times while intoxicated. The fact that young Arthur saw the murder was the most startling aspect of this incident. Olivia received an 11-year sentence in 2020. Little Arthur moved in with his father, Thomas, and grandparents, while the mother was serving her sentence. His grandparents and his Uncle Blake were the main sources of the love he had experienced. For Arthur, this was the safest period of his life. The trail of misfortune started with a simple date, but the wave of good times would soon subside. Thomas, his father, went on a date with Emma Tustin, a woman he had met online. Detectives discovered that Emma had a history of unpredictable and attention-seeking behavior as the investigation progressed. When her boyfriend threatened to break up with her in 2013, she leaped from the top of a multi-story parking structure. She once threw herself out of a bedroom window to stop her partner and his best friend from going to the pub. In an interview with the Daily Mail, one of her ex-boyfriends stated, "She's a black widow. Every man she hangs out with is sucked dry by her. She has absolutely no maternal instinct. She wanted children because of the attention they gave her as a newborn and the benefits they provided. But she didn't want to know once the attention stopped and she was left alone with a baby." She was also accused of being a careless mother, and social services frequently visited her home. The ultimate application of this woman's evil would be when she entered Thomas's, and eventually Arthur's, life. Thomas wasn't a perfect father, but he wasn't a total nightmare either. But as he and Emma became closer, that would soon change, and Arthur would lose his father in a way he never could have predicted. Arthur went on a number of excursions with his father and Emma, but each time he came back, the grandparents noticed that he was becoming less and less eager to accompany them. He couldn't quite understand the unnerving tension that was replacing the warmth of family. His grandparents claimed that they became aware that something was amiss in their own house. Every time Emma came to visit, Arthur would try to hide because he was afraid of her. She was disliked by Thomas's brother and parents as well, who perceived dishonesty and disdain in her. They were unable to foresee the scope of what was happening, though. When Arthur's grandmother tried to buy him a Subway sandwich during one of Emma's visits, Emma yelled at her to stop feeding him, saying it was a needless luxury. This brief interaction acted as a warning, demonstrating Emma's ease and eagerness to make choices regarding Arthur's life. She wasn't alone, though. Thomas was also acting differently. He had started to become easily agitated. Blake saw the young boy staring blankly at the wall when for a child, it was an unusual sight. Blake tried to give him a snack to lift his spirits, but Thomas stepped in and said Arthur was being punished and shouldn't be fed. As the pandemic spread, this was only the start of a nightmare that would only get worse. A total lockdown was proclaimed by the Prime Minister. Arthur had the danger in his own house while others hunkered down to protect themselves. Separated from his cherished grandparents, he was raised by his father, Thomas, and Emma, and saw them infrequently. Things were gradually coming together for Arthur's decline. Arthur's grandmother saw a blue bruise on his shoulder during one lockdown. She took prompt action and lodged a complaint with social services, even though she was Thomas's mother. When Arthur got back to Emma and Thomas's house the next day, a social services agent called Emma and paid her a visit. But nothing was done about it. They insisted that Arthur and Emma's other two children looked content and healthy, and they denied that there was any bruise. But the call prior to the visit was sufficient justification for Emma to be on guard and take the required precautions to hide it, according to the grandmother. Blake tried to get in touch with the Middleton police, but sadly the officers never got through to Arthur because they believed social services was handling the case. The family made repeated attempts to enlist assistance for Arthur, but there would be no outcome. Arthur was suffering terribly, and there was nothing anyone could do about it. Meanwhile, Arthur's death was being investigated more thoroughly. Though they were unsure of what might have caused Arthur's death, Arthur's grandparents and family blamed Emma and Thomas. The couple was the subject of a more thorough investigation, and the most repulsive information began to come to light. After seizing their phones, investigators started going through the data. They found shocking information in the audio recordings and text messages between Emma and Thomas. The weight of what had been concealed behind closed doors became painfully evident with every new line that appeared on the screen. Emma and Thomas's messages exposed the depth of their perverse collaboration, and they were complicit in this nightmare. The messages described Arthur's living conditions, which included physical abuse, loneliness, and hunger. Emma vented her frustrations and documented her increasing cruelty towards the boy in the majority of these texts. She punished Arthur by depriving him of food and liquids and making him stand in the hallway for hours on end. The young boy's pleas for sustenance and solace were ridiculed. He referred to his desperation as misbehavior. For Emma and Thomas, the conversations were a perverse kind of reinforcement in these messages. When Thomas wasn't home, she would frequently record Arthur's anguished cries and send Thomas audio snippets, seemingly to get his approval for her severe treatment. Thomas would reply by expressing his own annoyance with Arthur and urging her to be even harsher, telling her to just end him or recommending violent means to stop his screams. The boy was left to suffer alone in his room or cry himself hoarse in the hallway while the couple, at times, were only a few feet away from Arthur and texted, their phones buzzing with nasty conversations. Emma complained that Arthur was acting out or spoiling him because of his need for affection. Emma and Thomas talked about how Arthur should be disciplined for small transgressions or denied certain foods. Neglect was not the only form of abuse. There were numerous instances of name-calling and verbal abuse in these messages. Both sides' hatred was clearly visible in these messages. The messages made it abundantly evident that there was physical torture and intimidation in the home. Arthur had been attacked several times. According to one of the messages, Emma and Thomas had a falling out, and Emma said she could accept Thomas but not Arthur. In a stern reply, Thomas insisted that she would have to take Arthur and him together or not at all. Since Emma's rejection of Arthur only made Thomas more irate, this exchange exposed the problematic dynamics of their relationship. This tension suggested that Thomas's rage could quickly grow and result in more abuse of Arthur. One thing was certain, despite the numerous questions, Arthur was leading a miserable life and frequently going without food. For the investigators, one CCTV clip that had previously seemed unimportant took on new significance. On one of the hottest days of the year, the video showed Thomas and Emma lounging and eating ice cream. Arthur, meanwhile, was made to stand on the stairs, hot and hungry, without water, and in a bulky onesie that made him feel even more uncomfortable. Emma stooped to eat McDonald's in front of a starving Arthur, who was left defenseless in the hallway, while Thomas sat cross-legged. The question came up. Did Emma's children all experience the same level of suffering? The investigators learned from Arthur's grandparents that Emma's children were frequently abandoned and left hungry for extended periods of time, while Emma remained in her room. But Arthur's ordeal was particularly horrifying. Emma's children didn't seem to experience the same degree of abuse as Arthur in any of the video. Subsequently, Emma's kids would inform investigators that if they attempted to assist Arthur, they would also be punished. As another heartbreaking clip awaited their review, the unsettling details of this case seemed to go on forever. Arthur was seen standing and shuffle-footing in these clips. It appeared innocuous at first, until they discovered he had been upright for as long as 14 hours. Police clamped down on Thomas and Emma as the horrific details surfaced, interrogating them about Arthur and the devastating information in the recordings. The details of Thomas and Emma's accident story started to shift piece by piece, but Thomas would be the first to reveal the truth, which was even more terrifying than they already knew. Thomas admitted to them that his punishment of Arthur might have been excessive. He explained to the investigators that Emma and the family suffered as a result of Arthur's behavioral problems. Thomas was going to disclose that he had studied torture techniques used during interrogation, techniques that cause the most pain without leaving scars or bruises, even though it was difficult to comprehend what offense a 6-year-old could have committed to warrant such a punishment. What actually took place on June 17, 2020 then? But did Arthur's body simply give up after all this suffering? No. The case's reality was straightforward and cruel. In fact, the reality was even more horrible. Arthur was left behind as usual, weak and starved, while Thomas had gone to the grocery store with Emma's kids. Emma texted Thomas that Arthur was causing trouble and instructed her to discipline him, even though Arthur couldn't have done anything that she couldn't manage on her own. In a matter of hours, Emma made the decision to act independently and guided Arthur to his demise. Emma repeatedly slammed Arthur's head against the wall, knocking him out by the time Thomas got back. After several unsuccessful attempts to get Arthur to get up, Emma called 999 and told them that Arthur had beaten himself before falling. Thomas blatantly admitted to the investigators that he was to blame and that Emma ought to be released. He explained to them that Arthur died because he was unable to control him and was subsequently carried away. Emma wasn't at fault. From Middleton to Parliament, the unsettling case rocked the nation. The authorities eventually realized that Emma and Thomas had lied after Arthur died, and the injuries were obviously not self-inflicted. Both were taken into custody and accused of killing Arthur. At Emma's trial on December 3, 2021, the judge gave the following account of the deadly assault. You, Tustin, committed the last act of killing. You gave him a shake that caused his head to flex and become hyperextended on his neck while repeatedly striking it against the wall or the floor. Your degree of violence caused his body to be subjected to forces comparable to those involved in a high-speed traffic accident. Emma was found guilty of murder and given a life sentence with a minimum of 29 years in prison because of the severe and devastation of her injuries. Thomas Hughes, who did not witness the deadly assault, was convicted of manslaughter and given a 21-year prison term. It was announced in December 2020 that their sentences would be examined to determine whether they were excessively light, potentially resulting in longer terms for both. Only the 2 youngest of Emma's 4 children from prior relationships were still living with her when she first met Thomas. Emma had already been reported to social services multiple times by that point because of worries about the welfare of her children. But she had mastered the art of controlling these circumstances. She would use emotional strategies, crying and playing the victim whenever social services came to visit. The authorities would always depart without doing anything more. Although social services had always been mentioned in the story, their non-participation was an unexpected plot twist. How come Arthur's ongoing suffering went unnoticed despite social services getting involved in this case so early? How did social services contribute to Arthur's demise in your opinion? What, in your opinion, ought to have been done to save young Arthur from his cruel destiny? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A complex network of forbidden feelings and erratic relationships is known as a love triangle. Such circumstances frequently result in emotional upheaval and fierce conflict, which can occasionally escalate to threats against the participants' physical and mental health. When someone is caught in this web without realizing it until it's too late, it's even more terrifying. The plot of Henry Stange's story, which involves passion, deceit, a double life, and struggles with dependency, develops like an engrossing detective thriller. Given their age difference, Henry thought he had found true love with a much younger woman, a relationship that might have been viewed as unusual. Unbeknownst to him, though, the woman was also entangled in another romantic relationship. She deftly used both men to further her own agenda for months before her well-planned house of cards fell apart. Marcus, a hiking enthusiast and amateur photographer, was exploring the desolate terrain of Joshua Tree National Park in Southeast California at around 7 a.m. on Friday, June 5, 2018. Marcus saw a sizable group of vultures scavenging over something as he veered off a main trail. He decided to stay away, assuming it was the carcass of a large animal. Marcus chose to photograph the birds circling in the barren desert using a small camera that he usually used for landscape photography. After taking a few pictures, he forgot about the strange sight and resumed his hike. The next day, as Marcus moved the pictures from his camera to their home computer, he told his wife about his hike. His wife's face changed dramatically as she looked at the pictures. She gestured to one of the pictures and beckoned Marcus over. Zooming in, it was startlingly obvious that beneath the vultures, something like a human leg was partially buried in the sand. The couple, shaken, immediately reported what they had witnessed to the local authorities. Marcus gave them all the pictures and explained the precise spot where he had seen the birds. Investigators found the area, which was close to one of the park's main roads, with relative ease. A seemingly ordinary discovery became the subject of one of the most intricate and astounding criminal investigations in recent memory. A pair of coyotes and a group of vultures stood out in sharp contrast to the barren desert about 30 feet from the roadside. Seeing coyotes scavenging in the middle of the day was unusual, and the officers became suspicious right away. After pulling their car to the shoulder, they got out and went to the scene. They discovered a shallow grave there that was less than 2 feet deep and had been hastily dug into the dry ground. The site had already been disturbed by local wildlife, revealing its squalid contents. This was obviously not a natural occurrence when forensic experts showed up to exhume the remains. The remains belonged to a white middle-aged man who had been interred there for approximately a week. In order to make the body accessible to scavengers, the lower half of the body had been partially unearthed. There were several horrific wounds visible. Multiple fractures in the man's skull were consistent with blows from a blunt, heavy object. The scene depicted a violent and intentional act in a terrifying way. The perpetrator had been in a hurry, judging by the shallow grave's closeness to the road and its hasty construction. The body might have stayed hidden for years if they had dug a little deeper hole and gone deeper into the desert. Rather, they made the hasty decision to hide the crime and fled the scene carelessly. According to forensic analysis, the crime most likely happened somewhere else. Despite the severe wounds, there were very few blood traces in the grave, indicating that the body was moved after death. This inference led investigators to the unsettling conclusion that the crime was, at least in part, meticulously planned. But in spite of their seeming haste, the criminal had left no clear evidence or hints for investigators to follow. The medical examiner concluded that severe blunt force trauma to the head was the cause of death. The blow's force and the attacker's extreme aggression pointed to a very personal motivation. The victim's identity and the circumstances surrounding his death were unknown, although investigators conjectured that the crime was motivated by hatred or a personal grudge. Investigators were able to recover multiple fingerprints from the remains despite the body's state, which was deteriorated by scavenging wildlife and decomposition. No matches were found when the prints were scanned through criminal databases. The absence of previous records indicated that the victim had never before encountered legal issues. However, investigators were able to identify the victim after uploading the prints to the Department of Motor Vehicles database. Henry Stange, a 54-year-old resident of the Californian suburb of Murrieta in Riverside County, was the owner of the remains. About 90 miles separated Henry's home and the location of his body's discovery. In an attempt to learn more about how and why his life had ended so tragically in the isolated Joshua Tree wilderness, investigators immediately went to his home. Henry Stange lived alone in a messy bachelor pad that mirrored his solitary way of life. Empty pizza boxes and takeout containers littered countertops, and personal items were strewn all over the house. There were no indications of forced entry, theft, or a struggle, but the place lacked the coziness of a home that had been inhabited. Whatever had happened to Henry had obviously happened somewhere else. The most disturbing finding was waiting for investigators in the house's attached garage. This area, which was probably the location of the crime, told a graphic tale. The storage boxes, tools, and walls were all covered in dried blood splatter. A sizable pool of congealed blood lay on the floor, partially smeared as if someone had tried to clean it but quickly gave up, as indicated by the empty bottle thrown close by. There was a heap of blood-soaked rags in the garage corner that had been heavily bleached. Investigators discovered what looked to be the weapon used in the crime, a heavy dumbbell smeared with dried blood near the front door of the house. Wires hanging overhead indicated that a security camera had been taken out by force. Additional cameras were discovered, torn from their mounts in the living room and hallway upon closer examination of the house. The perpetrator of this heinous act was aware of the camera locations and had taken them to remove any possible proof. Regretfully, investigators had little evidence left by the offender. No shoe prints or foreign fingerprints were found, and Henry was the only one with blood or DNA. Detectives had more questions than answers because the scene appeared to have been painstakingly cleaned. There were no known legal issues with Henry. He had no apparent enemies, lived alone, and was divorced. He was a quiet, amiable man who kept to himself most of the time, but was always courteous, according to his neighbors. But given how vicious the crime was, it begged the question, who would do such a barbaric thing? Did it have anything to do with Henry's odd pastimes? Or was it someone from his past? Most concerning of all, why hadn't he been reported missing earlier? Henry was raised in a close-knit household that placed a high importance on relationships and respect. In a nearby town, his mother and 2 younger sisters resided with their families. Through frequent phone conversations and sporadic visits, the family regularly maintained communication, but Henry had grown more reclusive in recent months, talking less to his loved ones and keeping personal information private. Though they tried not to overreact, his family was concerned about him. They became more worried when he didn't get back to them for a week or so, but they chose to hold off on setting off an alarm. Henry's mother and sisters were devastated to learn of his violent death. Heartbroken and shocked, they immediately volunteered to help investigators by providing any information they could, in the hopes that it would aid in the case's resolution. At one time, Henry Stange was a man of energy and athleticism. He enjoyed hiking, traveling, having outdoor adventures, and being in nature. Henry was a gifted guitarist and a passionate motorsports fan who loved his motorcycle, a valuable asset that had taken him across several states. However, everything changed in the spring of 2014. One day, as Henry was getting ready to go for a ride, a pickup truck with an inebriated driver collided with his motorcycle. It was a devastating collision. Before coming to a halt, the driver pulled Henry for almost 300 feet. Henry miraculously lived, but his injuries changed his life. Henry's legs were severely damaged in the collision, necessitating several major surgeries. He had to go through months of exhausting rehabilitation in order to be able to walk again. But the physical pain continued. No relief was provided by over-the-counter medication. Strong painkillers were prescribed by doctors to treat his illness, but the drug soon caused dependency, which in turn led to a crippling addiction. Henry had been married for more than 10 years and was raising 2 children with his spouse at the time of the accident. At first, his wife helped him through his recovery and increasing reliance on medicine, but the strain was too great. In order to be nearer to her family, she moved to a nearby town and filed for divorce in 2016, taking their kids with her. She remained friendly with Henry in spite of their separation, enabling him to continue being active in their children's lives. Due to his physical limitations following the accident, Henry was forced to give up many of his prior interests. Rather, he focused on his passion for electronics and technology. He converted one room of his house into a fully functional radio studio by spending a lot of time tinkering with devices and equipment. Henry then started a podcast, using it as a forum to talk about current affairs and express his frequently frank and unvarnished views. Henry started broadcasting every day. He freely voiced his opinions, frequently venturing into philosophical reflections or daring remarks on contentious subjects. His show's lack of censorship attracted a devoted audience, garnering him both ardent supporters and ardent detractors. He started to be purposefully provoked by some listeners, especially those who held opposing opinions, which caused him to lose his temper. Videos of these outbursts were captured and circulated on social media, frequently edited to portray Henry negatively. Investigators discovered a particularly antagonistic person who appeared to have a deep-seated grudge against Henry in one online community for amateur radio enthusiasts. This individual regularly made fun of Henry's remarks, posted edited snippets of his broadcasts, and insulted him. However, it soon became clear that Henry was not the only one who exhibited this behavior. As a kind of amusement, the user frequently attacked and disparaged prominent members of the community on the platform. Although it was clear that they were hostile toward Henry, it was unclear if this online animosity was related to the crime. 4 months prior to the tragedy, in late January 2018, Henry Stange went through a terrifying ordeal. His family claims that while he was asleep, someone broke into his house in the middle of the night. After breaking in through a window, the intruder struck Henry repeatedly in the head with a hammer. Since nothing was taken from the house, it is obvious that a personal grudge was more likely to have been the motivation than robbery. When they left, the assailant took the hammer that they had brought. Henry surprisingly chose not to call the police to report the incident. He installed covert security cameras all over his house instead, taking matters into his own hands. The person who broke into his house the second time was aware of the camera's locations. Henry's last known broadcast was broadcast on the evening of Thursday, May 24, 2018, according to investigators piecing together his last days. After that, his utilities showed no activity, no text messages, and no records of incoming or outgoing calls. Investigators concluded that Henry's death occurred on this day because neither electricity nor water had been used since that evening. Those closest to Henry were interviewed by detectives as the first step in their investigation. They found out that he was still going through the divorce process. After the split, the couple had been embroiled in a contentious legal dispute over Henry's residence, despite his and his ex-wife's best efforts to keep things civil for the benefit of their 2 kids. In the meantime, his ex-wife had moved in with her mother along with their kids. When it was discovered that Henry's ex-wife had been paying the house's utility bills, the tension increased. Henry survived on a meager disability allowance following the accident that prevented him from working, but it was insufficient to cover all of his expenses. She continued to provide financial support to him even after they split up. Henry's ex-wife reportedly paid him occasional visits, according to the neighbors, most likely to settle their property dispute. However, the couple's shouting matches could be heard all over the neighborhood, as these visits frequently turned into loud arguments. An important question was brought up by the Discord. Was the mother of Henry's children really so desperate to settle their dispute over the house that she went to such lengths? Henry's ex-wife emerged as the main suspect at this stage of the inquiry. She gave a somber account of their relationship when detectives brought her in for interrogation. After Henry's motorcycle accident, his ex-wife claims that their once happy and stable marriage took a drastic turn. The prolonged use of prescription drugs changed his personality and made him more challenging to live with, despite her best efforts to help him heal and adjust to his new life. After a while, she felt compelled to depart. She made sure he had a roof over his head by continuing to support him by paying his bills, even after they parted ways. It was challenging for investigators to ascertain whether she could have committed such a horrible act because of her financial support and loyalty. The investigators needed to do more research. Even though Henry's ex-wife continued to be interesting, her story presented a more nuanced picture that necessitated more research into Henry's tense relationships and unspoken conflicts. At first, Henry's ex-wife tried to settle their property dispute amicably, but when Henry brought a young girlfriend into his life, things drastically changed. Conflict arose when he declared that he and his new partner would be living in the house. Henry seemed so consumed by his passion that he completely forgot about his children's needs. Despite their disagreements, Henry's ex-wife didn't seem to have any reason to hurt him. Instead, she was sympathetic to her ex-husband. She also had a strong alibi for the day that investigators thought the crime was committed. She was in another state for a week-long business trip. Now that she was no longer under suspicion, investigators focused on the enigmatic young lady Henry had fallen so deeply in love with. According to Henry's mother, her son started dating Ashley Stapp, a much younger woman who was only in her early 20s, approximately 10 months prior to his passing. Both Henry's mother and his sisters disapproved of Ashley because they thought her actions were strange and her motivations were unclear. It was difficult to see why the young college student had chosen Henry, considering his age, disability, and dependence on a meager disability allowance. Even though Ashley didn't seem financially driven, it was clear that she had personal motivations for keeping the relationship going. As the romance developed quickly, Henry's family became concerned and made an effort to alert him to possible dangers. But Henry brushed their worries aside, announcing with pride that Ashley was his perfect woman. Further information was given by a neighbor who mentioned that Ashley frequently visited Henry's house and that they had spoken on multiple occasions. In particular, the neighbor remembered Ashley driving a unique blue Chevrolet with a big dent on the back passenger door. Ashley was seen once more on the day that police searched Henry's house. She appeared to watch the scene from a distance, as witnesses saw her drive slowly past the house before accelerating away without stopping. Her behavior sparked suspicion. Why didn't she ask what was going on if she had seen police at Henry's house after noticing that he hadn't communicated for a week? Investigators wanted to talk to her because of her suspicious behavior. Ashley's social media profile showed a shocking turn as investigators dug deeper into her past. Henry was not mentioned in her public images or posts. Rather, it seemed that she was in a committed relationship with another man, a young, healthy American. Marine, the man in question turned out to be U.S. Marine Corps Lieutenant Curtis Kruger, who was 30 years old. Images of Ashley and Henry together showed them smiling and embracing, but there was no sign that Ashley was involved with Henry. This disclosure raised serious concerns about Ashley's genuine motivations and the dynamics of her relationships with both men, by implying a complex web of lies and deceit. It was now up to investigators to ascertain whether the violent crime that killed Henry was caused by the unstable conditions of this covert love triangle. Due to his military career, Curtis Kruger was constantly on the move and rarely had the opportunity to see Ashley Stapp. Weekend visits made up the majority of their relationship, and even those were not assured. When they were able to get together, they frequently went out of town to spend time together privately. Ashley blended in with Curtis's world, occasionally visiting him on base for family days and other military functions. In fact, the couple had already started organizing their wedding. Curtis frequently talked about Ashley being the woman of his dreams and how he would never want to lose her. But there were still questions in his mind. He told his sister about Ashley's repeated disappearances, her inability to return his calls, and her lack of justifications. Curtis put tracking software on Ashley's phone out of suspicion, in order to keep tabs on her whereabouts. Before long, he had discovered the truth. At a gas station close to Henry Stange's house, Curtis confronted Ashley. She gave Curtis the address and, under duress, acknowledged where she had been spending her time. But instead of admitting to being unfaithful, she disclosed a concerning secret. Ashley stated that she had become dependent on strong painkillers as a result of a hip injury she had suffered years prior. She added that Henry had been attempting to cut back on his use because he was also struggling with a similar addiction. He had a lot of medicine left over from this effort, which Ashley had been taking for herself. She accused Henry of being abusive and said he made her give something in exchange for the medicine. Her story infuriated Curtis, who decided to take matters into his own hands. On a chilly January night, armed with a hammer, he broke into Henry's house and assaulted him while he slept. Curtis later confessed his actions to his sister, who would later become a crucial witness, after he thought he had killed Henry. Curtis was unaware that Henry had survived the assault. Henry believed the assault was connected to his vocal podcasting, so he chose not to notify the authorities. He was unaware that the attack was focused on his girlfriend and her double life. Detectives had a problem, because Curtis and Ashley were the main suspects. Both suspects could have requested legal representation and exercised their right to remain silent, which could have delayed the investigation, and they did not have enough evidence to make an arrest. To get around this, the police came up with a cunning scheme to surprise the two, a trap that would eventually reveal the truth. In order to monitor Curtis and Ashley's phone conversations, the authorities first secured a court order. Officers then went to Ashley's brother and asked him if he recognized anyone in a picture of her with Henry. He said he didn't know the man next to her, but he recognized his sister right away. The officers clarified that they needed to identify the man in the picture because they were looking into a serious crime. In order to learn more, they asked the brother to email Ashley the photo. She reacted rapidly. Ashley said she didn't know who the man was or anything about a crime when she called her brother. Ashley called Curtis in a panic shortly after. She explained that the police had somehow linked her to the investigation during the tearful conversation. Confident that they had hidden the body in the desert and removed the cameras to cover their tracks, the two suspects expressed bewilderment over how this had occurred. Although they refrained from using overt language regarding the crime, they did discuss certain details that would only be known by someone who was directly involved in the events. Curtis and Ashley were taken to the station separately for interrogation after being arrested on the same day. Curtis asked for a lawyer and instantly refused to talk, but Ashley found herself facing the taped version of her chat with Curtis. She started confessing after realizing she couldn't deny her involvement. At first, Ashley's remarks were ambiguous and inconsistent. Although she acknowledged being at the scene of the crime the night of the attack, She denied seeing the assailant. She initially claimed that Henry was ambushed in the garage after he went to investigate a break-in at the house. Ashley's story changed when investigators showed evidence that her and Curtis's phones were tracked to Henry's house the night of the crime. She acknowledged having a romantic relationship with both men for almost 10 months. Curtis made the decision to confront him after learning of her relationship with Henry. Ashley admitted that he thought Ashley would avoid Henry after Curtis attacked him in January and seriously hurt him. Curtis, however, was furious to find out that she was still seeing him. Curtis drove to Henry's house the night of the crime and attacked him once more. Ashley acknowledged that she had assisted Curtis in hiding the crime. She disclosed that she had guided him to the location of Henry's security cameras, assisted him in taking them down, and helped conceal Henry's body in the desert. At last, Ashley revealed where Curtis had used the hammer in the January initial attack. When found, this weapon still contained traces of Curtis's fingerprints and Henry's blood, which was crucial evidence in the case. In August 2020, Curtis Kruger and Ashley Stapp's trial got underway. Curtis insisted that he was protecting his fiance's honor and denied any wrongdoing. According to his lawyer, Ashley was the real catalyst, living a double life and controlling both men for her personal gain. The defense also emphasized that Ashley had stolen all of Henry's prescription drugs from his house for her own use following the heinous crime. Curtis was convicted in September 2020 of assaulting Henry, second-degree murder, and tampering with evidence. He was given an 18-year prison term with no chance of release until 2031. Ashley agreed to a plea bargain, acknowledging that she had obstructed justice and tampered with evidence. She received a sentence that included 2 years of probation, 9 months in jail, and treatment for her substance abuse problems. After only 4 months of service, Ashley was released. However, she broke the conditions of her probation and was returned to prison to complete the remaining 5 months of her sentence. Although Ashley has been free for a while, no trustworthy information regarding her life or current location is available. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll examine what happened in the U.S. state of California in 2011. Daylene Carlson, a 23-year-old college student, relocated from Idaho to Stockton, California. She was looking forward to beginning a new chapter in her life while residing at her Aunt Maggie's house, but she never came home after going out to meet some friends on August 6, 2011. Beginning at 3:30 a.m. on August 7, her aunt called her multiple times but got no response. Worried, she informed the police about Daylene Lane's disappearance. To find the truth, detectives started an investigation and used CCTV footage. Daylene Lane was preparing to go out on Saturday night. Her cousin Cecily had plenty of time to acquaint her with the local nightlife, as college was still 3 months away. Cecily had a fever, so they stayed home instead of going to the Finnegan's pub to meet up with some more friends. Daylene had to return home by 1 in the morning after going to the bar by herself, but Maggie and Aggie started to worry when 1 in the morning rolled around and Daylene was still not home. Maggie repeatedly called Colleen Yaleen but got no answer. Maggie stayed up all night calling Colleen Yaleen's number every now and then, but, as before, her niece didn't answer. Maggie searched for a plausible reason why Colleen Yaleen hadn't come home. Daylene hadn't come home by morning, so she speculated that her niece might have spent the night at a friend's house. Maggie called the police when she realized she could not wait any longer. Despite receiving a report, the police believed Daylene had stayed at a friend's house following the party and would soon return. The investigators made the decision to hold off a bit longer. In the meantime, Daylene's family started their own inquiry. On social media, they announced Daylene's disappearance and urged anyone with information to get in touch with the police or her family. The day after Daylene's disappearance, August 8, 2011, the police opened an official investigation because her family suspected something terrible might have happened because it was out of character for her to simply vanish without warning anyone. Her Aunt Maggie's home was the first location the detectives visited. They wanted to talk to Daylene's relatives, see her in her room, and make sure none of them had anything to do with her disappearance. Danielle was a girl, like any other American. Her disappearance was extremely unusual, and she was young, attractive, and had big plans for the future. Detectives searched Dalene's room, but they found no evidence that she had fled her house. Her room contained all of her possessions, as well as a few documents. Cecily took a picture of Dowland Dalene wearing torn jeans and a brown and white striped top the night she vanished. Cecily informed Detective Dalene that they had frequently visited the Finn Pub's pub in the past, and that Dalene had planned to go there. The detectives then went to the bar to speak with the employees and perhaps obtain additional information. On the night Dalene vanished, the bar manager recalled seeing her in the street at around midnight. He described what had happened that evening, but he could not think of anything out of the ordinary. Thankfully, security cameras were present. Surveillance footage can greatly aid an investigation, even though it might not give a full picture. 2 operational security cameras in the bar recorded hours of Saturday night activity. The detectives made the decision to obtain a copy of the recordings and go over everything back at the police station, because it would have taken a long time to go through the footage. This, they hoped, would allow them to find out who Dalene had slept with, and more crucially, with whom she had left the bar. At first look, the tape appeared to be normal. On the street, young women and men congregated, smoking and chatting. It appeared to be a typical Saturday night in a pub, but they are drawn to one girl in particular. She's dressed in a striped top similar to the one from the day. Dalene is wearing a striped top in the final photo. She goes back to the bar at 1:40 and 0 in the morning. Another security camera is located inside, in the corridor close to the restrooms. Photo 41 is watched by detectives. After 61 minutes, she was observed consuming alcohol. She might have been a bit more exposed than normal. In a hallway full of young men, she is the only woman. Every person in this video could be a suspect, and even if they are not, they might be a witness. Dalene seems content and at ease as she watches the video. At 0:40 in the morning, detectives see a young man approaching her from behind and placing his arm around her waist, indicating that someone is about to approach too closely. A short while later, as she was going into the bathroom, a man with a beard and an outfit that was backwards passed her. Dalene, who was not particularly disturbed by the young man's presence, also didn't seem very happy to see him. As soon as they saw this video, the detectives knew they needed to find this man, so they talked to her friends and neighbors. They discovered once more that Jason Gilley was the man who had Dalene around his waist. Jason was well known to Dallin Cecily's cousin Cecily and her friends, who frequently got together at his house for an enjoyable evening. Investigators found Jason Gilley's home and spoke with him. They questioned him about where he was when Dalene vanished that night. Jason clarified that he had planned to take Dalene home after spending the evening with her, but he had to leave early due to his child's needs. Jason claimed that he came home by himself. He claimed that because his young son was ill, he left the bar at around 1 in the morning and got home at 1:30. He brought up another possible suspect. Jason suggested to the detectives that they should speak with Evangelisti. According to him, Evangelisti was seeing Jacob Evangelisti, but they had a fight in front of Jason 4 days prior to her disappearance. Because jealousy frequently leads people to act rashly, the detectives were interested in this information. Thus, they made the decision to learn more about Jacob Evangelisti. The investigators discovered some recent images of Jacob while searching through Dalene's social media accounts. To find out if Jacob was present, they made the decision to watch the bar's security footage again. They changed the video at 1:06, when Dalene left the eatery and went up to the man who was leaning against the wall. Dalene's behavior appears to drastically change when he is around. She seems to be very upset about something, as evidenced by the vigorous hand movements. The investigators attempt to determine whether it might be her boyfriend Jacob, but the bright lights make it impossible to see his face. After a few seconds of their brief conversation, Dalene left, leaving the detectives to keep watching and trying to figure out who the mystery man was. They finally recognize him as Jacob Evangelisti when he turns to face the camera. During the interview, detectives brought Jacob Evangelisti in to be questioned. Jacob appeared to be quite upset. He was asked about his relationship with Dalene by the detectives, who specifically wanted to know when and how he had last seen her. Jacob claimed that he and Dalene had last seen each other at a bar. Jacob disclosed that Dalene had ended their relationship that evening at Negan's bar. "I had no intention of ending my relationship with Dalene," he said. To be honest, he was furious that she had ended their relationship. Darlene had left the bar without him, Jacob later said. He adamantly denied any involvement in her disappearance. After that, the investigators reviewed the CCTV footage to see if it supports his account. Jacob walks into the bar at 1:09 in the morning. They keep on observing. Darlene enters the picture after Dallenutz. She seems to be bidding one of the patrons farewell. She then exits the frame at 1:15 a.m. The detectives kept going over the video until the bar had closed and all of the patrons had left. The lights go out at 2:38 a.m. When day Nether appears again, the parking lot is almost deserted. It appeared that Jacob was responsible for Darlene's disappearance at this stage of the investigation. Investigators have not yet found any evidence that her disappearance was the result of foul play, but it's possible that he just couldn't move on from the fact that she had left him. Darlene's family is searching on their own, according to Darlene. They created flyers and began distributing them throughout the city. They wanted as many people as possible to know about Darlene's disappearance. After she left the bar, she might have been spotted by someone. Detectives ask Evangelisti if anyone knows what happened to her at the stock station. Evangelisti wants more, but he maintains his denial of any knowledge. James, another person in Darlene's social circle, is the name he gives instead. Darlene claims to have a new boyfriend. Darlene's social circle also includes James. They had a relationship, even though James wasn't Darlene's boyfriend. James was also a close friend, which was another interesting fact. Jason Gilly's pal. They actually shared the same home. Darlene's ability to enter into such a relationship and then vanish almost instantly afterward was highly intriguing. This sparked intense suspicion about James and the idea that he might have had something to do with her disappearance. James was asked to talk about his relationship with Darlene at the police station. Although he acknowledges that he and Darlene were romantically involved, he says he has no knowledge of the night she went to the bar. James had information he wanted to share, but he claimed to have been out of town when the police began looking into his alibi. He informed investigators that Darlene texted him to let them know she was with a new man after she disappeared. James verified that Darlene was there by showing the detectives his phone, which was Darlene's. Detectives came up with a new theory after she wrote that she was leaving the bar to go to a friend's party, but the friend's identity was still unknown. It is likely that Darlene had to visit the grocery store or the liquor store in order to continue the party. A list of 24-hour liquor stores has been compiled by investigators. Elis was the name of the store that was closest to Finnegan's. When detectives arrived, they discovered that a Darlene was equipped with security cameras. The security cameras recorded Darlene if she was there. The detectives began watching the security camera footage outside. When Darlene saw her walking into the store with a young man, their suspicion was confirmed. However, who was he? Since the video only captured his back, a precise identification was not possible. Darlene and her enigmatic companion purchased what appeared to be a bottle of alcohol as the detectives started going over the footage from the other cameras. At 1:31 a.m., they waited for them to leave the store before switching back to the exterior camera. Detectives have a better picture after the couple leaves the store. The first face the detectives saw in the bar footage was the same as the one with the baseball cap and goatee on backwards. This gave them a new lead for their ongoing investigation when Jason Gilly noticed it. Jason initially claimed to investigators that he went home alone at 1:30 AIE to tend to his ailing son after leaving Finnegan's bar. It was now evident to the police that he and Darlene had left the liquor store at 1:31 in the morning. Jason became the prime suspect right away because he had lied about leaving the bar by himself. Jason Gilly was taken into custody by the police 1 week after Darlene vanished. After an hour or so of waiting, the detectives started questioning him while keeping an eye on any behavioral changes. The detectives went over Jason's account of what transpired that evening without disclosing that they had a tape recording of Jason's shopping excursion at night. They asked him to recall the time he left the bar and arrived home. Jason lied once more, claiming that he got a text from his grandmother at 1 in the morning and went home to see how his son was doing. The detectives then told him that they had spoken to his grandmother, who denied any involvement in the night. Jason admitted to the detectives that night that he had gone home by himself to spend time with his son and that his grandmother had not gotten in touch with him. Jason repeated his claim that he left alone and came home, after telling another lie when asked who he left with. The detectives realized that Jason was putting himself in a situation he would never be able to get out of. They claimed to have surveillance footage that refuted all of his claims. Jason then acknowledged that he had left the bar with Dal for less, to buy her a bottle of Jägermeister and to eat for less. However, he claimed to have driven her back to the bar before leaving for home. He claimed it slipped his mind when detectives questioned him about why he had lied about a crucial detail, such as the fact that Dalny had left with Dalny. Daleen claims that he invited her to stay the night on his couch and she agreed. He acknowledged that he and Daleen had had intimate contact and that they shared a Jägermeister. After he explained it to Dalinate became upset, said it shouldn't have happened, and sobbed as he went home. Jason related a news story about how they got into a fight early on Sunday morning while he was driving Dalinate home. He picked up his grandmother on the corner close to his house and got into her car. She tried to get out of the car just before they arrived at Dalinate's house. Daliny Karengrein was upset and yelled to be allowed to get out of the car for the duration of the 30 to 45-minute drive. She said she couldn't believe Jason had done this and called him a piece of garbage. Jason claims that the last time he saw Daliny, she got out of the car and fled when he pulled over. The interview ended when Jason insisted on having a lawyer. Gilly was not charged by the police because they did not have enough evidence. Gilly had no choice but to let him go. Jason went to the police station on August 22, 2011, after being released on August 18, 2011, to report that his wallet had been stolen or lost. Upon seeing him, detectives investigating Daleen's disappearance were taken aback. Jason was approached by Detective Robert Fain, who asked him to accompany him on a retracement of the path he took on the day Daleen vanished. Jason consented and led the detective to the spot where Daleen is said to have jumped out of the car and run away. When the detective questioned Jason about why he didn't try to apprehend her, Jason said that he had to return home because the car behind him was honking, so he got back on the freeway. Then Jason explained that he had been looking for Leanie Lean for 10 or 15 minutes, but he had to leave because his gas tank was nearly empty. To get gas, he drove to Stockton's Archie Road. The detective went to the gas station with no fresh leads. Luckily, security cameras were in place. There, at 10:46 a.m. on August 7, 2011, Jason pulled over at the gas station on Archie Road exit on Highway 99 in Stockton, according to surveillance footage. It had been 9.5 hours since he had last taken a video at the Daleen liquor store. Jason appeared to be acting normally at first, but the inconspicuous gesture caught our attention. Jason appears to be unclean. Jason's shirt and arm are covered in dirt. He seems to be shaking his shoulders at one point. This conduct seems very suspicious. Before leaving the gas station, Jason checks the passenger door before getting into his car and walking back to it. He opens the passenger door once more and slams it shut after 20 seconds. Daleen was the last person to use that door, he said. At last, he takes off in his car. Detectives have developed a new theory after seeing this footage. Their theory is that Dallin took Daleen to a field south of Stockton and, in a hurry, physically pulled her out of the car, causing the front passenger door to jam. Dallin thought that she was dead, but they told her that in order to arrest Jason. Dai Ling was still missing, and Jason was out and about interviewing representatives. The case then underwent a sea change on October 15, 2011, more than 2 months after Dai Ling's disappearance. A farmer made a tragic discovery in a field 20 miles outside of Stockton. According to court documents on the 15th of 2011, human remains, later identified as Daleen, were found in a cornfield approximately 64 feet from Lone Tree Road in the Escalon. That afternoon, senior criminalist Sarah Yoshida of the Department of Justice was sent to the crime scene. A skull, ribs, jaw, vertebrae, and bones from the feet and legs were among the many bones discovered by Yoshida. She also discovered a clump of hair and a human torso. Cases of 522 caliber cartridges were discovered just southeast of the location of the human remains, and a black bra was discovered between the remains and Lawn Road. Dr. Bennett Omalu, the medical examiner for San Joaquin County, arrived at the crime scene at approximately 9 p.m. that evening. He ordered an 18-inch excavation of the ground beneath the body as soon as he saw it. After securing the soil in a body bag and x-raying it, we discovered 222 caliber bullets in the excavated soil. An AUI was conducted on Dayling's remains by Dr. Omalu. He claimed that Daylin was shot in the cornfield where her remains were discovered, and that either the bullets passed through her body and lodged in the ground just beneath her, or they remained inside the body and fell out as it decomposed. In either case, there was a gunshot wound to the backhead. Based on the location of the gunshot wound and the fact that Daylina's fingernails, jewelry, and nails were tangled in her hair, Dr. Omalu believed that when Daylina was shot, she had her hands and fingers wrapped around her head. Omalu came to the conclusion that Daylina's death was caused by a gunshot wound to the head, with gunshot wounds to the trunk also playing a role. Additionally, he believed that her body's decomposition supported her death on August 7, 2011. In the murder of Dayling, investigators had a top suspect. Detectives also found that Jason had access to a Jennings 22.2 semi-automatic handgun that belonged to one of his relatives, according to court documents. The gun's involvement in Daylina's shooting was verified by ballistics testing. Jason Gilley was arrested by authorities when he was eventually taken into custody. On the evening of Saturday, August 6, 2011, Daylina went to a bar to meet some friends, and investigators developed their theory about what happened the night she vanished. Among them was Jason Gilley. Daylina was convinced to come to Jason Gilley's house. On their way to Jason's house, they made a stop at a liquor store. This liquor store is where we last saw Daylina alive. Nothing seemed to be bothering her based on this footage, but after she and Jason left the store, things started to happen that ultimately resulted in her death. Daylina was naked when her body was discovered by investigators. Because of this, authorities concluded that she didn't want to have an intimate relationship with Jason, but he coerced her into doing so. That was the only plausible explanation. Authorities believe that Daylina told Jason that she would report it to the police, so he put her in his car, drove many miles past her home, and then turned into a field where he killed her. However, the body's extreme decomposition made it impossible to verify that theory. Jason Gilley was found guilty of Daylina's murder in November 2013 and given a life sentence without the possibility of release. He made an unsuccessful attempt to appeal the sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy, made the horrific 911 call that you heard. The Kentwood-dwelling child had a rather startling encounter. He was casually relaxing on the basement couch on January 25, 2010, when an unthinkable incident occurred. They heard someone approaching and the horrifying sound of a gunshot. His father had been shot while using his laptop, and his lifeless body lay on the floor. No youngster should ever have to see such a terrible and painful event. What secrets and ulterior intentions drove the man to be brutally murdered in his own house? How did the police resolve the case in the end? We'll examine Keyshawn Mann's convoluted case today. On January 25, 2010, this case brought us to Kentwood, a quiet town with a population of about 54,000 people, tucked away in a beautiful environment and renowned for its calm attitude and close-knit community. It provides a delightful fusion of natural beauty and suburban living. Kentwood offers a warm atmosphere for both families and single people, with its tree-lined lanes and amiable locals. Despite its peaceful exterior, Kentwood conceals a number of secrets that will soon be revealed. Everyone appeared to be going about their everyday lives as usual in the town of Kentwood on January 25, 2010. However, the police department was notified by an unexpected 911 call around 6 p.m. The initial caller sounded frightened, as though a horrible incident had occurred. His voice betrayed the fact that he was a scared teen in dire need of assistance. They had no idea that this upsetting call was only the start of a bizarre and startling chain of events. The police began questioning people in an effort to learn more specifics about what had happened. The police were aware that the victim might have attempted suicide despite the confusion. They thus made an effort to verify their suspicion. The cops wanted to speak with an older person to gain more specific information because the call was becoming intense and they needed to know what had truly transpired. Given that he had previously stated that everyone was present, it seemed odd that no one was home all of a sudden. The individual began to express a troubling suspicion that he had at the time of his father's passing. When he rushed upstairs after hearing the noises of someone racing from upstairs, he discovered his father's lifeless body and a scene of bloodshed. Amidst their astonishment and perplexity, a question persisted in everyone's consciousness. If the father wasn't the one fleeing, then who was, and where had he disappeared to? The cops hurried to the 5800 block of Pine Vista Street in Kentwood as soon as the call ended. Keyshawn Mann, a 13-year-old boy who had courageously contacted out to report his father's death, met them when they arrived. He was accompanied by his two younger siblings. One of them was 8 years old and the other 12. Fear and despair were mixed together in Keyshawn Mann's eyes. He described to the police the horrific events that transpired, including how he heard a gunshot and hurried upstairs to discover his father, 35-year-old Jermell Stokes, dead within seconds. Blood was scattered around the room, making the crime scene a terrifying image. After quickly securing the location, the police started to investigate Jermell's body. At the rear of his skull, they discovered a bullet wound. Interestingly, his body showed no further bruises or indications of violence. This implied that the murderer's only goal was to take Jermell's life without inflicting more damage or violence. The murderer believed his mission was accomplished and departed the area as soon as he had shot him. The detectives observed something strange as they closely inspected the wound. The wound from the shooting was bigger than what they usually saw. This information implied that the murderer had discharged the weapon very close, almost at point-blank range. It became clear that Jermell was deeply engaged in his work on the laptop at the dining room counter, oblivious to the imminent threat. Since Jermell made no move to flee or protect himself, it was suspected that the murderer might have been someone he knew. Victims typically attempt to defend themselves out of reflex when faced with such closeness. This paved the way for an inquiry to reveal the facts about this heartbreaking and unsettling crime. In an effort to uncover any clues the murderer may have left behind, the police inspected the residence and the whole crime scene. They found 2 handguns when they searched Jermell's room's cabinet. Although they thought both firearms were Jermell's, one of them looked unsettling because it had traces of gunpowder and a missing bullet, indicating it had been shot lately. The other rifle looked undamaged and was loaded. This sparked suspicions because it didn't seem likely that the murderer would have had time to place the gun back in the closet before departing if he had used it to murder Jermell. Keyshawn Mann's claim that Jermell was gunless during the 911 call raised additional doubts. The detectives questioned how Keyshawn Mann could have been so certain that Jermell was armed. In an attempt to find any evidence that would provide them with information about the predator, the rifle was sent for testing right away. At that point, Lakeisha Mann, Jermell's fiancée and Keyshawn Mann's mother, came home after hearing of Jermell's passing. Despite being in the same town, the fiancé took a long time to return home, which the police thought was odd. If the spouses learn of their partner's death, they typically return quickly. In an attempt to learn more about Jermell's past, potential enemies, or any clues as to who might be responsible for his death, the investigators made the decision to question her, but she said she didn't know anything about his past. It was discovered that Keyshawn Mann was Jermell's stepchild rather than his biological kid. The investigators felt as though something was being hidden because of the contradictory responses and unclear facts. They understood that they needed to learn more about the family's history. According to the authorities, Keyshawn Mann's mother had a tumultuous divorce from his father, her first spouse. But the public was not privy to the specifics of their relationship. She was a single mother who yearned for respect and love, which is how she met Jermell Stokes. He became her son's friend and father figure, especially Keyshawn Mann. Lakeisha and her 3 sons quickly moved in with Jermell after they made the decision to advance their relationship. However, Jermell already had children from several different women. According to paternity and child support paperwork, he had 4 and 9-year-old children with one lady, 10 with another, and 11 and 12 with a third. According to state police records, Jermell was previously charged with a felony in 1993 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 2003, he also entered a guilty plea to a misdemeanor charge of taser possession. Aiming for a new beginning and a blended family, Jermell started a new chapter in his life with Lakeisha and her 3 sons. despite his difficult past. His new family life appeared to be going smoothly. Jermel tried to build a close relationship with Keyshawn Mann as a stepfather, despite the fact that he was not his biological child. He filled the vacuum created by Keyshawn Mann's biological father's absence by acting as a father figure. Since there had been no prior reports or information indicating any problems or conflicts, there were no signs of any troubles inside the family. At first, the police inquiry into Jermel Stokes' murder revealed no background or apparent reason that could account for the terrible incident. No suspicious information or hints regarding the family were discovered. The case was obviously mysterious because no one was a suspect, even if it wasn't immediately apparent. Detective Mattis couldn't get rid of the idea that every murder must have a purpose. Even though the detectives first ruled out the family's involvement, they were ignorant of the harsher facts and hidden secrets that were concealed beneath the surface of their seemingly ideal family. The police turned their attention to identifying the person who might have killed Jermel out of a personal grievance or motivation. First, they asked the neighbors whether they could remember anything out of the ordinary or if they had witnessed someone fleeing the residence on the night of January 25, 2010. Still in shock after the terrible incident, the neighbors acknowledged hearing a gunshot but did not see anyone running away. In an attempt to find more leads, the police continued to question Jermel's acquaintances and family, but they were unsuccessful. It was difficult for the detectives to accuse anyone because there were no obvious hints to follow, no evidence left behind, and no signs of blood or fingerprints at the crime site. The stunning fact that left everyone startled was finally revealed by the firearms testing findings. His own stepson, Keyshawn Mann, had fingerprints on the gun that killed Jermel. Those who knew the family well were shaken by the unexpected news. Since Keyshawn Mann had been the one to phone the police in distress to report his father's shooting, this discovery provided a confusing twist to the case. The difficult challenge of figuring out the reasons behind this sudden change in circumstances now lay before them. With reference to Keyshawn Mann's 911 call, the police started to piece the puzzle together. At first, Keyshawn Mann said that everyone was seated on the couch when the murder occurred, suggesting that the family was present at the time. However, when authorities asked to talk with an elder member of the family, nobody was home, which caused suspicion. The police came at a conclusion based on these discrepancies. They thought that Keyshawn Mann saw the ideal chance to execute his plan on January 25, 2010, just before 6 p.m. when his mother was out. Silently, he took his gun out of the cabinet, fired at his father, and put it back where it belonged. Unaware that his decision to put the gun back would be used as strong evidence against him, he called the police in a panic and fear to report the murder of his father. They had not yet learned the reason behind Jermel's murder, though. To gain a better understanding of what transpired on the night of the murder, the police went back to the residence on Pine Vista Street in Kentwood and spoke with Keyshawn Mann in a different room. To their astonishment, Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he had been playing with the rifle. When they asked him directly if he had killed Jermel, he clarified that he called the police because he was so terrified after inadvertently pulling the trigger. But something wasn't quite right. Keyshawn Mann had disputed that there was a gun in the house when the 911 call was made. However, after speaking with him, it became evident that something was off. Why would he confess to playing with a pistol after initially denying possessing one? The police didn't think it was an accident. They thought Keyshawn Mann killed his father on purpose. However, they chose to consult a licensed psychiatrist in order to speak with him because of his youth. They recognized that he might have taken such a severe action as a child due to underlying concerns or motives. When he was questioned about why he killed his stepfather during the therapy session, the other side of the story came to light. Behind the joys and the seemingly ideal family, there was more. Keyshawn Mann talked candidly about Jermel Stokes' torture and abuse of him and his family. He disclosed that if Jermel was upset or for the smallest of reasons, he would regularly beat him, his mother, and his brothers. Keyshawn Mann felt stuck with no way out and wanted to shield his mother and siblings from the constant torment. He thought that getting rid of Jermel, his stepfather, was the only way to solve the problem. He told the therapist about the horrific ways that Jermel had mistreated his mother, including putting a finger down her neck. He also described how, when his mother wasn't there, Jermel would hit him and his siblings with a paint stick. When Jermel choked him, Keyshawn Mann talked about how he was able to get away from him. Keyshawn Mann's intense love for his mother served as the fuel for his hatred of Jermel. He could no longer stand to watch his mother be abused by Jermel. Keyshawn Mann made the painful choice to take his own life with one of Jermel's own firearms because the anguish of seeing his mother mistreated him grew intolerable. Perhaps as a result of some unidentified factors influencing his mother's prior divorce, this young child had already experienced a great deal in his life. But this time, Keyshawn Mann had reached his breaking point, which led him to perpetrate a heinous crime. This terrible story was made all the more fascinating by the depths of motivations and emotions. It was determined to send Keyshawn Mann to the circuit court for trial in June 2010 due to his young age of 13. This made him one of the youngest in the state to be put on trial for murder, and the youngest in Kentwood County. Keyshawn Mann confessed to killing his stepfather, Jermel Stokes, according to the Kentwood police detective in the courtroom. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged stealing Jermel's unlicensed silver handgun from a cupboard during the trial. He had checked the rifle by taking out and reinstalling the clip, so he knew it was loaded. Keyshawn Mann acknowledged that he did approach Jermel from behind when his attorney, Fred Johnson, questioned him about it. Keyshawn Mann responded with another yes when Johnson asked a pivotal question. "You understood that pulling the trigger could result in someone's death?" This made it abundantly evident that the shooting was not an accident because he had previously abused his mother. A close friend of Keyshawn Mann from Park Ridge Academy, whose name was kept secret because of his youth, appeared in court as a witness prepared to make shocking disclosures. He informed the jurors that Keyshawn Mann had brought a firearm to high school on January 25, 2010. He told him about his plans and showed him the gun. A 21-page report from the Children's Trauma Assessment Center was shown in court. It included information from Keyshawn Mann's therapy sessions in which he confessed to the crime and disclosed the shocking cause behind it. The therapist claims that Keyshawn Mann felt that the only option to shield himself and his family from serious abuse and possible harm was to kill Jermel. According to the therapist, Keyshawn Mann's experience was brought on by a home setting that was occasionally chaotic and dangerous, as well as ongoing exposure to intense violence. Even the mother of Keyshawn Mann admitted that she occasionally worried that Jermel might murder her or her boys. Fred Johnson, Keyshawn Mann's attorney, stated that he believes the shooting was mostly caused by the domestic violence that was allegedly occurring in the home. He thought the therapist's conclusions, though, were arbitrary and might not be solid enough for the trial. He made it clear that Keyshawn Mann was afraid, worried about his mother, and felt guilty. According to Johnson, Keyshawn Mann knew the effect his acts had on his mother and sincerely regretted them. Since there had been no previous calls to the police or Child Protective Services about the family's abuse, the police and prosecutors questioned the validity of the evaluation report. According to police interviews, discipline in the home was imposed by Keyshawn Mann's mother, Lakeisha Mann. Wearing t-shirts that said "Beloved Melly," a nickname for Jermel, some of his relatives denied that he had ever mistreated Lakeisha Mann or the children. Did no one know whether there had been abuse? And secrets of that nature don't remain that way in the closet. Jose Moore, JL's uncle, rejected the allegations as baseless. Investigators were unable to determine a specific motive for the crime, according to Kent County Prosecutor Bill Forsyth. Everyone concerned found it uncomfortable because there was no recognized motive for the murder. After hearing the case and carefully weighing all the evidence, Judge Daniel Zemaitis found Keyshawn Mann guilty of second-degree murder for the death of Jermel Stokes and sentenced him to serve the next 8 years until he turns 21 at the Muskegon River Youth Home, a juvenile facility about 110 miles from Grand Rapids. Keyshawn Mann would be released in 2018 if he finished this term, but there was also a chance that he would receive a different punishment, one that would involve transferring him to an adult jail for at least 162 months, or life. Some of Jermel's family members were unhappy with the proposed agreement because they believed Keyshawn Mann's sentence was not harsh enough. Keyshawn Stokes, Jermel's sister, said that she thought Keyshawn Mann should be sentenced to 35 years in jail because her brother was 35 years old. Justice, in her opinion, was not being done. Annette Moore, Jermel's aunt, also expressed her belief that Keyshawn Mann's return to normal life was an unfair decision. She didn't think Keyshawn Mann was mistreated, but she did think he committed a significant offense and should be sentenced as an adult. Moore expressed her displeasure with the current sentence's fairness, but since the verdict had already been rendered and could not be overturned, acceptance was the only option. But 3 years later, on February 13, 2013, 16-year-old Keyshawn Mann showed up in court for a progress report on his stay at the Muskegon River Youth Home. He was performing better than the facility average, according to reports. He was able to go to counseling sessions and classes while he was in a guarded area. On a scale of 1 to 5, the youth home's officials gave his performance a 4 and observed that he was improving significantly. They even noted that Keyshawn Mann had demonstrated suitable coping mechanisms by managing his emotions, disappointments, and rage in a constructive way. During his brief court appearance, Keyshawn Mann apologized for his behavior and thanked his family for their support. He made a big mistake, he admitted, and he made it clear that he was determined to learn from it. According to his lawyer Johnson, Keyshawn Mann was committed to giving it his all no matter what. Keyshawn Mann was scheduled to complete college credit classes after graduating from the youth home educational program as a junior. As 21-year-old Keyshawn Mann celebrated his birthday and his release from the Muskegon River Youth Home on December 6, 2017, after serving more than 7 years in prison for second-degree murder, birthday balloons floated in the Kent County courtroom. Keyshawn Mann was released. Keyshawn Mann was granted his freedom by Judge Daniel Zamatis, who was supervising his progress at the periodic review sessions. At the final hearing, the judge spoke to Keyshawn Mann and said he was certain he was ready to start a new chapter of achievement in the community. When the judge gave the announcement, Keyshawn Mann and his mother Lakeisha exchanged heartfelt embraces as friends and family crowded the courtroom. Vicky Seidel, the assistant prosecutor for Kent County, commended Keyshawn Mann for setting a good example for other youth in the program. She claimed that he had carried out his duties and characterized him as an example for the inmates. For almost 18 months, Keyshawn Mann had been enrolled in online courses at Mid-Michigan Community College. According to his family, he had plans to continue his education, possibly attending Grand Rapids Community College in 2017. Kent County Probation Officer Dan Corey reports that Keyshawn Mann's meeting with his father, Jermel Stokes, to resolve the matter went smoothly. Mr. Stokes said he hoped Keyshawn Mann would have a fruitful life. Though it had been a tough 7 years, Keyshawn Mann agreed that his life had significantly improved. He conveyed his appreciation for the chance to improve himself, given that Keyshawn Mann was only a small boy at the time. Jermel's aunt also pardoned him for his behavior. She felt that Keyshawn Mann should be given the opportunity to start over, since she understood that his actions were motivated by fear. How do you feel about this case? Do you believe Keyshawn Mann should have been given another chance? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Have you ever pondered how one choice, one accident, and all you knew and loved can suddenly turn life into a nightmare? I'll tell you about a day that began normally but ended in a way that nobody could have foreseen. Consider this. At 3 in the morning, the doorbell rings. You expect to see a neighbor or perhaps a courier who has the wrong address, but instead you see the man you believed was forever gone from your life. The air in the room is suddenly heavy, his hands are clenched into fists, and his eyes are filled with anger. What are you doing? Will you freeze, knowing that this is your final error, or will you scream and flee? Alina Shiket's journey started when she came to the conclusion that love shouldn't be painful. She moved on from everything, but when he returned, everyone who knew her was shocked by what transpired. In 1997, Alina Shiket was born in Russia. When she was 7 years old, she and her family relocated to Pennsylvania in the United States. She was a lively and curious youngster from birth. She picked up English fast and developed an interest in science and the arts in school. She was regarded as a gifted and driven young woman who consistently pursued her objectives. Her responsiveness and friendliness were her defining traits. She frequently assisted her peers and took part in charitable activities. Alina enrolled in the University of Pittsburgh to study biology after graduating from high school. She was motivated to work hard and study because she wanted to become a doctor. Alina was well liked by her classmates and numerous friends, who characterized her as a cheerful individual who was always willing to offer guidance and support. She stood out from her friends because of her kindness and quest for fairness. Alina's pride and support came from her family, particularly from her parents, Ian and Ellie. She was the focal point of their lives as an only child. They had a close relationship and frequently spent time together, traveling and helping her with everything. The Shakettes had never experienced such worry as they did in October 2017. 20-year-old Alina's parents, Ian and Ellie, had become used to her incessant texts and phone calls. Their kid was always in contact, particularly when they shared plans. However, the quiet that's surrounding their house on this particular day took on a new, ominous color. Even the morning before they were to be brought together for a significant occasion, the annual charity marathon in which they took part, Alina had just vanished from view. They were passionate about the breast cancer campaign, and Alina was constantly at the center of these gatherings. She had a genuine and profound compassion for people. She seemed to find power in helping others, as though she were attempting to shield her family from the dangers of the outside world. But she didn't arrive that morning. There were no missed calls or messages. Every minute seemed like an unending torment. Unable to control the mounting worry that was coursing through her body, Ellie was always scrolling through her phone. The automobile seemed to be moving at a snail's pace, and Jan, who was seated behind the wheel, tried to maintain composure, but his quivering hands and fixated gaze revealed his growing concern. They were on their way to Alina's apartment rental on the University of Pittsburgh campus. Long hours of waiting for something unthinkably awful grew out of what should have been a 30-minute drive. Without even looking back at her husband and their dog, who were silently staying in the car, Ellie hurried to the home. As though it were trying to escape, her heart thumped in her chest. She pressed the doorbell quickly, her hands shaking. The few seconds of waiting seemed to drag on forever. The house was so quiet that it seemed as though the walls were closing in on you. When Ellie and Jan arrived at their daughter's house, the usual warmth and noises of life were vanished, leaving behind the icy silence of unsolved problems. Even the air seemed to have become heavier, as if the whole world had frozen in expectation of something terrible. To make one final call to Alina, Ellie took out her phone once more. The lengthy rings rang in her heart, each one piercing it more deeply like shattered strands of hope. Nobody could have predicted that a seemingly normal morning would become the Shakette family's greatest nightmare. Ellie had been frantically attempting to contact her daughter just 30 minutes prior. She was now standing in front of Alina's locked door. The dull sound of her fists hitting the wood echoed throughout the house, but there was only quiet in answer. Her voice wavered and erupted into a cry as she called her daughter's name once more, but she received no answer at that very moment. Something inside her broke. Realizing that things had gotten out of hand, they panicked. Ellie called out for Jan. Fear gave him the strength to act, and he rushed into the house. He was aware that time was running out, an excruciating length of empty minutes every second. The sensation of approaching doom intensified with each blow to the door. The door finally gave way, opening with a jarring noise that allowed them to enter a scene they were neither ready for. Alina's neighbor, Zach, had been observing from the stairwell. All of a sudden, he felt alienated from this tragedy that was developing. The only reason he took the automatic step back was to protect himself from the horror that was suddenly leaking out of the still room. Ellie and Jan were met with a quiet that was no longer able to conceal what had transpired as soon as the door opened. Like a scene from a nightmare, the room was covered in dark stains. The walls and floor were marked by something unimaginable, as though the blackness had engulfed the light itself. At first glance, parents were unable to recognize their own daughter because of the horrifying sight of Alina's face. Ellie's voice broke the stillness and echoed through the home, causing the walls to vibrate as she yelled. Unable to comprehend the horror before him, Jan stood next to her, motionless. Nothing seemed to be able to return the world to normal at that point. It looked to have stopped. The dog added to the pandemonium that had taken over the house by barking hysterically when it sensed its owner's worry. It was as if an unbreakable darkness had engulfed the entire area. Jan eventually moved forward, but his legs were trembling as Ellie continued to scream. He was at a loss for what to do. The terror that had infiltrated their home left no one knowing how to handle it. When Zach heard the cries, He summoned up the bravery to go into the room. He hesitated to go through the doorway, knowing that what had transpired would permanently alter the course of this family's life. Alina lay on the floor in front of him. Her body was stretched out as though she had struggled for her life and defended herself until the end. As like something or someone had stolen not just her life but also her identity, half of her face was utterly deformed. With a start, Zach reached for his phone and dialed 911. His fingers were shaking as though the air had grown heavy and thick. The silence of the Saturday morning was soon broken by the sound of sirens. The fictitious quiet of the neighborhood was broken by the sound of sirens that were getting louder in the distance and filling the now empty streets. The paramedics, solemn and determined, hurried to the door as the ambulance screamed to a stop in front of the house. Every second felt hostile as their footsteps reverberated through the strange and chilly house. Ellie, who was still motionless at the entrance, welcomed the paramedics with a face that immediately made them realize that this woman would never be the same. She could hardly guide her trembling hands toward the room. As they passed the paramedics entering the darkened room, Jan, still mute and overcome, watched from the door. The gloomy scene is made even more intense by the draperies, which hardly let any light in. They dropped to their knees next to Elena's body. Everything moved swiftly, almost robotically, as they looked at each other and checked for a pulse. Time seemed to slow down for Jan and Ellie, even if it only took a few seconds. Their entire world fell apart as one of the paramedics shook his head. Ellie lost it, as though attempting to go back in time and bring her daughter back. She collapsed to her knees and let out a scream. Shock nearly paralyzed Jan. He did what he could. Even though he no longer felt like he had a firm foundation beneath him, he tried to keep his wife on the ground by embracing her. For a little while longer, the paramedics stayed in the room, getting ready to declare the death formally. However, that revelation felt like a sentence to Ellie and Jan, a blow from which they would never fully recover. Neighbors turned to watch as the roadway was illuminated by blue and red police lights. A group of people started to assemble, some of them muttering, some looking around anxiously, and some taking out their phones to take pictures. Alina Shiket's home was already surrounded by barriers and cop cars, and curious bystanders gazed at it, as if to protect the world from the terrible reality that awaited them inside the doors of that house. Officers with gloomy expressions were erecting barricades and gradually separating the crime scene from the rest of the city. The investigation was personally led by Police Chief Scott Schubert. He and a group of investigators carefully inspected the scene, taking pictures of me, a broken mirror, an overturned table, and every inch of the room. The haphazardly dispersed victims on the floor all indicated a frantic struggle. Alina died from multiple hits from a blunt object, the medical examiner's report stated. Every detail of this heinous act of aggression shouted rage, terror, and despair. It was not a calm crime of passion. Outside, rumors were circulating quickly. The throng was still expanding and the conversation was getting louder. While some had heard about her lover and others were aware of the tumultuous nature of their relationship, nobody could have foreseen how horribly it would end. A crime that would soon dominate conversations around the area had upended the customary tranquility of this suburban neighborhood. Matthew Darby, a young and talented basketball player and Alina's ex-boyfriend, was already a prime suspect in the police's eyes. Matthew's attractiveness with women was as well known as his performances on the collegiate court. He was always surrounded by prosperous, self-assured, and charming people, but beyond that polished facade, particularly with regard to Alina, were deeper, harmful impulses. Beginning at a Greensburg University, their friendship swiftly developed into a passionate romance, but jealousy and control gradually replaced the pleasure. After she moved to a different university, things began to shift. Alina made an effort to put her education first, make a fresh start, and break free from the toxic attachment. She ended the relationship, but Matthew was unable to cope. When Alina was gone from his life, his confidence collapsed, and his fury became overwhelming. On September 20, 2017, he began calling her non-stop and finally went too far. Hands shaking, Alina reported it to the police. Like a scene from a horror film, Matthew had climbed through a second-story window to break into her house. Even in her worst dreams, she couldn't have guessed that it was him. Yet she had heard someone scaling the drain pipe. With rage in his eyes, he stormed into her room and accused her of betraying him, ignoring his calls, and leaving him. roughly pushing her into the bed. His hands clamped down on her shoulders and squeezed her wrists until the bruises lasted for days. Feeling both relieved and afraid, she submitted the report, thinking she could finally stop him and that justice was on her side. She went to court with Jan and Ellie. Although the restraining order against Matthew seemed like a positive move, the courtroom tranquility was all too short. As the judge ordered his arrest, Jan and Ellie clutched her hands tightly. Alina's family believed that the horror that had plagued their daughter in recent months would come to an end when he was arrested for unlawful entry, but their dreams were quickly dashed. Alina was forced to confront her anxieties alone after Darby was released on $10,000 0 bail, a negligible amount in the legal system. Ellie and Jen were unaware that this would be the sign of impending doom. The house where they had sought solace became the scene of a tragedy a few days later. The oppressive feeling of dread that had pervaded the atmosphere for so long came to pass in the most terrible manner. Every action the detectives performed that day was tinged with the knowledge that crucial opportunities had been lost, and that Alina had not received the proper protection. Ellie had stopped crying as she stood behind the police tape. A mask of shock and disbelief froze her face. Jan held her hand as he stood by her. Alina's world never really left Matthew Darby. Every step she took was obscured by his shadow, which seemed to follow her. Zach, Alina's neighbor, subsequently acknowledged that he frequently witnessed Darby loitering outside her home. He felt like he belonged there. Zach recalled that he had been watching the catastrophe unfold without comprehending it, but he realized it too late. As if stalking Alina, he had witnessed Darby lurking in the shadows for hours on end, silently observing through the windows, never letting her leave his gaze. She blocked his number and changed passwords in an attempt to get away from him, but he always managed to get into her life. Once more, Matthew's jealousy was unquenchable, tearing apart anything that didn't comply with his demands like a ferocious animal. Zach once saw Darby yelling at Alina outside her windows in the middle of the night. There was mad jealousy and anger in his words. Every altercation seemed planned, and he became more vicious with each blow. Darby had taken over Alina's virtual world a month before to the catastrophe, hacking her accounts and removing likes she had given to other guys. The virtual world had to be exclusively his. Alina made an effort to establish limits with Virtue, but it wasn't enough, Matthew. Nobody was aware of what was going on behind closed doors on the evening of September 20. A weird sound, as if something had snapped, reached Zach's ears. He didn't give it much thought. In old houses, things break all the time. But then, there was a scream and a smashing bang. It was a terrified, despairing cry that broke through the night's silence. Zach was unsure of what to do. Hoping for a response, he posted a message to the house's group chat, but nothing came up. It felt as though time had stopped. Zach wouldn't find out until much later that Matthew Darby had already broken into the house and started attacking Alina while the neighbors were asleep. Alina's phone records, which had vanished from her residence following the crime, were being examined by police. The data showed that she had been frantically attempting to save herself by phoning for assistance between 4:15 and 4:55 a.m. Alina's phone was traced to Route 76 close to the village of Irwin, and the most recent contact was placed from Darby's number. It was an unanswered last call for assistance. Police received a statement from a cab driver who became involved in this gruesome case. Around 4:21 a.m., he claimed to have driven Darby to Oakland's Seal Street and Ward Street crossroads. Darby begged him to wait for a few minutes, but that quickly increased to 10, and then 10 more. The driver started to feel nervous, and he continued to experience fear. He eventually departed without his travel companion. Something was horribly off. The police kept reviewing the security footage in the meantime. They discovered video from a camera close to Alina's house that showed a man who looked like Matthew Darby strolling down the street while toting big black suitcases. Like a predator, he looked around warily, looking for a place to cover his tracks. The moment he came to a stop at a manhole cover was caught on camera. As though attempting to get rid of not only the evidence but also a piece of himself, his harshness and guilt, Darby carefully lowered the bags inside after lifting the lid. The case's main detective, Edward Fair, sent his team to the scene right away. There was no room for error on the part of the forensic investigator. After gently removing the manhole cover, they discovered a hammer and 2 knives within, all of which were smeared with dried blood. There were fragments of skin and hair on the hammer. Everyone working on the investigation was profoundly impacted by this revelation, which served as a silent testimonial to the ruthless and untamed aggression. The identification of the material would confirm the worst, and now everything depended on the forensic analysis. The system, which ought to have shielded Alina, failed her with every new fact. Only a trail of agony and misery remained after Matthew Darby had disappeared, as if vanishing into thin air. The police had enough proof to take action, even though they knew they wouldn't have much time to apprehend him. It was impossible to dispute the evidence gathered at the crime scene. Everything suggested Darby was the culprit, including surveillance footage, traces found at the scene, and the objects dumped in the manhole. An arrest warrant was issued right away, but Darby had already left Pennsylvania and vanished into the wide United States by the time the police began their thorough hunt. The search for Darby became a national manhunt. Although the search was conducted with unwavering resolve, the sense of urgency increased with every hour that went by. In the small South Carolina town of Myrtle Beach, Darby's luck finally ran out after a few days. A bystander alerted the police right away after spotting a suspicious individual trying to enter a property through a window. A man whose look matched the description given by witnesses was discovered by officers as soon as they got on the scene. Darby attempted to flee, his fear showing in every step, but the officers outran him. He provided false identification after being caught, which only made matters worse. His identification was verified by security footage and witness statements after his attempt to pose as a fugitive failed. Darby was charged with giving false information to the police, which added another charge in South Carolina and further compounded his case. He tried to persuade the judge of his innocence, but his request for bail was turned down. Fearing that he would try to escape again, the judge decided to keep him in detention and delayed his request for extradition so that he could speak with his lawyer. Another drama involving Alina's memory and the suffering of her loved ones was taking place in Pennsylvania while Darby was still being held. In Pittsburgh, Alina's friends and classmates organized a protest. To show support for her parents and to promote awareness, hundreds of people gathered outside the courthouse, knowledge of an issue that had been neglected for too long. Signs with the words, "Say no to domestic aggression," and "Love shouldn't kill," in strong letters, were held by people. Many participants donned purple shirts, which are symbolic of the fight against domestic abuse, and the words, "Our Russian Princess," which Alina's friends had given her, were printed on the back. This was a painful and unifying gesture that conveyed their rage at a system that had let their friend get hurt. Along with the demonstration, campaigners and Alina's family worked to have a new bill passed. Domestic abusers would be subject to electronic monitoring under Alina's law. In addition to paying tribute to their daughter, they did this in an effort to stop future tragedies of this kind. Already on the table for consideration, the bill became a symbol of hope that no one else would have to deal with such a harsh reality. Prosecutors were now providing more thorough evidence in the courtroom, all of which pointed to Darby's deliberate acts. Duquesne University security camera footage from the night before the crime was one of the most important pieces of evidence. It was evident from the video that Darby was trembling as he walked across campus and looked over his shoulder. According to a policeman on patrol that evening, Darby appeared anxious, probably even a little drunk. Using the excuse that he needed to charge his phone, he tried to enter the student union building. However, there was something concerning about his actions. The officer had a strong suspicion that Darby was hiding something, since he kept looking around as though he was frightened someone was following him. With each new piece of evidence and every videotaped moment, the court was getting closer to its inevitable conclusion. The name Matthew Darby had come to represent suffering, unfairness, and the pursuit of truth. The time a picture of him in a beer-lagered striped shirt on the campus elevator was revealed in court. His doom was all but certain. When he was arrested, the same clothing was discovered with him. There was not much space for doubt because of the prosecutors. Around 4 in the morning, Darby got a cab and left the university campus to go to Alina's neighborhood. The evidence left at the crime scene, the spooky traces of a fight, and the late-night break-in all made sense. The defenders, however, refused to give up. David Sri, Darby's attorney, attempted to refute every piece of evidence. He maintained that someone else might have called the cab using Darby's account, and that the security camera footage was insufficient to prove his identity. Is there any chance that this will result in an acquittal? Not likely. Soon after, Darby was apprehended while trying to break into a house near Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. His use of phony identification simply served to bolster the evidence against him and further expose his flight. Darby decided to continue fighting in spite of everything. He went back to court with a new attorney, Joseph Haddock, a year after the conviction. Darby claimed that at his prior trial he had not been given adequate legal representation. According to Haddock, Darby was not completely aware of the trial's possible hazards and consequences. This was a new attempt to overturn the conviction on the grounds that Darby was not given a fair trial because of the lawyer's mistakes. In a prompt response to Darby's appeal, the Allegheny District Attorney's Office asserted that all of Darby's rights had been completely upheld. The concept of coordinating jurisdiction, which basically states that judges from one district shouldn't reverse the rulings of another without good reason, was debated. Nevertheless, the matter might still be reopened for a new hearing in the courtroom. The process might be slowed down but not completely stopped by this procedure. Despite the fact that his life sentence already appeared certain, Darby persisted in fighting for his freedom. His attorney put forth a lot of effort, gathering fresh information and looking for any way to overturn the verdict. Like a dying man clutching at straws, Darby clung to each attempt as if it were another lifeline. The problem is that this story isn't over yet, even though you're undoubtedly eager for the conclusion. Matthew Darby received a life sentence without the chance of release. Although it seemed that justice had been done, a new chapter had begun. He appealed, saying his last attorney had not done everything he could to protect him. Years after the initial sentence, Darby is currently battling for his freedom once more. Any chance to contest the case is being seized by his legal team. Despite her untimely death, Alina left behind more than just memories. She became a source of motivation for reforming a system that had for too long kept women at risk. Her friends and family have taken every possible action. Make sure it wasn't a pointless death. I would like to take a moment to speak to each and every one of you who is listening to this tale. How do we stop disasters like this from happening again? How can we ensure that Alina's parents' experience doesn't happen to any other family? We can't keep quiet. Thousands of women worldwide must deal with the realities of domestic violence. Every aspect of the issue needs to be addressed, from raising family awareness to taking legislative action. We must all realize that love should never be hurtful, and that caring should never become dominating. Together, let's help those who are in need. If we work together, we can make this world a safer place. And even though Alina is no longer with us, her influence endures because of the people she touched. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, two 19-year-old high school sweethearts, went missing on August 9, 1980, after attending a wedding celebration at Concord House in Concord, Wisconsin. Searchers discovered a pair of pants, Tim's car with his wallet inside, some ropes, and a pair of women's undergarments strewn over Concord over the course of the following few days. A gruesome finding resulted from these hints. Tim and Kelly's bodies were discovered brutally mutilated and allowed to decay in a field 2 months later. Nearly 30 years later, the culprit, a man so modest that even his neighbors were unaware he had such sinister secrets, was identified thanks to developments in DNA technology, an unusual witness, and an investigator's unwavering pursuit of the truth. But why did it take so long to locate this individual, and who was he? The story for today transports us back to Concord, Wisconsin, a tiny community of just over 2,000 people in Jefferson County. The peaceful town is a great place for those who enjoy the outdoors because it includes a lot of parks and natural areas. Locals frequently engage in outdoor pursuits like biking, hiking, fishing, and camping. At roughly 7%, Concord's violent crime rate is 1/3 of the national average of 22.7%. Concord was the kind of community where neighbors looked out for one another, and people never locked their doors in the 1980s when the major events of today's story took place. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew Both 19-year-old high school sweethearts thought they could marry, settle down on a farm, raise their kids, and age together in this kind of setting. Tim Hack and Kelly Drew were high school sweethearts who were 19 years old and engaged in 1980. The couple originally met while attending Fort Atkinson High School, despite the fact that Kelly lived with her family in Fort Atkinson, which is also in Jefferson County, while Tim lived with his family in Hebron, a small village in Jefferson County. Kelly was a lovely, compassionate young lady who had a strong interest in cosmetics. Tim was a tough, industrious farm lad. Because of their gentle dispositions, their friends and family adored them both. As a pair, Tim and Kelly were viewed as role models for other young people. Tim began working as a farmer after high school, and his best buddy was a tractor known as the Lonesome Loser. Kelly, meantime, attended beauty school and recently graduated in 1980 with the goal of becoming a beautician and hairstylist. Tim and Kelly went to a wedding reception at Concord House in Wisconsin on August 9, 1980. After the reception, the couple was supposed to go to a carnival with some friends, but they never did. They departed the reception on August 9, 1980 at about 11 p.m., the last time anyone saw them alive, when they were still nowhere to be found or heard from on the morning of August 10, 1980. Tim's father, David Hack, reported them as missing. David discovered Tim's brown Oldsmobile in the Concord House parking lot that same day. Tim's jacket, checkbook, and wallet with $67.00 were all locked inside the car. About 3 miles from Concord House, Kelly's pants and underwear were discovered on the side of the road on August 15th, together with male bodily fluids. By the side of the road, they also discovered some ropes that had been tied by a person who seemed to have military experience. The case took a significant turn when these garments were found. Finding a couple who might have just decided to run off and have a romantic break was suddenly no longer the goal. Instead, it was to try to find them alive, since they were probably in danger. Approximately 2 months later, a group of squirrel hunters from Milwaukee were located approximately 7 miles from Concord House in the Ixonia, Wisconsin area. They discovered Kelly Drew's severely decomposed bones while strolling through a forested area along a railroad track that ran parallel to Highway 16 east of Watertown. She had no clothes on. They discovered a fully clothed male body around 100 yards distant, which they determined to be Tim Hack's. Both of them died by homicide, and the case, which is now officially a homicide, was known as the Sweetheart Murders. Because no murder weapon was discovered at the site, police were unable to determine the cause of death right away. Nevertheless, the medical examiner discovered ligature marks on Kelly and stab wounds on Tim's body, indicating that he died from strangling and stabbing. Kelly's wrists and ankles had ligature marks that were consistent with being bound. Damage and bug activity near Kelly's throat suggests that she was strangled. Additionally, the bodily fluids discovered on Kelly's clothing pointed to assault. Because the Sweetheart Murders had all the makings of a fantastic tale, it began to garner national attention. Police were unable to identify the perpetrator or killers of 2 adolescent sweethearts who seemed to have been killed in a mindless act of violence. In order to determine whether someone might have despised the couple enough to murder them, they started their inquiry by speaking with everyone who knew them. Everyone who attended the wedding celebration, including the Concord House employees who were on duty that evening, was also questioned by police. Edward Wayne Edwards, a handyman employed at the Concord House, was one of the employees that was questioned. According to Edward, who lived in a campsite next to the Concord House close to Interstate 94, he had not seen the pair and was not even at the Concord House when they vanished. He said he was shooting deer in the woods around here, but when the police questioned him about it, they discovered that he had a broken nose. He said he had acquired it while hunting deer. Given that it was August and Wisconsin's deer shooting season began in November, the detectives found it strange. In September 1980, Edward left Wisconsin with his wife and 5 children after being questioned by the police. Eyewitness reports of a filthy-looking van that had been parked close to Tim's car in the Concord House parking lot, meantime, provided investigators with the most promising lead. Around the time Tim and Kelly were last seen, witnesses said they saw the van abruptly and suspiciously drive away. That was the case with Edward's vehicle, where he frequently kept a .357 revolver. However, authorities had limited options for investigating that lead in the absence of a license plate number or compelling evidence linking him to the crime site. The investigation's remaining leads abruptly stopped. The case fell cold once the file was put away. One of the investigators in charge of the initial investigation, Richard Lewell of the Wisconsin Department of Justice, requested that the case be revisited in 2008, 20 years after Tim Hack and Kelly Drew were murdered. Lewell had been obsessed with the case for nearly 3 decades. He wanted to settle the case as soon as possible because he was getting near to retirement. In an interview, he stated, "As I was reaching my retirement age, DNA was making drastic leaps and bounds. The scientific and technological developments over the past few decades gave him the confidence to pursue the case at this time. His vigorous approach to the matter demonstrated his newly discovered confidence." Lewell suspected that the killer's name would be on file because the police had previously interviewed him during the early phases of the investigation. He simply needed to locate it. Lewell searched through the paperwork, witness accounts, and interview tapes for 2 months before identifying Edward Wayne Edwards. In addition to having the resources and opportunity to conduct the murders, Edwards' decision to relocate his whole family out of Wisconsin soon after being examined by the police prompted suspicions. Lewell's suspicion that Edward was the murderer led him to enlist the help of a group of cold case investigators. They discovered that Edward had been a very challenging person to live with when they spoke with his neighbors during his time in Concord, Wisconsin. He was a restless, short-tempered man who frequently thrashed his wife and kids without warning. He was essentially a monster, they said. In 2008, his 37-year-old son, John Edwards, said of him, "I don't think he knew how to control his emotions. There was some type of rage there." Edwards' daughter, Belicio Edwards, called the police in April 2009 with alarming information. She claimed to have knowledge of certain details regarding the cold case murders of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew that she thought would aid police in wrapping up the case. Her father, Edward Wayne Edwards, a former Marine with a lengthy criminal past, was one of the men she was closest to. Yet this knowledge implicated him. April was an inquisitive youngster growing up, and the most intriguing mystery to her was her father's peculiar existence. She had always wondered about her father's lifestyle and the reasons behind the family's frequent moves. She recalled that they had moved from Concord, Wisconsin, around the time of the unsolved killings of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, and she saw the news report about them one day when she was an adult. Finally, the pieces were coming together, and she had a gut feeling she needed to call the police. 1933 saw the birth of Edward Wayne Edwards in Akron, Ohio. He had to live in a nun-run orphanage after losing his parents when he was a small child. After experiencing emotional and physical abuse throughout his stay at the orphanage, Edwards became a restless and disobedient adolescent. By the age of 17, he was incarcerated at a juvenile detention facility after multiple run-ins with the law for minor offenses including shoplifting and breaking and entering. Edward was released from juvenile incarceration in 1951 at the age of 18, provided that he enlisted in the United States Marines. However, Edward vanished and had to be dishonorably discharged from the Marines after only a few months of service. He wasn't prepared to abandon the life of crime, and Edward was soon imprisoned for robbery once more. At the age of 22, he broke out of Akron's jail in 1955 and proceeded to loot petrol stations around several states. For the remainder of his 20s and 30s, Edward would live as a fugitive, traveling the nation and performing odd jobs as a handyman, ship docker, and vacuum cleaner vendor. It is clear from his autobiography that Edward relished his fame at this time. He claims that because he wanted to be renowned, he never attempted to hide his name or use a pseudonym while conducting his crimes. Edward was incarcerated again in 1960 at the age of 27, this time for trying to pose as a federal officer. But after he broke out of the jail where he was being held in Portland, Oregon, the FBI listed him on its 10 most wanted list in 1961. Edward was apprehended by the authorities in 1962 and sent in the United States Penitentiary Leavenworth. Nevertheless, he was released on parole in 1967 due to his good behavior. In his autobiography, he credited a kind guard at Leavenworth with helping him grow. Following his release from prison, Edward married and started giving motivational speeches. At the age of 39, Edward made appearances on 2 television programs, To Tell the Truth and What's My Line. In 1972, he also released his autobiography, The Metamorphosis of a Criminal, the true life story of Ed Edwards, and discussed his life as a master criminal on a number of talk shows and game shows. Edwards was listed on the FBI's 10 most wanted list in the late 1000s, 960s. He was one of the suspects in 2 murders that occurred in Portland, Oregon. Although they were unable to provide proof, it was evident from looking up Edward Lane Edwards' criminal history that he had served time in jail and had been found guilty of a number of offenses, including fraud, arson, robbery, and car theft. He had accomplished a great deal. For Edward, everything appeared to be coming together at last. The system had been beaten by him. He was headed toward success. Sadly, Edward's good fortune was short-lived. He killed his first victim in 1977. Billy Loveco, age 21, and his girlfriend Judith Straub, age 18, who lived in Sterling, Ohio, were his victims. On August 7, 1977, Billy and Judith went on a date, but they never came back. Judith's shoes and pocketbook were still in her car when it was discovered later that day in Silver Creek Metro Park's parking lot. On August 8, Norton police searched for Billy and Judith with the help of family members and a National Guard helicopter. Their bodies were discovered by the search team in the dense weeds close to Metro Park. A 20-gauge shotgun had been fired at them directly. Edward got away with the killings because police at the time were unable to link him to the case of Billy and Judith. Additionally, these killings set a pattern that would be followed by Tim and Kelly's murders. At the age of 49, Edward was incarcerated again for arson in Pennsylvania in 1982. In 1993, however, he sent a letter to the FBI asking for his criminal history records for cities in 19 states, demonstrating his continued pride in his criminal achievements. The data were purportedly for a new book he was writing about criminals like Jimmy Hoffa, Charles Manson, and Tony Provenzano that he had met while incarcerated. Edward killed his third person in 1996 when he was 63 years old. His victim was Danny Boy Edwards, a 25-year-old foster son who spent 7 years living with him in Burton, Ohio, before he was brutally murdered. Danny Boy served in the U.S. military, Army. In some way, Edwards persuaded him to leave the service and go home. Edward killed him with 2 gunshots to the face after tricking him into going into the neighboring woods when he arrived home. Danny Boy's body was left in a shallow grave by Edward. Eventually, a hunter discovered it there and informed the police. However, Edward also got away with killing Danny, just like he did with his first round of killings. In addition to the well-known Zodiac deaths, Edward may have been responsible for 15 more murders. John Cameron, a retired homicide investigator, also thought Edward was behind the Zodiac murders and other well-known unresolved cases. These statements, however, are regarded as conspiracy theories because they have not yet been validated. At the age of 77, Edward Edwards died on April 7, 2011, at the Corrections Medical Center in Columbus, Ohio. He died naturally, which was a rather kind conclusion to a heinous crime spree that left 5 people dead and many grieving. On August 31, 2011, Edward was scheduled to be executed by lethal injection, but he fled. Even though Edward was apprehended and subsequently convicted guilty of killing Tim and Kelly, their relatives have not exactly been comforted by this development. Norma Walker, Kelly's mother, stated, "Instead of getting closure, Edward's arrest ripped open old wounds. You hope this day would come, but now that it's here, it's really hard. Everything starts all over again. All the memories come back. He robbed me of my daughter. Robbed me of my Christmases, birthdays, weddings, everything families do together." Tim's family was satisfied knowing that their son and his girlfriend's killer had been apprehended. David, Tim's father, expressed gratitude for the DNA evidence that proved Edward was the murderer and stated he was simply relieved it was ended. Through her podcast, The Clearing, Edward's daughter April Belicio, whose tip led to the cold case's conclusion, now dedicates her time to assisting the families of victims with unresolved cases in finding closure. She looks into unsolved homicide cases and works to have them reopened by the police. Edward Edwards, the murderer of Tim Hack and Kelly Drew, brutally ripped away their promising future. The serial killer Edward had no personal grudges against the pair. It is all the more terrible since they simply happened to be in the wrong location at the wrong time. Some people think Edward evaded justice by passing away from natural causes a few weeks before his scheduled execution, despite the fact that he was eventually captured and given a death sentence for his crime. What are your thoughts about that? Did Edward receive his just deserts? Were his victims given justice? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video shows 47-year-old Fiona Beale, a primary school teacher at Eastfield Academy in Northampton, dancing sloppily in front of the pupils. Every one of her pupils enjoyed having her as their instructor. She was a committed educator who wished to make the most of her students' school time. Nobody in this video has yet to comprehend that Fiona's tale will be featured on newspaper front pages in a few months. We will thus talk about the events that took place in England in 2021 today. The details of Fiona Beale's early years are scarce. She was a lovely and amiable woman who liked her work and her students, according to many who knew her. She lived in Northampton, which is roughly 60 miles northwest of London, with her partner Nicholas Billingham, 42. According to the 2021 census, the total population of the urban area is close to 250,000, making it one of the biggest towns in England. Moore Street was the residence of Nick and Fiona, and it was on this peaceful street that the events of today took place. They spent 17 years together. Naturally, Fiona and Nick experienced highs and lows like any other couple. Here's what I know about Fiona and Nick's connection, though many facts will likely be revealed later as this case was concluded approximately 2 weeks ago. According to Leslie Oldham, who knew the couple well, I thought she was really nice. Leslie remembered that although they weren't holding hands or smitten, they appeared content enough. She was quite courteous and talkative when Nick invited her around for tea. You never knew how long a relationship would continue with Nick, because he was always a little of a ladies' man and liked being pampered by women. When Nick and Fiona became infected with a virus that was then circulating the globe in November 2021, their love ended. After testing positive for the virus, Fiona and Nick had to separate themselves, she told her loved ones, on November 1, 2021. All they needed to do was complete an online application and spend 10 days at home. But she texted her sister the very following day to let her know that Nick had broken up with her and gone out with someone else. It's crucial to remember that it happened in early November 2021. Nicholas Billingham remained in contact with his friends and family after splitting from Fiona Beale. He sent his mother a text message claiming that he had fled with Faye. He claimed to be content and to have a wonderful new life. After 10 days at home, Fiona went back to work after her recuperation. When she returned to work, co-workers who had learned about the breakup gave her a lot of encouraging comments. But many saw that she was affected by the separation with Nick. Nearly 4 months after splitting with Nick, at the end of February 2022, her mental health started to decline. She could no longer live in a home that made her think of Nick all the time. She thus relocated to Cumbria, which is roughly 200 miles away from Northampton. Her family members were alarmed by the text she sent them on March 15, 2022. Her relatives phoned the police because they were so concerned. Police discovered Beale gravely hurt in a bath at a Lake District property she was renting while doing a welfare check. Constable Josh Parkin spoke in court about how he first thought she was dead and how ominous music was coming from her cell phone. According to Parkin, "I saw a female laying in the bath completely naked. It looked like bodily fluids in the bath, leading me to believe the individual was deceased. What I would describe as sinister acoustic music was playing from a mobile phone that was next to her. I immediately requested an ambulance to attend our location. I suggested that we tried to get her out of the bath to perform CPR. She then roused and became somewhat conscious. I pulled quite violently on her ear to try and get a pain response. She moaned and went to turn over in the bath. We sat her up, and that's when she started to become emotional. I discovered a blue notebook that was leather-bound and had a logo of some kind on the front. The fact that the paper and the parting note were identical at the time held significance for me. It was evident from a cursory glance at the notebook that it contained information about her mental health at the time. I remembered that the last page of the book mentioned both vomiting and defecating. At the time, I believed it to be essentially a continuation of the farewell note. Fiona left a second message for the home's owner along with her bank card. The message read, "This is my PIN, don't go into the bathroom." Fiona was taken to the hospital by ambulance, and as the doctors treated her, the cops took a closer look at her notebook. They discovered something evil there. Constable Lawson rejected the notes as ramblings, even though they seemed to describe Beale killing someone. He also stated that he did not think anyone had been killed at that point. The notes seemed to be ramblings, he claimed. In a statement, Constable Roy Williams, a colleague, stated that he too thought the notes were ramblings, but that there were some extremely unsettling elements. I believe these comments to be a delusional fantasy, as Beale appeared to be having a mental health episode. Because of the book's substance, we were unable to overlook the statement. She said her long-term partner was not a very nice man, and that she had killed him. Fiona wrote in her notebook, "Everything changed last year. You be sweet to them, especially your wife. My husband wasn't sweet to me. I suppose I ought to explain what happened to get me to this point. My mental health had been deteriorating. Whenever he was cheating, he would up the ante on belittling, moaning, and criticizing. I have to confess. Okay, here goes. October 2021, he spat on me and threatened me during intimate contact. I thought about leaving, but the things he said and did fueled my dark side. I call her Tulip 22. She's reckless, fearless, and efficient. Ruthless. I started plotting as Tulip 22 after he'd gone to bed. I could no longer sleep in the bed due to my breathing being too loud, or I moved too much, or I was snoring. Another notebook entry mentioned that Nick had been nasty and mean for 17 years, and that she decided she couldn't let him get away with it because of his disgusting behavior on Halloween. Another entry stated, "That night I planned pandemic rules, meant I had a guaranteed 10-day isolation period from positive symptoms. I called the school administration on Monday and said we'd tested positive and had symptoms. He went to work. Tulip 22 smoked and planned. I'd planned it mentally so many times before. I had a bath. I left the water in. I encouraged the bath with the incentive of intimate contact. Afterwards, while he was in the bath, I kept the knife in my dressing gown pocket and then hid it in the drawer next to the bed. I brought a chisel, bin bag, and cable ties up too." She made him put on an eye mask before stabbing him, according to the note. The notes that followed read, "Still, my actions haunt me. I sometimes have to catch myself and remember what I did and then remember my cover story. Neither seemed convincing. I got him to wear an eye mask. It was harder than I thought it would be. Hiding a body was bad. Moving a body is much more difficult than it looks on TV. I am sorry I didn't leave him. I am sorry I let him rip my self-esteem and self-worth apart. I am sorry. I am weak. I am sorry for what I did. Yes, I am alive currently, but it's more like a waiting room. People will blame my mental health. I should have, could have fixed myself. Do I regret what I did? Of course I do. I'm not a monster. It had been building up for so long. The funny thing is that he was such an unlikable person, I only had to send a few texts. No one seemed bothered. I don't think anyone would have looked for him." Beale had written in her journal that Billingham why she stabbed him. Recall that Nicholas Billingham vanished on November 1, 2021, and he only used text messages to communicate with his loved ones after that. The police visited Fiona Beale's residence on Moore Street, where she and Nick resided, the day after they finished reading her notebook. In their hasty inspection, they found nothing out of the ordinary. But when they came back the following day, they discovered a few things, such as a mattress in the cellar that was noticeably covered in blood when it was moved. More evidence was discovered when the police returned to Moore Street on March 19. A body was discovered buried in the backyard by forensic investigators and specialized search teams, which included a cadaver dog. Buried beneath bark, chippings, soil, wooden sheeting, concrete building blocks, bricks and planks, plastic bags, rubble, mortar, polystyrene, laminate flooring, and pieces of fabric and vinyl recovered from a constructed structure concealing the body. Billingham's remains were discovered wrapped in carpet. The eyes were covered with a sleep mask. On the inside, the words, "This is my morning after face," were printed. According to the police spokesperson, he was not given any dignity or opportunity to die because of the way he was wrapped in cables, hose pipes, plastic bags, and construction debris. It displays complete disdain. One day after the body was found, a post-mortem was performed. It has been determined that he was killed by a single stab wound to the right side of his neck, which cut the esophagus and trachea and crossed the right jugular vein. Moderate force would have been needed for this. It is impossible to rule out severe force. Fiona Beale was taken into custody by the authorities on March 22, 2022, and accused with killing Nicholas Billingham. When Nick's family learned of his passing, they were crushed. Fiona's use of Nick's phone to text them and his buddies startled them. One of these texts was shown to reporters by Nick's mother, Yvonne Valentine. "Nick has been taken from us far too early and will always be in our hearts," said Nick's family in a statement. "We've been overwhelmed with offers of kind support and words of comfort from so many beautiful people, and know that he will be sadly missed by all his friends, family, and loved ones. Our heart aches for Nick. He was a gorgeous little boy, and we have so many cherished memories of him growing up, and we're so proud of the man he became." Fiona Beale's co-workers and her students' parents were shocked to hear that the adored teacher had a darker side. "We are particularly mindful of the impact this news will have on the children, and we'll be doing everything we can to support both pupils and staff as we work through this difficult time together. This is an appalling tragedy that will shake our school community to its roots, and it's at times like this that we must rally around each other, support each other, and be kind to each other." The administration of the school where Fiona worked issued a statement saying, "We were shocked and saddened to hear that one of our teaching staff has been charged with a very serious offense and is now remanded in custody." Nick passed away on November 20, 2021, after the police began their investigation. In the days that followed, Fiona made every effort to conceal any evidence of the crime she had orchestrated. Fiona understood that by informing everyone that she had the virus, she would have 10 days to avoid being bothered. She allegedly falsified the test results in order to complete an online application form. Fiona never took the test, according to the evidence. She claimed to be suffering from the crippling effects of the virus following the murder, yet her conduct during those 10 days were incongruous with those symptoms. Using her deceased partner's and subsequently her own Amazon account, she purchased a number of cleaning supplies, including for Venetian blinds, a new mop and bucket, ultra-heavy-duty bin bags, a new mattress, bedding, clothes, wall art, and mirrors. The cleanup began as early as 1:07 a.m. on November 2. She added 3 rolls of duct tape to a Tesco order that included many cleaning supplies later that same day. She bought a stainless steel digging shovel, heavy-duty long gardening gloves, a galvanized incineration bin, garden leaves, and a wood burner at 2:19 p.m. She eventually purchased other items to dispose of the body, as well as numerous items for her personal comfort and delight, including apparel, scented candles, shampoos, chocolates, and soft furnishings. Fiona went shopping nearly 2 weeks after killing Nick. On November 13, she was seen purchasing a variety of goods from supermarket cameras, including building supplies that she would later use to construct a cemetery. The cops revealed the CCTV footage. As I mentioned before, Fiona spent several months texting Nick's friends and family in an attempt to pass for him. She also extended an invitation for Nick's mother to come see her. On December 23, 2021, as her son was buried in the backyard, Ms. Valentine recounted how Beale invited her to her house for a Christmas drink. "You moved the furniture to obscure views to the garden. Why? To stop anyone seeing where you had buried my son. You sat in your front room with me, having a casual chat with me, having a Christmas drink with me, and the whole time you knew that you had killed my son and buried him only feet from where I was sat." Ms. Valentine said in her victim impact statement that Beale continued to go about her personal life and work as usual, showing no signs of depression or trauma. There was evidence to the contrary. She was enjoying what she referred to as a new life in one of her erased files, after killing a partner she no longer liked and likely suspected of having an affair. Fiona Beale first protested her culpability during the trial, but she eventually acknowledged that she killed Nick, saying it was an involuntary crime. The prosecutor, however, thought otherwise. He said during the trial that during their 17-year romance, Nicholas Billingham had cheated on Beale with other women. Despite leaving the defendant a few times, Nicholas Billingham always came back to her, and she welcomed him. He stated, "One of the women he slept with became pregnant and gave birth to his child. Instead of leaving him, she worked out a plan on how and when to kill him, where to conceal his body, how to cover up and explain his disappearance to others, and to explain her own absence from work when she killed him." However, defense lawyer Andrew Wheeler informed the jury in a brief statement read following the prosecution's opening argument that Beale had suffered from mental health issues for years prior to the murder, as a result of Mr. Billingham's coercive actions. Beale's attorney, Wheeler, continued, "We submit that in fact this case is not as straightforward as the prosecution suggests. Miss Beale is 49 years of age. She is a lady of good character, a partner to Nicholas Billingham for some 17 years, a hard-working and thoroughly liked schoolteacher. In essence, a lady about whom you will hear many good things as you listen to the evidence." Wheeler next asked the jury, "How does that person go on to kill? There is no dispute in this case that she unlawfully killed Nicholas Billingham. What this case is really about is her state of mind. You will hear that she has, over the years, struggled with her mental health. As you will hear, the defense lawyer described Nicholas Billingham as psychologically controlling and wearing her down over time. She was worn down till she was practically broken over the years. We surrender to you." Many of the specifics of the actual act itself are difficult for Fiona Beale to remember. The teacher continued to work as usual, even traveling to London with the class, according to the court. However, Beale started messaging the head teacher frequently to claim she was sick a few weeks after her capital visit. When the worried head teacher called Beale's mother after receiving the texts in March, she disclosed that Beale had informed her that she was leaving on a school residential trip. After that, the head teacher reported her missing to the police. She was located by Cumbrian police at a rental address close to Kendal. But Beale informed the officer that she didn't want her family to know her precise whereabouts and that all she needed was some peaceful time. Fiona Beale eventually modified her initial statement and completely accepted her guilt, but not before Beale sent a message to her family saying, "I'm so sorry, I love you all very much." The officer then sent the message to Beale's mother, and 3 days later, they went to the lodge. She then described her personal and professional life to the jury at Northampton Crown Court, claiming that Billingham had made cleaning a major point of contention between them and had thrown a dinner plate against a wall twice. Beale said that she was administered antidepressants while attending college. She claimed that when they first started dating, Billingham, who was working as a builder with his stepfather, was incredibly kind and considerate. Little by little, Billingham had changed. "I remember when we were in a flat," Beale said in the opening statement to the court. "I had left a cloth with cleaner on it, and it stained a worktop. It didn't seem really serious, but then cleaning became a huge issue throughout the years, and rather than laughing things off, I would get told off." Beale also mentioned that everything had to be exactly how her partner wanted it during mealtimes. Beale said, "I couldn't tell you when it started. It just got worse, and it lasted till the end. Items placed in cupboards had to be placed facing outwards. While there were a couple of occasions when he threw a plate of dinner at the wall, I lost a lot of confidence. It started with joking that I wasn't doing something, and then it just crept into being nasty about it." She also revealed that prior to killing Nick, she had threatened to kill him so that he couldn't do to another woman what he did to her. Nick's mother, Yvonne, spoke after the guilty plea, saying it was painful to know that her son's killer offered her a drink as he was buried a few feet away. "How you could hate someone that much to do what she did. I can't believe it," and apparently, his last word was "why" when she stabbed him in the neck. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Genetic genealogy testing has revolutionized cold case investigation by reviving cases that might otherwise have remained unsolved. It had been like trying to capture smoke with their bare hands for the investigators working on the cases of John and Jane Doe. However, new developments in DNA testing are now providing investigators with the advantage they need to solve crimes that were previously thought to be unsolvable. These victims are now receiving their names back after being unidentified and nameless for decades. Today, we'll examine 2 instances where genetic genealogy has ultimately provided the answer and some measure of closure for both families and investigators. Immediately, let's get started. Today's first case takes place in Rock County, which is located in the southwest region of Minnesota. Rock County is one of the 4 counties without a natural lake, despite Minnesota's reputation as the land of 10,000 lakes. A Department of Transport employee was busy removing the concrete culverts beside Interstate 90 off Highway 23 in Beaver Creek Township on March 13, 1981, as part of a regular municipal cleanup. He was startled to see some skeleton remains when he brushed aside the wreckage. The employee phoned the police after speaking with his boss right away. The area was cordoned off when the police came, and everyone in the vicinity was questioned about the finding. According to the supervisor, the culverts were cleaned out once a year, with the most recent cleanup taking place on October 21, 1980. The remains might have been disposed of in the culvert at any point between October 1980 and 1981, Wyatt investigators hypothesized. After removing the deceased, forensic specialists and crime scene detectives set about gathering any hints that might have been left behind. The body was taken to the medical examiner's office in Ramsey County. The medical examiner found it challenging to identify the John Doe. From what was left of the nearly full skeleton, the body had been severely decayed and was hardly identifiable. According to the coroner's findings, John Doe was a white man in his 30s to 50s. 5 feet 6 to 5 feet 8 inches was his estimated height. There were no distinctive birthmarks or tattoos, and the state of the body made it impossible to establish weight, hair, or eye color. The coroner noted that there was a chance the person had been shot, but the cause of death was designated as homicide. No gun or shell casing was discovered in the area, but there had been a wound to the skull that was consistent with a small caliber firearm. DNA samples were retrieved from the remains, and plaster casts of his teeth were taken for his dental records. His fingertips had crumbled with decay, making it hard to get fingerprints. The victim was discovered wearing boxer shorts, green cotton work pants, and a leather belt. He wore 2 pairs of green socks on each foot and engineer boots in sizes 8 to 9 that were either light tan or white slip-ons. He was holding a locket with a picture of a baby inside and a black plastic comb. Based on this ambiguous description, police conducted a thorough search of the region and spoke with Department of Transport employees who had been there since October of last year. A police artist created a preliminary sketch using information from the medical examiner. Beaver Creek Township saw the creation and distribution of posters. They also asked drivers who frequently traveled the road if there was any strange behavior going on nearby. When asked about the John Doe who was discovered in the culvert, locals were unable to name anyone who fit his description. No one appeared to know who this individual may be, and a search of missing people databases in and around Minnesota produced no results. The case eventually became cold due to a lack of leads. Despite authorities routinely reviewing the case, no one had come forward to report someone missing in the region, and no new information emerged. As technology developed, known criminals' DNA profiles were being converted to digital format so that law enforcement could obtain data more quickly and easily. In 1981, a profile of Rock County John Doe was created, and it was used to look him up in national criminal databases. But this was also in vain, because no victim records could be located. Decades passed with no new information about the case. After using this new technique to find and apprehend the notorious Golden State Killer in 2018, genetic genealogy started to transform criminal investigations. Other law enforcement organizations quickly noticed, thinking that this technology will undoubtedly revolutionize the process of locating unresolved cold cases. In August 2022, the Rock County Sheriff's Office reactivated the Rock County John Doe case in collaboration with the charitable organization, the Doe Network. Using the John Doe's autopsy photographs, they created a digital composite sketch that was posted to their website and all other databases of missing persons. The next step was to organize fundraisers and community projects to generate enough money to cover DNA testing. The sheriff's office met their goal and covered the cost of all the tests required to complete the assignment. Using DNA samples from the sheriff's office, Doe Network volunteers began tracking down family ties using the genealogy websites. In Omaha, Nebraska, they discovered a family match after searching through thousands of family trees for several months. After that, the team contacted the woman, who stated that she was open to meeting with any relatives she knew who had either gone missing or lived in Rock County. In early November 2022, officials traveled to Omaha after reaching out to Rock County Sheriff's Office investigators and agents from the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. The Gatano family members and the woman who most closely matched John Doe's profile were met by Omaha investigators. The family members offered to get their DNA tested. investigators found that two of the profiles most closely matched their John Doe profile on December 20, 2022. Together with her aunt and uncle, they brought the results back to Omaha and met with the woman who had submitted her profile to the genealogy website. Detectives learned during family interviews that the woman's aunt did in fact have a brother called Louis Anthony Gaetano, who vanished in 1971. They knew they had located their John Doe when they presented detectives with a photo of Louis. Since many of their relatives had passed away, the family was unable to share much about Louis's life. Sometime in 1946 would have been Louis's birthday. Investigators did learn from them that Louis had a history of robbing banks in the 1960s. In his hometown of Omaha, Louis was initially charged with robbing a bank, according to his family and press reports from the archives. At the age of 20, he was apprehended on January 25, 1966, while attempting to rob a First National City Bank in New York for $96.40. Reports state that Louis shot the counter after being overwhelmed by the bank teller. In the altercation, he had hurt his hand. According to the report, Louis admitted to detectives that he had been hopeless and despondent and that he just wanted his life to end. Louis was accused of possessing weapons, felony assault, and attempted robbery. Family members have since heard from him occasionally, but since 1971 there has been no communication at all. Because of his tense connection with his family, he was not reported missing at the time. When they learned he had been slain 10 years after he had lost touch with his family, they were equally perplexed. Since Louis had gone missing, no one had ever stepped forward to search for him. Since investigators knew who John Doe was, they had already won half the battle. Evan Verbrugge, the sheriff for Rock County, described the occasion as bittersweet. Finally, Louis Gaetano's family has some answers, though it's not news anyone wants to hear. Even though there is still a lot to learn about Mr. Gaetano's passing, being able to identify him decades after his passing is a crucial new piece of information in this case. Despite the difficult task, he stated that the case will stay open for Brooks. We'll have a hard time finding out, but it's our responsibility to try and get answers, and it won't cost much. According to him, officials are urging anyone with knowledge about the case or who may have known Louis Anthony Gaetano between 1971 and 1981 to come forward and get in touch with the Rock County Sheriff's Office. Rock County, Wisconsin, is the location of our next case. Anyone can enjoy the great outdoors and reestablish a connection with nature in this county, which is full of parks and open spaces. However, a riddle perplexed law enforcement for 27 years until fresh DNA testing provided much-needed clarification. On November 11, 1995, hunters were pursuing a herd of deer in a forested region close to Bradford, Wisconsin. Unaware that he was going to show his nephews a scene from a horror film, Gary Gilbank wanted to share his love of hunting with them. Rather, they came to a halt when they arrived at the southern shore of Turtle Creek. The man's skeleton remains were on the ground. They couldn't understand it. None of them knew who owned the skeleton or how it got here, and they owned the ground it was lying on. They called the cops without hesitation. As soon as they got there, investigators roped off the area to start their investigation. His hands seemed to be over his head as he lay on his stomach. He had been wearing a plaid shirt and a t-shirt with the name of the British band Venom on it, and a denim jacket that partially covered his head and back. There was a Nike sneaker close to the body, and he was also dressed in gray camouflage pants. The other was not located. From the scene, investigators retrieved a container of Carmex lip balm, a Budweiser lighter, an Aquatech wristwatch, and a chrome pendant of a horned goat. After being taken out, the remains were taken to the coroner's office for additional analysis. The coroner started examining John Doe in great detail. The skeletons had shown no obvious evidence of trauma. He weighed 140 pounds and was reported to be between 5 feet 4 and 5 feet 6 inches tall. He was between 17 and 20 years old. The coroner identified him as a male Caucasian based on a dental study. He had only 2 fillings and had received good dental care. His wisdom teeth were still in place, however, 1 was impacted and 2 had partially erupted. Hair samples were collected for a toxicological examination. The coroner did not rule out that he may have been drunk or had used hallucinogenic drugs before his death, but the absence of any traces of cocaine, codeine, or morphine ruled out the likelihood of an overdose brought on by a chronic opiate addiction. Although his cause of death remained unknown, it was possible that he had fallen into the creek and succumbed to hypothermia. The coroner thought that he might have been drunk and lost his way before he lay down, and that he might have perished from exposure to the weather. Additionally, there had been conjecture regarding the precise moment of his demise. According to the coroner's estimation, he might have passed away around the fall or winter of 1994. Other than the hints they discovered on the John Doe at the site, investigators had no leads. They began a thorough investigation that took them in a number of directions. John Doe's skull was incinerated in the interim, and his remains and ashes were interred at the same Johnson Town Center Cemetery where John and Jane Does were buried. Investigators looked into every known accident that happened around the estimated time of John Doe's death in order to support the idea that he might have been drunk and confused. They thought he might have been a vehicle accident survivor who had gone missing following the collision. But there were no reports of a missing male who suited his description. In actuality, no one who fit John Doe's description had ever been reported missing. Based on the clothing he was wearing when he was discovered, investigators then went back and looked at every rock concert that had ever taken place in the vicinity. Interviews with heavy metal members revealed that none of them could recall anyone who matched John Doe's description. Here they had come to yet another dead end. They looked through government documents and school yearbooks to determine his estimated age, but they discovered that no minors during that time were listed as missing. Investigators were forced to start over after conducting interviews with the local school district's children yielded no leads either. Thereafter, the inquiry focused on multiple witness accounts of a man who the locals called River Guy. Witnesses reported seeing a young man in his early 20s sprinting toward the creek where the body was finally found on October 16, 1994, at approximately 5:30 p.m. According to witnesses, the River Guy had been drunk and upset that afternoon and was dressed similarly to the John Doe. These witnesses stated that the man had been stumbling toward the creek and had fallen into the water multiple times while attempting to ascend the slope, along with mentioning being a fugitive and having been wronged by a woman named Mary. They also claimed he had yelled at onlookers to leave him alone, until additional forensic examinations revealed that River Guy and John Doe might not have been the same person because of chronological differences. The theory was still one of the most compelling. John Doe's pace of decomposition suggested that he might have passed away around May 1995 rather than in October 1994, when River Guy was last seen, according to subsequent forensic estimates. Additionally, this refuted the original medical examiner's estimated time of death. A pendant discovered at the scene provided the next lead. In 2010, the pendant was linked to a craftsman in the Janesville area by detectives from the Rock County Sheriff's Office. The man has created a number of rock and metal-inspired pieces for admirers while being involved in the local metal rock scene. He admitted to the police that the pendant was one of his creations when they showed it to him. Nonetheless, he produced a number of like pendants and sold them to dozens of customers over the years. The craftsman failed to identify John Clinton Doe as a potential client when he was shown a composite sketch of him. As a result, the investigation encountered yet another obstacle. Together with a scientist from the Smithsonian Institution, the Rock County Sheriff's Office conducted an isotopic examination of the John Doe's bones in 2014. In forensic anthropology, isotopic analysis has been used to identify the provenance of unidentified human remains from bone tissue. A person's birthplace can be ascertained by forensic scientists. The scientist from the Smithsonian found that John Doe had been in the Midwestern region around the Great Lakes for a considerable amount of time. The states of Wisconsin, Illinois, Minnesota, and Michigan were among these regions. Investigators were able to focus their inquiry because to this information, after determining the potential birthplace of John Doe, detectives started over in 2016 and revised the composite sketches created by the FBI in 2014 and the Rock County Sheriff's Department in 2013. This time, before making it public, they added some color and regressed the sketch to the age of 16. The department believed it would help anyone who might have dealt with him that year remember him, said private investigator Jack Fries. The whole idea here is to get people to think about what was going on in the early 90s and in their lives. And do they have any connection with this guy at all? He stated. Despite the failure of their efforts, detectives were determined not to give up lightly. Jack Fries, a private investigator, spent the next 2 years trying to figure out who the young John Doe was. In June 2018, Fries and Detective Corinne Billhorn contacted the DNA Doe Project, a volunteer-run non-profit organization that uses the DNA recovered and preserved from the initial autopsy to assist in identifying unsolved John and Jane Doe cases. In collaboration with Flugen Genetics, Aerodyne Research Inc., Full Genome Corporation, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, the team set out to identify the John Doe. Using the genetic genealogy and ancestry website GDMatch, the protracted trip started. John Clinton Doe's potential ancestors were located and identified by the research team. They had a rough identity in February 2019, but detectives needed to be absolutely certain. Investigators spent the following 3 years locating the John Doe family in collaboration with the University of North Texas. After speaking with the family members, they learned that 2 of the volunteers might be half-siblings to the John Doe via their father. In late 2021, county officials requested and were granted a warrant to exhume the potential father's body. Following the extraction of DNA, testing resumed in earnest, and on June 14, 2020, John Clinton Doe's identity was eventually revealed. The body in the creek was identified as 20-year-old Carl Isaacs Jr., according to the Rock County Sheriff's Office. On April 30, 1974, Carl was born in Delavan, Wisconsin. He seems to have never fully recovered from the shock of his parents' divorce when he was quite young. In 1991, Carl had gone to an alternative high school for pupils from the Badger, Delavan, Darien, and Elkhorn areas. Carl had become addicted to drugs at the age of 17. Additionally, he had joined a gang of friends who planned a criminal spree that led to numerous burglaries and property destruction. He was given a 5-year prison sentence in March 1992 for breaking into and damaging golf carts at the Delbrook Golf Course in Delavan between April 1992 and the fall of 1993. Before landing at the Oak Hill Correctional Institute in Oregon, Wisconsin, Carl was transported to 3 different prisons. He had been discharged during that time to participate in a Madison halfway house drug rehab program. Under house imprisonment, he was also periodically permitted to visit his mother. Carl occasionally served as an informant for law enforcement and drug investigations. He had been on one of his home arrest visits in April 1995. On April 16, 1995, he had vanished out of thin air. He was never seen or heard from again. Carl's arrest warrant for a probation breach, which had been extended yearly until April 2018, was promptly signed by a county judge. The fact that no one had truly come forward to report Carl Isaacs missing at the time of his disappearance, according to investigator Jack Fries, made their inquiry more difficult. In this case, Mom and Dad were divorced. He was kind of living with his mom, although I don't think he stayed there very often. He was kind of on the streets, basically homeless. I don't think he had a friend, nobody at all, who would have missed him to the point where they tried to find him, according to him. Fries thought that Carl had a reason for leaving his home and violating the conditions of his probation. At the news conference on June 14, 2022, Rock County Sheriff Troy Knutson revealed Carl Isaacs Jr.'s identity, calling it both a tragic event and the answer to a long-standing riddle. Knutson refused to respond to inquiries about why his family never reported him missing or any other information. I'm kind of sad to have to get together and discuss the untimely death of a young individual in our community, but I'm glad to finally be able to bring a little bit of resolution to the individual's identity. However, he did say that the family had been anticipating the news since the DNA matches were found and the investigation was conducted. Rather, he emphasized to everyone that the case was still pending. We're really looking to flesh out exactly who he was and how he found himself in that particular location. That's where we're looking to the community to help provide some of those details for us, he stated. Knutson went on to say that although the inquiry took a long time, the identification was made possible by technological developments. He gave Jack Fries, a former employee of the Rock County Coroner's Office, praise and gratitude for his voluntary assistance on the case. Additionally, he expressed gratitude to the DNA Doe Project, which gave investigators the breakthrough they needed to identify Carl Isaacs. Nick Gilbank, the person who found Carl's body in the creek, can still clearly recall that moment. He still has some unanswered questions, but he is relieved that there is some closure and that he knows who John Doe is. I walked over to see what I was looking at, and there, next to a garbage bag of his belongings, was a clothed skeleton. I remember kneeling down and picking up the shirt, and there was a skull, completely decomposed. "I guess I'm glad they finally identified the remains," he stated. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. I'll see you in the morning, Mom. Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again after making that unfulfilled promise. What would motivate someone to take such action? How will Misty Morse never spoke to her mother again? Now is the time to start looking for answers. On April 10, 1978, Misty April Morse was born in Springfield, Ohio. When her family finally relocated to Indian Harbor Beach, Florida, it was a significant turning point in her life and gave her the opportunity to develop and discover new interests. Misty had an exciting and adventurous childhood in the Sunshine State, but when her parents divorced in 1996, her life took a dramatic turn. Misty and her mother, Linda, moved to a new house in Brevard County following the divorce. She stayed close to her father in spite of the change. Misty found work at a number of local bars and clubs during her late teens and early 20s, working a variety of jobs to make ends meet. After some time, she made the decision to continue her education and enrolled in a nearby college. Misty was characterized by friends as an adventurous, carefree young lady who never took life too seriously. When Misty got home from work early on July 22, 2000, she started preparing for a night out with a friend. Linda, her mother, was also up, getting ready for her 3 a.m. shift. Misty got a few brief phone calls while she was chatting with her mother. Misty promised to see her in the morning, as she said goodbye after the call. She had no idea that this would be her final farewell. Misty wasn't home the following morning when her mother got home. At first, she didn't give it much thought, assuming Misty must have spent the night at a friend's house. Misty had not returned or gotten in touch after another day. Her mother started calling Misty a lot out of concern. Misty rarely checked in, especially if she was going to be gone for a day or two. Fearing that no one had seen or spoken to her, her mother contacted Misty's friends and then her father. The more days went by, the more she worried. A retired judge went for a peaceful walk on July 24, 2000, to see how his boat, which was moored in the lagoon behind his house, was doing. He had no idea that a somber discovery would soon upend this serene moment. He was walking along the wooden dock when he noticed an odd object floating in the water below. His eyes widened in surprise as he leaned in to get a better look. When he followed the strong odor to the edge of his property, he initially believed he had discovered a dead manatee that had washed up in his backyard. Then, to his surprise, he soon discovered that it was a young woman's body. The man, appalled, hurried back to his home, picked up his phone, and dialed 911 telephone. Upon their prompt arrival, Brevard County Sheriff's Office officers immediately began their investigation. They observed that the body was in a highly decomposed state, indicating that the woman had been dead for a number of days. Her death was clearly not a coincidence. A marine rope was used to tie her hands and feet, with elaborate knots holding her wrists to her ankles, and white duct tape was used to firmly bind her mouth, eyes, and neck. Rolls of spline, a rubbery black substance, held the Publix plastic grocery bags strapped around her body. To sink the body, investigators thought these bags might have been weighted with sand or rocks. Due to the body's decomposition, detectives were unable to find any clues along the shoreline, including a wallet, phone, or purse that could be used to identify her. Medical examiners suspected asphyxiation but were unable to determine the cause of death. After that, investigators looked for any recent missing persons reports that might be related to the unnamed woman, but they were unable to find anything. The police had not yet been notified of Misty's disappearance. Finally, they attempted fingerprinting. She was eventually identified through the database after forensic specialists used a technique known as degloving to lift fingerprints despite the skin's deterioration. Officers called Misty's mother, Linda, to break the terrible news after verifying the identity of the body. The harsh reality of her daughter's fate completely broke Linda's heart. Her voice trembled and broke into screams of anguish as she called a family friend, her grief echoing in every word. Investigators later showed up at Linda's house to conduct an interview. She tried her best to relive those last moments, now permanently altered by loss, as she described the events of the last night she saw Misty, her voice laden with grief. Although Misty had not disclosed her intended date for the evening, Linda saw her daughter's casual attire and deduced that Misty was probably meeting someone with whom she was totally at ease and with whom she didn't feel the need to impress. Linda remembered that early on July 20, Misty got 2 calls. Investigators quickly subpoenaed Misty's phone records just before she left, but in 2000, it could take weeks to get such information back. They continued interviewing Misty's closest friends and co-workers in the interim. Brought up the possibility that Misty was pregnant, which investigators couldn't ignore as a possible lead. Was her pregnancy a contributing factor? Linda also provided some names to the authorities, including Teddy Underwood, Misty's boyfriend. Investigators questioned whether Teddy might have reacted negatively to the news of Misty's potential pregnancy, given that they had only been dating for 2 months at the time. When Teddy was brought in for interrogation, it soon became clear that he didn't think their relationship was serious. Additionally, he stated that he was unsure if Misty was pregnant. He gave an alibi for the early hours of July 20 by claiming to be at work, which investigators subsequently verified, exonerating him from suspicion. The intricate knots that bound Misty's body caught the attention of detectives as they combed through the crime scene's evidence. This degree of specificity implied that the murderer may have had knot-tying experience, which made them think about careers as a Coast Guard member, a boat captain, or a person with Navy training. They hoped that this clue would bring them one step closer to the truth. Misty's hands and legs were tied with a rope that featured a cow-hitched knot, which isn't something that most people are familiar with. Investigators focused on the numerous layers of tape that were wrapped around the victim's hands, limbs, and face. She had a hat on. Her freedom of movement was limited. The head had tape wrapped around it. She was under control. She was tied up and bound. Despite having the appearance of duct tape, this tape was unique because it was white instead of the usual metallic gray. Because white duct tape was so uncommon at the time, the authorities were more interested. Their hopes were dashed when no trace evidence, such as DNA or fingerprints, turned up on the tape's adhesive. Another dead end, it seemed. They then discovered a few short black hairs adhered to the tape, almost by accident. Given that the victim's hair was a distinctive shade of brown with a hint of red, the detectives knew these couldn't be hers. This finding raised the possibility that the hairs belonged to the murderer. All of the evidence was sent for testing after the crime scene was carefully examined. Unfortunately, this lead could not be fully pursued in 2000 due to the lack of precise DNA analysis technology. As they met with the medical examiner the following day to discuss the autopsy results, their frustration increased. The body had been submerged for less than 72 hours, according to the examiner's report. However, it was impossible to determine the precise cause of death due to exposure to the weather. There were no visible signs of trauma, no broken bones, and no gunshot wounds. Detectives were left with 2 terrifying options. Either the victim had been thrown into the water while still alive, or the tape covering her mouth and nose had strangled or suffocated her. In an effort to reduce the number of suspects on their list, investigators continued to interview people. Linda recommended that they investigate Bobby Cooper, whom Misty had recently met at a house party. Given that Bobby had visited their house only a few days prior to Misty's passing, Linda was especially wary of him. Bobby, though, was promptly disqualified as a suspect. He didn't match the murderer's description. He didn't own a boat, he hadn't been in the military, and he had no criminal history. Bobby's interview, however, proved to be a pivotal moment in the investigation. Brent Huck, Misty's ex-boyfriend, gave the detectives a name that appeared to fit the profile they were looking for, even though he wasn't the murderer. Investigators tracked down Brent Huck, who resided on South Merritt Island, just south of the location where Misty's body was found. After receiving a tip from Bobby Cooper, Brent accepted their invitation to participate in an interview. Brent disclosed in the interview that he was a charter boat captain and that he was from a wealthy family. He also acknowledged having been a member of the Navy SEALs. Brent acknowledged that he had kept up his relationship with Misty after their breakup even though he was now in a new one. Brent admitted that he was the likely father of Misty and that he had spoken to her the night before she vanished in the early hours of July 20, 2000. He also acknowledged that he knew she was pregnant. Brent was a prime suspect because of his background as a former Navy SEAL and charter boat captain, his relationship with Misty, and his contemptuous demeanor during the interview. After that, Brent gave the authorities permission to search his house. When investigators arrived, they saw a Rottweiler with short black hair that matched the duct tape that was used to bind Misty. According to Brent, Misty gave him the dog as a gift. A roll of rubber spline, which is usually used to weatherproof windows, was found during their search, an odd item for a home. Red flags were raised by this and other items discovered in Brent's bedroom and kitchen that matched evidence from the crime scene, such as white duct tape and Publix bags. Outside, Brent gave officers permission to search a boat he claimed was his, which was anchored in the nearby waterway. They discovered matted hair next to a fishing rod holder and 2 hair strands on the floor. The boat's ropes were identical to the kind that were used to restrain Misty. When investigators questioned Brent after gathering the evidence, he said something startling. There couldn't be an explanation for a woman tied up and thrown in the river. He was further implicated by this statement, which disclosed knowledge of information that had not yet been made public. The state attorney was reluctant to file charges because, in his opinion, the circumstantial evidence was not strong enough. He maintained that commonplace supplies like rubber spline, rope, and duct tape could be found anywhere, and that Misty's hair on the boat might just indicate that she had paid Brent a visit. Both the investigators and Misty's family were extremely frustrated by this setback. Authorities persisted in their investigation in the hopes of a break, unfazed. Pet DNA became admissible in court in 2002 after a landmark decision in a California case. The black dog hair discovered on the duct tape was compared to Brent's dog's DNA by investigators, and the results verified that they were a match. The state attorney's office decided to move forward with the prosecution after receiving this crucial piece of evidence along with the mounting circumstantial evidence. Brent Huck was taken into custody and accused of killing Misty Morse on October 23, 2002. Prosecutors claimed during the trial that Brent killed Misty because he was afraid her pregnancy would jeopardize his new relationship. They described in graphic detail how he used the pretense of reconciliation to entice Misty to her demise. The crucial DNA match from the dog hair discovered at the crime scene was among the strong circumstantial evidence gathered by detectives and presented by the prosecution. It was time to decide Brent's fate after all the arguments and supporting documentation had been presented. Brent Huck was found guilty of first-degree felony murder and felony kidnapping in May 2003. He received 2 consecutive life sentences without the chance of release. He is presently incarcerated at the Apalachicola Correctional Institution in Florida. This decision ensured that Misty's terrible death was not unanswered and gave her family a sense of justice and closure. This case emphasizes how crucial it is to persevere in pursuing justice despite obstacles. It also reminds us how important it is for communities and committed investigators to hold people responsible for their actions. Even though Misty's life was tragically cut short, her story would live on thanks to the pursuit of justice. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Bryce Rhodes, 25, is the man you just saw on the screen. He acts in a reprehensible manner and shows no remorse or guilt for his actions. He is charged with the murders of 2 brothers, 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon, whose bodies were found after the authorities were alerted by a disturbing 911 call. Elizabeth Wren, their mother, was devastated by the news, and her entire world fell apart. However, the horrific manner in which her sons were murdered only served to exacerbate the suffering. Before their bodies were burned, they were repeatedly stabbed in the chest. The police had to stop Elizabeth from seeing her sons for the final time because it was so graphic. However, why would anyone commit such a heinous act? Bryce claims that the boys were aware of a secret of his that could endanger his life. What might that secret be? And why would it cause two young lives to end so horribly? And why did Bryce act so reprehensibly in front of the police? On the 4000 block of River Park Drive in the Shawnee neighborhood of West Louisville, on May 21, 2016, a 22-year-old girl was riding her bike past an old abandoned building. However, that day was different because she noticed something odd. The structure, which had appeared fine the day before, was now completely destroyed by fire. Curious about what had actually transpired there, she made the decision to look into it more. She noticed an odd shape that didn't seem to belong in the ruins of the burned-out building. Her heart raced with terror as she approached and realized it was a dead body. The surprises didn't stop there, though. She discovered another body nearby, both of them severely burned. She immediately called the police for assistance because she was so terrified. Police officers were soon swarming the scene, attempting to determine what enigmatic events had transpired there the previous evening. The police described the crime scene as the most horrific they had ever seen because it was so graphic. Even one of the officers felt so moved and compelled to shake his head in shock as he covered the two dead bodies with a white cloth because it was so unsettling. Pathologists hurried the bodies to the hospital for an autopsy. The remaining officers, meanwhile, remained at the scene and cautiously looked for any additional hints that might aid in their investigation. Following the autopsies, it was discovered that something even more heinous was the cause of death rather than the fire. A document made public by the coroner's office stated that both boys had been stabbed in the chest and had suffered severe blunt force trauma to their heads. The fact that they had already passed away hours before their bodies were burned and abandoned at the scene makes it even more horrifying. The police now had to identify the boys and determine why someone would hurt them in such a horrible way before they could start their murder investigation and collect evidence. The police were fortunate to be able to draw sketches of the boys despite the fact that the bodies were severely burned. The public was given access to these sketches along with an appeal for anyone who might be able to identify them to come forward. However, they went beyond simple sketches. Unfortunately, they were unable to locate any missing persons reports that had been filed a few days prior and that fit the victims' descriptions after searching through their records. Despite Monday coming and going, no one came forward to identify the boys, and days went by. Elizabeth Wren, a worried woman, hurried to the police station the next day, May 23, 2016, when she informed the officers that the sketches they had made public featured her sons, 14-year-old Larry Ordway and 16-year-old Maurice Gordon. She was clearly nervous. When the officers broke the devastating news that her sons' bodies had been discovered fully burned, Elizabeth was taken aback. She was informed by the police that they suspected foul play and thought the murder was a well-planned one rather than a simple accident. The officers had to politely turn down Elizabeth's fervent wish to see her sons one last time. It would not have been suitable for a mother to see the bodies in such a terrible condition. Even though she felt completely powerless, Elizabeth mustered the courage to share an important piece of information. When Elizabeth spoke with the police, she described how her sons had told her that they were going out with some friends she had never liked on the evening of May 21, 2016. In the past, she'd tried to stop her sons from spending time with these friends, but they continued to do so. They went to a party that evening with 3 people, 25-year-old Bryce Rhodes, 15-year-old Anjuan Carter, and 17-year-old Ja'Cory Taylor. Elizabeth voiced her worries about Bryce, who had a concerning criminal record that included a number of serious crimes, including physical assault, domestic abuse, kidnapping, and even abuse. Elizabeth didn't worry too much because the boys assured her they would return soon, despite the fact that days had gone by with no sign of them. They would frequently go out to parties and not return home for days at a time. Therefore, she assumed it was just another instance of that kind. She had no idea, though, that this time would bring heartbreaking news that would permanently alter her life. The entire group was quickly located by the police. Anjuan Carter was promptly located and taken in for interrogation. They kept looking for Bryce in the meantime, and by Tuesday, May 24, 2016, they had also found him. In a brief period of time, Ja'Cory Taylor, another group member, was also captured that same day. While Bryce and Ja'Cory spoke separately with detectives regarding Larry and Maurice, they were detained by the police for hours. In an attempt to elicit information about the killings, the detectives showed Ja'Cory pictures of the 2 brothers' crime scenes in an attempt to frighten him. Ja'Cory, however, only claimed to be friends with the brothers and to have had no involvement in their deaths. However, Bryce persisted in telling the police that he didn't know the brothers' whereabouts and ultimately asked for legal assistance. The police changed their strategy after Ja'Cory and Bryce failed to provide any helpful information. They observed a shift in Anjouan's behavior during their individual interviews with him. Anjouan eventually talked about what had actually transpired on the evening of May 21 at that point. He clarified that evening, Bryce had summoned him and Ja'Cory to his apartment. There, Bryce told them his biggest secret, that he was afraid Larry and Maurice might tell the police about something they had seen on May 4, 2016. In order to get Ja'Cory and Anjouan to help him with a plan, Bryce was able to convince them to do something horrible, kill the brothers on the evening of May 21. Telling the brothers that Bryce was taking them to a party, Ja'Cory went to their house and persuaded them to come out. After a period of hesitation, Larry and Maurice consented to go along. They promised their mother, Elizabeth, that they would return later that evening as they left the house. Since his mother was out of town that weekend, the group had driven to Bryce's house, which he shared with her. Like any other party, the boys settled in and started hanging out and having a good time, but Larry and Maurice were unaware that something sinister was simmering in the background. Unexpectedly, a dispute erupted among the group, ruining the enjoyable party atmosphere. Ja'Cory accused the brothers of stealing money from Bryce, according to Anjouan, who told the police. Maurice became enraged when Ja'Cory confronted him about the theft. The whole situation escalated when Maurice felt threatened and sensed danger, reaching for a knife to protect himself and his brother. Ja'Cory lunged in and took the knife away from Maurice when he saw him carrying it, according to Anjouan. After that, they both succeeded in subduing the brothers and belting them. To prevent either brother from defending themselves, they separated Larry and Maurice, leaving Larry in the bathroom while Bryce brought Maurice to his knees in the living room. Bryce insisted that Maurice ask for forgiveness, even though he pleaded for their lives. As Ja'Cory and Anjouan watched Maurice tearfully plead for forgiveness in an attempt to protect himself and his brother from whatever was going to happen next, it was a tense moment. Bryce was unrestrained in his cruelty. He placed a blanket on the floor beneath Maurice, pulled stockings over his head, and stuffed a rag in his mouth. Then, in a startling display of violence, Bryce repeatedly stabbed Maurice in the chest and started beating him viciously. The graphic and horrifying scene in front of them frightened and unsettled the other teenagers who were watching. With his intimidating manner, Bryce intimidated the boys who were watching the horror and coerced Anjouan into giving Maurice a single stab wound to the chest. Anjouan reluctantly followed Bryce's orders and stabbed Maurice out of fear for his wrath. Anjouan went on to tell his terrifying story, revealing that after Maurice died, Bryce dragged Larry from the bathroom into the living room, where his brother's blood was all over the floor. Larry was devastated to learn that his brother was no longer alive. Bryce shifted his focus to Larry, pushing aside Maurice's lifeless body. Anjouan could still clearly recall Larry's agonized voice as he begged Bryce to spare him, but he was unsuccessful. Like his brother, Larry endured the same horrifying treatment. Before Bryce shockingly stabbed Larry 20 times in the chest, Anjouan could still hear his frantic cries. Bryce coerced Ja'Cory into stabbing Larry by threatening him once more. Now that Maurice and Larry were dead, Bryce called a friend to help dispose of them and loaded their bodies into the car. Bryce left Anjouan and Ja'Cory in the apartment to clean up the gory scene while he and his friend drove away with the brothers' lifeless bodies in the back seat. Bryce drove their dead bodies to an abandoned lot and burned them. Anjouan disclosed as he continued his confession. Maurice and Larry's bodies burned that fateful night as the flames consumed them. Fortunately, though, their bodies had not burned to ashes. The police eventually learned the terrible truth about Larry and Maurice's terrible demise after questioning Anjouan, but they still had unanswered questions. What was the brothers' relationship to Bryce, and what was the secret that brought the siblings such a terrible end? Despite being stepbrothers, Larry and Maurice had a close relationship and were just typical teenagers who loved life. However, things changed when they met Bryce in 2015, and they were immediately drawn to his laid-back demeanor. Bryce was a rapper who appeared extremely wealthy and successful in a number of music videos that were posted online. His charisma and way of life captivated Larry and Maurice, who quickly became enmeshed in his world. As they grew closer, Bryce introduced them to Ja'Cory Taylor, a 17-year-old friend. A fourth teen, 14-year-old Anjwin Carter, joined the group as the three boys spent more and more time with Bryce. They all spent a lot of time with Bryce in 2015. He would take them places, buy them food and clothing, and even give them money to spend however they wanted. According to Ja'Cory's police interview, Bryce used to assure them that if they followed in his footsteps, they would become famous. The boys appeared to adopt Bryce's gangster lifestyle more and more over time. They even made an appearance in a few of his music videos, which suggested that they were taking up his mindset. During this time, Elizabeth observed a shift in their conduct. Images of them smoking cigars, flaunting stacks of cash, posing with fictitious weapons, and featuring women began to flood their social media accounts. They also started going to parties frequently, sometimes staying out for days at a time. Late on May 4, 2016, they were making their way back from one of these parties. Maurice was driving Bryce's car at around 12:30 a.m., with Anjuan in a truck following them, Ja'Cory in the passenger seat, and Bryce and Larry in the back. When Maurice noticed a man strolling on the sidewalk in the 800 block of South 43rd Street in Louisville, Kentucky, Bryce abruptly forced Maurice to apply the brakes. He struggled to recall where he had known him, but it quickly became clear that he was Christopher Jones, the 40-year-old man targeted by neighborhood gangs. However, Bryce made a grave error. He mistook Christopher for someone else, attempting to pick up the prize that had been placed on his head. It was such a mistake that it abruptly altered everything. Bryce jerked out his gun in a panic and fired a bullet from the car window into Christopher's chest. All of the teenagers were in disbelief as they saw a murder unfold before their very eyes as Christopher fell. Fearful and pumped with adrenaline, they drove as quickly as they could out of there without even pausing to think. Christopher was taken to emergency surgery after the shooting, but he tragically passed away during the procedure. Larry and Maurice couldn't get over the horror of what they'd witnessed for the next 2 weeks, even after Bryce had driven the boys home and told them not to speak about what had happened that night. They became uncomfortable around Bryce and began to avoid him more and more. Bryce, meanwhile, was experiencing anxiety as well. He was concerned that he would be in big trouble if the brothers told everyone about the shooting. Thus, on the evening of May 21, 2016, he decided to take their lives. Bryce made the terrible choice to kill 3 people in a short amount of time, all in self-defense. The repercussions of his actions, however, are now bearing down on him. Both Ja'Cory and Anjwin confessed to 3 charges of aiding and abetting murder and tampering with evidence after the interrogations. They were sentenced to 10 years in juvenile detention facilities because they were under the age of 18, with the remaining time to be spent in adult prisons after they reached the age of 18. They also had to testify against Bryce at his trial as part of their agreements. Bryce has ruined the court proceedings ever since he was taken into custody. The relatives of the victims believed he did it intentionally. He knew the prosecution wanted the death penalty, so they thought he was trying to stir up trouble. He reasoned that they might not execute him if he caused enough trouble and slowed down the procedure. Bryce did something startling at first. When he discovered that his court-appointed lawyer was friends with the victim's grandfather, he spat on him. Due to a conflict of interest, this created a significant issue and forced the lawyer to withdraw from the case. The court footage even shows the fight that broke out later between Bryce and the lawyer. Bryce even threatened to "see you when I get out." As a result, Bryce was forced to wear a spit mask and be restrained to his chair during subsequent court appearances. However, his behavior did not change despite these actions. He even threatened the judge and her family during one hearing. Bryce's courtroom antics continued after that. He frequently asserted that he didn't trust his lawyer and wouldn't allow them to speak for him. As a result, he even had 3 different state-appointed lawyers. It seemed as though he was adamant about doing things his own way, regardless of what other people thought. Following this court appearance in 2017, Bryce dug a hole in his cell in an attempt to break out of jail. Officers discovered the hole, though, along with a threatening note he had sent to Ja'Cory. "Rats get exposed," the note said. "This demonstrated Bryce's will to control even while incarcerated. Prove to me that you're not a rat." Another shocking incident that was caught on court video showed Bryce acting shamelessly as he was seen blowing kisses at the victim's mother. It was an unsettling demonstration of his lack of regret or shame for what he had done. The trial was repeatedly delayed, and Elizabeth was growing more and more irritated with Bryce's demeanor in the courtroom, as well as the delays. She had to leave the courtroom during one hearing because her emotions got the better of her. She later told reporters that she was still grieving over the loss of her 2 boys to this monster, even though she was attempting to find forgiveness through her faith. Her description of Bryce as ill and a demon made clear how deeply she felt pained and angry with him. Justice was finally done. In 2022, after Bryce's absurd actions and dramatic courtroom proceedings lasted for 6 long years, Bryce Rhodes was found guilty of killing 2 teenage brothers, Maurice Gordon, 16, and Larry Ordway, 14, by stabbing them and setting their bodies on fire. They allegedly saw him shoot and kill 40-year-old Christopher Jones in 2016, which prompted this horrific act. The jury also found Bryce guilty of 2 counts of abuse of a corpse and tampering with physical evidence, in addition to the 3 murder charges. The jury suggested a life sentence without the possibility of parole for the killings. They also proposed a 5-year sentence for evidence tampering and a 1-year sentence for each count of corpse abuse. Although Bryce was not eligible for the death penalty, his sentences will be served concurrently, meaning that unless his defense prevails in an appeal, he will be imprisoned for the remainder of his life. Deborah Wren, the grandmother of the teenage brothers, spoke tearfully about her memories following the verdict. The jury had to consider Bryce Rhodes' mental state during the trial in order to determine the appropriate punishment for him. According to psychologists consulted by the defense, Rhodes had an intellectual disability. They added that he had bipolar disorder and ADHD, but they felt he hadn't gotten the help or instruction he required to cope with these issues. The jury chose to side with the prosecution and the victims in spite of these arguments. How do you feel about the case? How did the teenage boys in the case become more vulnerable as a result of the absence of positive adult role models? What steps can be taken to stop future instances of violence and manipulation among young people who are already at risk? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Today we'll talk about what happened in Maine in 2016. While her husband Luke was shopping at Walmart, Valerie Tiemann, 34, vanished from the parking lot. There was no sign of Valerie when he got back in the car. The police opened an investigation as soon as they heard about Valerie's disappearance, but it soon took a surprising turn. Sarah Jean Sampsarmanen and Jean Allharman welcomed Valerie Jo Harmanen into the world on December 3, 1981, in Salem, Virginia. Valerie attended Hampton Park Christian School and graduated in 2000. She was born and raised in Greenville, South Carolina. She graduated from Bob Jones University with a degree in cosmetology. She was well known for her gregarious demeanor and warm smile. Valerie was well known for her passion for speech and theater. She played the flute and piano and loved music. Valerie worked in pageants, spas, and salons using her cosmetology skills. She helped people look and feel their best in order to support them. Valerie had been seeing a man named Matt Guccio. When Valerie was around 22, they met through a mutual friend. In many ways, they were too dissimilar. Matt was more reserved, but Valerie was gregarious and happy. However, they did not find this difference problematic. Valerie and Matt were married in 2004. They moved into Matt's tiny house after the honeymoon, and while everything was great at first, Valerie's parents started to notice behavioral changes over time. Matt was very frugal with his money. To have some personal savings, Valerie had to open a different bank account. Matt's behavior changed more and more over time. He attempted to exert total control over Valerie's life and held her responsible for all of his and their family's issues. She endured a great deal of emotional suffering and a lot of things, but patience has its limits. Matt and Valerie got divorced 10 years later. Valerie wanted a new chapter in her life, and Luke Tiemann opened it. He helped Valerie move past her past issues. Luke spent 10 years in the army. Valerie saw him as a trustworthy man who cared for her family while he was in Iraq and Afghanistan. Valerie was starting to look happy again. Valerie was once again smiling and full of joy as she had been 10 years before. Luke and Valerie entered into marriage on June 6, 2014. They relocated to the Fairfield home of Luke's parents. Luke was living in Maine at the time, and Valerie's parents were in South Carolina. After visiting Valerie's family in South Carolina, Luke and Valerie returned to Maine in August 2016. The final text message exchange between Valerie's mother, Sarah Jean Harmon, and her daughter took place on August 18, 2016. Luke was spotted with a woman he had begun chatting with on Facebook a week prior, on August 24, 2016. This woman and Luke Tiemann had sex on the evening of August 24, 2016, and it appears that Valerie learned of it that evening. In 5 hours, Valerie called Luke 31 times. A mutual friend of Luke and Valerie reached out to the latter through Messenger on August 26, 2016. Valerie was told by a friend that Luke was getting sucked into other women and claiming that they were no longer together. Valerie replied in multiple messages that, although it was heartbreaking, everything would work out because God has a timing and he would never find a better woman than her. She also said that he had lost her the following month in 2016. Luke Tiemann moved into the home of a woman with whom he was having an affair and told Valerie, his wife, that Valerie had fled with another man. Every week, Valerie would call her parents in South Carolina, but now they were unable to get in touch with their daughter for over a week. They couldn't get in touch with their daughter because she didn't answer their calls or texts. Luke was decided by Alan Harmon and Sarah Harmon. Speak with Luke. They texted him to inquire about his and Luke's well-being. The following day, Luke replied, "We are good. Thank you, love her so much." Another 13 days have passed, but Valerie's parents still can't contact Luso. They call Luke's father. They were shocked by the man's response. Valerie had been missing for approximately 2 weeks, according to Luke's father. In addition, he consulted Valerie's parents about what to do with her belongings. After that, Luke Tiemann was questioned about why he hadn't informed them about their daughter. "I was waiting for her to get in touch with you because," Tiemann said, "I never speak poorly of her. I still adore each of you." Luke said Valerie had run off with another man, and he thought she would tell her parents that they had broken up. Sarah Jean and Alan knew it wasn't true. It was a far cry from their daughter's behavior. Valerie couldn't have done that, they were certain. They also thought she would have called them, since she was aware of their concerns. Alan reported a missing person to the Fairfield Police Department the following day, September 9, 2016. Investigators began by visiting Valerie's parents, who were the residents of Luke Tiemann. They spoke with Laurel Tiemann, who told them she didn't know where they were. Since Valerie was, the detectives left without finding out where Laurel Tiemann's were. Because of Laurel Tiemann's domineering behavior, Valerie's parents felt it was difficult for their daughter to share a home with her. Laurel packed everything she owned in trash bags after Valerie was gone for 2 weeks. It was a clear representation of Laurel's daughter-in-law. She wasn't worried about Valerie at all. All she wanted to do was get rid of her things so they wouldn't occupy space in the house. The police meant to find Luke Tiemann and ask him a few questions, but they couldn't locate him. He didn't show up at his home, and his parents said they didn't know where their son might be. However, 5 days after Valerie's disappearance, Luke took the initiative to call the police himself. He claimed to have heard that the detectives were interested in speaking with him. When and under what circumstances he had last seen Valerie was one of the questions the detectives asked him. About 2 weeks ago, he and Valerie went to the local Walmart to buy some food, and he said that the response was really strange. While he went shopping, Valerie remained in the car in the parking lot. He finished his shopping and went back to the car, but Valerie was gone. According to Luke, he tried to find Valerie and promised to take her back by calling and texting her after leaving the store and realizing she wasn't there. Luke also disclosed that Valerie and he were approaching the end of their marriage. He claims that Valerie once brought up another man in a conversation, and he thought she was having an affair with him. Luke didn't know the man's name or where he lived. He believed Valerie had fled with him. The police appealed to the public through the media because Valerie's family was not aware of Luke Tiemann's existence. They asked anyone who has seen Valerie in the past few weeks to report it to detectives by posting a picture of her. From Valerie's disappearance from the Walmart parking lot to the disposal of her possessions in garbage bags, the whole story seemed strange. The fact that Luke Tiemann did nothing to find his wife was another intriguing element of the narrative. He might have been too preoccupied with another woman. On the day that Valerie vanished, investigators visited Luke Walmart, where Luke and Valerie were. There were surveillance cameras inside the building as well as outside. Consequently, it was simple to verify Lou's story. Examining the CCTV footage took the investigators over an hour. They were in for a surprise. Lucy did not see Valerie or Lou Tiemann in any of the recordings. Luch implied that Luch had lied to the police. The police were now aware that he was concealing something. The investigators chose to have a face-to-face conversation with Luke. They did not, however, reveal all of the information they possessed. They thought he would embellish or alter some of Lucci's testimony. It was no secret that Lucci was seeing another woman, Billie Jo Goodman. The fact that he was unfaithful to Valerie was not denied by him. He claimed that his relationship with Billie Jo was an effort to move on from Valerie's breakup. She was in a number of failed relationships. She thought she could start a future with Luke Tiemann when they first met. Another question now faced the investigators. Is it possible that Valerie acted as a mediator between Lucas and Billie Jo? Maybe these two chose to get rid of everything that might interfere with their plans in order to begin a new life. Billie Jo spoke with the police. She thought Louis had already separated from his wife. She claimed to investigators that she had no knowledge of Valerie Tiemann's disappearance. Meanwhile, one of the residents gave the police a tip. In one of the parking lots, the man had discovered a driver's license in the grass. The driver's license that was discovered belonged to Valerie, and this parking lot was adjacent to Billie Jo's house. Many people were suspicious because Valerie's driver's license was located close to her husband's new girlfriend's home. Few people think that on September 19, 2016, 10 days after Valerie's father, Alan, reported her missing to the police, Valerie fled with another man, leaving behind all of her possessions and discarding her documents. Luke Tiemann spoke with the news center Maine about the police. When he got back, Valerie wasn't in the car. He told reporters about Walmart. He didn't know Walmart had security camera footage. His story was not supported by footage. Without a doubt, after hearing Luke Tiemann's words and seeing his actions, each of you has drawn your own conclusions. On September 20, 2016, the following day, this case took a surprising turn. A.S. Luke warrant was obtained by detectives for the Fairfield property owned by Luke's parents. This was, after all, Valerie's last known residence. During the search, police dogs that are trained to detect human remains participated. Lot, his stream, and the land lot were to be checked. After searching the woods behind the house for about 5 minutes, a police dog discovered something. As the officer dug through the dirt with his hand, he noticed a shoe protruding from the ground. He was joined by other officers, who also began digging while wearing gloves. They discovered the body of a woman, wrapped in a blanket, and buried it with a number of odd items. These items included a package of sweet tarts, a bag of potato chips, a bottle of Gucci perfume, a flannel shirt, a handwritten note, a Mason note, and a wedding ring, an item that was not found until the evidence was being packaged for trial. While handling the con jar, Sergeant Scott Bryant, chief of Maine's evidence response team, testified that he discovered the ring. There were twigs and flower stems made of dirt in the mason jar. I knew there was something heavy in the envelope when I heard a thud. According to Bryant, it was still unknown if the ring belonged to a man or a woman. But according to Bryant, the discovered ring was significantly larger than his own wedding band. For my sole happiness, the police read, the soiled handwritten note that was discovered with Valerie's body. Joy, you will always bloom. I love you, Valerie, the note read. May you rest in peace with Jesus in my heart, Joy. I am looking forward to seeing you again. T. Lucio Bear, signed Lucy Bear. Tiemann Lucy Bear Sirs claimed in a police recording that he gave himself the nickname Lucy Bear and used it to sign a number of other notes discovered in Valerie's purse throughout the course of the investigation. Valerie's death was connected to all of Lucy's possessions. They took the body. For an autopsy and identification, the body was brought to the forensic medical examiner's office. Unfortunately, the body discovered behind the Tiemann family home actually belonged to their daughter, V. Lucre, so Jean and Alan Harmon had to worry about the worst thing their parents could hear. In addition to Valerie and Luke, the house was also occupied by his parents and younger brother Sam. Detectives discovered Sam's landscaping tools in the barn. Valerie discovered a contraband device in the same barn where Sam had dug up the burial site using these tools. Detectives soon discovered that Sam, Luke's younger brother, had engaged in illicit substance use. When Valerie visited her parents in South Carolina, She told them she used illegal drugs, which led the police to look into whether Sam Tiemann was involved in Valerie's death. When investigators searched Valerie's parents' bedroom, they found a .45 caliber handgun that Luke Tiemann had bought in 2015. Luke's parents told investigators they were unaware Valerie was buried close to their home. It's difficult to accept that this was the case, of course. Around the same time that Valerie was located, investigators found Luke and Billy Joe, his new friend. Luke Tiemann was taken into custody by investigators and taken to the police station to be questioned. He told the investigators Valerie had used illegal drugs and had overdosed and died nearly 25 months ago on August 25th. It is alleged that Lucian did not want Valerie's parents to be aware of their daughter's illicit drug use. He didn't tell them anything because of this. Since she was already dead, her husband knew that 911 would not be able to help her, so he chose not to call. As an alternative, he left Valerie in bed until nightfall. When it grew dark, he wrapped her in a blanket, left a note outside, and led her to the house in the woods. After that, Luke Clary was buried in a hole that Luke and his brother Sam had dug. Valerie had no physical wounds prior to her passing, according to Luke. Luke Tiemann was lying, though, according to the autopsy results, which showed that Valerie's blood had no traces of illegal substances, only traces of prescription medications were found. It wasn't the most unexpected thing, though. 2 gunshot wounds to Valerie's head and neck were the cause of her death. According to the results of the ballistics analysis, investigators used a .45 caliber handgun to fire the bullets that were taken from Valerie's body. When investigators searched Luke's parents' bedroom, they discovered the same gun. He claimed to have purchased a Buga Gohei gun for his father approximately a year ago, but he did not deny owning one. He asserted that he was unaware that Valerie had a loop shot. Valerie's age is 32. Luke Tiemann was charged with the murder of Valerie Tiemann, 34. The police were unable to uncover any proof that her brother was involved in Valerie Tiemann's death when they were investigating her death at the age of 4. According to Luke, his younger brother, Sam helped him bury Valerie's body. But according to the police, Sam wasn't home when Valerie died, and it's still unclear if his parents knew about it or had anything to do with it. However, it's rather odd that they didn't hear 2018. The 5-day trial started with opening statements on April 2, 2018, at Somerset Skowhegan's principal court. Luke entered a not guilty plea and claimed that he had been set up, although he insisted he wouldn't have left incriminating objects like a note and an engagement ring close to Valerie's body. The investigation linked Luke Tiemann to every item discovered there. After looking over the data on both Luke's and Valerie's phones, a computer forensics specialist also testified. The last time Valerie's phone was used, according to the records, was August 25, 2016, the day authorities think she died. The majority of the detective's time was devoted to outlining the process for monitoring cell phone usage and how it can be used to ascertain an individual's location at the time of a call. According to the documents, Valerie allegedly spent time with his friend Billy Joe while making 31 calls in a single day. Valerie only took the final call, which lasted a little more than 13 minutes. By the end of the call, police think he was at home. Another woman accused him of cheating on her in a message that Valerie received the following morning. After that, she refused to be with Tiemann again, and his defense questioned these phone logs. Luke's younger brother, Sam Tiemann, testified against his brother in court. Sam told the jury that he had no relationship with the 28-year-old, despite Luke's claims to the police that he helped him bury Valerie. Saways, 28, had his work log to prove that he was actually working 2 hours away. Sam testified in court that he overheard his brother confess to being an accomplice, and that Luke chose to confront him about it. He asked Luke why, and he responded with claims. Luke said, "What else do you do with a dead body?" in response to what he said. Luke kept asking questions about Luke, pointing the finger at Sam's parents and accusing him of shooting Valerie. Tiemann said that neither she nor Sam's parents could Luke anything like that. The officer questioned whether PTSD was the reason behind Luke's blackout. He had previously admitted to police that he occasionally had flashbacks due to his PTSD. Afterwards, witnesses that the prosecutor brought to the court discussed Valerie's side of the story and Valerie's team behind closed doors. They testified that the couple used a lot of illegal substances and that Luke informed people that he was divorcing Valerie at the same time that Valerie's ex-girlfriend, Sam's girlfriend, was getting a divorce. Sam Jackie Spencer, the older brother, told jurors that she and the couple had a wonderful relationship. At their wedding, she even served as the maid of honor. Spencer testified that she saw Valerie and Luke using a variety of illegal substances together. Spencer claimed that, around the time Valerie disappeared, Luke began texting her frequently. She had always sensed that he was interested in dating her. He used to tell me that he always felt a connection to me. According to Spencer, he has always wanted to get together or hang out. Jurors were shown additional evidence from the crime scene in addition to witnesses who knew the couple personally. 3 minutes after Valerie's body was found, a video showed the officer walking through dense forest on an overgrown ATV trail, a common sight behind many rural Maine homes, to Timon's house. At the Timon Lucidance, members of the evidence response team gave testimony regarding their fee Timon. Luke's defense team quickly objected to a few items, such as a .45 caliber handgun taken from one of the home's rooms and gardening tools found in a property. T-Man Smith, a team attorney, NC attorney, argued that the state assumed the gun and ammunition that T-Man had taken because they were discovered in the house. They noted that they never confirmed who owned them, suggesting that someone else in the house might have had access to them. UC Tiemann gave his closing remarks on the 5th day of the trial. Despite his own objections, he testified. Tiemann admitted that he had made many changes to his version. To protect his clients, he provided investigators with multiple stories, he told the jury. According to Luke, he was forced to make a false statement by the detectives. He said he had no motive to take his wife's life, and that there was no DNA evidence linking him to the crime. All the evidence pointed to Tiemann, the prosecutor, as the only person who could hurt Valerie. The jury deliberated for less than an hour before finding Tiemann guilty. On May 11, 2018, the jury announced the verdict. Valerie T. Mothers Mothmog Thayed acknowledged her sincere grief and heartache in her statement at the sentencing hearing. Luke is an evil-hearted man who should be sentenced to life in prison because of his persistent denial of the events, which disgusts me greatly. In addition, Luke's mother spoke for her son. She requested that the court take into account Luke Ken Tiemann's entire life. She said, "I don't ask you to ignore evidence, but I ask you to consider the whole person and balance justice with me." When his parents pleaded for the judge's pity, Tiemann sobbed. His mother, La Tiemann, claimed that her son was changed after returning from 3 combat tours in Iraq and Afghanistan. "I'm asking for understanding," she said, adding that she wasn't trying to use post-traumatic stress disorder as an excuse. Valerie's parents wanted Luke Tiemann to receive a life sentence, but he was given a 55-year sentence. The attorney for Harmon's family was shocked to learn that Demon's defense did not use post-traumatic stress disorder to obtain a lighter sentence for him. Demon changed his testimony once more, but this did not help him either. Demon appealed, but it did not have the desired effect while he was incarcerated. Why, in your opinion, did Luke Tiemann bury Valerie's body with other items? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On December 3, 1981, Rhonda Casto was born in the tiny Washington town of Gig Harbor. She was raised in a loving, supportive family that encouraged her in everything she did. Rhonda had a bright personality that was evident from a young age. She was driven, ambitious, and tenacious. According to her loved ones, she was able to inspire others and quickly establish a common language with them. When Rhonda graduated from high school, she decided to pursue a career in fashion. She began a modeling career thanks to her charisma, slim build, and inherent beauty. She gradually gained recognition by taking part in photo shoots and small fashion shows. Even though she loved her job, she always hoped for more than cover shots. Rhonda felt that true happiness would come from having a family and kids. We took off right away after she met Stephen Nichols and Nichols in 2009. They were attracted to each other right away after meeting through mutual friends. Although Rhonda's loved ones initially had some reservations about Stephen's age, 15 years older than Rhonda, the couple appeared to be content. Stephen's confidence and attention to detail impressed Rhonda, she told friends. He appeared to be a man she could trust, someone who cared about her. For his part, Stephen found Rhonda's inherent beauty and joy appealing. He viewed her as a companion who could share life's pleasures and challenges with him. They started living together shortly after they started dating, planning their future together. Their relationship took a new turn a few years later. Rhonda learned she was expecting a baby. For her, this news marked the start of a new stage. When tragedy rocked their lives, she was 5 months pregnant. Along with happiness, Rhonda's pregnancy gave her new objectives. She aspired to become a successful mother and keep growing as a person. Stephen seemed happy to be getting ready to become a father, and helped her in every way. The baby would be the pinnacle of their happy life together, he assured his friends. Even though they were very different in age, their relationship appeared to be strong and nothing could stop them from being happy. Rhonda, who always aimed for independence, had faith in Stephen and genuinely thought he would make a fantastic husband and father. They led busy, active lives. In order to escape the everyday grind, Rhonda frequently encouraged Stephen to take walks because she loved the outdoors. The area's wooded trails, where they could take in the scenery and clean air, were their favorite spots. Eagle Creek, a picturesque location in Oregon renowned for its rocky cliffs and waterfalls, was one such trail. Rhonda frequently recommended the trail for hikes because she loved it. They made the decision to hike Eagle Creek once more on the day of the tragedy. It was supposed to be a pleasant and easy walk. In order to preserve the memories of the happy time leading up to the baby's birth, Rhonda wanted to take some photos against the backdrop of nature. But nobody could have foreseen that Rhonda's walk would be her final one. On March 16, 2009, at approximately 6:30 p.m., Stephen Nichols reported to emergency services that his fiancée, Rhonda Casto, had fallen off a cliff on the Eagle Creek Trail. According to the dispatcher who took the call, Stephen's voice sounded tense and nervous. He tried to explain what had happened in a bewildered tone. "My fiancée went down. She tumbled off a precipice. I'm not sure if she's still alive." In an effort to explain the scene, Stephen repeated himself. He went on to say that Rhonda reportedly lost her balance on one of the challenging parts of the Eagle Creek Trail and fell while they were hiking along it. He informed the dispatcher right away that the situation was serious in a panicked voice. Rescuers arrived at the scene right away, fully aware that the Eagle Creek Trail, despite its popularity among hikers, can be hazardous. Numerous accidents have occurred in the past due to narrow paths, steep slopes, and slippery rocks. But none of the team could have imagined how messy this tragedy would end up being. Stephen was standing at the edge of the cliff when rescuers arrived on the scene. He appeared perplexed. He was obviously in shock, but his clothes were fine. His face showed a mix of horror and despair, and his breathing was labored. Stephen stated that he had attempted to figure out how to get downstairs to assist Rhonda, but had come to the conclusion that it was too risky. She was ahead. "I shouted at her to be careful when rescuers started asking questions, but she didn't listen," he said. "She slipped all of a sudden, and it happened too quickly." However, his words sounded sentimental. Rescuers found certain aspects of his story strange. Since Stephen was unable to pinpoint the precise location of Rhonda's fall and was unsure of her actions at the time, a group of rescuers descended to locate her. The circumstances were challenging. The ground was loose and the slope was steep. The rescuers themselves might have been in danger if they had made the smallest error. They discovered Rhonda's body on a rocky platform at the foot of the cliff after roughly 40 minutes. It was clear from her stillness that her wounds were incompatible with life. Rescuers had concerns because the location where Rhonda was discovered was a narrow ledge in the middle of a heavily forested slope. The rocks and vegetation there appeared to be unaltered. There were no signs of struggle, ripped branches, or slip marks, which are typically present when someone falls from this height. The rescuers also saw that, despite being steep, the slope itself did not appear to be dangerous enough to cause such a serious tragedy. At the cliff's edge where Stephen said the incident happened, there were no visible signs, such as ripped shoes or indentations in the ground, that would have suggested Rhonda had attempted to cling on. Although it seemed strange, the rescuers concentrated on evacuating the body, which was the primary objective. Stephen was upset when the rescuers came back to tell him about the discovery. There was a mix of confusion and guilt on his face. He restated his version of what had happened. Together they were strolling, conversing, and taking in the scenery. He claimed that Rhonda eventually made the decision to accelerate and run ahead. She loved the outdoors and occasionally got too reckless, according to Stephen. He recalled that she didn't seem to listen when I told her to be more cautious. She slipped and fell a few seconds later. According to Stephen, everything happened too quickly for him to take any action. I had nothing to do. With a trembling voice, he added, while recording Stephen's statement, rescuers observed that, in spite of his emotional statements, he appeared somewhat detached. He was acting strangely. He didn't try to approach the cliff's edge, and he didn't seem interested in learning the specifics of what had happened. When the police arrived on the scene, officers started questioning Stephen, which caused the rescuers to have their first reservations. He was still perplexed by certain details, but his story stayed consistent. For instance, he was unable to precisely explain why Rhonda chose to run ahead of her and what transpired just before she fell. Although officers recorded his statement, they pointed out that his explanation sounded too general and lacked specific facts. That was a trail we frequently walked. She knew what she was doing, according to Stephen. It's simply a horrible mishap. Police officers started to question his statements, though, because the accident's specifics did not make sense. Although the tragedy initially seemed to be an accident, rescuers and police were left wondering what actually transpired on the Eagle Creek Trail that day due to Stephen's actions and the details of the scene. Why was it so easy for a physically active woman to lose her balance, and why did the fall site show no typical indications of struggle or slip marks? Although these issues are still unresolved, rescuers and law enforcement chose to conduct additional research in order to learn the whole truth about Rhonda Casto's fate. Numerous questions were raised right away by the Eagle Creek Trail tragedy, and Oregon police, understanding the complexity of the situation. Rhonda Casto's death seemed to be an accident at first, but as the incident's specifics and Stephen Nichols' actions became more apparent, suspicions started to grow. The investigators were aware that the clue was concealed not only at the accident scene, but also in the lives of Rhonda and Stephen. Therefore, every facet of their relationship, as well as any indication of potential conflict or motivation, needed to be carefully examined. The identification of potential witnesses was the first stage of the investigation. Eagle Creek is a well-liked hiking destination, particularly on a day with clear, warm weather. People who were on the trail at the time of the tragedy were contacted by police. Before the incident, Rhonda and Stephen were spotted by a number of hikers. They were strolling together, and nothing about their behavior raised suspicions. According to one hiker, he saw Rhonda because she appeared to be very content. He was following her as she walked ahead. They were giggling. However, he recalled that no witnesses saw the fall occur. Only Stephen was able to determine the truth at that point. Although his explanation for Rhonda's decision to accelerate made sense, police started looking into other possibilities. Stephen Nichols claimed that his fiancée had called rescuers as soon as the incident occurred, tumbled down a precipice. He appeared startled at first, but his actions later started to seem odd. Though Stephen did not show the extreme panic or acute shock that might be anticipated in such a situation, rescuers who arrived on the scene noted that he was emotionally distressed. His actions in the days that followed were even more dubious. Rather than wallowing in grief, Stephen carried on with his routine. He avoided talking to loved ones about the incident and said very little about Rhonda. I found it odd that he almost instantly began acting as if nothing had happened, one of Rhonda's friends recalled. Additionally, police observed that Stephen showed no particular interest in the investigation's specifics. He made no effort to inquire about Rhonda's chances of survival or initiate contact with law enforcement. Rhonda's mother stated that in the days preceding the tragedy, Rhonda expressed her fears of something happening to her, which is why her family did not initially accept the accident version. "It's not an accident, I assure you," she informed her mom. These remarks suggested a potentially tense relationship between Rhonda and Stephen, which made them a crucial component of the inquiry. Additionally, according to Rhonda's mother, their relationship has never been ideal. Rhonda reportedly considered ending her relationship with Stephen, even though they were expecting a child. She complained to friends about her partner's excessive control and jealousy. Because it might have revealed underlying conflicts that contributed to the tragedy, this testimony raised suspicions among investigators. Rhonda appeared tense and anxious in the weeks prior to the incident, according to one of her friends. She expressed her fear for her future. According to him, the version of events that Stephen provided started to diverge from the testimonies that were collected from loved ones. The search of Stephen Nichols' house was a crucial part of the investigation. If the tragedy wasn't an accident, Investigators were searching for documents that might provide insight into the couple's relationship and potential motivations. Police discovered a $1 million insurance policy in Rhonda's name during the search. Stephen was listed as the only beneficiary. Since it turned out that the policy had only been issued a few months prior to the tragedy, this document caused a lot of questions for investigators. Furthermore, the insurance company claims that Stephen pushed for clauses in the policy that guaranteed the full amount would be paid, even in the case of an accident. It's likely that Rhonda was unaware of the policy. She never brought up the insurance policy or financial issues with Stephen, according to her friends and family. Given that Stephen was in a precarious financial situation, the fact that such a sizable insurance policy had been taken out just before the tragedy raised police suspicions and might have suggested a financial motivation. To ascertain whether he intended to use the funds to address his issues, investigators started looking through his bank accounts and financial documents. Following Rhonda's passing, Stephen Nichols also displayed odd financial behavior. He immediately began the process of obtaining an insurance policy rather than delaying his affairs. Only a few days after the tragedy, investigators saw that he completed the payout paperwork. His actions appeared hurried, which added to the suspicion. Police also observed that Stephen avoided interacting with Rhonda's relatives. He didn't offer to assist her parents with funeral planning or show up for her memorial service. As a result, there was more friction between him and the grieving family, who were beginning to suspect Stephen of being responsible for her passing. The turning point was when Stephen Nichols, who had appeared distant and reclusive since the tragedy, became the target of law enforcement after they had accumulated enough strong evidence to file charges. Be aware that every piece of evidence, including witness accounts and financial records, pointed to a potential motive, and his odd post-event behavior increased suspicion. Police eventually accused him of murder, and they started questioning him. Given that Stephen might have been tense or dangerous if caught, investigators made sure they were ready for the arrest. They were alarmed by his actions in the last few days. It was a cold and calculating attitude toward the situation, not just emotional distress from the loss. Based on the evidence they discovered, insurance, financial records, and his peculiar behavior, the police took Stephen into custody at his residence. There were no problems during the arrest procedure. When Stephen was told of the charges, he reacted calmly. He wasn't hostile, made no harsh remarks, or attempted to flee. There was nothing that could surprise him when police told him he was accused of murder. His face was unbreakable. The first interrogation started after Stephen was taken to the police station. He initially flatly denied any guilt. He asserted that his version of events would remain unchanged when questioned about what had transpired. "I was unable to save Rhonda when she fell. An accident occurred." He persisted in claiming that he was unable to foresee the tragedy and that the incident was an accident. But even though he was certain of his innocence, investigators started to show him evidence that contradicted his account. The police attempted to approach the case more subtly in an attempt to persuade Stephen to confess, rather than immediately accusing him of murder. His own words were being used against him as they meticulously crafted his story. Stephen became anxious during one of the interviews after the investigators presented him with financial records and other supporting documentation. Following the tragedy, police insisted that his actions were out of the ordinary. They highlighted his rash insurance buying decisions, his odd conduct following Rhonda's passing, and other questionable incidents. When an investigator asked Stephen why he had started taking out insurance so quickly, it was a pivotal moment. The man smiled nervously and said something that was practically a confession. "I didn't think it would happen so fast," he said, not seeing right away that what he said might have been taken as an admission of his actual motivations. It was a crucial statement that provided the police with a crucial lead. Although Stephen persisted in claiming that the tragedy was an accident, his arguments started to falter. "You're saying you didn't expect it to end so quickly," the investigator persisted. "You mean you didn't believe Rhonda would pass away?" Since more investigation showed that psychological pressure was a factor, this incident gave the impression that Stephen may have eventually acknowledged his guilt, even if not outright. Perhaps unknowingly, Stephen started to give in to the weight of the evidence. He grew more reclusive, avoiding direct responses and questions about his behavior on the day of the tragedy, even though he had no intention of acknowledging what had happened. In the meantime, the investigators engaged experts and kept elaborating on specifics. Rhonda died from injuries that were obviously not possible to have resulted from an unintentional fall, according to the forensic report. Because of the severe impact that caused these injuries, investigators started to believe that Stephen was most likely to blame for her passing. But in spite of everything, Stephen refused to acknowledge his actions. He repeated his version of events, claiming that he had no idea what was going to happen and that everything had happened by accident. The police understood that gathering reliable evidence would require time and effort, making this a challenging case. In the end, investigators collected all the evidence required for charging. In addition to Stephen's own actions in the days that followed, they also incorporated forensic evidence, Rhonda's insurance policy, documents proving Stephen was the only beneficiary, testimony from her family and friends, and proof of financial motivations. The tragedy served as a crucial component of the inquiry as well. The fact that he processed the insurance payment without hesitation and without displaying the typical human response to losing a loved one astounded the investigators. As a result, the charges had a solid foundation thanks to all of these facts, and the investigation took the case to trial. The trial of Stephen Nichols marked the end of a protracted investigation into Rhonda Casto's unexplained death on the Eagle Creek Trail. Investigators and prosecutors developed a case that they felt demonstrated the tragedy was not an accident. After years of meticulous work, the trial's unexpected conclusion, however, caused a public uproar and raised numerous concerns about the true circumstances surrounding Stephen Nichols' 2015 arrest. According to the investigation, the woman's death was the result of deliberate actions. Prosecutors asserted with confidence that Nichols had a purpose, a plan, and the intention to carry it out. A $1 million insurance policy that was put in Rhonda's name just months before she passed away was a crucial component of the prosecution's case. Stephen was listed as the policy's only beneficiary. The prosecution claimed that the document suggested a possible financial motivation for the crime. Prosecutors also emphasized Rhonda's mother's testimony, claiming that her daughter had voiced concerns about Stephen's unpredictable behavior and had been vocal about the possibility that she might be abused if something were to happen to her. You are aware, it's no coincidence. According to the mother, Rhonda stated in court that her injuries were not totally consistent with an unintentional fall. Prosecutors also provided a medical report supporting this claim. The medical examiners came to the conclusion that rather than a simple loss of balance, Rhonda's injuries might indicate a push. The prosecution's case revolved around these conclusions. From the start, Stephen Nichols vehemently denied his guilt. According to his attorneys, Rhonda's death was a tragic but unintended accident. According to Stephen's own account, he and Rhonda were taking a leisurely stroll along the wharf on the day of the tragedy. According to him, Rhonda was feeling good and even decided to pick up the pace in order to feel more liberated and energetic. But she reportedly stumbled and fell off a cliff on one challenging part of the trail. It happened too quickly, but I saw her lose her balance. I was powerless to help. According to Nichols, he also maintained that the accusations against him were the result of speculation and misinterpretation. His attorneys argued that the investigation had rushed to conclusions based on emotional testimony from the deceased's family members and circumstantial evidence. Additionally, the defense argued that married couples, particularly those who were getting ready to move in together and were expecting a child, frequently had insurance policies. They maintained that the execution of such a document did not demonstrate criminal intent, and that its mere existence did not establish that Stephen had harmed Rhonda on purpose. The attorneys stressed that Nichols had no established reason for the murder because, despite their occasional arguments, their relationship was not so tumultuous as to result in tragedy. There were several obstacles that prosecutors had to overcome in order to construct a perfect prosecution. The absence of first-hand witnesses was one of the main issues. Stephen was the only one who witnessed Rhonda's fall on the trail. Nichols's attorneys had a significant advantage because no one could definitively dispute their client's version of events, allowing him to continue insisting on it. The unclear expert conclusions were another flaw in the prosecution's case. There were no other obvious indications of violence. Even though some of Rhonda's wounds weren't consistent with the fall, this ambiguity was actively exploited by defense lawyers. They maintained that the prosecution's conclusions were based on speculation and conjecture, and that Rhonda's death was an accident. Stephen Nichols chose to reach an agreement with prosecutors in 2017, 2 years after his arrest. This ruling was an unanticipated development in the case. Nichols' degree of responsibility and potential sentence were greatly diminished by the agreement, which assumed that he would enter a guilty plea to manslaughter. In turn, the prosecutor's office accepted the agreement, likely understanding that the likelihood of a conviction on the manslaughter count was lower. A strong defense, unclear medical reports, and a lack of concrete evidence might have led to Nichols' acquittal. As part of the agreement, a plea deal in this case permitted at least partial justice. Although it was not his intention, Nichols acknowledged that his actions on the day of the tragedy might have played a role in Rhonda's demise. The public and the victim's family had differing opinions about this admission, which allowed the prosecution to wrap up the case without a drawn-out trial. The court imposed the sentence after the plea agreement. Stephen Nichols received a 3-year probationary sentence after being found guilty of manslaughter. Nevertheless, the court permitted Nichols to depart following his 19-month incarceration pending trial. Many people who had been following the case, including Rhonda's family, were taken aback by this light sentence. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The son of a wealthy businessman, 6-year-old Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlease Jr., was abducted from his school, Notre Dame de Sion in Kansas City, Missouri, on September 28, 1953. As the authorities began a large search for the young boy, the city was engulfed in panic and commotion, but the abductor eluded capture. Soon after, Bobby's family started getting a flurry of phone calls and letters demanding an outrageous sum of money in exchange for their son's safe return. The case's twists and turns became even more startling as it attracted national notice. Who was responsible for the abduction? Was it a stranger or a member of the family? Would Bobby's family ever be reconciled with him if he were ever discovered alive? We are examining Bobby Greenlease's unsettling situation today. So let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. With a population of over 500,000, Kansas City is situated in the western region of Missouri. It is Missouri's biggest city. With a variety of eateries, retail establishments, and entertainment venues, the Kansas City Power and Light District is one of the city's most recognizable attractions. The Kaufman Center for the Performing Arts and the Nelson Atkins Museum of Art provide visitors more opportunities to see the city's thriving art scene. It's difficult to forget the horrifying crime that previously took place in this city in the 1950s, though, despite all of the beauty and excitement. Multi-millionaire Robert Greenlease Sr. lived in Kansas City's affluent Mission Hills area and had it all. He was a vehicle dealer with locations all throughout the nation. Early in the 20th century, he brought General Motors automobiles to the Great Plains, which is how he made his money. The birth of his son, Robert Bobby Cosgrove Greenlease Jr., on February 3, 1947, at the age of 65, permanently altered his life. Robert's second wife was Virginia Pollock, Bobby's mother. The Greenlease family was loyal to their beloved Bobby and had a luxurious lifestyle. Virginia, his older sister, was born in 1941, therefore he wasn't an only child. In addition, he had a 1917-born half-brother named Paul. Robert's first marriage produced a son named Paul. Bobby was enrolled at the esteemed Notre Dame de Sion, a private Catholic school situated at 3823 Locust Avenue in Kansas City, when he was 6 years old in 1953. He developed alongside his contemporaries there. Bobby's future was bright and everything was going well, but destiny had other ideas for the young child and his family. On the morning of September 28, 1953, Bobby's school, Notre Dame de Sion, was much like any other day. Nobody could have predicted, though, how tragically this day would shortly turn out. When Sister Moran, the nun on duty that day, opened the school door at about 11 in the morning, she was met by a chubby woman who claimed to be Bobby's aunt. The woman revealed that Virginia, the boy's mother, had been taken to St. Mary's Hospital after suffering a heart attack while shopping at the Country Club Plaza. She continued by saying that she was told to take the boy to his mother right away by the Greenlease family. Sister Moran went to get Bobby from his classroom without thinking twice. The 6-year-old, who was naive and trusted people, had no reason to suspect the woman's identity or motivations. The nun watched as he took the woman's hand and they both climbed into a taxi and drove away. She figured everything was all right. Nobody realized that the woman wasn't Bobby's aunt. And what happened that day would forever alter the Greenlease family's course in life. Virginia will never forget the phone call she got less than an hour after the unidentified woman took Bobby. Another nun from Bobby's school, Sister Martha Anna, was on the other end of the telephone. She had called the family's residence to ask about Virginia's alleged heart attack. However, the nun was shocked to learn that nothing similar had occurred. Virginia had not suffered a heart attack and was not in the hospital. Both Virginia and the nun quickly realized that something evil was going on, and they quickly came to the conclusion that Bobby had been abducted. Virginia immediately called her husband Robert after speaking with Sister Martha over the phone and told him what had transpired. Like his wife, Robert was astounded and perplexed. As soon as possible, he reported the offense to the Kansas City Police Department. To help with the problem, the FBI was also called in. As word spread that Bobby had been abducted, panic swept the city. Despite launching a large manhunt, the authorities were unable to find the woman who had abducted the boy, which hindered their efforts. Hope started to wane as the hours passed. However, Bobby's parents received the first of many ransom notes on the same day that Bobby was seized. Signed by a person going by M, the letter requested $600,000, 0 cents, to ensure Bobby's safe return. It was an astounding sum of money, more than $6 million, 0 cents in today's dollars. The demands, however, did not end there. Additionally, M demanded that the ransom money be paid in $10, 0 cents, and $20, 0 cents small denomination notes. After learning of the ransom note, the authorities set to work finding the enigmatic M and securing Bobby's release. An additional ransom note arrived on September 29, 1953. This time, a pin Bobby had been wearing the day he was abducted was sent with the letter. Desperate to ensure his son's release, Robert made the decision to go collect the ransom money and sought assistance from connections and trusted friends. Among them was Commerce Trust Company Executive Vice President Arthur Eisenhower. In addition, he was the brother of the U.S. President at the time. Eisenhower made sure that all bank clerks handling the ransom money noted the bill's serial numbers, which were then published in newspapers across the nation. As Bobby's family continued to collect the astronomical ransom requested by the kidnapper, the excruciating wait for his safe return seemed to drag on forever. A man called the Greenlease home several times during this period to let Virginia know her son was still alive. Despite the family's desperation, the kidnapper appeared to relish his perverse game. 6 ransom letters and 15 phone calls were sent to the family in a week. Additionally, they consented to follow all of the kidnapper's directions, but they would quickly come to the realization that they had made a grave error. Robert amassed an incredible $600,000, 0 cents in ransom money for his son's safe return by the evening of October 4, 1953. The funds were then transferred to a bridge close to Highway 40, just east of Kansas City, in a duffel bag. At the time, it was the biggest ransom ever paid in American history. The kidnappers contacted the Greenleases early the following morning to verify that they had recovered the money and that Bobby would be returned in a day. However, no information on the boy's whereabouts was released as the day wore on. Anxiously, the family awaited any updates, but none arrived. The Greenleases were left to question whether the kidnappers had deceived them or whether their son was still alive. It felt like their darkest worries were going to come true, and the tension was excruciating. The most challenging and devastating period of their lives would be the following 24 hours. An ex-convict and taxi driver named Joe Carr was set to become a key player in the inquiry as Bobby's quest went on. In the state of St. Louis, a guy by the name of Carl Austin Hall had employed him as his personal driver. Carr was aware that Hall was a newcomer to the area and was spending money carelessly. Hall was living like a king after renting an apartment and purchasing new clothing. Carr chose to get in touch with his employer at the taxi firm Joe Costello because he was skeptical of Hall's actions. In addition to having links within the St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, Costello was a man with ties to the mob. On October 6, 1953, after the sun had fallen, Costello tipped Patrolman Elmer Dolan and Lieutenant Louis Shoulders about the man showing off a lot of cash in St. Louis. They hurried to Hall's residence where he was and took him into custody. The officers discovered 2 heavy metal suitcases stuffed full of cash inside the room. The sight was stunning. After that, Hall was taken to the Newstead police station in North St. Louis, where he was questioned by the police on the money's origin. Hall insisted that he had done nothing illegal at first, but investigators quickly started to piece the puzzle together. Because Hall had so much cash on him, they assumed he was implicated in the kidnapping of Greenlease. Hall eventually broke under pressure and admitted his involvement in the crime. However, the most startling discovery was still to come. When questioned about Bobby's whereabouts, he disclosed that the boy had passed away. He had not acted alone, Hall disclosed. A woman named Bonnie Hetty was his accomplice. They had come up with the idea to kidnap Bobby and demand a large ransom from his affluent parents. Investigators were able to piece together the events and discover the startling specifics of how the kidnapping took place, thanks to Hall's confession and a comprehensive background investigation. It was a network of treachery and deceit, with avarice at its core. It was discovered by authorities that Hall was from a wealthy family. He was a lawyer's son. He received a sizable inheritance and his parents' 1,100-acre Pleasanton, Kansas homestead after they died. However, Hall's life took a turn for the worst when he lost his riches, was divorced, and developed an addiction. When he was condemned to the Missouri State Penitentiary for robbing a cab driver of just $38.00, his life reached its lowest point. Hall recalled the rich Greenlease family when he dreamed of one huge score that would set him up for life while he was incarcerated. You see, Hall had learned about the family's fortune years earlier when he had gone to a military reform academy with Bobby's older adoptive half-brother, Paul. Hall quickly came up with a scheme to pay the ransom. The only thing left to do was figure out how to kidnap the youngster. Bonnie entered the picture at that point. Bonnie was a contradictory person. She continued to engage in prostitution and extravagant parties, even though she was the recipient of a substantial bequest from her father. She also appeared to be attracted to crooks. Her first spouse was a bank robber who was shot and killed by the police. She ended up inheriting a house from the divorce settlement, though, because her second marriage didn't work out any better. Bonnie first met Hall in the bar of the Hotel Robideau in St. Joseph, Missouri. Their fortuitous encounter signaled the start of a sinister and perverse collaboration, which could have been the result of fate or simply the cosmos coming into harmony. Hall gradually told Bonnie about his perverse plan over the course of the months, and to his relief, she was all too willing to join in. Thus, like 2 ravenous wolves pursuing their prey, Hall and Bonnie started following the Greenlease family in the summer of 1953. In an attempt to identify a vulnerability to take advantage of, they observed the family going about their everyday activities. They initially intended to kidnap the Greenlease's daughter, Sue, but they quickly came to the conclusion that Bobby, their 6-year-old son, would be a simpler target. The stage was prepared for the kidnapping that rocked the country to its foundation, because they understood they had to move quickly if they wanted to score the big score. Pretending to be Bobby's aunt, Bonnie had taken him up from school without causing any trouble. After that, Hall was waiting at a pharmacy when Bonnie and Bobby were dropped off. Hall took charge and led them to an empty field in Overland Park, Kansas, across state borders. Bobby was left alone with Hall, who had no intention of keeping him alive, after Bonnie exited the car and went a short distance. Hall initially attempted to kill Bobby with a piece of rope, but the rope was too short. Hall struck Bobby in the face, knocking out one of his teeth out of frustration and rage. Hall took out his .38 caliber revolver and shot Bobby at close range when he slumped to the floor of the automobile. After being kidnapped, Bobby did not live for more than half an hour. Both Hall and Bonnie realized they needed to remove the evidence after committing the horrible act. They wrapped Bobby's lifeless body in a trash bag and traveled to Bonnie's house in St. Joseph, Missouri. Then, in order to hide the smell of the corpse, they gently buried the bag in a grave that had been prepared in the backyard. They covered the bag with a lot of lime. In an attempt to pass the grave off as a flower garden, Hall then covered it with chrysanthemums. Now, Hall and Bonnie quickly fled to St. Louis across the state as soon as they had the ransom money. Hall had bought 2 metal suitcases there to hide the cash. In addition, he and Bonnie discovered an apartment on Arsenal Street overlooking Tower Grove Park, where they reveled in their newfound wealth by drinking excessively. As the evening went on, Boney's intoxication finally overcame her, and she fell asleep. Hall had another plan, and this was the ideal time to implement it. He snuck out of the flat with the rest of the loot in the middle of the night, after placing $2,000, 0 cents, in Bonnie's purse. Hall then picked up a sex worker called Sandra O'Day on the taxi ride to the Coral Court Motel in Marlboro, Missouri. Before he was arrested, he intended to utilize Sandra's assistance to distract the police. Hall arranged for her to travel to Los Angeles so that he could mail the Greenlease family a letter he had written. By doing this, he would have diverted the police's attention. According to stories, Sandra was the one who reported the ransom money that Hall was carrying around to the police when she allegedly saw it. However, it's unclear if this is true or not. It is also thought that Hall purchased a shovel and 2 trash cans. In order to conceal the ransom money, he then rented a car and drove it to a location in St. Louis County along the Merrimack River. However, Hall kept the money with him since he was unable to locate a suitable place to bury the cans. Shortly after this, he was taken into custody. Police took immediate action after all of these revelations were made public. In the apartment where Hall had left her, Bonnie was found and taken into custody. They both faced the full weight of the law for their crimes after being charged with capital murder and kidnapping. Bobby's remains were found where they had been buried on October 7, 1953. Family members and neighbors came together to grieve the untimely death of this defenseless boy at a sad burial conducted at St. Agnes Catholic Church 2 days later, on October 9. As a victim of one of the most horrible murders in American history, Bobby was buried with sorrow and tears in his eyes. Since the crime had crossed state boundaries and was therefore a federal prosecution, punishment was swift for the 2 kidnappers. Hall and Bonnie entered a guilty plea to the accusations against them when they appeared in court on October 30, 1953. After only 1 hour and 8 minutes of deliberation, the jury recommended the death penalty. Hall and Bonnie accepted their fates on November 19, 1953, less than a month later, and neither attempted to challenge the decision. Just 81 days after the kidnapping, on December 18, 1953, they were both put to death in a Missouri gas chamber. Hall was 34 years old, and Bonnie was 41 when they passed away. There were several complexities in the aftermath of Bobby's kidnapping and death. The Greenlease family may have found closure with Hall and Bonnie's execution, but it also exposed a shocking truth. Now, just half of the ransom money was found when Hall was taken into custody. Unaccounted for was $312,000, 0 cents in total. The cops that arrested Hall, Patrolman Dolan, and Lieutenant Shoulders were suspected of stealing the missing funds. At first, though, they denied this, saying they had delivered all the cash to the police station. They ultimately faced federal charges and were found guilty of perjury. Shoulders received a sentence of 3 years in jail on April 15, 1954. Dolan, however, was sentenced to 2 years in prison. However, this was not the end of the story. Shoulders unexpectedly passed away in 1962. Shoulders and mob boss Joe Costello had actually stolen half of the ransom money, Dolan told the FBI after this. It wasn't until Shoulders and Costello were dead that Dolan finally told the truth. He had been too afraid to speak up earlier for fear of reprisals. In July 1965, President Lyndon B. Johnson pardoned Dolan for his assistance. This was the conclusion of Bobby's tragic story. We are reminded when we consider the terrible events of 1953 that Bobby eventually received justice, albeit at a high price. We have to keep asking ourselves, how can we stop catastrophes like this from occurring again? What can we learn from Bobby's story, therefore? And how can we apply this understanding to create a society that is safer and more equitable for everyone? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Elisa Claps, a high school student from Italy, disappeared in her hometown of Potenza in September 1993 D. She was unaccounted for almost 20 years. Elisa was last seen in person at the nearby Holy Trinity Church, where she had met up with a friend. It's commonly said that it's difficult to spot a dangerous criminal with a perverted mindset among regular people. Their ability to blend in is frightening, To those around them, they seem completely normal, average, and unremarkable. Their ability to cover their tracks, leaving crime scenes painstakingly devoid of evidence, is even more disturbing. This is the exact reason why it can be difficult for law enforcement to find and apprehend these criminals. It can take years, during which time they may carry out their heinous crimes. Let's examine this disturbing case now. On January 21, 1977, Elisa Maria Claps was born in the southern Italian town of Potenza, which is surrounded by mountains. She was the youngest of her family's 3 children. Her father ran a small tobacco shop, and her mother was a simple clerk. Elisa grew up with Gildo and Luciano, her 2 older brothers. The Claps family, who regularly attended Sunday services at their neighborhood church, was well known for being devout and strict. Driven by her desire to help people, Elisa was a bright and ambitious student who aspired to become a doctor. She was described as being very friendly, kind, and compassionate by those who knew her. She was naive and trusting at the same time, always having faith in other people. She had a natural ability to connect with people and quickly form friendships. Despite the attention she received from her peers, Elisa had never been in a romantic relationship by the time she turned 16. The boys at school definitely noticed her because of her lovely long hair and warm smile. However, because she came from a religious family, she graciously turned down every date invitation. In the early summer of 1993, an admirer became unsettlingly devoted. Danilo Restivo, a local, started displaying unwelcome and persistent interest in Elisa. The town was filled with disturbing rumors about Danilo, who was 5 years older. Elisa made an effort to avoid this strange man, who whenever he had the opportunity tried to entice her into remote areas. She was unable to be harsh or contemptuous due to her upbringing and innate kindness, and Danielle appeared to take her politeness as encouragement. In her private journal, Elisa wrote about Danielle, acknowledging that he both scared and made her feel sorry for him. Though she was careful never to be alone with him, she always tried to be polite because she saw how lonely and troubled he seemed. She always found a reason to get out of his presence as quickly as possible, usually by saying she had important errands to run. The Claps family took a vacation to the peaceful seaside town of Monte Giordano in the middle of August of that year. Elisa froze one day as she and her brother Gildo were walking through the quiet streets. She signaled to her brother not to leave her side by holding his hand tightly as Danilo approached them. As though they were old friends, Danilo greeted Elisa and even asked her to accompany him, insisting that he needed her help with something. Gildo knew right away that something was amiss. As he led his sister away, he made up an excuse. He later questioned Elisa about whether Danilo had harmed her and why she had reacted that way. Although the man had never physically hurt her, Elisa admitted that he had been following her and that she was afraid of him. Around 5 p.m. on September 11th, the Claps family's phone rang. Elisa responded, and as she conversed with the person on the other end, her attitude rapidly changed. Her brother did not miss the growing somber and agitated expression on her face. Galito inquired as to who had called after Elisa hung up. "It was Danilo," she said. Elisa adamantly declined Gildo's offer to confront him, claiming she could take care of it on her own. She thought she had everything under control and didn't want to cause any trouble. The enigmatical absence at church. Elisa's parents and brothers departed early on Sunday, September 12, 1993, for a day trip to Naples, which is roughly 90 miles away from Potenza. Elisa had remained behind, intending to join her close friend Elena for the morning service at the nearby church. Her family had returned from Naples by noon, and as everyone waited for Elisa and Elena, her mother made lunch. However, the girls had yet to return home as time went on. Someone knocked on the door at 1:45 p.m. Elena appeared nervous as she stood on the doorstep. She inquired as to Elisa's return, stating that they had become separated at the church and were unable to see one another. Elena claimed that she thought Elisa had already arrived at her house, but her account sounded flimsy, and she shifted uneasily, as though she were concealing something. Elena's distress increased when the family informed her that Elisa was still missing. She eventually acknowledged that she hadn't been truthful under duress. After the service, Elisa had actually stayed behind to talk to a young man. The 2 girls had planned to meet at the park afterwards before going to lunch, and the talk was only expected to last 10 minutes at most. However, neither 10 minutes nor an hour later did Elisa appear. As they conversed, Elisa grudgingly disclosed that Elisa's intended meeting with the young man was Danila. Guldo's face turned pale at this. He alerted his brother and parents that Elisa might be in grave danger and that they should begin looking for her immediately. Danilo Restivo. Who was he? On April 3, 1972, Danilo Restivo was born in Irice, a tiny commune in the Sicilian province of Trapani. He came from a reasonably well-off family and was the youngest child. He was pampered and used to getting what he wanted as a child, and he was taught early on that there would never be any real repercussions for his actions. Regardless of the trouble he caused, his father was always there to support him. The Restivo family relocated to Potenza in the early 1980s, where Danilo's father, Mauricio, founded a prosperous company. In a matter of years, Mauricio rose to prominence as one of the richest and most powerful people in the city, developing close ties with local government and law enforcement. Danilo was notorious for being strange, impolite, and unsettlingly violent when he was in school. He was a reclusive and vicious youngster who was notorious for abusing animals, a habit that apparently gave him a deranged sense of fulfillment. In addition, he had a disturbing fixation on sharp objects. Despite being caught spying on girls in locker rooms on multiple occasions, Danilo appeared unaffected by any kind of intervention or discipline. He showed no remorse or desire to change, and he persisted in these actions with a stubborn, almost compulsive determination. Danilo Restivo had no true friends and was a recluse who was mostly shunned by his peers. He would frequently cut the hair of gullible girls because he had the unsettling habit of always having scissors with him. Parents complained repeatedly, but this unsettling behavior was ignored. Danilo would collect a large collection of hair clippings and take his trophies home. Strangely, his family didn't seem to notice any warning signs and instead dismissed this behavior as simple, childish mischief. Danilo's actions became more concerning as he grew older. His cruelty was not limited to animal abuse. He seemed to enjoy hurting other people. He still had trouble relating to people, especially girls, with whom he frequently acted aggressively and made an effort to threaten or harm them. The initial victim. Sonia, Danilo's younger cousin, was roughly a year and a half younger than him. They frequently walked home together from the same school. Danilo would often invite her to remote locations after class, making up a variety of reasons to entice her away. But Sonia was suspicious of her cousin. Her mother had specifically warned her not to go anywhere with him by herself, and her instincts told her to exercise caution. After promising to show Sonia a secret hiding place, Danilo was able to persuade her to follow him in the spring of 1987. Sensing that something was wrong, Sonia made the safe decision to bring her younger brother, Angelo, who was 11 years old. The three of them went into a wooded area where an old deserted shack stood after school. Danilo proposed a game in which players would be blindfolded. After Sonia and Angelo agreed to temporarily trust him, Danilo covered their eyes with blindfolds. There was a tense silence. Uneasy, Sonia shifted her blindfold just enough to get a glimpse and saw something horrifying. Her cousin was approaching Angelo, getting ready to attack and taking a pair of scissors from his backpack. Sonia startled her younger brother by screaming as loudly as she could. Angelo jerked away in an instinctive reaction, still with his eyes covered. Danilo's hand swung down, but the scissors sliced his shoulder rather than his neck. Danilo appeared to be stunned by the sight of blood and Sonia's shrill cries, which allowed the kids to flee in the few seconds they had left. With their cries resonating through the forest, Sonia and Angelo fled the shack and fled for their lives. Danilo screamed threats and demanded they keep quiet about what had happened as he pursued them. Sonia and Angelo outran him and made it to safety, motivated by their instinct for survival and sheer terror. What had happened appalled the parents of the injured children. They hurried Angelo to the hospital, where medical professionals were able to treat him in time to save his life. Despite suffering severe blood loss and nearly dying, the boy managed to survive. The parents reported the incident to the local police that same day, filing charges for attempted assault with deadly intent, but the case was quickly dismissed, and Danilo was spared any serious repercussions. There were rumors that his father shielded his youngest son by using his considerable influence. With the help of a local priest, Mr. Restivo assured Angelo's family that Danilo would be committed to a mental health facility for required therapy in order to stop similar incidents in the future. He also paid the family a sizable amount in compensation and paid for Angelo's medical bills. Soon after, the parents of Sonia and Angelo made the decision to relocate their family to Naples in order to avoid any more interactions with their dangerous relative. Although Danilo's father made solemn vows, he never fulfilled them. Danilo never even saw a specialist and was never sent for treatment. Mr. Mauricio Restivo was too worried that his son's reputation and social standing would be permanently harmed if he were to be classified as mentally unstable or a danger to others by a formal psychiatric evaluation. A perilous preference. After parents and students repeatedly complained about Danilo's violent and intimidating behavior, he was expelled from 4 different schools. He ultimately had to turn to homeschooling to finish his coursework and obtain his diploma. Since he was considered physically capable of serving, Danilo was drafted into the military at the age of 18. However, due to his unpredictable and erratic behavior, he was released within a few months. He went back home and remained protected by his powerful and affluent father, who continued to absolve him of responsibility. Danilo's actions only became more unsettling with time. When he fell in love, he would stalk girls, spy on them through their windows, make eerie late-night phone calls while remaining silent, and harass them in an uncomfortable way. His attempts to show romantic interest frequently turned violent, including luring them to abandoned places or attempting to chop off strands of their hair. Danilo's responses to these girls' rejection of his advances were frightening. He sent them letters outlining his disturbing fantasies or packages containing fictitious explosive devices marked with words like boom. Since Danilo's father always stepped in to protect him, no amount of complaints to the authorities seemed to have any effect. Danilo felt unstoppable and above the law because of this ongoing cover-up. He seemed rather innocuous to outsiders, more like a peculiar locality than a cunning or dangerous person. People like Elisa felt sorry for him because of his dishonest appearance, and they even wished they could assist. The church is the target of the missing girl's search. Elisa's brothers and parents immediately began a frantic search. The local church where she was last seen was their first destination. Elisa had intended to confront Danilo Restivo that day to request that he stop pursuing her and give her some space. According to her friend, a number of witnesses were promptly located who attested to seeing the high school student conversing with Danilo outside the church. However, none of them were able to provide information regarding the two's subsequent whereabouts. In an effort to talk to Danilo, Elisa's mother tried calling the Restivo residence, but Mauricio, Danilo's father, picked up the phone and wouldn't let her talk to his son. The Claps family drove to the Restivo home, growing more and more alarmed, but nobody answered the door. They had no choice but to report Elisa missing to law enforcement. Maurizio met officers at the Restivo residence and informed them that his son had left for Naples on some errands and would not return until the next day. Authorities quickly learned, however, that Danilo was in fact at home. After returning home, the police demanded to speak with Danilo and took him to the station so they could question him. His father kept getting in the way, making it hard to get definitive answers, so they had to do this. Danilo's account was riddled with contradictions. He acknowledged that he had talked to Elisa at the church, but he said she had left shortly after, leaving him to pray. He gave a hazy and contradictory account, and it was obvious that he was lying because of his obvious nervousness. After leaving the church, Danilo was unable to explain where he had gone and was unable to produce the clothing he had been wearing that day, which he seemed to have thrown away. Additionally, investigators found a pair of his shoes that had been left in a bleach-filled tub for almost 2 days. Any possible blood traces had, of course, been eliminated. Danilo was unable to provide a satisfactory explanation for the suspicious cut on his hand, which detectives also noticed. He was unable to provide the precise location of the incident, but he stated that he tripped and cut himself on something sharp as he was leaving the church. His story was further undermined by the fact that the wound looked as though it had been caused by a sharp blade. The suspect is safe with the prosecutor. Danilo's father moved quickly to defend him in spite of his evasive behavior, refusal to give up his clothing and shoes for examination, and convoluted web of contradictory statements. Maurizio promptly engaged 2 of Naples' top defense lawyers to defend his son. In light of these challenges, the investigating police asked the city's chief prosecutor for authorization to acquire a warrant in order to search the suspect's house and confiscate his clothes and shoes in the hopes of discovering any evidence connecting him to Elisa's disappearance. They required legal authority. Surprisingly, the city's chief prosecutor showed no concern in the face of overwhelming evidence linking Danilo to the young girl's disappearance. He declined to grant a search warrant for either the church where Elisa was last seen or Danilo's house. The church was only briefly searched, and Father Domenico Sabbia, the lead priest, steadfastly refused to let anyone into the padlocked wooden staircase secured upstairs room. The prosecutor refused to issue a warrant to conduct a thorough investigation of the church and the rooms that are adjacent to it, despite pressure. Father Domenico suspiciously used the past tense when referring to Elisa right away, as though he was aware that she was dead. 3 weeks following Elisa's disappearance, Danilo was featured as the main suspect and his photo was displayed in a local news segment about the case. After this broadcast, dozens of women called the police station to report that Danilo had been harassing and stalking them. They disclosed his unsettling fixation on women's hair and his propensity to carry scissors, which he used to try to covertly chop off strands of hair from gullible victims in parks, city streets, and even on public transit. Dedicated investigators' persistence allowed them to ultimately accuse Danilo of making false statements. He received a sentence of 2.5 years in prison in the spring of 1995. However, his sentence was commuted to community service, ironically at the same church where Elisa had vanished, after less than 2 months in prison. A new investigation and a new prosecutor. When police detained a criminal organization's leader in 1999, the investigation into Elisa's disappearance came to a standstill. Despite his lack of knowledge regarding Elisa's case, he revealed damaging details about the city's top prosecutor. He claimed that the prosecutor had engaged in corruption by taking bribes, concealing crimes, and purposefully sabotaging investigations. These claims led to a major shift, even though they were regarded as hearsay and the informant was subsequently charged with defamation. Elisa's case was given to a new lead investigator and prosecutor, who essentially began from scratch. They were eventually given a search warrant for Danilo's home this time. The search turned up something concerning, even though the exact clothes and shoes he had worn on the day Elisa vanished were not there. Danilo's room was filled with a large collection of hair strands from many different girls. Investigators discovered a sizable box containing pictures of nude and semi-nude women beneath Danilo's bed. By spying on his victims in showers, locker rooms, fitting rooms, and even through their home windows, he had taken these pictures himself. Sadly, he also retained a different collection of pictures showing women who had had limbs amputated. Although his severe psychological problems were evident, this did not lead to any new information in the case of Elisa Claps, who went missing. 6 years after Elisa's disappearance, police attempted to search the church once more, but Father Domenico refused to let them into the locked upstairs room. By using his connections and portraying the investigation as an effort to desecrate a place of worship, he went to considerable measures to stop the search, and even mobilized churchgoers against the officers. A letter from the beyond and a move. Even after the new investigation, Danilo left his hometown and set out on a lengthy journey across Europe because there was no conclusive evidence against him. He persisted in stalking women and cutting their hair whenever he could, but he had to be more careful without the protection of his powerful father. Danilo would immediately relocate to a different city or even a different nation if his actions were likely to result in legal repercussions. An unexpected letter, purportedly written by Elisa herself, was delivered to the Claps family in the early 2000s SS. According to the message, she was still alive and well and had fled to Brazil with a romantic partner. The author requested that her family not try to find her or get in touch. However, the handwriting clearly differed from Elisa's. By comparing it to her personal diary and school notebooks, anyone could see the difference. In addition, there were numerous obvious grammatical mistakes in the letter, indicating that the author was not well educated. Unsurprisingly, the Claps family's own investigation revealed Danilo to be the source of their suspicions. He had somehow chosen to write the letter while he was visiting his parents, posing as Elisa in an unsuccessful attempt to deceive her loved ones. A fresh victim. Heather Barnett, 48, was killed in a vicious crime that shook the sleepy British town of Bournemouth on November 12, 2002. When her two teenage children got home from school, they made the terrible discovery. The mutilated and lifeless body of Heather was discovered in a pool of blood on the bathroom floor. Her skull displayed evidence of multiple blunt force trauma, most likely from a hammer blow, and her throat had been slashed. The removal of her breasts and their placement next to her head, however, was the most unsettling part of the crime. A lock of hair that wasn't Heather's was in her hand. There had been no struggle to tear this hair out. The scissors had cut it neatly. Furthermore, Heather had had a portion of her own hair cut. These unsettling specifics raised the possibility that the crime was ritualistic. Investigators quickly focused on Fiamma Marsango and her husband Danilo Restivo, Heather's odd neighbors. The victim's house was only a short distance away from the couple's residence, which was next door. Danilo had approached her inappropriately, and Heather had complained about him on multiple occasions. She told a friend that she was afraid of her husband, even though they were married, right before the crime. Heather took custom orders from her home and worked as a seamstress. Under the guise of commissioning clothing, Danilo frequently attempted to visit her. He insisted on going inside to discuss specifics, even though he never placed any specific orders. Heather discovered her house keys were gone 2 days prior to the tragedy, following one of Danilo's visits. At the time, she assumed she had just lost them and didn't relate this to her neighbor. Regretfully, she hadn't managed to change the locks yet. Even before the police and emergency personnel arrived, Danilo was among the first individuals on the scene. He said he was on his way home when he heard Heather's kids screaming in terror and hurried to assist. Officers brought him in for interrogation, but they soon let him go because he seemed incompetent and unthreatening. But after his most recent visit, Heather's kids pointed to him as a cause for concern, stating that they were also uncomfortable around their odd neighbor and brought up the missing keys. The police chose to closely monitor Danilo because they had no immediate reason to search his house. They soon discovered him performing a disturbing act. Danilo was discovered stalking a young woman and trying to cut a lock of her hair while holding scissors on the street. He was taken into custody by officers, who also searched his car and requested his identification. They discovered an unsettling assortment in the trunk, including extra pairs of shoes, a change of clothes, and a set of knives. This, along with his questionable actions, ultimately produced sufficient proof to secure a search warrant for his home. When investigators searched Danilo Restivo's house, they were shocked by what they found. They discovered multiple albums containing hair he had cut from different women. Sneakers and clothing were soaking in a tub filled with bleach in the bathroom. The missing keys belonging to Heather Barnett, which are currently in Restivo's room, were the most damning piece of evidence. Although there were blood traces on the clothes, the samples were too badly ruined by the bleach to be identified. But Danilo's DNA was found on a towel in Heather's restroom, indicating that he used it to wipe blood splatter off his face. A body in the attic of the church, and 2 beliefs. Authorities discovered Danilo's troubling past as they investigated the murder of Heather Barnett. He had been the main suspect in the disappearance of a high school girl in his hometown 9 years prior. The girl's body had never been found at the time, and investigators had not discovered enough conclusive evidence. But now that there was ample evidence of his violent tendencies and no powerful father to defend him, Danilo was put on trial, convicted of premeditated murder, and given a 40-year prison term without the chance of release. Then, in the attic of the same church where Elisa Claps had last been sighted, construction workers found her mummified remains in March 2010, 17 years after she had vanished. Father Domenico Sabbia had refused to let the police in through the locked door, concealing her body. Although it was obvious that Father Domenico had kept a horrible secret, he had long since died by this point, and it was impossible to pinpoint exactly what part he'd played in hiding the crime. There were unsettling parallels between Elisa's body and Heather Barnett's case. The cause of death was a slashed throat, and her chest had been similarly mutilated. Her underwear had also been soiled, indicating a violent personal attack. Bloodstains on Elisa's deteriorated clothing matched those of Restivo, who had hurt himself during the attack, and fingerprints were found at the scene. An uncanny signature that mirrored the evidence from Heather's murder was a lock of hair in Elisa's hand that wasn't hers. Since Restivo was already serving his 40-year sentence in the UK, He was tried in absentia for Elisa Clapp's murder. He was found guilty once more based on overwhelming evidence, and this time he was sentenced to 30 years in prison. He will be extradited to Italy to serve an extra 30 years for the heinous attack on Elisa. After serving his sentence in the UK, although Restivo's involvement in other unsolved murders and disappearances has not been proven, authorities suspect that he may have had many more victims. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The South Carolina state in the United States is where the events in this video took place. Jessica Carpenter resided in the city of Aiken with her parents and two older sisters. The city of Aiken, which has 300 residents, is not very big. As a result, word of Jessica Carpenter's ordeal quickly spread throughout the city and caught the media's attention. Judy, Jessica's mother, discovered her daughter's body on the floor when she returned home on August 4, 2000. Her age was 17. Jessica was a senior at Aiken High School, where she participated in the school band during the summers and worked part-time as a hostess at a nearby restaurant called Red Lobster. It took more than 5 years before the offender was brought to justice. It was August 4, 2000, the last day of her vacation, and she was eager to start her senior year of high school. Following their lunch together, Jessica's mother Judy left for work, leaving Jessica alone at home. Judy did not see her daughter alive again after that. Judy arrived home around 5:30 p.m. After opening the door and taking a few steps, she noticed something that no mother should ever see. Her daughter was lifeless and naked on the floor. Judy was so terrified that she rushed to her car and dialed 911. The operator asked Judy to return to the house and see if Jessica was breathing. After she had explained the situation, despite being overcome with fear, Judy returned to the house. She followed the operator's instructions to the letter. Judy waited a moment before telling the operator that Jessica was not breathing. She was icy. Police and medics hurried to the scene right away. At the scene, Jessica was declared deceased. First, the police checked the house to make sure the criminal wasn't hiding there. Jessica had been stabbed in the neck and had a telephone wire wrapped around her neck. The fact that Jessica was naked made it clear what drove the crime. Based on the atmosphere in the house, Jessica retaliated. There were fights in her living room, kitchen, and bedroom. Crime scene investigators partially lifted Jessica's fingerprints and collected DNA samples from her body. Physical evidence was scant. Investigators were a little frustrated when they discovered a partial fingerprint. Unknown male DNA was the only important piece of evidence the police discovered. Before departing the scene, there was almost nothing in the case to cling to except the DNA. Another crucial detail caught the attention of the detectives. No evidence of forced entry was found. Jessica was by herself at home, and she always locked her doors in situations like this. It was clear that she either knew the criminal or felt comfortable allowing him to enter the house. Since this had never occurred in their neighborhood before, people were shocked that it had. The neighborhood did not have a high crime rate. According to the results of the forensic analysis, Jessica passed away from internal bleeding and oxygen deprivation. Once a place of laughter and vitality, the Carpenter family home was now enveloped in an unbreakable veil of grief. A horrible crime had taken place in the living room, which had once been the location of boisterous birthday celebrations and peaceful family evenings. Charles and Judy, Jessica's parents, appeared to be stuck in a bygone era. Their entire world had been upended. They were at peace because they believed they had failed to protect their daughter. Although Jessica's sisters were heartbroken by the incident, the family came together during this time. The Carpenters had a strong belief that the police would identify the culprit behind Jessica's death. Since Aiken is a small city, word of Jessica Carpenter's ordeal spread swiftly. The story was reported in every newspaper and on every local television station. In order to solve crimes, law enforcement occasionally needs the assistance of the media. They need the public to be aware of it, and although investigators gave the media some information about the crime, important details were kept under wraps. On August 25, 2003, It was kept a secret that Jessica had been shot in the neck, strangled with a telephone wire, and discovered nude. The first information was given to the police a few weeks after Jessica's death, and they spread it through local news reports. Surveillance footage from a convenience store a few blocks from Jessica's residence was obtained by investigators. Detectives thought that the young man in the top right corner of your screen might have some information about Jessica. As part of an ongoing investigation into the death of a carpenter, the police wanted to identify and question him. On the basis of surveillance footage, every lead, no matter how trivial, was closely examined. In an attempt to identify the man, the Aiken police released a sketch that was aired on television. The suspect's sketch was held in the hands of the detectives looking into Jessica Carpenter as though it were the secret key. Jessica went to Aiken High School, where she was well known to all. They headed to the principal's office to ask the administration for help. Despite looking at the sketch, the principal was unable to identify the subject. The detectives spoke with the principal before starting to interview Jessica's classmates. Any small comment or conversation could reveal information about the crime. Detectives also spoke with teachers who knew Jessica, and some students were in special interest groups with Jessica, such as the school orchestra. But after being at the school for a few hours, they left with nothing. Who was portrayed in this sketch was unknown. The police were able to identify the man after a few days, but it turned out that he was unrelated to Jessica's ordeal. He was just a magazine salesman and an out-of-town student. The police contacted Jessica's closest friends and family because they had limited information. One of her closest friends from Aiken High School was Alice Bryant. She played in the music orchestra with Jessica, whom she had met in 6th grade. Both of them were anticipating their senior year, getting ready for college and maturing. Alice was asked by the investigators if anyone in Jessica's immediate vicinity intended to hurt her. Perhaps she got into a quarrel with someone at school. Alice asserted that Jessica had no enemies, but it's possible that she turned down one of the boys and he was unable to handle it. She had a good relationship with everyone. Because Jessica's friends were unable to provide any leads, the investigation came to a standstill once again. The DNA of an unidentified male was the only tangible evidence the police had discovered at the crime scene. Given that Jessica most likely allowed the criminal to enter the house herself, and that she might have known and trusted the man, a database search turned up no matches. Investigators made the decision to look into Jessica's inner circle. They collected DNA samples from her neighbors, friends, and family. To eliminate as many possible suspects as they could, they visited Judy's place of employment and spoke with all the men, including her supervisor. The local media was asked to help spread the word by the Aiken police. They requested that the men come forward and willingly provide a sample of their DNA. 300 or so DNA samples were examined. The criminal was obviously too smart to assist the authorities. The DNA found on Jessica's body did not match any of the tested samples. Another similar crime, this time in Georgia with an 18-year-old victim, took place 2 months after Jessica Carpenter's death. Chrysalie Barton miraculously survived and shared her story. Chrysalie claimed to have met a man in a restaurant parking lot. He volunteered to serve as her model. The man refused to show his identification when she asked to see it. Chrysalie grudgingly accepted the man's offer to walk her home, but she quickly came to regret it. You can naturally imagine what transpired after he assaulted her in her house and tore off her clothing. After that, the man stabbed her 3 times and started to strangle her. Chrysalie survived, but he believed she was dead. Crawling to the phone, she dialed 911 and then described the man to the police. It was clear that Jessica Carpenter had been attacked by the same man who had attacked Chrysalie Barton. The 2 crimes shared far too many similarities. Women who said they had seen the man in the sketch called the police station as soon as the sketch appeared in the media. The man in the sketch was recognized by Jessica Carpenter's former Red Lobster co-worker, who called. She stated that the week prior to her murder, she had been working with Jessica when the man approached them while they were chatting on the street. He paused and inquired about directions. They attempted to inform him of his destination. He then asked if either of them could accompany him and show him the precise route. Both of them declined, and the man discovered where they were employed. Investigators questioned whether Jessica's murder occurred as a result of this conversation or if it was just a coincidence. 3 days later, the police had a name, thanks in large part to the sketch of the offender that was shown on every newscast. Reinaldo Rivera was his name. A wanted list was created for him. He could harm someone else, so the police wanted to track him down as quickly as possible. The news was just coming on the television, which was once again displaying a sketch of the suspect, when a number of officers stormed into Rivera's room after finding his car in a motel parking lot and driving there to arrest him. In order to evade justice, Rivera was now unconscious on the ground. He had no choice but to take a knife and hurt himself. However, he lived because the police showed up in time. Detectives now needed to identify Ronaldo Rivera and determine whether he was connected to the death of Jessica Carpenter, who was born into a doctor's family in Madrid, Spain. When Rivera was 7 years old, his family relocated to Puerto Rico. He enlisted in the U.S. Navy at the age of 19, serving in San Diego, California, and Orlando, Florida. As an adult, Rivera attended the University of South Carolina and graduated with a degree in office administration while working for the Joint Chiefs of Staff in Washington, D.C. From December 1986 to March 1991, before relocating to North Augusta on Valentine's Day in 1993, he had lived in Graniteville, Columbia, and Fayetteville, North Carolina. By 1998, he was married to Tammy Lisa Bonet and had 2 kids. Rivera was hired by the Firestone Tire and Rubber Company in Aiken to work as a tire inspector. When investigators searched the motel room where Rivera was staying, they discovered a surprise. He left a note claiming he had nothing to do with Jessica Carpenter's death. No one suspected that he led a second secret life like a police officer, and Jessica's family was certain they had found the person who killed her. After assaulting Chrysalie Barton, Ronaldo Rivera was taken into custody. Authorities believed he might be involved in the Jessica Carpenter case as well. They believed the case would be closed and that was the end of it. However, Rivera shocks authorities by confessing to yet another string of unsolved crimes, rather than Jessica's murder. Moussa Faye Dingus, a 17-year-old from Graniteville, South Carolina, disappeared on July 17, 1999. During the subsequent searches, Aiken County Sheriff's Office deputies reported seeing a girl who fit Dingus's description twice, with an older, dark-haired white male. In the first case, she got into a tan, older model car, and in the second, a bright red 4-door car. On October 13, 2000, after Rivera gave police directions to the burial site on December 4, 17-year-old Tiffany Cherise Wilson from Jackson vanished while she and her 2-month-old daughter Caitlin were at a Winn-Dixie grocery store in North Augusta. Her car was discovered in the parking lot, and witnesses saw her get into a white 4-door Ford from the mid-1980s. The car stopped for a moment before speeding away. 3 days later, Caitlin was discovered stranded in her vehicle across the state line in front of a Georgia Welcome Center. The body of a young female was found by 2 hunters in a densely forested area close to Graniteville on December 30th. Wilson's fingerprints were later used to positively identify the deceased. Similar to the aforementioned victims, Tabitha Lee Bosdell, 20, of Augusta, Georgia, vanished on June 19, 2018. She was going to apply for a second part-time job at a Huddle House before heading to her primary job as a telemarketer, according to her family. Rivera was charged after her remains were located and identified. Marnie Marie Glista was attacked in her home on September 5, 2000. Her age was 21. Despite suffering severe injuries, she lived. After being brought to a nearby hospital, she passed away from her wounds. She became the 4th known victim of Ronaldo Rivera 5 days later. Chrysalie Barton was attacked by Rivera on October 10, 2000, but she survived and police were able to obtain a sketch of her. Rivera's crimes all had a similar pattern, and all of his victims were roughly the same age. All of them suffered neck stab wounds and strangulation. The 37-year-old Rivera was put in solitary confinement and kept under close medical observation to make sure he couldn't hurt himself. Rivera denied any involvement in what happened to Jessica Carpenter, despite confessing to 5 other crimes. After securing Rivera's DNA, police hurried the sample to a lab for Jessica's relatives. It was intolerable to wait for the results. However, the case took a new turn just when the Aiken Police Department believed they had apprehended the offender. Authorities were informed by police informant Craig Gant that Tony Baldwin had confessed to killing Jessica Carpenter. On another murder charge, Tony Baldwin was already incarcerated in Aiken County. The police, Jessica's friends, and her family could only wait while DNA samples were taken from him to determine whether he was involved in her death. When both men's DNA results were received in January 2001, the community as a whole held its breath. 2 suspects in Jessica Carpenter's murder were exonerated, which was a startling development for her family. The DNA discovered on Jessica's body and in the house did not match that of Rivera or Tony Baldwin. For the investigators and the family, this was a huge letdown. Months went by, but the case was still unresolved. But on August 19, 2002, 2 years after Jessica's passing, the lab called the detective who was looking into the case. A DNA match was discovered. The owner was a man named Robert Atkins, who was incarcerated in Georgia. Robert Atkins was having legal issues. He was found guilty of stealing. In Georgia, he was sent back to prison for violating his probation. Georgia was one of the few states at the time that collected inmates' DNA upon admission and entered it into a national database. A DNA match was discovered in this way. One could argue that Atkins might not have been connected to the Jessica Carpenter case if he had acted appropriately and not broken the law once more. In addition to being shocked, investigators were curious as to why he did it. How was Jessica known to him? Furthermore, who is he? In any case, his name was new to the Jessica Carpenter case. To get answers to these questions, a detective visited the prison. Atkins denied knowing Jessica when he started questioning him. The detective then began discussing Jessica's mother Judy's suffering, saying that she was so heartbroken that she didn't know how to proceed with her life or what to do. Atkins apologized while glancing at the detective. He started crying and requested a pause during the interview. Afterwards, he admitted to killing Jessica Carpenter. Later, Atkins guided detectives to the murder weapon, a bloody knife concealed beneath a bush and wrapped in a t-shirt. Investigators pieced together what happened to Jessica Carpenter a week prior to her murder based on Atkins's confession. The following week, August 4, 2000, a package was delivered to Jessica's residence by airborne express courier Robert Atkins. Atkins made a comeback, but on false pretenses. Atkins claimed that he had most likely delivered the package by accident when Jessica opened the door. Jessica responded last week that there had been no error. Then Atkins asked if he could use the phone inside. Jessica let him in. He acted as though he was speaking to someone on the phone. He assaulted Jessica, carried her into the bedroom, and made her undress after realizing that no one else was home. He glanced at her and said, "No, you know me," even though she had stated she wouldn't tell anyone. He cut the phone cord in the kitchen after stealing a knife from there. He stabbed Jessica in the neck and strangled her with the phone cord. After that, he departed with the knife and carried on delivering packages in his van. When Jessica's family members found out about the crime, they were incensed. The following day, he got married as if nothing had happened the day before. Jessica was uncritical. She gave him a glass of water and invited him inside. On May 22, 2006, he committed this terrible crime after she showed him kindness. In an agreement with the prosecution, Robert Atkins entered a guilty plea to 5 charges. He consented to enter a guilty plea in exchange for a life sentence, even though he was facing the death penalty. Atkins was asked by Judge Diane Goodstein if he realized that he would never be allowed to leave prison. "Are you aware that you will be incarcerated for the rest of your life?" He said he did when she asked him to put his feet in a box first. 2 life sentences were imposed on Atkins. In 2004, Ronaldo Rivera received a death sentence. Rivera informed the jury that he had a mental illness and that medical professionals needed to investigate it to discover a remedy. In addition, he claimed that he still had murderous fantasies, threatened to retaliate if freed, and called for the death penalty. Rivera withdrew his testimony and started the process of appealing his sentence in 2016, 12 years later. The court denied his last appeal in October 2024. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Lam Kor Wan, Hong Kong's first serial killer, was introduced in 1982. He worked as a taxi driver, but at night he was known as the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Killer. Over the course of 7 months, he killed 4 young women, concealing their bodies beneath his family's couch and preserving their body parts in jars. Every murder was more graphic than the one before it. They all appeared in unsettling movies, from suffocation to the amputation of body parts. What perverse ideas motivated this man, and who was he? How did these women end up as his gullible victims? Let's discover the terrifying reality that was born on May 22, 1955, in the center of Hong Kong. Lam Kor Wan had a challenging childhood. With 10 children, a legal wife, and 2 mistresses, his father, Lam Weil Lok, led a difficult life. This set the stage for Lam's turbulent early years. Lam was subjected to cruel treatment during his early years while residing in Malaysia with his biological mother. His father violently abused both of them at home. Lam's situation was made worse by the fact that his parents divorced when he was a child. Due to a horrific event in which his father slammed his head against a wall, leaving 2-year-old Lam unconscious with periorbital bruises and a fractured skull, his father had a fierce temper. Following a period in Brunei from 1957 to 1962, during which Lam shared a dormitory with his father's half-siblings and mistresses. Despite his academic success in primary school, Lam returned to Hong Kong in 1968 to attend Ricci Middle School in Sham Shui Po for junior high school. Having to balance 2 different school schedules because of his father's work had affected Lam's performance, particularly in mathematics. By 1970, Lam's academic standing had declined due to the demands of managing his father's motorcycle shop after school. His relationship with his father deteriorated even more, and this was marked by harsh treatment. Lam also started running away from home a lot as a result of this. Up until middle school, it had become a recurring pattern in his life. Lam had begun working in his father's motorcycle shop years after he had graduated from high school. He later went on to learn how to service air conditioners from a relative. The entire ordeal, which was replete with family issues during difficult times, had prepared Lam Kor Wan to become the enigmatic individual he would become. After a fight with his father outside a public restroom on Hakuin Street in early 1973, he was expelled from his house and sent home. After forcing a woman into the bathroom with a knife, he touched her lower body in an inappropriate manner. He was arrested as a result of this incident. A doctor examined Lam and determined that he had mental health problems, making him unfit for trial or incarceration. He was therefore ordered to receive treatment at King Shan Mental Hospital. He chose to change his name to Lam Jiao Koang by the time he was 19, after being treated for 102 days and being released from the hospital. Along with his collection of locked-away pornography kept in a metal ammunition box, his family noticed his odd fascination with the female body. Even though his family made an attempt to assist him, nothing seemed to change. His behavior changed to something more unsettling when these measures did not satisfy him. The women chased him down the street after he bought a Polaroid camera and started taking illegal photos of them from beneath the doors of restroom cubicles. At their home in Kwantong, he had later been caught snooping on his sister as she undressed outside the restroom. After that, the family decided to move further away, into Kwa Wan at their new residence. There was an agreement in place for him and his younger brother to share a room and sleep in different parts of a bunk bed. They were to keep their possessions separate and free from outside interference. He officially began working as a taxi driver in 1978, after obtaining a license and assuming the name Lam Kor Wan. His family only saw him every 14 to 15 days after he was moved to the night schedule around 1980. He then developed an intense interest in photography in 1981, which led him to study the art form. But since he didn't have a darkroom at home to print color pictures, he looked for a photo studio. He enrolled in a photography course offered by the Chinese YMCA of Hong Kong at the Waterloo Road Association in order to avoid suspicion. His classmate was employed at a sim shots. Lam made up a story about needing help with autopsy photos because he was a part-time photographer and worked in a mortuary. Surprisingly, his account was approved, and the classmate edited Lam's images to prevent alarming other students. His mother observed a significant shift in his behavior after he had been a night taxi driver for a year. He began to disregard personal hygiene, declining to take a shower or change his clothes. On the gloomy night of February 3, 1982, at the age of 27, his mother even saw him wander home like a sleepwalker in the dead of night, but his demeanor became forlorn. During his time as a taxi driver in the Simshasui district, Lam changed from being a simple peeping Tom to something more sinister. He was looking for clients one day who were coming home from a night out. This is where things started to go south. When Chan Feng Lan, a clearly drunk woman, emerged from a restaurant at around 4 in the morning, she was in such need of a ride that many taxi drivers refused to give it to her. Lam, apparently unfazed by this, accepted her into his taxi and consented to drive her home. The inebriated woman asked to stop halfway through the trip, and when Lam braked close to a gas station, she opened the door to throw up. Uncertain of where she was, she asked Lam to return in the opposite direction after this disturbing incident. Later, Lammy admitted that he had considered killing her, but something inside of him snapped and he decided he had had enough after being initially disgusted by her vomiting. He went into a garage in the Simshasui neighborhood, circled to the passenger door, and strangled the young lady with an electric cable. He drove to his house at 5 in the morning when he usually finished work and parked in front of the building as usual. The night watchman slept on a cot in the entry hall and did not wake up, so he concealed the body in a big bag and carried it across the pavement into his apartment building while the street was empty. After Lam died, he went into the apartment as quietly as he could and spent several hours hiding the body beneath the sofa. Lam waited for his family to depart after breakfast while feigning to be asleep in his bed. He woke up and began preparing his room after his brother and parents had left the apartment. Lam purchased a power saw from the street using 500 yuan that he had stolen from the victim's wallet. To ensure that even the baseboards were adequately protected, he covered the floor with plastic. He began to dismember the innocent woman's body after placing it on the plastic. Despite his best efforts, he was unable to avoid leaving any blood traces, and some of it splashed onto the walls. He continued to dismember the victim's body for hours, taking pictures and videos of the entire procedure, before naming the videotape a serious secret. After chopping her body into 7 parts, he wrapped paper around her head, limbs, and torso before sealing it in a plastic bag. The fact that he preserved the private parts in a Tupperware container with rice wine was the most unsettling aspect. In order to remove any traces of the horror that had transpired, he meticulously cleaned the crime scene, scrubbing the walls and floor and rolling up the plastic sheet. He drove to the new areas, making multiple trips to carry the body parts to his taxi while avoiding attention from onlookers who were confident he had removed any traces of the unsettling act. He stopped when he discovered an empty area on the banks of the Xingmun River, close to Shatin. He was determined to find a remote location to dispose of the body. He removed the packages from his trunk one by one and tossed them into the river, making sure no one was looking. The bundles were carried to the sea by the murky waters. The limbs floated from Lucky Plaza to the Bel Air Gardens area after being washed down by the intense rain. Lam had heard the terrifying news on the radio more than a week after the horrible deed. A limb had been found on the shores of the Xingmun River. More body parts were unearthed in the following days, leaving the police to piece together the tragic puzzle. To determine the approximate time the body was dumped into the river, investigators looked at tidal patterns. Interestingly, one arm had a unique tattoo of a heart with a knife through it, which was uncommon for women at the time. They arrived at this conclusion. Recognizing the victim, it was Chan Feng Lan, age 21. The police encountered regrettable difficulties even after issuing a public call for witnesses. Neither the taxi driver nor Chan Feng Lan's companions had seen the license plate. Lam didn't learn of the body part's discovery for over a week. The police had determined that the body belonged to Chan Feng Lan, a Simsha nightclub hostess and mother of 2. Chan's night out with her sister and friends, her taxi ride home, and the terrible fate she met at the hands of Lam Core 1 were all revealed in the grim details. Sui. The next murder was carefully planned, but the murder had been opportunistic. He was determined to be more prepared because he was a perfectionist. His goal was surgical accuracy. He therefore chose to use professional tools rather than a power saw. In the end, he bought specialized surgical instruments and multiple bottles of formaldehyde after studying knives, blades, and scissors in great detail. Formaldehyde was a colorless, pungent chemical that was used for disinfection and preservation. Lamb had claimed another victim on May 29, 1982, 3 days after acquiring his equipment. He was able to capture his second target, a bar employee. This time, he picked Chan Wan-kit calmly and used an electric cable to strangle her before bringing her home. He waited in bed as usual for his family to get off work before beginning the grisly task of dismembering the body. Lamb had carefully prepared the room in accordance with his plan after thinking about what to do for days. After setting a sizable tray underneath the body to keep blood off the floor, he took out his video camera. Investigators later reviewed the video and found that he had carefully dissected the body while placing the tray beneath the family's parakeet cage. When Lamb had finished chopping it into pieces, he displayed remarkable skill. As Lamb considered a secure location for the body's disposal, he once more took photos of the various body parts. After numerous nighttime excursions, he eventually discovered the ideal location. He placed the body parts in a large plastic bag and put it in the trunk of his taxi this time. He drove through the tunnel to the selected location, Hong Kong Island, early in the morning. A 20-minute drive east of the city center was Tai Hang Road, a residential neighborhood with a lot of trees. Following his parking in a secret area of the road, the heavy bag became difficult for him to carry out of the trunk. As he watched it roll down the slope into a muddy ravine, he carried it a short distance up to the railing and threw the body over it. Lamb had been thinking about what had happened that night all the time in the days that followed, not because he was sorry or regretful, but because he wanted to become a better person. On June 17, 1982, 2 weeks later, he had struck once more. Leong Saw Wan, a 29-year-old nightclub cleaner, had left work at 4 a.m. and was in Lamb's taxi shortly after she met her terrible end. Lamb took her lifeless body back to his house and engaged in a terrifying string of acts. He recorded his horrifying deeds, titling the recording, Operation Rainy Night. Lamb used the selfie feature on his camcorder, which was resting on the bunk bed, to record the dismemberment procedure, displaying an unnerving amount of detail in contrast to his earlier action. On this occasion, he even cut open the abdomen, removed the intestine, and even tried to taste human flesh before giving up because it made him sick. Then, in yet another horrific episode of this gruesome rampage, he abandoned the severed limbs in a burlap bag on Tai Hang Road. Lamb had grown bolder with every crime. Knowing the bars in the Simsha Sui neighborhood, he had spent his time meticulously planning his next crime. He was also aware of the locations where women frequently waited by themselves for his cab. He had wanted the next victim to be a woman from a higher social class, but his first 3 victims had been what he had dubbed bad girls. He purposefully chose a young woman who seemed innocent, and this time it was Leung Wai Sum, 17. On July 2, 1982, Lamb had discovered her outside the Simha Sui Hotel. Before the final exams, she had gone to a party at her high school, but she had made the decision to leave after dinner. Her high school friends had gotten her a cab to make sure she would get home safely. Lamb parked his car and guided her to a remote road. When he took hold of her wrist and handcuffed her to the front seat, the teen was frightened. Surprisingly, he wanted company, which was another reason he wanted to keep her in his taxi, even though it was only 9:30 p.m. and too early for him to go home. Desperate for a friend, he kept Ling confined for hours, asking her about her family, religion, and life in general. He wanted to talk to her without any friends. Lamb was generally enjoying her company, but that didn't stop him from carrying out his gruesome scheme. Lamb began strangling the teenager with the electric cable after she fell asleep at around 4 in the morning. He then brought the dead girl's body home and, as usual, waited for his family to vacate the apartment. He hung his video camera from a high shelf and started recording when no one else was home. This was the video that the police would eventually play in court. The video wasn't just unsettling. Lamb was acting necrophilically, that is, performing inappropriate acts with the dead body in the video. It should be mentioned that Lamb had burned the young victim's skin after falling on her thighs while he was earlier assembling the lighting apparatus to record his activities. In order to later refer to it as the 4/3 operation, he also recorded it on video and took pictures of her. Then, just like he had done with the earlier victims, he dismembered the body, which would later come back to haunt him. On August 10, 1982, He later left the body on Tai Hang Road. Lam tried to make his fourth victim's mutilated photo larger. As it happened, Lam's friend had to move Lam's negatives to the Mongkok branch for magnification because the enlarger at his friend's Photoshop was broken. Suspicious as he was, the branch's photo editors discovered disturbing details in the developed photos during the manual enlargement process, suggesting a possible connection to the dismemberment of a human body. A picture of a severed breast and a burn mark on the victim's thigh were among the features that prompted the shop supervisor to call the police. The Kowloon Regional Homicide Squad was given the case by the police after they received the report. Detectives under the direction of Sergeant Lee Kwon obtained statements from the clerks at the Sima, Sui, and Mongkok branches while safeguarding the negatives and photograph. After a thorough examination and analysis of the flesh and blood color, the forensic officer from the Scientific Forensics Department concluded that the photographed corpse had been dead for less than 3 hours. The dismemberment technique ruled out the possibility that the perpetrator was teaching pictures because it implied that they lacked medical anatomical knowledge. The typical green sheet used in autopsies was conspicuously missing. Additionally, forensic specialists verified that the images were taken directly from a real body rather than from printed materials. In one picture, a tiny drop of water also reflected half the face of a girl who looked like Leong Wai Sum, who had disappeared on July 2. The police decided to make an arrest after concluding that Ling had been murdered, based on the results of the Scientific Forensics Division and medical examiner. Sergeant Lee had led the team in an ambush at the Photoshop early on August 17. He asked the clerk to mix a Lam set of 13 photos with a few other pictures and encouraged him to talk to Lam about the pictures, where they were taken, and why they were being enlarged. The goal was to document the discussion and collect supporting documentation. Lam arrived by taxi to pick up the pictures at about 6 o'clock in the evening. Following his friend's request, he carefully examined each picture and clarified that the enlarged images would be used for courtroom presentations, especially so jurors could see the contents more clearly. Lam said that he worked in mortuaries on a regular basis. Sergeant Lee revealed his identity after verifying the images and making the payment, and he immediately took Lam into custody. Lam first made up a story, claiming that the pictures were taken by a four-eyed man he had met in Kwan who worked for the Oriental Daily. Investigations, however, showed that there was no such individual. In order to gather tangible evidence, the authorities promptly requested a warrant so they could search Lam's home within the allotted 48 hours. Otherwise, they would have needed to let him go. During the search, they found personal belongings, preservatives, anatomy books, surgical instruments, Lam's cupboards, and severed body parts, including the deceased women's breasts and vaginas. His taxi was also seized and searched by the police, who left a note on the windshield stating that it was not to be towed and that it had been involved in a crime. Subsequent investigation of the car turned up evidence like wire and handcuffs in the glove box, as well as 2 holes in the back of the front seat that were probably made by one of the women who died wearing high heels during a struggle. Investigators allegedly recovered a large collection that included 1,900 carefully coded photos, 1,500 color slides, and 696 negatives that documented coronavirus victims at different points in his crimes. His thorough documentation greatly facilitated the police inquiry. All of his victims' body parts were eventually found by authorities, allowing for their identification and eventual return to their families. To assist with the investigation, Lam Korwan was taken to the police station with his father and younger brother. Authorities suspected that the taxi driver wasn't acting alone because of the small living area and the amount of evidence found in Lam and his brother's bedroom. After 3 days of intense interrogation and detention, Linwas was freed. The younger Lam insisted that he had little contact with his brother because of their divergent schedules and was neither involved in nor aware of the incidents to expedite their release. Korwan was pressed by their father and younger brother to make it clear that they had nothing to do with trying to get her son to confess. Lam's mother went to the police station as well. Korwan assisted law enforcement in identifying the victim's body parts. The police, however, continued to suspect the younger Lam of involvement despite their cooperation. As a result, both brothers were brought before the Sanpo Kong magistrates' courts on 4 counts of murder. In order to support the younger brother's persistent denial of involvement, They were later moved to the Sue Lam Psychiatric Center for evaluation. After the 6th hearing, he was ultimately freed because there was not enough evidence. The case was sent to the Supreme Court for trial after a medical evaluation determined that Corwan was of sound mind, had a remarkably high IQ, reportedly over 130, and was deemed fit to stand trial with established prima facie evidence. On March 3, 1983, the trial began, and a large crowd gathered outside the court to watch Lam's behavior. Because it was thought that the more than 1,000 pieces of evidence that would be presented in the case were too graphic for women, a number of men were chosen to serve on the jury. Authorities claimed that the specifics of the case were too upsetting for women, so 7 men were chosen specifically to guarantee a fair trial and avoid shock. The only people who could watch Lam's videotapes were the jurors, judges, and attorneys. Furthermore, during the trial, the victim's organs were not allowed in the courtroom. Police officers, Photoshop employees, forensic and scientific specialists, and even Lam's relatives were called as witnesses by the prosecution. Acknowledging the strength of the evidence against him, Lam negotiated a reduced sentence in exchange for admitting to manslaughter. But this appeal was turned down. The jury was instructed by the judge to choose between charges of murder and manslaughter, rather than to discuss Lam's guilt. With testimony from 5 psychiatrists, the trial descended into arguments about Lam's mental health. 3 of them suggested an obsession with women, while 2 questioned his self-control. On April 8 the same year, after 18 days, the judge gave the jury instructions to render a verdict based on whether or not they thought Lam had control over his actions during the crimes. The jury unanimously concluded that Lam was sane, motivated by aberrant desires, and guilty of murder. After more than 3 hours of deliberation, Lam was originally given a hanging death sentence, but thanks to the governor's pardon, his sentence was reduced to life in prison when Hong Kong abolished the death penalty in 1984. Following his conviction, Lam was taken to Stanley Prison and then Shekpik Prison, where he was called a lamb by the other inmates. He kept a low profile, avoiding conversations about his past and valuing his privacy. Rob. He reportedly had a modest salary, was reticent and rarely interacted with people. He read religious, medical, and newspaper articles and took part in Catholic and Christian classes while incarcerated. While he did not receive family visits, he did occasionally receive visits from church volunteers. He amassed a reputation among the prisoners for his understanding of purple star astrology, a type of Chinese fortune-telling, and his cell was stocked with books and newspapers. When Lam applied for parole in 2018 at the age of 62, after serving more than 34 years, even prison officials sought his counsel, raising public outrage. The parole board decided against changes or parole at that time due to concerns about the possibility of repeat offenses, even though they review parole every 5 years. According to reports, during the 1983 trial, Lam was also observed by some inmates dissecting cockroaches in the prison and making elaborate displays out of them while they were kept in a matchbox. In her testimony, Lam's mother described the physical abuse her oldest son had suffered as a child. The father of coronavirus had even caused severe head trauma when the boy was only 2 years old, leaving him with 2 black eyes. She had also been the victim of domestic violence. Experts have connected severe head injuries sustained as a child to psychological problems like necrophilia later in life. Lam reportedly told a psychiatrist that he thought God had given him the order to carry out the murders. Lam's actions remained mysterious throughout the investigation. Investigators were baffled by his decision to develop films at a Kodak store, even though he had the required equipment. Some conjectured that he may have secretly wished for arrest because he had almost been arrested before the gruesome autopsy results, and the manner in which the bodies were dismembered suggested that a professional killer was at work. However, despite these disturbing facts, Lam's family had difficulties because of the case's publicity. They tried to sell their apartment but were unsuccessful because of its fame, so they were forced to stay after the case ended. The police, concerned about possible media exploitation, destroyed all of Lam's tapes and photographs. Some of the victims' organs, however, had a different destiny there, and were kept for educational purposes at the Wan Chai Forensic Medicine headquarters. As our journey through Lamcor, Wan's haunting saga, comes to an end, it is important to remember these 4 innocent women whose lives were tragically taken. Lamb's father sought atonement for his son's sins on November 16, 1986, by dedicating a memorial tablet at Yuan Shin College for the lives lost to his son's evil. The story of Lam Kor Wan serves as a chilling reminder of the intricacies of the human psyche and the terrible outcomes they can produce. Such tales act as a forceful plea for greater comprehension, awareness, and attention to mental health. As the first serial killer in Hong Kong's history, Lam Kor Wan, now 68, is serving a life sentence in the maximum security Shek Pik prison on Lantau Island for the gruesome killings that rocked Hong Kong in the early 1980 CE. His reign of terror came to an end on August 17, 1982, the fateful day of his arrest, when he was just 27 years old. His horrifying post-crime rituals, which included hiding victims under the family couch and preserving body parts in jars, earned him the terrifying nicknames the Rainy Night Butcher and the Jars Murderer. Such unsettling behaviors reveal a terrifying picture of a disturbed mind. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. In the case of Jenna Burley, she was discovered in a plastic container outside of town while attending a friend's birthday celebration. It's challenging to infer a stranger's motivations from their appearance or speech alone. At first glance, a stranger may appear well-groomed, act courteously, and offer assistance with the best of intentions. In actuality, though, these people are frequently the ones who lure their selected victim into a false sense of security so they can be robbed, abducted, exploited, or killed. Unfortunately, the victim frequently discovers they have slipped into a lethal trap too late. In 2017, the nation was stunned by the tale of Jenna Burley, a regular American student and well-known blogger. Thousands of people first joined the hunt for the missing girl in the hopes that she was still alive. But nobody could believe what had occurred when the horrifying truth was made public. This party ended up being the last night of the girl's life, even though she had only gone to celebrate her friend's birthday. The disaster resulted from a sad combination of drunkenness and the innocent desire to put his trust in a charming stranger who just so happened to offer his assistance. Jenna Burley was who? Born on November 4, 1994 in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania's capital, Jenna Nicole Burley is the second of Edward and Jacqueline Burley's 4 children. Her parents never left each other after they fell in love in the late 1980s while attending a Philadelphia university. The couple then got married in the fall of 1991, and their first child, a daughter called Janelle, was born in 1992. Our story's heroine was born 2 years later, and shortly after, their sons, Jeffrey and Jacob, came into the world. The Burley family was committed to serving others. Edward was working at a hospital that specialized in patient rehabilitation following illnesses and injuries, while Jacqueline worked in a nursing home. In an effort to provide the best for their kids, the parents brought them up in a loving and caring environment. Along with her siblings, Jenna always had a close relationship with her parents. She was raised as a vibrant, upbeat, and active young woman with a creative side, a lot of charisma and leadership abilities. She loved animals, did well in school, acted in the school theater from an early age, and always had many of friends. The family Burley was neither poor nor rich. They made their home in Philadelphia, in a large home in the peaceful, comfortable Harleysville area. Jenna became the life of the party, gained friends fast, and fit right in with any group. The girl, who was always trying out different appearances and styles and occasionally came across as very lavish, dreamed of becoming a fashion designer in high school. Jenna, who occasionally resembled a hippie and other times an emo subculture member, wore vibrant makeup, dyed her hair multiple colors, and wore her clothes in a variety of fashions. She pushed her pals to question the ordinary routine since she loved making a statement. The adolescent girl regularly went to concerts, fairs, and other large gatherings that provided her with inspiration. Burley's opinions and interests started to change as she approached her high school graduation. Instead of pursuing a career in fashion design, she suddenly envisioned herself in the film industry. She took workshops at a nearby film studio to learn how to make short films, and her talent was immediately apparent as she handled each plot and production step with originality. Jenna also created accounts on a number of social media platforms at that time, where she kept up with her pages and shared her interests in life, as well as her thoughts on a range of important societal topics. The senior in high school immediately had a sizable fan base, and her viewership expanded swiftly as well. Following this lively, artistic girl who was always experimenting with her appearance and inspiring others to embrace self-expression seemed to be enjoyable. Before she knew it, Jenna had gained a following of several thousand people and was a fairly well-known blogger. The 18-year-old recent high school graduate studied media arts at a prominent college in sunny Florida in 2013. The student continued to actively maintain and grow her blog while studying, sharing anecdotes about her experiences with significant injuries, protracted despair, parties, and other forms of entertainment with friends, her involvement in the community and school life. After just one semester of college, Jenna returned home on December 20, 2013 to spend Christmas with her family. The weather was severe, and snow had already fallen on Philadelphia at that point. Jenna wore utterly improper shoes and failed to account for the stark contrast from Florida, which led to her slipping and falling and severely breaking her ankle before she ever made it to the house. A double fracture with displacement was discovered by X-ray, necessitating surgery and the installation of specific pins and plates. Burley was literally confined to a wheelchair for several months, since she was unable to bear any weight on her foot. She then had to go to regular physiotherapy sessions and relearn how to walk. In this time frame, additionally, she contracted pneumonia, which made her recuperation much more difficult and time-consuming. The girl was quite disappointed that she had to take a leave of absence from school in order to concentrate on getting better. She only found comfort in social media, where Jenna engaged in active communication with her followers, and in her personal blog, where she shared excerpts from her ideas and journal entries. Nearly every day, Jenna uploaded new videos in which she addressed a variety of subjects and answered questions. She was an outspoken opponent of zoos, dolphinariums, and other establishments that keep animals in captivity and use them for entertainment. She also raised awareness of the challenging situation of the homeless, pointing out that those in warm, temperate regions had it much easier than those in Pennsylvania, where those without a roof over their heads run the risk of freezing to death on the streets. Additionally, Jenna, who was already actively involved in charitable work on a regular basis, started planning fundraisers to provide necessities to homeless and animal shelters. Jenna started creating her own jewelry while she was recovering, selling it online and giving away all the money to help those in need. She emphasized that what may appear to be junk filling a closet to some could be a true treasure to someone less fortunate, and she actively urged her followers to donate unwanted stuff to charity. Jenna ended up staying at home for over a year rather than just a few months because the recuperation process took so long. She enjoyed the puppy she got from a local shelter during this period, and she wrote about it on her blog every day, sharing tales of their daily adventures. However, despite her outwardly positive attitude, Jenna experienced a severe depressive episode in the fall of 2014. She openly acknowledged that she needed professional assistance from a psychiatrist because she was unable to manage on her own any longer. Speaking candidly about her struggles with mental health, Burley shared her doctor's advice and talked about the support she received from her family and pet. During this time, the blogger's following increased many times as a result of the fact that many young people could identify with the difficulties she detailed and appreciated her candor. Jenna traveled to sunny California in the beginning of 2015 with her father and younger brother Jacob. In her social media posts, Jenna expressed how much better she felt, and the joyful pictures taken from the beach made it obvious how close she was to her family, the everlasting student. Jenna chose to transfer to a school in her hometown rather than go back to Florida when she recovered completely and traveled with her family. She enrolled in Montgomery County Community College, a Philadelphia suburb, and decided to live at her parents' house. Burley, meantime, kept up her blog and created quick films on a variety of subjects. After graduating with a bachelor's degree in the humanities, Jenna made the decision to attend college, enrolling at Temple University's School of Film in 2017. Jenna decided to remain at her family's house rather than move into a dorm, because the campus was only a half-hour drive away. She no longer needed to rely on family members for transportation to class, because she had upgraded her room and purchased her own vehicle by that point. Jenna was 4 to 5 years older than her peers when she started university, having already reached the age of 22. Still, they were in agreement, celebrating, going to concerts, hanging around, and having a good time. The birthdays of each other. It is important to note that Temple University, one of the biggest universities in the nation, is situated nearly in the heart of the city. There are a lot of stores, malls, eateries, bars, and other establishments all around the university. Thus, life is busy here. You could say that after lessons, students always have a place to unwind and rest. Jenna was involved in an automobile accident on her way to school a few days after classes started in late August. Her automobile was severely damaged, but luckily she was not hurt because she was wearing a seatbelt. From that point on, she was typically driven to school in the mornings by her father or one of her younger brothers. Sometimes, if Jenna stayed in the city late, she would spend the night at a friend's house, but she always told her parents in advance. Fatal mix-up on Wednesday, August 30, 2017. At the party. Davis, a close friend and classmate of Jenna's, was going to one of the bars to celebrate his birthday. Among those invited to the celebration was Jenna, who was expected to spend the night at the birthday boy's house in order to attend class with him on Thursday morning. To ease her parents' anxiety that night, she told them ahead of time. Taking pictures and sharing them on social media was a lot of fun for Jenna Davis and her 5 friends. As they went from bar to bar, they made new acquaintances who joined them, wishing the birthday boy a happy birthday and raising a glass to his good health. The gathering had altered considerably by 11 p.m., and everyone was in a rather inebriated state. It was around midnight when the buddies ended up in a crowded little sports pub. Because his buddies had planned a surprise for him, which involved kidnapping him and bringing him to another location, the birthday boy had moved aside. He told Burley about it and asked her to text him when she was going to be to his apartment so they could spend the night together. Jenna and the others remained in the pub. A couple students invited Jenna to stay at their house, and several sober drivers offered to drive her anywhere she wanted to go. However, Jenna said that she had previously arranged to visit Davis' home, but by 1 in the morning, friends started to depart, and Burley was unaware that everyone who had offered her a ride or a place to stay had already vanished. A mix-up happened, with disastrous results. Until the very last minute, Jenna thought she would go with someone from the bar, so she bid her pals farewell and promised to remain a little while longer. She was seated at the bar with a bunch of strangers when she finally realized what was going on, and they quickly departed as well. When Jenna realized she was alone and that the bar was shutting at 2 in the morning, she began messaging Davis to implore him to come get her. But the man didn't hear anything because he was asleep at home, and his phone was in a different room. Jenna attempted to call some additional pals, but they were either not able to hear their phones or were too inebriated to answer. It didn't seem safe to stroll around the city alone at night, and she didn't want to disturb her parents. The student's disappearance. Upon checking his phone in the morning, Davis got extremely worried after initially believing Jenna had spent the night somewhere else. Jenna had sent him multiple messages and made 2 attempts to call him, requesting that he pick her up from the bar. The final message she sent was simply, "Help me." Her phone went off when he attempted to call her back. Burley never showed up to the university, but he still thought his friend was all well and would attend class as normal. None of the friends who had joined them at the bar the previous evening had hosted the student in the afternoon, so Davis called and paid them a visit. To find out if Jenna had come home, one of her pals called her parents. She recounted what had transpired after they said no, and Edward and Jacqueline hurried to the college in less than 30 minutes. To discover out where and who had last seen their daughter, they talked to her pals. The Burleys went straight to the police to report their daughter missing after receiving no helpful information, requesting that a search be conducted right away. Jenna had sent numerous classmates notes requesting assistance, which added to the urgency of the situation. The academic buildings and dorms were the first locations examined, but the missing student was nowhere to be found. After that, the police called nearby hospitals, but no women who fit Jenna's description had been admitted in the previous 24 hours. The last time they saw the student was in the sports bar, according to everyone who had dealt with her the night before. She was dressed in blue pants and a motivational white t-shirt. She had a light blue hoodie knotted around her waist with a slogan on the front. Her long black hair, which was braided into 2 pigtails, was another distinctive characteristic. News of Burley's disappearance soon went viral on social media because she was a very well-known blogger. Thousands of her admirers sent messages requesting assistance in finding her and urging anyone with knowledge to come forward to the kind and tenacious stranger. The bartender instantly recalled the girl with the braids who stayed late after everyone else had departed when the cops came at the bar where the missing student was last seen. She appeared disoriented, was heavily intoxicated, and was phoning and texting all the time. Around 2 in the morning, her phone signal was last picked up in the same neighborhood. We looked over the surveillance footage from the cameras inside the pub and at the entrance. Jenna was spotted by the cops sitting by herself at the bar, sipping a cocktail and messaging. A man came up to her at 1:30 a.m. Eastern, struck up a discussion, and then bought her a drink. Before they left the bar, they sat together for roughly 20 minutes. They were both strolling unsteadily as if they were really drunk, just before it closed. The bartender identified a frequent client right away and even named him Joshua Hupperters when he was shown the video and asked if he knew the man. The bartender claimed that Joshua was practically a daily visitor and that on the previous evening, he showed a special interest in the lonely beauty by purchasing her cocktails and continuously inviting her to his home. Joshua had just reached 29 when the authorities learned that he had previously attended Temple University but had taken a lengthy academic leave and never graduated. He lived only 5 minutes from the bar where he was spotted with Jenna, and he was always hanging out with students. He and his friend Jack Miley had a large apartment that he rented in a building across the street. When they finally got in touch with Joshua later that night, he said he had been so inebriated the previous evening that he had no recollection of a girl from the pub. He consented to be questioned, but shortly after, his phone was switched off, so the police went to Hupperter's flat to speak with him. Jack, the primary suspect, was at home and allowed the cops to enter without any problems. There was chaos in almost every room of the man's flat, which resembled a normal bachelor pad. Jack said that the previous evening, he and his companion had really gone to the sports bar and consumed a lot of alcohol. After Joshua picked up a girl, Jack made the decision to go home so they could have some solitude. According to Jack, he went straight to bed and didn't hear if he was alone or when his roommate returned home. Joshua was concerned when he abruptly began cleaning the kitchen the following day. He had a serious cut on his hand and new scratches on his face. Joshua described this as a regrettable mishap, stating that he had slipped into some bushes while intoxicated. After lunch, he vanished, leaving his phone off and taking some of his possessions with him without informing his friend of his whereabouts or the duration of his absence. The guys resided in a big apartment with a second exit that led to the backyard, which was unguarded. There was a roll of paper towels on a dresser, smeared with what appeared to be blood, and a pair of men's sandals beside the entrance with odd brownish stains. Additionally, the kitchen smelled strongly of cleaning supplies, and there were multiple empty cleaning product bottles lying about the floor. All of this sparked serious suspicions, and Joshua was subsequently regarded as the primary suspect in the student's disappearance case. When the authorities looked into Upper Terrace's past more, they found that he was born and reared in Philadelphia and that he had experienced trauma from the early death of his father, who had been brutally murdered. Joshua attended Temple University until he was 29 years old, but he never received his degree. He has previously been involved in legal troubles for selling illegal narcotics to pupils. He had also been accused several times with assaults against women in an effort to force them into intimacy and had served several months for burglary. There was still no word on the whereabouts of the missing girl, and the search and initial questioning of the fugitive revealed that the suspect could be quite dangerous. After the FBI became involved in the inquiry, it was quickly established that Joshua's phone had last been in use in Wayne County, close to a lake approximately 230 miles north of Philadelphia. The fugitive may be hiding in the home of his grandmother, who was found to reside in the neighborhood. In fact, Hupperters was captured at the home of his maternal grandmother. He didn't resist and seemed at ease. He insisted that he was intoxicated on the night of August 31 and, when questioned about the new injuries on his body, he reiterated the tale he had told his roommate Jack about falling into bushes. He gave an explanation for his abrupt departure, saying he wanted to spend the final weekend before courses began with his family. He became silent and wanted a lawyer when the police brought up the fact that they knew he was not enrolled in any university. Experts visited the Philadelphia fugitive's flat, meanwhile, discovered blood traces in the garbage can, on the floor, and in the plumbing. The prospect of finding the young girl alive was dwindling by the minute as they awaited the test results to identify whose blood it was. Along with over $20,000, 0 cents in cash, many bags containing various illegal substances were discovered during the search of Joshua's room, the enigmatic container. Investigators kept searching Hupperter's house, including the garbage cans, which were fortunately still empty, and the backyard, which was reachable by the second door in the corner. A light blue hoodie, a slogan-emblazoned t-shirt, a sports bra, and a black hair tie with a few dark hairs were discovered inside a black bag. The clothes that were discovered in the trash were very similar to what Jenna was wearing on the day she vanished. Even worse, there were bloodstains on the objects, which made it look quite unlikely that the girl was still alive. Still, the suspect said nothing, and the hunt went on. Hupper Therez's stepfather suddenly called the police on September 2 to report that the man had visited his mother's Jenkintown home on August 31. He had arrived in a taxi with a heavy, large, opaque plastic container. Joshua clarified that it held his books as well as a few personal items. The following morning, he took another taxi and left the container at the garage. Given his stepson's criminal history, the stepfather thought this was suspicious because the container was abnormally weighty and had an odd smell. Without alerting his wife, the old man made the decision to call the police. Although he was unaware of Joshua's subsequent whereabouts, he overheard him requesting that the driver refrain from recording the journey on the app and pledging to pay with cash. By the time the stepfather, Hupperter's, had been caught and a search of his grandmother's home had turned up nothing untoward, the gruesome discovery in the shed had been discovered. Authorities believed the enigmatic plastic container may have been sunk in a lake, but the container's destiny was still unknown. They thought about using divers to help with the search, but things took a surprising turn. Joshua discovered that the spouse of Joshua's grandmother had a little shed far from the home, almost obscured by trees and plants. Although he hadn't used them in a while, the man kept fishing equipment and an old boat there. He chose to inspect the shed on September 3 and discovered that the door's lock was broken. He went in fearing robbers, but everything was in its proper place, aside from an odd container that had never been there before. He flinched in terror when he opened the container. There found a young woman's naked, badly disfigured body inside. He reported the gory discovery to the police right away. The authorities summoned Burleigh's parents for identification after rapidly determining whose remains the retiree had discovered in his shed. When their greatest fears came true, Jenna's father almost suffered a heart attack, and her mother passed out. By using surveillance footage and witness accounts at the crime scene, authorities were able to prove that Hupperters had enticed the already inebriated girl to his house after giving her more booze. As Jenna became aware of her situation, she was able to message a number of pals to ask for assistance, but none of them replied. Joshua tried to coerce the girl into intimacy in the flat, but she retaliated violently, scratching the criminal and severing his hand with a kitchen knife. But he beat her head repeatedly against the floor and was able to knock the knife out of her hand. After taking advantage of Jenna and rendering her incapable, he used his bare hands to strangle the poor girl. After that, he cleaned up the crime scene as best he could and put her body in a container he had discovered in the storage area. According to the autopsy, Jenna's death was caused by mechanics, asphyxiation. She had several bruises, abrasions, and even bite marks on her body. She also showed symptoms of personal assault and a traumatic brain damage. Her blood was discovered on the apartment's paper towels and shoes. The defendant's blood and semen were detected on her clothing, and her hair was on the hair tie in the garbage bin. Hupperter's guilt was never in question, but he refused to accept a plea bargain or acknowledge it during the trial and punishment. In addition, a backpack with his documents, money, and a few necessities was found during a search of his grandmother's home, suggesting that the offender had planned to escape but was apprehended just in time. Only a year and a half after the horrifying crime, in the spring of 2019, did the criminal and attacker's trial start. By asserting that the murdered girl had willingly entered Joshua's room and provoked him, the defense lawyers made a valiant attempt to place all the guilt on her. But everyone in the room was indignant at the defense's remarks. The defendant was found guilty on all counts following 9 days of hearings, and he was given a life sentence with the chance of release only after 60 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, What part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Sometimes it is hard to embrace the truth, so people make up a lie that they genuinely start to believe and persuade others of. Truth is something that exists in reality and corresponds to the actual state of circumstances. To celebrate the new year, 11 young men and 1 girl gathered in a hotel room. You'll think, strange collaboration, and you'll be correct. But hold on, one information will totally alter your perspective. Since all of the men at this party belong to a sexual minority, the 12 friends who got together to celebrate the year 2021 did so with great joy. In fact, they celebrated so well that on January 1st, the company had to take the only girl to the hospital, where doctors declared her dead. However, who was she? How did she pass away, and did anyone face charges related to her demise? However, everything is in order. You'll realize why we began this story with the idea of truth, as we dive into the previous party, practically minute by minute, and learn what transpired on that fatal night. Thus, John Paul de la Serna arrived at the 4-star City Garden Grand Hotel in Manila, the Philippine capital, around 11 a.m. on December 31, 2020. 9 additional men booked into rooms 2207 and 2209, which were on the same level, during the day, and Christine DeSera checked in later. Shortly after midnight, John Paul Kalili, the hotel manager, joined the merry company. The focus of New Year's Eve night was dancing, having a good time, and drinking a lot of alcohol. When Rommel Galida awoke at approximately 10 in the morning, she saw Christine dozing off in the bathtub. He wrapped a blanket around her and returned to his slumber. She was unconscious and starting to turn blue when he woke up a few hours later. 3 friends and hotel employees drove Christine to the hospital, but when they arrived at the emergency department, the physicians just declared her dead. The only girl was dead in the morning after spending the whole night in the hotel room with the 11 guys. News. The public was outraged by the crime's headlines. Since it was clear what a bunch of young men and 1 female could do all night, everyone had the same idea of what the story would be about. The investigation's task was to determine what actually transpired on that New Year's Eve night, and the cause of Christine DeSera's death. Born on April 13, 1997, Christine Angelica DeSera was raised in Barangay San Isidro, General Santos City, into the prosperous household of John Nestor de la Serna and Sharon Rose Faba de la Serna. She developed into a bright, independent, and gregarious young woman. For her 3 siblings, Monica, Chloe, and JJ, Kristen was a devoted sister. She relocated to the bigger and more promising city of Davao, which is located on the shores of the bay of the same name. After completing high school, she enrolled in a university there. Christine was active on social media, danced, modeled, and studied hard. In addition, Christine was the pinnacle of knowledge and beauty. She received a Bachelor of Arts in Communication, Arts with a major in Media Arts from the University of the Philippines, Mindanao, in Davao City in 2017 with honors. The girl has taken an active part in both acting and modeling. She faced off against 8 other contestants for the title of Ms. Silve Davao 2017 in the Davao City Mall run by the New City Commercial Corporation. In June 2018, she placed 2nd. From September 2017 until January, she took part in the yearly fashion show. She served as a marketing consultant for Gaisano shopping centers in Davao City, General Santos City, Tagum, Toro, and Digos in 2019. Christine has had a rich and satisfying life. Her life's ambition was realized in February 2019. She relocated to Manila in order to begin working for Philippine airline subsidiary, PAL Express, as a flight attendant. Desserts from Christine. December 28, 2020, was my last flight as a flight attendant. Since Christine's passing was widely reported, a lot of debates and theories were developed among the community. At first, authorities believed that Kristen was probably murdered and abused by a group of men she was hanging out with on New Year's Eve. Makati City Police charged 11 men with assault and murder in the early stages, despite the lack of autopsy results and a toxicology report. The case was deemed closed by the Philippine National Police. Suspects were identified and charges were brought against those arrested. Although 3 of the partygoers were arrested, after turning themselves in to the police, the forensic medical report provided the primary explanation for Christine's death. On January 3, 2021, Forensic Medical Officer Police Major Michael Nick S. Sarmiento oversaw the autopsy of Christine's remains at the Rizal Funeral Home in Pasay City. After the body of Christine DeSera was examined, a forensic report was released, concluding that the ruptured aortic aneurysm was the cause of death. But it also noted a linear abrasion on the girl's right thigh, along with bruises on her right arm, right thigh, knees, ankles, and right foot. During the genital examination, deep-healed cuts and abrasions were also noted. A special investigation team was established to investigate the crime according to the National Capital Region Police Department. However, Christine's family refused to believe that a lively young girl could pass away too soon from natural causes. The family of Christine DeSera revealed at a news conference on January 5, 2021, that they had read the autopsy report indicating that she died from an aneurysm. They did, however, claim that the autopsy was not complete and asked for another one. The deceased's parents have been attempting to figure out how Christine's aorta was torn. After all, the aneurysm was caused by violence or abuse, according to the police and the DeSera Family Council, so it was not a natural death, and the offenders ought to face consequences. All 11 of the guys who spent the night with Christine were recognized by the prosecutor's office. She worked with some of them. Christine was meeting other young men for the first time. They were friends of her friends. As it happened, this party was started by Christine. She organized this party with her friends and had reserved the hotel room herself a few days beforehand. Although she was aware of her daughter's friendship with men, her mother Sharon never voiced any opposition. In their family, it was accepted as normal, since Kristen had always found it easier to interact and form friendships with men. It also became customary for her and her pals to meet up because they rarely took holidays at home. Kristen was able to call her family shortly after midnight each year to wish them a happy new year and to let them know about the event that was going on at the Makati Hotel. The family was able to observe Kristen's pals in the festive setting during the video conference. New rumors regarding the abuse claim have surfaced, though. The authorities were able to piece together the events of the case virtually minute by analyzing the hotel lobby footage, which served as the primary evidence of the occurrence. Note that Christine DeSera reserved room 2209, which was the designated location for the party. In the late afternoon, the major action starts to take place. Christine moves from room 2209 to room 2207 at 11:21 p.m. The company goes back to their accommodation around 11:38 p.m. At 2:50 a.m., Christine goes last and is seen holding her shoes in a glass. Christine enters room 2207 while holding Valentine's hand, a new acquaintance. A hotel worker brings an extra mattress to room 2209 at 2:52 a.m. while they are at a neighbor's house, and Valentine goes with Christine to her room. Valentine is clearly intoxicated based on her demeanor. She is carrying a bottle in her hand and has an overly easy walk. The couple enters around 3:15 a.m. after the companions pause at the door and Christine gives Valentine a short kiss before the man swiftly pulls away. 6 minutes after Christine had rushed out of her room and into her neighbor's room, one of the guys departs. He goes to 2209, presumably to give his pals a call at 3:22 a.m. In the next room on the right side of the corridor, Christine DeSera is seen talking to another man, while 2 more males pass by. She appeared distressed. After giving one of her friends a sudden embrace, Christine and her friend vanish completely from the camera's field of view. John Della Serna is seen escorting Christine back to the first room at 4:13 a.m. The camera catches Christine at the room's entrance once more, at 4:22 a.m. At 27:07, what brought her back there is unknown. After she nearly collapses, a man who resembles John Della Serna grabs her by the waist and brings her to room 2209. At 5:05 a.m., Christine appears to be somewhat inebriated. As Christine flees from a man who resembles Louis de Lima, the camera records her giggling. Later, they are outside of room 2207. At 6:23 a.m., Christine walks inside room 2209 with him and appears normal. For the final time, Christine appears on video alive. She is cognizant as Valentine carries her from room 2207 in his arms. Although the night was undoubtedly filled with events, the most significant reality is still hidden behind the scenes. The party went on until dawn, at around noon when Christine was discovered comatose in the bathtub. Her buddies continually tried cardiopulmonary resuscitation while carrying her to the ground. They tried unsuccessfully before calling the front desk for assistance. The head of security and the hotel management entered the room a few minutes later. Christine was lowered to the hotel's first floor using a wheelchair. Christine was escorted to the hospital by Romel Galita. Regretfully, the doctors simply mentioned the girl's passing. Romel delivered the dreadful news to Christine's mother over the phone. Despite the fact that it appears to be a fun party and that it is difficult to fit so many people in one room, the investigators suspected that the young people were using illegal substances to increase the effects of the alcohol as they frantically moved from room to room throughout the night. Some of the inmates stated, when questioned, that just whiskey and tequila were used during the party and that no other illegal substances were present. It is important to note that the investigation's initial focus was illegal drugs because, according to one of the detainees' testimony, Christine had concerns about the drink's composition and hypothesized that someone might have added an unidentified chemical to spike them. Guests were instructed to bring their own food and beverages, it turned out, though the post-mortem report indicated that neither alcohol nor illicit narcotics ingested the night before her death would produce this type of aortic dilatation or defect. There was conjecture that Christine's drink was poisoned and might have caused the aneurysm that ultimately resulted in her death. Since there were no illegal substances or evidence of them in the room or the suspect's personal items, the substance information was ultimately deemed unsubstantiated. The 2009 search for possible evidence in the two rooms and the adjacent room did not produce the expected results, which at least partially demonstrated Christine de Serna's brutal death. When questioned, Mark Rosales and John de la Serna declared that they would never harm Christine and openly acknowledged their unusual orientation. John further disclosed that early in the morning, Christine was already throwing up, so they had to take her back from room 2207. According to Romel Galita, he discovered Christine in their room's bathtub at around 10 in the morning. Assuming she was asleep, he just covered her with a blanket. However, he discovered the girl was blue and not breathing around midday after he woke up and went back to wake her. He hurried to his pals for support. She was taken to Makati Medical Center per the hotel's recommendation, where she was declared dead upon arrival, allegedly as a result of an aortic aneurysm rupture. The Makati City Police were notified of the death by the hospital. By that time, other men from a nearby hotel room had departed. In a separate statement to the public on January 4, the Philippine National Police stated that, despite some missing information and contradictory claims, the case involving Christine de Serra is nearly resolved. According to Police Chief Debold Sinas, 3 individuals have already been identified and taken into custody. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office ordered the release of the 3 males who are in detention on January 6 owing to a lack of evidence, even though other suspects were still being sought. The prosecution maintained that there was not enough evidence to prove Christine had been molested. They added that the police have not yet established that Christine de Serra's death was due to abuse, even if it occurred. In addition, Christine was an extra lady at the party, which was a get-together of males with unconventional sexual orientations who were all flirting with one another. Most of the people at the party, including Romel Galita, were Christine's co-workers and stewards, Sarah, at PL Airlines, demonstrating her familiarity with these individuals and their sexual orientation. The Makati City Prosecutor's Office opened a preliminary investigation on January 13, 2021, after an official autopsy verified that the 23-year-old's cause of death was a ruptured aortic aneurysm. Additionally, the prosecutor's office demanded that the police make public the findings of the victim's toxicological report, histopathic research, and DNA analysis. The claim that her daughter was not abused, however, was disputed by Christine's mother, Sharon de Serra. She stated during an appearance on a news program that a gang of men were abusing her daughter. If you're a mother and you see Christine's body, you'll likely understand the suffering she endured as a result of them. But my daughter is no longer able to speak because she is no longer alive. During the TV show, the woman voiced her opinion. As proof that the autopsy report was erroneous, Sharon pointed to the cuts and bruises on her daughter's body that were not included. Later, Christine's relatives stated that they wanted a second autopsy to refute the authorities' initial conclusion that she passed away naturally. The foundation was bruising and injuries that weren't noted in the initial report. Brick Reyes, a family representative, stated that there would be enough proof of Christine's torture from the wounds on her arms and legs, as well as from her remains. Additionally, according to Rick Reyes, they think the young lady was assaulted and drugged before to her passing. During the New Year's Eve celebration, Christine, who was already drunk, claimed that her drink appeared to have been tampered with. According to Christine's parents, they have lodged a complaint calling for Michael Nix Armiento to be fired immediately for egregious carelessness and incapacity in creating Christine's death certificate and forensic report. Reporters were informed by Dr. Maurici Ramos, a friend of the Dosser family, that a second autopsy was performed on the deceased. He also underlined that the Death Investigation Unit has received the biological fluids retrieved from the second autopsy and will furnish further information following a final review and compilation of all the forensic team's results. The cause of death was consistent with a ruptured aortic aneurysm, according to the pathology post-mortem results from the Southern Police District Crime Lab Division's forensic report, which was then circulated on social media. According to the official autopsy, Christina was not mistreated the night before she passed away. The aorta was the real cause of Dysera's demise. The deficiency weakened as a result of the aorta's continuous rise in blood pressure, and ultimately, the aorta burst. There was blood loss at the moment of the aortic rupture, according to the Philippine National Police Crime Lab report. Christine thus had a number of symptoms, including nausea, weakness, and perspiration. Within a few hours, she died from the blood loss brought on by the aortic rupture. According to the report, this indicates that the girl had an aortic aneurysm that ruptured, causing the lower portion of the aorta, the primary vessel that delivers blood to the entire body, to grow. This conduit passes through the chest and belly after leaving the heart. The aorta is the largest conduit in the body, so if it bursts as it did in this instance, a person could lose a significant amount of blood and possibly pass away. The fact that Christine's aneurysm did not happen recently was also mentioned. It began many years ago. According to the article, dilatation existed long before she passed away and is a chronic illness. Even if she hadn't passed away that tragic night, she would have perished in any situation when her blood pressure would have increased to the point where the aneurysm ruptured. Christina Dysera's undetected hypertension was further confirmed by the autopsy, which also showed that her heart was larger than a healthy heart. Although it is generally accepted that the girl died of natural causes, the 11 young men who attended the party and genuinely attempted to provide Christine with first aid were shamed and persecuted as criminals as a result of the pervasive false information. Since then, all 11 of the men who were initially charged have been freed. In an attempt to correct the problem, the Makati City Prosecutor's Office stated that suitable proof could not be obtained at the time of the publicity and that the evidence offered was insufficient to prove that Christine Dysera had been abused. As a result, they had to construct a version based on indications of the victim's physical decline. 2 further suspects also claimed that they were coerced by the police into making up a story about the presence of illegal narcotics at the scene. Party on New Year's Eve. Another tale participant described how his kiss with Christine, which was caught on camera the night before she passed away, was captured. The man claimed that Christine was the one who started it, but he made an effort to push her away. When the flight attendant's body was discovered, law enforcement officials came under fire for failing to do a comprehensive toxicological analysis. The men's charges were ultimately withdrawn for lack of evidence, due to suspicious circumstances that appeared to contradict the Philippine National Police's findings. Christine Dysera's death garnered a lot of public attention. As further information emerged from Christine's family, who were unable to accept the reality and believe in their daughter's natural death, her story began to garner a lot of attention online. In an attempt to secure justice for her daughter Sharon, the girl's mother made a plea to President Rodrigo Duterte. "I'm just a regular person. You have a daughter as well. Since I don't want anyone to suffer from the same brutality and cruelty as my Christine, I want to speak out publicly." More than a week after Christine Dysera's passing, her friends and co-workers sent condolence messages, reposts, and farewells over social media. She was interred at Forest Lake Memorial Park, in her birthplace of General Santos. In the end, Christine DeSera's unusual situation is a perfect illustration of how the media may disseminate false information and how it can influence both the public and the individuals involved. The story's goal as it nears its conclusion is to return to the truth, which will eventually, in one form or another, assume its rightful place. Even though there is just one truth, Christine's family continues to believe that these individuals killed the girl and that there is a mystery behind this tale. For my part, I don't understand, and couldn't find any information regarding Christine's body wounds and bruises. Why was it kept quiet? Despite having cuts and bruises, it appears that Christine's death was caused by an aortic rupture, brought on by heart disease rather than by those injuries. As a result, they ignored her body's wounds. You guys are the judge. However, I think there are a lot of strange and inconsistent things in this case. I hope Christine's family comes to terms with the irreversible loss, because young men, guilty or not, will spend the rest of their life remembering the same depressing tale and coming up with justifications. Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. This video examines what happened in 2003 when 37-year-old Sandy Rozo came home from a night shift at a bar. Her boyfriend, who was sleeping on the second floor, heard some loud pops just as she was ready to exit the car after pulling into the garage. After seeing what he saw, he went to the garage and dialed 911. There were multiple suspects in this dark case. The perverse desire to possess and control seemed to be the driving force behind this crime of passion. The charming city of Pinellas Park, which is located outside of Tampa, Florida, is well known for its lush surroundings and gorgeous beaches. Both working-class and affluent residents make up the community. Although there is some crime in the area, it usually takes the form of minor offenses. The most frequent infractions are drunk driving and auto theft. But in 2003, something happened here that scared the locals. On a Saturday night, the day after the 4th of July, neighbors said they heard pops shortly after 11 o'clock. Since it was the 4th of July weekend, it was anticipated that there would be fireworks and other noises for a few days. Nobody was particularly alarmed by the noises, though, until one local realized that the pops weren't celebrating. Troy Edwards reported hearing what he believed to be the popping of firecrackers and dialed 911 on 11. He went outside to investigate the noise and discovered his girlfriend, Sandy, bleeding in her car with the garage door open. Detectives soon followed rescue personnel to the scene. In the garage, the vehicle was parked. There was a lot of blood and shattered glass everywhere, and Sandy's body was inside. She sustained 8 different gunshot wounds to her head and other parts of her body. The perpetrator used a .22 caliber weapon, according to the preliminary analysis of the crime scene. Sandy seemed to have been ambushed by someone who was either following her to her garage or waiting for her. Despite being taken to the hospital immediately, she tragically died. The public was shocked to learn that Sandy had a daughter who was with her father at the time of the crime, and that she had been ambushed in her own garage on her way home from work. Detectives did not think Sandy's death was an accident, even though her wallet and purse were undamaged. Multiple gunshots and the attack's planned nature raised the possibility of a personal grudge rather than a straightforward random crime. The viciousness of the assault suggested that Sandy, not financial gain, was the intended victim. The detective's primary responsibility at the start of the investigation was to question Sandy's boyfriend, Troy. Suspicion is frequently placed on the victim's family members or acquaintances in murder cases. Given his proximity to Sandy, Troy might have had crucial information. He was nowhere to be found when the police first attempted to speak with him. The detectives found it strange that he had left the scene. Troy's behavior was suspicious because he locked up the house before leaving, even though it was later found that he had gone to the hospital. Given the large number of police officers still on duty, this behavior seemed strange. Why was he consistently blocking access to the house? What did he wish to conceal? Investigators worked to answer these questions, even though his behavior might have been the response of a scared or perplexed man. Troy was called in by detectives to be questioned. As might be expected, he appeared distressed. He stated that Sandy's departure for work was the last time he saw her. Because of their divergent work schedules, Sandy worked at night and Troy worked during the day. Troy clarified that Sandy was still asleep when he left for work at 5 a.m. on July 5. After a quick conversation when he arrived home at 2 p.m., Sandy left for her job as a bartender at Tampa's well-known Green Iguana bar. She was expected to be done by 11 p.m. that evening. Troy said that just after 11 p.m., at approximately 11:10 p.m., he heard what he believed to be clappers and heard her car pull up. Troy could not be ruled out as a suspect, but Tracy Humphrey continued to play a significant role in the case. Detectives contacted Sandy Roso's friends and family during her murder investigation in an attempt to piece together the events of her final hours. They asked Sandy about her relationship with her daughter's father, Jesse. Their relationship showed indications of stress, which may have been caused by disagreements over child custody. Her daughter was residing in Alabama with her father at the time of Sandy's passing. Jesse was providing for his daughter monetarily and might have been vying for sole custody. Given that child custody disputes can occasionally result in criminal behavior, this raised suspicions about his involvement in Sandy's murder. Detectives went to Alabama to interview Jesse in order to learn more. Detectives chose to bring Jesse in for interrogation at the local police station after he denied any involvement in Sandy's death during the conversation. Jesse insisted on his innocence at the station, saying that Sandy had been instrumental in their daughter's life and that he had no motive to want their child's mother dead. When the crime was committed on the evening of July 5, he was questioned about his whereabouts. Around 1 in the morning, Jesse said he got a call telling him of Sandy's untimely death while he was at home watching movies with his daughter and girlfriend. Investigators collected additional data such as DNA samples, fingerprints, and Jesse's cell phone records to support his alibi. According to Jesse's cell phone records, he was not in Florida at the time of the crime. Detectives are now concentrating on the Green Iguana where Sandy was working the night of her murder after Jesse was exonerated of any wrongdoing. The Green Iguana is a well-liked bar with a vibrant nightlife. Sandy would frequently mingle with the regulars. In search of fresh information, investigators spoke with all of her co-workers, particularly those who had assisted her on the night of the crime. When her co-workers learned what had happened to Sandy, they were horrified and furious. The news of her passing devastated everyone who knew her because they all liked her. None of the co-workers saw anything out of the ordinary in the bar on the night of the incident. Sandy left work at approximately 10:45 p.m., and shortly after, a witness observed her leaving the parking lot. Investigators followed Sandy's route from work to her home, which took about 25 minutes, in order to piece together the timeline of her last day. This chronology implied that Sandy went straight home after leaving work, so she should have arrived home at approximately 11:10 p.m. Although Sandy's co-workers painted a different picture, investigators started asking them about her personal life. Troy, the man she lived with, described their relationship as strong. They said Sandy occasionally felt more like Troy's roommate than his girlfriend. According to this information, Sandy might have thought about ending her relationship with Troy. When it became clear that Troy was telling one story while Sandy's friends and co-workers were telling another, the detectives turned their attention back to Troy. Sandy had intended to talk to Troy about dating other people, according to co-workers at the Green Iguana. It's possible that Troy acted irrationally and injured Sandy because his feelings were hurt. Although Sandy was appreciative of Troy's stability, it appears that she didn't love him as much as he desired. A classic case of a crime of passion, in which the perpetrator feels that no one else can have you if I can't. This unrequited love may have been the driving force behind the crime. Troy looked upset but cooperated with the investigation when detectives questioned him again. To avoid suspicion, suspects frequently pretend to be innocent and provide the police with their full cooperation. The detectives diligently looked for any evidence that would connect Troy to Sandy, now that he was at the center of the investigation. Murder. Despite conducting a thorough search of Troy's house and vehicle, they were unable to locate any suspicious objects or weapons. Troy was then informed by the detectives that Sandy's co-workers had given a far from accurate account of their relationship. Troy was clearly taken aback by the charges. Even though Sandy might have been planning to leave him, Troy maintained that his love for her remained unwavering because he thought their relationship was more serious and was ignorant of her true feelings. Detectives went over the timeline to support Troy's account. Setting up a precise timeline was essential. In accordance with Troy's account of hearing gunshots, locating Sandy in the garage and dialing 911, they were able to verify that Sandy got home at approximately 11:10 p.m. Troy's actions appeared to be typical of a man who had seen his loved one die tragically. Troy was ruled out as a suspect in the crime by law enforcement following a thorough investigation. The investigation then appeared to have come to a standstill. Who else might have been inspired to carry out such a horrible deed? Sandy was merely attempting to build her life and save money, so who would want to hurt her? Luckily, Troy found Sandy's folder in his house, which provided the detectives with some unexpected assistance. Troy was correct when he thought the folder held crucial information. Sandy's handwritten notes about her impending trial against a man she accused of assault and unlawful imprisonment were all inside the folder. Sandy was scheduled to testify against Timothy Humphrey in a Tampa courtroom. Only 1 month after Sandy's murder, in August, the trial was set to begin. Troy had previously identified Sandy's ex-boyfriend as Tracy Humphrey to the police. His true name was Timothy, according to the file's documentation. This provided crucial details, such as his birth date and other private information, which served as the initial lead in cracking the case. The databases contained a wealth of information about Timothy Humphrey, but none about Tracy Humphrey. Timothy Humphrey, better known as Tracy Humphrey, had a troubling history of assaulting women, according to additional investigation. For these offenses, he was actually sentenced to 8 years in prison. The most upsetting discovery was that, out of fear for Sandy's life, Tracy had abducted her, held her captive, and over the course of several days, repeatedly coerced her into pleasing him. After Sandy escaped, a sheriff's deputy discovered him beaten and naked. Tracy was facing jail time for his actions, and he threatened to kill her if she reported the assault. Sandy was willing to testify against Tracy in court despite her fear because investigators had solid evidence, such as Sandy's testimony, DNA, and photos. However, Sandy's testimony was crucial to the outcome of this case. The charges would probably be dropped if she was unable to testify. Tracy became the main suspect in the investigation because he had a compelling reason to keep her quiet. Tracy was explicitly mentioned as a possible threat in a handwritten note that Sandy left behind. Equipped with this new knowledge, investigators found Tracy at a gym in Brandon, a nearby city where he lived and worked as a personal fitness trainer who was well known for his dedication to fitness and strong physique. Because of his bald head, earring in his ear, and intimidating appearance, Tracy was frequently referred to as Mr. Clean. Tracy appeared shocked to hear about Sandy's murder when speaking with detectives, but when questioned about his relationship with Sandy, his evasive manner raised questions. Without his lawyer present, Tracy became defensive and wouldn't respond to any more questions. Since there was no record of Tracy's marriage in the databases, detectives deduced that he must have recently gotten married because he was wearing a wedding ring. As it happens, Ashley Laney is the woman he married. Compared to Tracy, Ashley was significantly younger. She was only 20 and he was 39. Investigators went to their home to speak with Tracy's new wife in the hopes that she would provide more details. Detectives saw that Ashley was becoming anxious as soon as they entered the house, but on July 4, she disclosed that she and Tracy were married. It was a remarkable coincidence because Sandy Rozo was killed on July 5, the day after their wedding, in violation of Florida law, which states that spouses cannot be forced to testify against one another in court. Because of this fact, investigators were suspicious of Ashley and Tracy's marriage's timing, which they interpreted as a strong and unsettling clue. Ashley claimed she had no knowledge of the murder when questioned about Tracy's whereabouts the night of the killing. Ashley voluntarily offered her alibi for the night of Sandy's murder when speaking with detectives. Murder. She claimed that she and Tracy were at home at 11 p.m. the night of the murder, eating pizza and watching a movie. Ashley added that evening, their friend Toby White had also come over to their house. However, when Ashley's lawyer called, the conversation took an unexpected turn. Another odd thing happened after Tracy called the lawyer and instructed him to call Ashley and tell her what to do if detectives got in touch with her. Tracy surprised everyone by going home and preventing Ashley from responding to the detectives' questions. His manner, body language, and facial expressions conveyed a sense of anger and frustration, which led the detectives to suspect that Tracy might have been involved in a conspiracy to conceal the truth about the Sandy Rozo murder. Ashley had stopped talking, but the detectives had a crucial new lead. Ashley and Tracy Humphrey gave the excuse that they had ordered pizza on the night of the Sandy Rosso murder. The detectives followed this lead, went to the pizza place, located the delivery person, and collected the receipt. At 10:49 p.m., Tracy's cell phone was used to order the pizza. The pizza arrived 15 minutes later on July 5. In a flashback, the pizza delivery man said that the big bald man had left him a $20 tip for a $12 pizza that evening. Detectives came to the conclusion that Tracy could not have been the murderer because his house was 40 minutes away from the scene of the crime. The detectives were disappointed by this discovery because they had suspected Tracy, and the puzzle pieces did not fit together as they had hoped. It can be demoralizing to experience a setback such as the one that comes with a confirmed alibi, but in this instance, he made the decision to investigate Ashley's role in Sandy's ordeal. The detectives discovered an interesting incident while conducting additional investigation. Ashley had no criminal history, was a good student, and behaved well, but Sandy reported her car stolen just before she passed away. Ironically, her car was later discovered fully burned out on a Tampa street. The car had been purposefully set on fire, according to the state fire marshal's office. Ashley had visited a shooting range in the Tampa area the day her car was set on fire, according to the police investigation into the arson. As it turned out, Ashley had been learning how to shoot a .22 caliber gun at the range with Tracy Humphrey. Given that Sandy was killed by a .22 caliber firearm, this information was vital. Investigators started comparing all of the data they had been given and investigating Ashley's role in Sandy's death. To learn more, they spoke with her relatives. Detectives were informed by Ashley's stepfather that he had lent Ashley his .22 caliber handgun so she could learn how to shoot. Ashley refused to give the gun back when he asked for it. Detectives were certain they were heading the investigation in the right direction after speaking with Ashley's mother. According to the mother, Ashley told her that Sandy had been shot 8 times. This particular detail was important because it had not been covered by the media, meaning that only the shooter and law enforcement would have known about it. Ashley's involvement in the crime became apparent as the puzzle pieces started to fit together. Apart from a possible link to Tracy, the reason behind Sandy's murder was still unknown. Investigators were able to determine the precise location of Tracy's phone at the time of the crime by acquiring Ashley and Tracy Humphrey's phone records. His phone was close to his Brandon home, according to the phone tower data. Ashley's claim that she had been at home the entire night was refuted by the records, which supported Tracy's alibi. Her phone was tracked close to Sandy's house, and it was active outside the Green Iguana at 4:30 p.m. Ashley called Tracy multiple times at 10:45 p.m. Ashley's involvement in the crime was strongly implied by the evidence. Ashley was the main suspect now. Detectives suspected she wasn't acting alone, though. Because Tracy had a reason to hurt Sandy, the phone records also suggested that he was involved in the crime. What part each of them had played in the crime was the only question left. Toby White, a friend who had been at Tracy and Ashley's house the night Sandy Rosa was killed, became the focus of detectives searching for additional evidence. She was called in by detectives to be questioned. As it happens, Tracy Humphrey had a client named Toby. Tracy, in her opinion, was an excellent trainer. Toby first confirmed Tracy's story when she was questioned about her whereabouts on the evening of July 5, saying she had been at his house, even bringing up the pizza delivery they had ordered, from 9:30 p.m. to midnight. However, it became evident that Toby was not in the house after more cell phone records were examined. Toby had to deal with contradictions in her testimony during that period. Toby changed her mind and told the truth after being threatened with criminal charges for perjury, a crime that carries a jail sentence. At Tracy's request, she gave a false alibi and told detectives that she hadn't seen Ashley or Tracy Humphrey that night. Looking back, Toby saw that Ashley and Tracy had lied to her about their role in the killing. Ashley Humphrey was taken into custody on December 18, 2003 for Sandy Rosso, Tracy's first-degree murder. Humphrey was unable to handle firearms at a firing range because he was a convicted felon and was not allowed to own or use firearms. In order to ensure that Tracy could not influence Ashley, he was arrested on these charges and detained. Detectives hoped Ashley would tell them more about the crime because she was in custody and not with Tracy, but she didn't say anything. Given Tracy's history of abuse, there was significant concern about his possible influence over her. Investigators looked further into Tracy's past in the hopes of finding information that would persuade Ashley to speak. They discovered evidence that Tracy had cheated on Ashley in addition to other women. Ashley came to the realization that her marriage and all of her relationships had been based on lies and deceit. As she started to piece together the truth, Ashley was unable to avoid the question of whether she had been duped while she was incarcerated. The startling discovery that the man she had committed a crime for, the man she was prepared to serve a lifetime in prison for, was unfaithful to her, compelled her to alter her strategy. Ashley, feeling deceived, confessed to killing Sandy and gave investigators vital information regarding the location of the murder weapon. The firearm was found in Hillsborough County's northeast. Ashley kept talking to investigators and discovered more and more unsettling information. Tracy had been manipulating her from the start, telling her that he loved her and that Sandy needed to be killed so they could have a future together. Tracy claimed that Sandy had been falsely accused and that if he testified in court, he would be imprisoned. In addition, Ashley admitted to having tried to kill Sandy weeks prior to the tragic event. The disclosure of these sinister facts created a terrifying image of deceit, manipulation, and treachery. Initially, Ashley sat in her car in the parking lot, waiting for Sandy to finish her shift and emerge into the lot to drive home, with the intention of shooting her as she left the bar. After waiting for Sandy to exit the bar, Ashley squeezed the trigger. Ashley's issue was that she didn't strike Sandy, she shot her own car's mirror. Compromise evidence was left behind by this incident. Ashley and Tracy took the car to an empty lot and burned it to destroy the evidence. Law enforcement grew increasingly certain that they could charge Tracy with murder as more and more evidence connected him to the crime surfaced. Ashley was merely a pawn in Tracy's plot. He coerced her into executing his scheme to kill Sandy. The tragic events that transpired were orchestrated by Tracy Humphrey. Ashley would not have committed the crime, and Sandy would still be alive if it weren't for his influence. Investigators were able to piece together Sandy Rozo's final hours of life thanks to Ashley's confession. Sandy began working at the Green Iguana at 2:30 p.m. on the day of the murder, July 5, while Ashley waited in the parking lot with a .22 caliber handgun that she had borrowed from her stepfather. Tracy coordinated Ashley's actions while staying in close contact with her. Ashley patiently awaited Sandy's shift to be over. At 10:45 p.m., Sandy pulled out of the parking lot and Ashley trailed behind. Sandy parked her car in the garage after arriving home at 11:10 p.m. Ashley came in directly behind her. She fired. She kept shooting until her ammunition ran out. She fired 8 shots in all. Ashley called Tracy and informed him that Sandy had passed away as soon as possible. To help the delivery man remember him, Tracy placed an order for a pizza and left him a generous tip. Ashley accepted a plea deal of 25 years in prison in exchange for testifying, and Tracy was given an alibi in return for her cooperation. Many questioned the fairness of Ashley's sentence against Tracy Humphrey, arguing that on March 10, 2006, a life sentence would have been more appropriate. Ashley Humphrey received a 25-year prison term. She revealed a shocking revelation 14 years later. On ITV's Killer Women, Ashley Humphrey told Piers Morgan that she was the one who thought of the plan to kill Sandy Rozo, not her husband Timothy Tracy Humphrey, as she had stated in court. "What if she didn't appear in court?" I proposed. That's where it began, according to Ashley. And it got worse. It was me who said it first. I'm not sure why I allowed him to enter my thoughts in that manner. Ashley might have received a much harsher punishment if she had admitted to the scheme at the outset and had not accepted a plea deal to convict her husband. She is presently a prisoner at Quincy, Florida's Gadsden Correctional Institution. On December 13, 2028, when she turns 46 in February, she is expected to be released from prison. Timothy Humphrey was found guilty of murder by a jury in 2006. He received a life sentence without the possibility of release. He was also given a 15-year sentence for trying to flee. Because of his aggressive and domineering personality, Humphrey thought he could get away with it, but he would live out the remainder of his days in prison, where he would ultimately die. Everyone in the Sandy Rozo family wanted this to happen. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A plastic bag was discovered by a woman walking her dog along the shores of Deer Island, which is close to Boston, Massachusetts, on the afternoon of June 25, 2015. Her dog's incessant curiosity led her to a horrifying discovery: the dead body of a child. After she had initially written it off as discarded trash, she was so shocked and scared that she called the police right away. Because of the extreme stage of decomposition, the child's identity remained elusive despite their best efforts. 3 months passed before the child was identified. Who could have committed such a crime in their right mind? As soon as the child's body was discovered on Deer Island, the investigation into her death got underway. Authorities put forth a lot of effort to identify her despite her extreme decomposition. She was found with a zebra print blanket inside the bag, and only a pair of white leggings with a black polka dot design. Early skepticism resulted in fruitless efforts to use cadaver dogs to find more bodies or remains. The body had already started to decompose, making visual identification impossible, and fingerprints could not be collected due to prolonged exposure to water. The race and ethnicity of the child were unknown to the investigators. How her remains got to the scene was unknown. It was unclear if the body had been dumped on the beach or if it had floated in the water from somewhere else, possibly as far away as Canada. Because the body was not sufficiently decomposed, authorities thought the victim had been placed at the scene rather than washing ashore. On July 3, 2015, an autopsy was performed after the child's body was found, but the cause of death was not established. Authorities suspected foul play, but the remains showed no obvious signs of injury. Tests were then performed to look for alcohol, drugs, or toxins that might have contributed to the death. Eventually, it was discovered that the child had Hispanic heritage. According to the description, her hair was 14 inches long, wavy, and brown, indicating that it had been untrimmed for some time. She weighed about 30 pounds and was estimated to be between 3'1" and 3'6". There were no noticeable scars or birthmarks on her body. The blanket was thought to be from Cannon Mills, possibly sold at Kmart, while her clothes, which were estimated to be a size 4T, were made by the Serco company and might have been purchased at Target. There was also an elastic hairband. Despite her unknown status, she didn't show any symptoms of malnutrition and seemed to have had a good life. After earlier attempts to identify the body failed, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children digitally recreated the child's face to help identify her. Adobe Photoshop was used to create the reconstruction, which included stock and mortuary photos to approximate her appearance in life. In an effort to gather more details, flyers with pictures of the child and her possessions were handed out. On July 4, 2015, information about the child's discovery and physical measurements were added to the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, NamUs. Despite ruling out more than 200 missing persons, no matches were found. No one came forward to identify the victim or take responsibility for the crime, despite a lot of effort. The investigation relied heavily on forensic testing. Although DNA samples were taken from the body's teeth and hair, none of the profiles found in databases of known missing people matched. The University of North Texas received additional samples for more detailed profiling. Despite the lengthy process, it was concluded that she might have traveled to any of the 6 New England states, as well as possibly other places. She could have traveled across the nation, according to tests on her hair and enamel. In an interview, television host John Walsh discussed the case and encouraged viewers who have information to come forward. Authorities received a lot of tips, but many leads did not result in meaningful action. The establishment of a 24-hour hotline and fax hotline allowed people to submit information anonymously, and as a result, submissions came from all over the United States and beyond. The child was identified as Bella Nevaeh Amoroso Bond on September 18, 2015, following 3 exhausting months of ceaseless searching. On August 6, 2012, Joe Amoroso and Rochelle Bond welcomed her into the world. After Laura Springs, Rochelle Bond's neighbor, revealed a connection between Bella and the baby doe, Bella was identified. Michaela Springs, Laura's sister, was worried about Bella's ongoing absence from the home. She confronted Rochelle and Michael McCarthy, her boyfriend, who said the Department of Children and Families, DCF, had taken Bella away. This was later shown to be false, though. On September 17, 2015, Michaela called the police believing baby Doe to be Bella. At Rachelle Bond's residence in Dorchester, Massachusetts, a search warrant was carried out. Joe Amoroso, Bella's biological father, had spoken to her over the phone but had never met her. Amoroso expressed skepticism about Rachelle's involvement and conjectured that her boyfriend might have given her heroin to sedate her. But Bella's paternal grandmother doubted the veracity of Rachelle's claims and thought she had a significant role in Bella's demise. Detectives dug deep into Rachelle and Michael's past, all the way back to November 2011 when Bella was conceived, in order to piece together what had happened. Her mother, Rachelle, was heavily involved in the local drug scene, had a strong heroin addiction, and used illicit means to finance her addiction. Joe Amoroso, Rachelle's partner, was also battling addiction in spite of the difficulties. When Joe learned that Rachelle had cheated on him, their relationship soured. He never saw his daughter and vanished before Bella was born. Rachelle was adamant about keeping Bella, even though her addiction had previously cost her custody of her other children. Bella was born at Boston Medical Center on August 6, 2012. Rachelle's determination to be a responsible mother was reinforced when she saw her daughter for the first time. However, allegations of neglect surfaced in spite of her efforts. She found an apartment in the neighboring city of Dorchester and made an effort to give Bella a secure home. Even though Rachelle loved Bella, she battled her addiction, and sometimes her old habits came back. Carelessness was still being reported, which was indicative of Rachelle's ongoing struggle with heroin addiction and how it affected her capacity to look after Bella. As the months went by, Rachelle received calls from the Massachusetts Department of Children and Families in 2012 and 2013 regarding the domestic situation. Feeling the pressure of being a single parent, Rachelle continued to speak with Joe on the phone. Although he re-established contact with the family, he never made it back to see Bella in person. In January 2015, Rachelle started dating Michael McCarthy because she was looking for a partner. Everything appeared to be normal at first, but Michael's behavior quickly began to become unpredictable. He lived with Rachelle and Bella and was obsessed with supernatural subjects. Their relationship rapidly deteriorated as they both became addicted to drugs. When the abuse was reported to the police, nothing was done, and things continued as they were. Rachelle had been lying to them, which is why no one noticed Bella's absence. After visiting their home, she made a false claim that Bella had been taken away by the DCF, saying that the situation was too difficult. People accepted Rachelle's story without question because of the situation. Investigators obtained a search warrant and questioned Rachelle and Michael because of their suspicions and Rachelle's false claims about the DCF removing the child. Eventually, Rachelle admitted to the terrible things that had happened that fateful night. She claimed that Michael had become enraged and had attacked Bella several times because he thought the child was possessed. Rachelle tried CPR on Bella after she passed out, but Michael intimidated her and disposed of the body in the harbor. This supported the investigators' long-held suspicions of foul play in Bella's case. However, Rachelle's participation sparked doubts about her competence. Some inconsistencies, like declaring Bella alive on a benefits form, raised questions about her intentions and degree of participation. On September 18, 2015, Michael and Rachelle were taken into custody. According to medical evidence, Bella may have died from severe abdominal trauma. The chief medical examiner, Dr. Henry Niels, suggested that this trauma might have resulted in cardiac arrest or asphyxiation. When Michael was arrested, he denied knowing about Bella's passing in spite of these facts. Michael McCarthy and Rachelle Bond each gave their own account of what happened during their June 2017 trials. Michael made an effort to place the blame on Rachelle by depicting her as a drug-addicted and careless mother. Rachelle, meanwhile, insisted she was innocent of the crime, but acknowledged that she assisted in disposing of the body under Michael's pressure. Because she kept claiming benefits for Bella after her death, she was also charged with welfare fraud. Although the court tended to accept Rachelle's account during her trial, she was still charged with serious crimes, with cadaver dogs proving that a body had been found in the McCarthy home and bruises on the body that matched Rachelle's description. The evidence against Michael appeared to be stronger. But there was no concrete proof that Michael was responsible for Bella's passing. Michael's defense team claimed that because Rachelle had allegedly informed him that Bella had been taken away by the state's child welfare agency, He was unaware that she was missing. A complicated web of deceit, abuse, and addiction within Bella's family was exposed by the trials. Michaela Springs' testimony as a crucial witness, meanwhile, highlighted the emotional cost of pursuing justice for Bella. Following the untimely death of Bella Bond, Michael McCarthy was found guilty of second-degree murder on June 28, 2017, and given a life sentence with the possibility of release in 20 years. In the end, Rochelle entered a guilty plea and was given a considerably reduced probationary period. Investigations into Bella's case, however, revealed grave mistakes and misconduct, raising concerns about how the Department of Children and Families handled her case. Prior to McCarthy's sentencing, Bella's biological father, Joe Amoroso, gave a victim impact statement in which he expressed his deep sorrow over the death of his daughter. Although Joe had never met Bella, he stressed the importance of her life and regretted not being able to be her father. The Office of the Child Advocate's investigation found significant mistakes in the child welfare system. Only a formal written warning was given by the agency to the employee who committed the misconduct. Bella Bond's case generated a lot of national attention, as evidenced by the activity on Facebook and Twitter. A funeral home promised funds for a dignified burial with a headstone, and other people offered to pay for her funeral and burial. Joe Amoroso disclosed that Bella would be buried in Winthrop, Massachusetts, with her family by her side, choosing to hold wake services and a public funeral. However, after both of her parents ultimately decided against holding a public funeral, Bella was finally buried in a private ceremony at Winthrop Cemetery on November 28, 2015. Her name and the date of her discovery were engraved on the headstone beneath which she was interred. Later, Bella's mother's Facebook page posted pictures of her. When we consider Bella's story, it becomes evident that her untimely death was caused by her parents' negligence. The acts of Rochelle Bond and Michael McCarthy, both inside and outside of prison, were heinous. Bella's story emphasizes how urgently vulnerable children need to be better protected. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 58-year-old Christy Marks, a successful, professional, and loving mother, walked out of her house on the evening of October 24, 2009, feeling hopeful. She was traveling to re-establish contact with her 20-year-old daughter Taylor, whom Christy had adopted years prior. Taylor had called earlier that day to beg Christy to come get her from the home of her boyfriend Brian. This request was an unanticipated favor, following a protracted period of hostility between them. Around 7:00 p.m., Christy arrived to Brian's residence. The Akron, Ohio area was notorious for its high crime rate and overall gloom. Christy parked her car, went to the door, and knocked in spite of her fears. When Taylor responded, Christy, unable to control her happiness, gave her a hug. There didn't appear to be any conflict between them. Brian soon followed, escorting the two women back to Christy's vehicle. Although the location itself made Christy uncomfortable, everything appeared regular to her. Things took a horrifying turn as they approached the automobile. Suddenly, a man with a knife came behind them. The assault was vicious and quick. Before Christy could protect herself, she was hit several times in the face and chest. Then she fell to the floor. After screaming, Taylor snatched up her phone and dialed 911. She can be heard begging for assistance on the recording of the call, stating that her mother had been attacked while Taylor was speaking with the dispatcher. She handed the phone to Brian, who gave their location and recounted the events, saying the assailant had run away. He spoke in an eerily serene tone, devoid of the intensity one might anticipate from someone who had just witnessed such a horrific incident. Paramedics showed up in a matter of minutes. Christy was critically ill, yet still alive. After being taken to the hospital, medical professionals put forth endless effort to save her life. Shortly after their arrival, Christy Marks was declared dead, despite their best attempts. Multiple stab wounds administered with frightening intensity at the scene were the main cause of death. Law enforcement immediately identified a number of irregularities. Near the scene of the attack, Christy's purse, which held her paperwork, cash, keys, and other belongings, was discovered undamaged. This particular feature ran counter to the usual heist pattern. A bloodied knife, which was thought to be the weapon used, was also found in bushes close by. These results cast doubt on the witnesses' testimonies and highlighted the prospect of more complex motivations for the crime. Taylor, the police started questioning everyone. Accounts from Brian and his friend Troy, who was inside the house when it was attacked, were conflicting and erratic. Taylor stated that she had only seen the attacker's outline, identifying a person dressed in a flannel shirt and red sneakers. Brian claimed that while battling the attacker, he attempted to step in and even got hurt. But Troy denied ever leaving the house and said he didn't see anything. Investigators soon had suspicions that none of them were telling the truth despite their assertions. Blood trails and the location of the weapon were among the evidence discovered at the scene that pointed to a staged crime. Authorities thought the incident was well planned rather than a chance occurrence. Detectives were under constant observation during the first night of the investigation, and they were left with one unanswered question. Who among those present knew the truth, and why would someone target Christy? On March 29, 1989, Taylor Marks was born. Immediately after her birth, her biological mother made the decision to place her in foster care, placing the child in the custody of the adoption system. Although Taylor was the only member of her original family placed in foster care, little is known about them other than the fact that she had at least one elder sibling. This was the start of a new chapter in her life, one that ultimately gave love and compassion despite its difficult beginning. A few months later, Bruce and Christy Marks welcomed Taylor into their family. Due to their inability to conceive, the couple had long wished to become parents. They knew Taylor was destined to be a member of their family the moment they laid eyes on her. The Marks family was financially secure at the time. Bruce was a senior employee of a large telecom business, and Christy, who was well known for her ability to stay organized, ran the home and supported their family. Taylor was surrounded by love from their huge and close-knit extended family. She was surrounded by supportive and caring relatives, including grandparents, aunts, uncles, and numerous cousins. Raising Taylor was very important to Bruce and Christy. She enrolled in dance courses, went to exclusive private schools, and engaged in other extracurricular activities. Opportunities that many of her peers did not have were abundant in her life. But Taylor had a special relationship with Bruce. Family friends said that Bruce was her hero. Dad always gave her what she wanted and supported her without conditions. However, she had a different relationship with Christy. Christy was more realistic, demanding, and severe. Although Taylor's early years were not significantly impacted by these disparities in parenting, tensions started to surface as she grew older. Taylor had growing parental supervision and expectations during her adolescence, which frequently led to arguments. Growing arguments were the backdrop against which the family dynamic started to erode. Christy and Bruce had marital problems that ultimately resulted in their divorce when Taylor was about 10 years old. Taylor claims that she was emotionally impacted by her parents' divorce. She believed that Christy started to vent her annoyances on her, which made their relationship even more strained. At the age of 13, Taylor's life took a significant turn in 2002. Bruce went into a diabetic coma and died unexpectedly. Taylor suffered a terrible loss at his passing, losing not just her father but also her most dependable emotional support system. Her grandfather, with whom she was also quite close, also died soon after. Taylor suffered severe emotional injuries as a result of these back-to-back defeats. Christy acquired a sizable estate, including a sizable chunk of money, after Bruce passed away. In the hopes that a change of scenery would give her and Taylor a new beginning, she utilized a portion of the money to buy a new house in Akron, Ohio. But Taylor's emotional condition was getting worse. She became more reclusive. Her disagreements with Christy grew more heated, and her academic performance declined. Although Christy made an effort to help her daughter, her strategies frequently came across as unduly restrictive. She made an effort to make up for Bruce's passing by giving Taylor material luxuries, frequently going above and above to meet all of her needs and more. The emotional bond between them, though, kept deteriorating. One day, Christy hoped, her daughter will assume responsibilities, complete her studies, and continue the family tradition. However, Taylor was uninterested in these ideas and preferred to fantasize rather than defying what she perceived to be imposed expectations. Taylor's desire for independence ran counter to her mother's expectations, as she approached adolescence. Conflicts started to escalate after this, and they only became worse over time. For Taylor, her mother was a continual source of stress. Tensions increased with every year that went by. Christy made an effort to guide Taylor in the way she thought was best by enforcing stringent regulations. Her daughter's falling grades, lack of concentration in class, and seeming disregard for her future caused her to worry more and more. However, Taylor's urge to rebel was fueled by her perception that her mother was trying to control her life. The emotional distance between Taylor and Christy only grew as a result of her incessant criticism of Taylor's looks, wardrobe, and friend choices. The years in high school were especially difficult. Taylor started abusing her mother's rights after gaining access to them. She disregarded Christy's attempts to maintain discipline, preferring to hang out with friends over studying. Christy attempted a number of strategies to help her daughter, but they simply made the gap wider. Taylor's high school graduation in 2008 was a significant turning point. Taylor had little interest in going to college, even if Christy was eager to give her the money and the chance to go any college. Taylor finally enrolled at an Akron university after Christy encouraged him to at least try, but Taylor left for Christy after only 1 month of her first semester. This choice was a significant setback, signifying the widening gap between their aspirations for Taylor's future. Christy made the decision to adopt a more assertive stance after realizing that persuasion was failing. She threatened to leave the house unless Taylor found a job and began to support herself. In America, where young adults are urged to assume responsibility for their life once they reach maturity, this was a typical expectation. But Taylor interpreted her mother's remarks as cruelty and a threat rather than as inspiration, which exacerbated their disagreement. When Taylor met 21-year-old Brian Smith, who had a reputation as a bad kid, in May 2009, things became even more heated. Along with his mother and sister, Brian resided in a low-income area of the city. Taylor was immediately attracted to him because she saw in Brian an opportunity to break free from her mother's authority. However, some who knew Brian said he had a fiery temper and a need to control others in relationships. "Stop, Taylor." Christy was adamantly against the partnership. In addition to Brian's actions, she was worried about the impact he would have on her kid. Christy tried to keep Taylor away from Brian, even preventing him from visiting their house. But these acts just strengthened Taylor's determination. Soon after, Taylor left her mother's house, packed her things, and moved in with Brian. At first, their relationship appeared promising, but it didn't take long for Brian to start acting aggressively and controllingly. Thus, life with Brian was far from the perfect picture Taylor had envisioned. Taylor experienced control, envy, and angry outbursts frequently. Despite this, she refused to go back home because she believed that doing so would be an admission of failure. Christy was worried about her daughter and kept helping, in the hopes that her daughter would learn from her mistakes. She kept in touch and bought necessities for Taylor. When Christy offered Taylor a lifeline, their tension reached a breaking point. She was allowed to return home as long as she found employment or went back to school. Christy went so far as to offer her more assistance, including a job at her company, an apartment, and a car. However, Taylor didn't seem really interested in these chances. She and Brian's turbulent relationship persisted, in spite of the growing difficulties. Christy clung to the hope that Taylor would eventually realize her mistakes. One day, she thought, her daughter would come home and be more responsible. Regretfully, this dream would never materialize, and the actions that would ultimately result in a fatal outcome were put in motion by the widening gap in their relationship, which was exacerbated over time. Taylor felt that her long-awaited liberation began when she moved into Brian's house, but that liberty soon gave way to a number of limitations. She had no idea what life with Brian would be like. He kept a close eye on every part of her life and enforced stringent standards. Taylor, who was used to a certain amount of ease and autonomy, was thrust into a situation where she was expected to do anything Brian asked of her. Brian quickly had complete control over Taylor. He kept a close eye on her whereabouts, checked her phone, and read her messages. Even her conversations with Christy became contentious. Taylor was persuaded by Brian that her mother was only attempting to control her and keep her from living her life as she saw fit. Christy kept reaching out, but his remarks widened the already widening gap between them. Taylor was in total seclusion in Brian's house, but she was determined to maintain communication. By presenting himself as the only one who genuinely understood her, Brian not only limited her social circle but also played with her emotions. He acted aggressively during arguments, threatening people and smashing things. Demands for complete fealty and continual reminders of her reliance on him frequently followed his tantrums. The fact that Brian's mother Tammy decided not to step in and essentially encouraged his actions made matters more problematic. By serving as a watcher while Brian wasn't present, his younger sister also contributed to keeping Taylor under control. Because of this, Taylor's every action was constantly watched. Another important element in Taylor's relationship with Brian was her financial connections to her mother. Brian was determined to keep things under control because he was aware of Christie's riches and Taylor's possible inheritance. He further strained their relationship by often reinforcing the notion that her mother was the cause of all her issues. Taylor started avoiding her mother as a result of Brian's influence, and even when Christie came to assist her daughter, Brian continued to act contemptuously and distantly. He insisted that they could manage things independently and dissuaded Taylor from accepting her mother's help. Christie persisted in providing for Taylor in spite of Brian's efforts, purchasing her essentials and pressing her to return home. The conflict between Taylor, Brian, and Christie had escalated to a breaking point by the summer of 2009. Taylor had lived with Brian for months and was now totally reliant on his influence. In the midst of growing aggressiveness and control, a concept emerged that at first glance appeared unrealistic, but quickly developed into a detailed strategy. Financial incentives, mutual discontent, and growing pressure all contributed to this notion. In order to obtain access to Christie's assets, it was intended to permanently remove her. For Taylor, this appeared to be a means of becoming financially independent and cutting the final links that bound her to her mother. It gave Brian the chance to firmly establish his dominance over Taylor and take advantage of her wealth to better his own situation. Within their close circle, the notion of committing a crime started to circulate. Troy Purdy, a 19-year-old buddy of Brian's who often came to their house, joined in on these conversations. Younger and more susceptible, Troy was viewed as a perfect fit for the scheme. At first, the discussions were presented as jokes or made-up situations, but they grew more somber over time. With meticulous attention to every detail, the planning process moved slowly forward. Brian and Taylor discussed ways to make the crime appear to be a random attack or robbery. They concluded that rather than indicating a planned crime, the evidence found at the scene should suggest an act of spontaneous hostility. Taylor and Brian were not directly involved in the incident because Troy was selected to perform the act. Troy's commitment to Brian served as the foundation for his involvement. He didn't dispute the strategy, and he respected Brian. Troy was promised $5,000 in exchange for his role. Taylor anticipated receiving this sum from her inheritance after the court proceedings were concluded. The weapon was chosen with particular care. Taylor claims that Tammy, Brian's mother, even bought a knife for the scheme, but it was later determined that its size and weight made it inappropriate. Finally, Troy took it upon himself to locate a suitable weapon. He picked a small, lightweight knife that was convenient to carry and hide. Studying Christie's routines was an essential component of the preparation process. They knew that Christie frequently came to see Taylor at Brian's residence, which left her susceptible because she typically arrived alone herself, thinking she was just picking up her daughter. This information was included in the plan. The attack was supposed to happen while Christie was leaving the house or close to her car when she arrived at the residence. Taylor took the last step to make sure everything went according to plan just before everything was put into action. She wanted to return home, so she called her mother and asked her to come get her. The purpose of this phone contact was to emotionally disarm Christie, allowing her to feel relieved and letting her guard down during the conversations. Taylor didn't hesitate. Troy claims that in addition to actively participating in the planning, she had a strong will to see it through to completion. Even though she and her mother had a tense relationship, this was an extreme move. Taylor used her desire to get away from her mother's control and years of bitterness as justifications for her engagement. While this was going on, Brian led the process and persuaded Taylor that this was the only way to solve her issues. Everything was prepared by the evening of October 24, 2009. Taylor stayed composed and concentrated, thinking that this was the best way to go. even though she knew the plan was progressing from theory to action. This day appeared to be the beginning of Christy and her daughter's reconciliation. It signaled what Taylor and Brian perceived as the start of a new phase in their lives. For Christy Marks, October 24, 2009 started off as an ordinary day but ended tragically. Taylor wanted to come home for Christy, she told her mother over the phone that night. This surprise call was a happy moment. She saw it as a chance to re-establish a relationship with her daughter after months of conflict. Unaware that she was entering a carefully orchestrated crime, she hastily packed her belongings, got into her car and drove to Brian's residence. Christy showed up at about 7:00 p.m. After parking close to the house, she made her way to the front door. It seemed as if this was the first step toward reconciliation as Taylor smiled and gave her a hug. Brian watched the event from behind as they left the house. Troy remained inside as intended, to avoid raising any red flags. Brian followed a little behind, as if escorting Christy and Taylor as they started toward the car. Everything changed in a second, even though it seemed like a typical interaction. The incident started abruptly and without warning, when Troy came out of the home with the knife as the two women got closer to the car. Christy didn't have time to respond. Troy repeatedly hit her in the face and chest. She had little time to defend herself because the attack was so quick and vicious. After being stabbed more than 10 times, Christy collapsed to the ground. There was no robbery here. It was a deliberate act of violence with the goal of killing her. Taylor was standing close by, observing the assault. She later said that her fear of Troy was the reason she did nothing. Surveillance film that was later found, however, revealed no indications of panic or concern on her behalf. Brian likewise did nothing to stop Troy, claiming that his only responsibility was to safeguard the women. After the incident was ended, Taylor grabbed her phone and dialed 911. She pleaded for an ambulance to be sent right away, and her voice sounded stressed, but Brian quickly took over the phone and took on the coordinator's position, giving the dispatcher information about the location and the kind of help that was required. Law enforcement officials who subsequently analyzed the call were suspicious of his emotionless and composed voice. Troy left the knife in a nearby bush after finishing the attack and ran away. He later stated that his actions were motivated by mental turmoil, but the evidence indicated otherwise. After meticulous planning, Christy was taken to the hospital, but the medical staff was unable to rescue her. She died from several stab wounds that were clearly caused in a fit of rage after Christy Marks' untimely death. The inquiry got underway right away. Only a few minutes after the emergency services call, police showed up on the site. Doubt was quickly aroused by the evidence they discovered, which included a knife in the bushes, Christy's purse with everything she owned still in it, and the lack of any indications of robbery. The specifics did not fit the premise of a random attack. Questioning Taylor, Brian, and Troy was the first thing the detectives did. To exclude any possibility of collaboration, each were interviewed independently, but their explanations were erratic and unpersuasive. Inconsistencies in their statements were promptly discovered by the police. Surveillance footage taken close to the crime scene provided the crucial piece of evidence. Taylor and Brian were seen on camera standing close by when Troy assaulted Christy. Neither of them attempted to step in. These recordings turned out to be a pivotal moment. Equipped with this proof, investigators went back to question the suspects. Troy was the first to confess under the weight of the evidence. He said Taylor was the mastermind behind the plan and acknowledged that the attack had been planned. Troy claims that she had presented the concept to him and Brian, offering a monetary incentive from the estate she would inherit upon her mother's passing. Troy disclosed that he was in charge of carrying out the attack, while Brian was in charge of fabricating an alibi by making it seem like a robbery. Additionally, Troy said that he had purposefully caused minor injuries to Brian in order to add credibility to the fictitious situation. His admission totally refuted Taylor's earlier assertion that the attack was an isolated incident. Brian also changed his story after hearing Troy's confession. He confirmed Troy's claim that Taylor had started the scheme. Brian, however, denied taking part in the attack, saying that although he disapproved of it, he felt helpless to stop Taylor and Troy. Additionally, he maintained that he didn't know the entire strategy until the very last minute. However, this appeared to be an effort to minimize his role. Taylor first denied her involvement, despite growing evidence and accusations, but her account of what happened got more and more erratic. According to investigators, she started contradicting herself, and her actions indicated that she was trying to conceal the truth. Ultimately, as the evidence mounted, Taylor acknowledged talking to Brian and Troy about the plot. Numerous information that were discovered during the inquiry demonstrated how intentional the crime was. Everything was carefully planned by the players, including the weapon selection and the fabrication of injuries. Both Troy and Brian's stated money motivation turned into a key element of the prosecution's case. Taylor said that one of the main reasons behind her choice was her continuous disagreement with her mother. She did, however, assert that she had not expected the situation to worsen to such a horrible conclusion. Police had a complete picture of what had happened within 5 hours after the crime. In relation to Christy Marks's death, Troy Purdy, Brian Smith, and Taylor Marks were taken into custody and charged. However, this marked the end of the investigation's first phase. The court would decide their degrees of guilt and impose sentences, and the legal process was only getting started. In late 2009, the trial for Christy Marks's crime got underway. Because of the savagery of the crime and the involvement of those close to the victim, the defendants were under intense public scrutiny. A plethora of evidence, including camera recordings and witness statements, served as the foundation for the prosecution's case. The security film, which showed Taylor and Brian watching and doing nothing to stop the attack on Christy, was the strongest piece of evidence. Furthermore, a key component of the case was Troy's confession, which described the conspiracy and his involvement in the crime. Additionally, Taylor's phone was used by investigators to exhibit text messages in which she talked about her tense relationship with her mother and stated that she wanted to be free of her. Evidence of the sizable inheritance Taylor anticipated receiving following Christy's passing provided more credence for the financial motivation. It was disclosed during the trial that Christy has substantial assets, including as a business, real properties, and sizable savings. Taylor, Brian, and Troy's defense lawyers aimed to lessen their client's guilt. According to Taylor's defense, she was heavily influenced by Brian and lacked the independence to act on her own. According to her attorney, she was susceptible to manipulation because of the emotional instability brought on by the death of her father and the pressure from her mother. Brian, however, denied being directly involved in the crime. He didn't know about the plan until the attack happened, according to his lawyer, and Buka paralyzed him so he couldn't stop it. Troy tried to somewhat alter his story during the trial, stating that he was under pressure from Brian to do so, even though he had already confessed. Troy admitted his guilt and testified against the other defendants in exchange for a plea agreement with the prosecution. Instead of facing the death penalty, he was given a life sentence without the prospect of release. Taylor also entered a guilty plea after realizing how bleak her circumstances were. She made a heartfelt statement throughout the hearings, expressing regret for what she had done. She described how she became involved in the crime as a result of her disputes with her mother and Brian's influence. Prosecutors countered that she was intentionally and strategically involved. When faced with indisputable proof, Brian, on the other hand, finally acknowledged his role after first denying it. The court saw this as an attempt to minimize his responsibility, notwithstanding his insistence that his involvement was small and that he had not intended for the crime to occur. Taylor Marks and Brian Smith were convicted of first-degree murder and conspiracy by the court in 2010. They were both given life sentences, without the chance of release. Although Taylor apologized for what she had done, her assertion that she had lost control was interpreted as an effort to lessen the severity of her punishment. Troy Purdy was also sentenced to life in prison as part of his plea agreement, but his actions while inside ultimately came to light. He was accused of having a weapon within the prison in 2015, which cast doubt on his capacity for change. The announcement of the penalties permanently altered the lives of all those engaged in the catastrophe. In addition to losing a mother, Christy Marks' family also lost a daughter who participated in her demise. The narrative turned into a sad lesson of how even the closest relationships may be destroyed by rash actions and personal disagreements. Taylor was committed to a women's penitentiary prison in Ohio and given a life sentence without the possibility of release. She avoided interacting with the media and other prisoners throughout her first few years behind bars. But in 2021, Taylor spoke about her case in an interview with a television show. Taylor acknowledged the seriousness of her acts during the interview, but she persisted in using her mental instability and her disagreement with her mother as excuses for her choices. Even though Taylor had previously apologized in court, she continued to criticize her mother, calling her harsh and unsupportive following the loss of her father. She added that she hoped to have her case evaluated and be given the opportunity to live freely in the future. Her remarks caused controversy since many people believed they showed a lack of sincere regret. Taylor currently works at the prison and takes part in rehabilitation programs during the day. Her professed repentance is still divisive. While some perceive her statements as an attempt to find purpose in life while incarcerated, others regard them as deceptive and manipulative. Brian received a life sentence in a high-secret jail as well. He has kept a low profile ever since being found guilty. He has not discussed his involvement in the crime in public or avoided interviews. Brian is known to be a challenging prisoner who frequently gets into arguments and acts aggressively, according to the staff. When it was revealed that he had gotten into a brawl with another prisoner in 2017, his name came up again. The event demonstrated that, despite his sentencing, his propensity for violent conduct had not changed. Brian, like Taylor, continues to serve as a reminder of the terrible consequences of not accepting responsibility and the destructive power one may wield over others. Despite his plea agreement, Troy, who was directly involved in the crime, was likewise sent to a high secretary prison, since his actions while incarcerated showed no signs of improvement. Although Troy's involvement in the crime was seen as the product of Brian and Taylor's manipulation, his readiness to deliver the lethal blows raised questions about his potential for rehabilitation, and he has hardly been discussed in the media since the occurrence. Christy Marks's friends and surviving family members continue to remember her. Following her passing, her senior care company was sold, and a portion of the money raised was given to organizations that assist victims of domestic abuse. Christy has frequently been characterized by her family and friends as a strong, kind woman who devoted her life to serving others. Even now, years after her passing, Christy's story serves as a reminder of the value of candid communication in families and the necessity of getting professional assistance when disputes get out of hand. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. At exactly 11:23 a.m. on the morning of August 15, 1975, the Marple Police Department received a phone call. David Zanstra, a clergyman and the director of a summer Bible camp, was the caller. Gretchen Harrington, an 8-year-old girl, had vanished, according to his terrifying account. The camp was less than half a mile away from Gretchen's house in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, and she had planned to walk there. But she never did. They immediately launched a desperate search for Gretchen, but to no avail. Gretchen's skeletal bones were discovered in neighboring Ridley Creek State Park on October 14, 1975, 2 months later. The community was left confused and uneasy as the crime went unsolved, in spite of this startling discovery. After Gretchen left for the summer Bible camp, what happened to her? Would the truth regarding Gretchen's death and abduction ever be revealed? Marple Township, which is in Delaware County, Pennsylvania, in the United States, is the setting for today's case. It was home to more than 23,000 people as of 2015. The Broomall Fields and Marple Gardens are two of the many fascinating attractions in Marple Township. With a crime rate below the national average, Marple Township is a rather safe area to live. It is among the safest communities in Pennsylvania, with a crime score of 0.17. The story of Gretchen Harrington started here. Harold Boyd Harrington and Ina Harrington welcomed Gretchen Eleanor Harrington into the world on June 13, 1967. Harold, her father, was a Presbyterian church preacher at the time. Gretchen had 2 older sisters, Zoe and Harriet, in addition to her parents. According to Gretchen's family, she was a sweet, gentle girl who exuded kindness. Gretchen was in the 2nd grade at Delaware County Christian School in Newtown Square by 1975, when she was 8 years old. Before a terrible incident upended Gretchen and her family's lives, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Gretchen left home early on August 15, 1975, to go to a summer Bible camp program. There were 2 places in this camp: A guy by the name of David Zanstra was the pastor of Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church, which was the first. Harold, Gretchen's father, served as the pastor of the Reformed Presbyterian Church, which served as the second venue. The first church hosted the Bible camp programs in the morning, and David would then drive the kids to the second church. The Zanstra and Harrington families knew one another quite well. Both moms fulfilled the customary role of a pastor's wife, and both fathers served as pastors. They lived close to one another. In actuality, Gretchen's dearest friend was one of Zanstra's daughters. That day, Gretchen's voyage was unique. She usually walked with her two sisters, 11-year-old Harriet and 12-year-old Zoe, to the summer Bible camp program. They did it every day. But on that specific day, their mother, Ina, was taking their infant home after giving birth to a baby named Jessica. Harriet and Zoe decided to wait for them to return. In spite of this shift in schedule, Gretchen's father, Harold, urged her to continue attending the summer Bible camp program in order to keep up her flawless attendance record. Thus, when her father said goodbye, Gretchen started the walk by herself. She started walking up the hill toward Trinity just after 9 in the morning. Harold watched her closely as she continued along Lawrence Road. He had no idea that after she was out of his line of sight, he would never again see his daughter alive. On warm summer days in the 1970s, it was rather common to observe kids strolling by themselves in a quiet suburban area like Marple. People didn't even consider the possibility of danger. Children used to play freely into the late hours of the night. Without any concerns, they wandered the streets, went into the woods, and even took a dip in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's house, to cool off. Without the use of cell phones or GPS watches to stay in touch with their parents, kids would walk blocks to their friends' homes. Simply put, Marple was a very safe place. Many longtime Philadelphians opted to relocate there for that very reason. Gretchen was expected to appear at Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church by 9:30 a.m. in the 1960s, but she failed to show up on time. Harold's realization of her disappearance was the first clue that anything was wrong. At approximately 11 in the morning, Gretchen's pals arrived at the house's front door in search of her. Harold acted right away, since he was worried and couldn't see Gretchen in the classrooms or in the area. To find out where his daughter was, he called the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church and talked to David's wife, Maggie Zanstra. He was informed that she hadn't been spotted, though. After this, David called the Marple Township Police Department and officially reported Gretchen missing. Ruma and Marple Township were rocked by Gretchen's disappearance. Around the next day, August 16, 1975, hundreds of individuals were involved in a massive hunt for her. This comprised volunteer firemen and dog teams that searched farms, wooded areas, and both sides of the creek. From above, a Pennsylvania State Police helicopter kept scanning the area, but with so little information available, the authorities were forced to end the extensive search on August 17, 1975, just 2 days after Gretchen vanished. Daniel Hennessy, the police chief, openly acknowledged to a local newspaper that they had no idea where she was. The entire town went into a frenzy as a result of this circumstance, completely upending the sense of security in the area. In response, family members and friends began handing out flyers to local drivers. Gretchen's most current school photo, which showed her with a missing tooth and a happy childlike smile, was used on these flyers. Due to the lack of information, there were many unsolved questions and a rise in conjecture. Did she flee? Did she drown in the creek by accident? Was it someone she knew, or could it have been a stranger? The mystery of Gretchen's disappearance left everyone puzzled and extremely worried. The police spent the days that followed Gretchen's disappearance gathering information and trying to piece together what had happened. On August 19, they conducted one of their most important interviews with David. In the course of this discussion, David revealed that on the day Gretchen vanished, he had in fact driven a group of kids to the church. He claimed, nevertheless, that he had not seen her that day. Gretchen's sisters, Harriet and Zoe Harrington, returned to Delaware County Christian School as August gave way to September. However, because they were confused of what to say, their fellow students found it difficult to approach them or have a conversation. When standard investigative techniques failed to produce any results in the face of such a heartbreaking circumstance, the police chose to take an unusual approach to find Gretchen. They sought the help of Judith Richardson Hames, a psychic. Judith was well known for helping law enforcement solve almost 100 criminal cases, especially those involving missing children, by using her psychic powers. Judith sat down with police officials in September 1975 and made a forecast that she hoped would turn out to be wrong. She thought Gretchen was dead, based on her psychic revelations. On October 14, 1975, 1 month later, a jogger in Ridley Creek State Park discovered a decomposing body concealed in the trees. When he saw a human fingernail, his initial confusion about what he had discovered was eliminated. As soon as the jogger realized how serious the situation was, he called the police. After examining the unique clothing found with the bones, Gretchen's parents were able to verify that it belonged to her. The medical examiner then used dental data to connect Gretchen's body to the body. Tragically, it was determined that Gretchen had been murdered. According to the forensic analysis, she had been severely beaten because her skull had many fractures. Despite the police's initial suspicions of mistreatment, the autopsy produced no hard proof to back up this theory. Harold, Gretchen's father, stood in the pulpit and gave a moving speech on Sunday, October 19, 1975, a few days after her body was found. He mentioned Gretchen's trust in Christ in his heartbreaking speech. He emphasized that although her murderer was no longer bound by their horrible deeds, she was now free from this world. David presided over Gretchen's funeral, which was a solemn occasion. Gretchen was 8 years old. She was buried in Johannesburg, Michigan, USA's Meridian Line Cemetery after the ceremony. Meanwhile, new enthusiasm for the investigation was sparked by the finding of Gretchen's body in the woods. Witnesses came forward to describe different people they had seen in the area where Gretchen's body was discovered. Men who had visited the area were described in these eyewitness accounts. As a result, the police were inundated with community suggestions, some of which seemed more promising than others, and others of which proved irrelevant or useless for pursuing justice. Investigators investigated a variety of possible possibilities, including closely examining local residents with past criminal histories. The evidence box at the Marple Township Police Department offices started to collect dust after they failed to produce any noteworthy leads. Reel-to-reel tape interviews, photographs, and memoranda were among the many items in this box that were pertinent to the case, but it was left dormant due to the lack of progress. The investigation into Gretchen's abduction became chilly over time. Sometimes a detective might review the case at roll call meetings or in their own time during a routine week. Every time, it felt pointless to search through the file in the hopes of finding something they had previously overlooked. They were frustrated and unable to make any progress on the case because the leads consistently ended in dead ends. The first detectives who had been investigating Gretchen's disappearance had either retired or died, so there were no updates on the case for many years. However, things took a dramatic change in the fall of 2022. A woman, whose identity was kept secret, contacted the Marple Police Department and said she wanted to talk about Gretchen's murder and disappearance. Sergeant Nick Coffin was in charge of Gretchen's cold case at the time. Consequently, this woman's message was sent to Coffin's phone when she called the Marple police. Coffin was told by the woman that she thought she knew who might have caused Gretchen's terrible demise. Suspicions of a potential connection were raised when she also brought up an attempted kidnapping episode that had happened around the same time. The long-standing mystery surrounding Gretchen's disappearance and death was given new life by this unexpected contact. State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman, who was designated as a confidential informant and only known by her initials, SF, on January 2, 2023. This interview would turn out to be a significant turning point in a cold case that had been unsolved for almost 50 years. SF claims that Gretchen and one of her sisters, Zoe, had gone to school with her. Investigators were also informed by SF that she had been friends with David Zanstra's daughters and had often visited the Zanstra home, often spending the night there. When she was 10 years old, SF recalled waking up in the middle of the night to see David touching her inappropriately during one of these sleepovers. Terrified by this unsettling conduct, she moved and caused David to rush out of the room. This unwanted touching happened again the next night, which is shocking. When the girls woke up in the morning, SF made the decision to tell David's daughter about her father's disturbing behavior. To her surprise, the daughter said something like, "He does that sometimes." Eventually, SF found the strength to tell her parents about this upsetting event. The Zanstra family responded to the problem by moving to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb, shortly after Gretchen vanished. In the course of her interrogation, SF also provided state police with details of a girl named Holly, a neighboring child whom she saw as a friend. She said there had been an attempt to kidnap Holly. As the discussion progressed, SF showed the investigators a childhood journal she had kept. She had mentioned that a man had attempted to kidnap Holly twice in a particular diary entry, dated September 15, 1975. She continued to write in the diary that she suspected this man, whom she called Mr. Z, of being the one who had abducted Gretchen. David was what she referred to as Mr. Z. The investigation into Gretchen's murder and disappearance gained a crucial new dimension as a result of SF's revelation. Investigators were inspired to find 83-year-old David, who was now living in Marietta, Georgia, northwest of Atlanta, by SF's interview and her diary entries. David was interviewed by investigators at the Cobb County Police Headquarters in Marietta on July 17, 2023. Andrew Martin and Eugene Trey, two Pennsylvania troopers, conducted this interview. The tone of the conversation was rather amicable at first. At first, David denied ever seeing Gretchen on the day she vanished, but when the police told David about the assault claims made by a lady who had written about her experiences in the diary, things took a different turn. As the discussion went on, David finally lost it and admitted to something really unsettling. David told the police that he had seen Gretchen that morning as she was making her way to the church. According to him, she accepted his offer of a trip in his green AMC Rambler station wagon because she had no reason to refuse. However, David told detectives that he took Gretchen to a nearby wooded area instead of taking her to church as he had promised. He parked the car there and told Gretchen to take off her clothes, but she refused. He then punched Gretchen with his fist, causing her to bleed and sustain brain injuries. David then acknowledged that he attempted to hide Gretchen's half-bare body with sticks after learning she was dead before he left the scene. Detectives were in a state of shock as they processed the horrific contents of David's confession. Following this startling disclosure, David was taken into custody and charged with a number of grave offenses, including first-degree murder and criminal homicide, because of his confession about Gretchen. At last, 83-year-old David Zanstra is in prison. Gretchen Harrington was kidnapped and brutally murdered by him in 1975, according to the prosecution, while she was walking to the Bible camp where he served as a pastor. In any case, David's admission brought some closure to Gretchen's destiny. It also brought up an unsettling query with far-reaching consequences. Could there be more victims for this man who has publicly confessed to killing one girl and hurting others? David had spent a number of years as a pastor at a now-closed church in Flanders, New Jersey, before moving to Marple. He had been a vocal opponent of sexuality education in the local school district's curriculum while he was a student at Trinity. He relocated his family to a church in Plano, Texas, which is just outside of Dallas, little than a year after Gretchen's remains were found. He served as the congregation's leader for 7 years. David then proceeded to the Living Faith Community Church in San Diego as part of his pastoral journey. In 2005, at the age of 65, he retired from his last pastoral position in Fairfield, California. Authorities knew that this extended tenure of leadership gave him significant access to and influence over young and vulnerable people. They were thus left wondering how much he might have done during these years. Although the Marple community had finally gotten some of the answers it had been looking for decades, many locals were not at all at ease with the unexpected turn of events. It had been far more reassuring to think that this horrible thing had been done by an outsider, a troubled criminal, someone who had come into town at random, kidnapped a little girl, and then disappeared as quickly as they had appeared. However, the offender was a well-respected member of their own community rather than an outsider. It was a devout figure, a husband and father to his own young daughters. The community's sense of security was further destroyed by this. Following all of this, Gretchen's family released a statement. They conveyed their appreciation to law enforcement for their continued commitment to the matter. Additionally, they expressed their desire that the person who killed Gretchen would be held accountable. David's legal team first opposed an extradition procedure after his arrest, but prosecutors, under the leadership of Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolsteiner, asked Governor Josh Shapiro's office for help in getting the confessed criminal back to Pennsylvania. David is currently being looked into for any abuse cases. In addition to this case, investigators also collected a DNA sample from David, which may be useful in a wider context, supporting the investigation of other missing individuals as well as assault and murder cases across the country. One cannot help but consider the intricacies and turns that have transpired over the years as we draw to a close this horrific case. What obstacles must Gretchen's family overcome in order to find healing and closure after all these years? What about the criminal, David? How should he be held accountable for his acts, in your opinion? And what effect would his arrest have on other possible abuse cases? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A person's life can be completely transformed by the emotion of love. It can be tender and loving, or it can be hurtful and disappointing. Almost everyone has times in their lives when they meet someone who becomes special to them, but occasionally these relationships don't work out as planned. In this tale, a man and a woman fell in love, but their relationship ended because of a well-publicized investigation. What transpired between them? For what reason were their parents against their relationship? This video will teach you the answers to these questions. I want to start by saying that this is one of the most unbelievable stories I have ever posted on my channel. Why do those who are meant to protect and serve act indifferently? And everyone will be shocked by this story's conclusion. We will therefore talk about what happened in Kemerovo, Russia, in 2020. The administrative hub of the Kemerovo Oblast is the sizable Russian city of Kemerovo. It is located in western Siberia's southern region. It is one of the biggest cities in Siberia, with a population of over 500,000. On September 24, 1997, Vera Pekteleva was born in Kiselyovsk, Kemerovo Oblast. She developed into a happy, imaginative adult. She enjoyed singing, and she won several competitions while she was in school. Despite their divorce while she was in school, Vera's parents, Oksana and Yevgeny, remained friendly. Vera got along well with her mother's new husband and her father's new wife. She was characterized as a non-confrontational, upbeat, and kind individual. As previously mentioned, Vera was a creative person, so her family was taken aback when she chose to attend the State Technical University in Kemerovo after high school graduation, rather than pursue a career in the arts. Vera spent her free time visiting her mother, Oksana, who lived in Kislyovsk, approximately 110 miles from Kemerovo. Vera met a man her own age, Vladislav Kanius, during one of these visits in 2016. The total opposite of Vera was Vlad, as everyone called him. He was reclusive, irritable, and lacked life goals. Vlad was raised in a dysfunctional household and left school after the 9th grade. He lived with his father after his mother abandoned her family. But the challenges in his life did not stop there. In the end, his father committed suicide as a result of his legal troubles. Vlad was profoundly affected by everything that transpired in front of his eyes. Vera fell in love with Vlad despite the fact that they had little in common. Vera's parents opposed this relationship because they were aware of Vlad's identity. Of course, the guy's life wasn't easy, and we felt sorry for him, but we wanted a completely different life for Vera. We disapproved of her choice. We waited for her to end this relationship, Oksana, her mother, said. Vera's father asked her to break up with Vlad after learning about him. But Vlad and his daughter remained together. She simply ceased discussing him with her parents. Vera's mother, Oksana, recalled, "Vlad was never at our family gatherings. He was not in the photos on Vera's social networks. It was like she was hiding him." An essential fact to note here is that Vera and Vlad moved into Kemerovo together in 2019. Vlad, who was unemployed and did not want to change that, loved living with Vera, and her parents helped pay for the apartment. She was intelligent, attractive, and always had cash in her pocket. She gave him financial support. The couple's relationship was strained. It was obvious that Vlad would not stop abusing alcohol. Her parents thought Vlad had beaten her. Vera ultimately made the decision to end this toxic relationship in November 2019, but her boyfriend was adamantly against it. As previously stated, Vera and Vlad shared an apartment that was partially funded by her parents. In November 2019, Vera made the decision to break up with Vlad. According to logic, Vlad ought to have moved out. He was not going to do it, though. He enjoyed living at the expense of others. This is a passage from Vlad's testimony. It will help you understand what transpired after Vera made the decision to break up with him. However, keep in mind that this is Vlad's testimony. Whether or not you believe what he says is up to you. He stated in his testimony, "On December 15, 2019, I got into a fight with Vera because she wouldn't let me go to a nightclub. Throughout our relationship, Vera started to frequently leave for Kislyovsk and gradually started to distance herself from me, telling me that she was talking to someone else. Don't forget that a month prior to that, Vera told Vlad that she was ending their relationship. We continued to live in the same apartment during this period, and I also learned that she was seeing someone else through our mutual friend, who informed me that Vera was seeing another man, Alexander, from Kislyovsk, whom I did not personally know. I wanted to speak with Vera after learning that she was seeing Alexander. After our argument on December 15, 2019, she left and took some items with her, but I kept in contact with her over the phone, and on January 12, 2020, I called Vera and offered to help her move her remaining possessions to a different apartment. Vera accepted my offer to meet and move things, and we decided that I would assist her with the move. We decided to meet in the afternoon on January 13, and she was to come to me for her belongings. On January 13, 2020, at approximately 4 or 6 p.m., Vera arrived, and we packed her and my belongings since I wanted to leave this apartment as well and didn't want to live there without Vera. We drank beer, liqueur, and vodka while packing, and afterward I felt inebriated, and Vera was too. We drank until 5 in the morning on January 14, 2020. We didn't have any arguments while we were drinking, but when I started talking to her about our relationship, suggested that we should get back together, and revealed that I knew she was seeing another man, we started to argue. She didn't like it, so she began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. I didn't feel any pain when she slapped me, but I did feel pain when she kicked me between the legs, which is how Vera began hitting me first, and I was upset because she had lied and claimed she wasn't seeing another man. Vera continued to insult me while claiming that I was intruding on her personal life because I was well informed about her. Vlad told the police that version of events. We'll then go over the opposing viewpoint, which provides compelling evidence that Vlad was dishonest in his testimony. Take note of this statement. We drank alcohol until 5 a.m. on January 14, 2020. There were no conflicts between us in the process of drinking alcohol. Vera had no intention of sharing the apartment with Vlad, much less partaking in alcohol. She requested a friend's assistance with the move. Vera left her friend a voicemail at 5:08 p.m. She claimed to have already arrived at the apartment and was gathering her belongings. She promised to arrive at her new apartment around 6 o'clock. Vera requested assistance from a friend to move her belongings from the taxi to the apartment. Vera left another voicemail 3 minutes later. She asked her friend to assist her with the move by coming to the apartment where she and Vlad shared. But before Vera could finish, Vlad interrupted, saying, "No one's coming in here." As a result, he opposed Vera's friend visiting the apartment. 4 minutes later, at 5:15 p.m., Vera asked her friend to come in a low voice, suggesting that things had gotten out of hand. This message appears to have been a request for assistance. She purposefully spoke quietly so Vlad wouldn't hear her. Vlad's commanding voice can be heard once more, at 5:25 p.m., when Vera sent another voicemail. He advises Vera's friend to wait for Vera to text her and not to bother them. Vlad recorded the voicemail himself at 7:19 p.m. Vera was unable to use her phone from that point on. The monster and she were left alone. But we must explain what happened next. The dreadful screams emanating from apartment 738 began to wake up the neighbors on the same floor at around 3 in the morning. A witness referred to the events as a massacre. 15 people gathered in the hallway outside the apartment because the screams were so loud. Among them was Vlad's brother. Since his brother had previously threatened to kill Vera, he recalled Vlad's words and understood that they would have to smash down the door. Since the apartment's door was iron, the neighbors began gathering tools to pry it open. Vera's heartbreaking sobs had been coming from the apartment all along. Eventually, the emergency service calls that people made were included in a different investigation. 30 minutes later, the police were still nowhere to be found. The event ended at 6:30 a.m. People called the police during these 3.5 hours, but nobody responded to Vera's call for help. While Vera was fighting for her life, the witnesses called the emergency services 7 times, but no one answered. Vlad was the last person to speak to them from behind the door. The neighbors eventually located a crowbar in a nearby parking lot and broke down the door after he said, "Vera, forgive me. I love you very much." Vlad was in the restroom by now, and Vera was already dead. He was inebriated. 112 operators were discussing life, laughing, drinking tea, and were extremely upset that they were being bothered, while Vera was suffering a terrible death at the hands of her ex-boyfriend, and the neighbors were futilely attempting to contact the police for assistance. It was only after Vera's death that the police showed up. They will later allege that one car ran out of gas and that no officers were available because everyone was attending to other calls. Consequently, the police officers who were on duty that evening and the 112 operators were also put on trial. The police station video was released while the investigation was underway, but translating it into English is pointless. One word sums it up for me: indifference. And even without subtitles, it is obvious. Recall that Vlad stated in his testimony that he and Vera did not have any disagreements until 5 in the morning, but the forensic analysis revealed that he was lying. 6 hours prior to her demise, Vera sustained her initial injuries. At around midnight, that is, it indicated that she had been beaten and injured by Vlad Knus for 6 hours prior to her passing. She had stab wounds among the approximately 100 injuries on her body. She had broken ribs and a nose. Her neck also had marks from strangulation. And prepare yourself if you were surprised by the police's inaction. You won't be any less surprised by what happened next. At the funeral of Vera Pekulova, over 1,000 people showed up. Not everyone could be accommodated in the church. Vera's mother, Oksana, claims that despite the funeral home's 4-hour makeup attempt, she was still unable to identify her daughter. Her injuries were that severe. Vlad Knus, meanwhile, was providing his version of events to the investigators. Naturally, he made an effort to minimize his involvement in this crime. Regarding that evening, he stated, "She didn't like it when I brought up our relationship, suggested that we get back together, and told her that I knew she was seeing another guy. She then began to curse, insult me, and hit me, specifically kicking me at least 5 times in the groin and hitting me in the face with her palm at least 8 times. When she slapped me, I didn't feel any pain, but when she kicked me between the legs, I felt pain. This is because Vera began hitting me first, which infuriated me because I knew everything about her, and she lied when she said she wasn't seeing anyone else. She kept insulting me during this time, so I became enraged and struck her with my palms several times, hitting her head about 4 times, but with little force. When I struck Vera, she fell to the floor, hitting the closet, and she struck me back, specifically hitting my head with her fists and palms, which hurt. I asked her to stop, but she didn't, and I recall that she scratched my back. I then grabbed her by the neck, and after noticing an iron on the floor, I wrapped the iron cord around Vera's neck, tightened it a little, and squeezed her neck for 1.5 minutes or 2. I didn't want to kill Vera, and I didn't know at the time that what I was doing could do so. I was tightening the cord around her neck to frighten her, to make her lose consciousness, to put her to sleep. She began coughing and wheezing for 15 minutes after I took the cord off her neck. Vera was in a prone position when I took the cord off her neck, but I later placed her on her back. At that point, she was unconscious, but she was also making noises, i.e. wheezing, and I assumed she was okay. Vera was not responding when I tried to wake her up, so I put my ear to her mouth and then to her heart to check if her heart was beating. She had no pulse and was not breathing. I don't recall what happened next, but I do recall that I ended up in the bathroom at one point while holding a knife. After a while, the door to the apartment opened and my brother and a policeman were inside, and then I was told to get dressed and taken to the police station. I had a knife with me because I wanted to hurt myself. and I didn't want to live because I knew Vera was dead. I want to apologize to Vera's family for what I did, and I acknowledge that my actions were the reason behind her death. I didn't intend to kill her." Vlad has a selective memory, as you have observed. He recalled strangling Vera, but he couldn't recall how he hurt her roughly 100 times. Furthermore, it was unclear how Vera, lying on her stomach on the floor, could have scratched his back and punched him in the face. It also became evident during the interrogation how Vlad's brother got to the scene of the crime. He lived in a different city after all. Vlad told the police the following. "I called my brother. I told him about what happened. I told him that Vera wasn't breathing, and my brother told me to call an ambulance and give her CPR. I tried to give her first aid. I tried to give her CPR and cardiac massage. He called his brother around midnight and threatened to kill Vera, according to information uncovered during the investigation." When questioned again about Vera's injuries during the second interrogation, he responded as follows. "I admit that I caused Vera all of the injuries listed in the report, and I did not count the number of blows I delivered, but I may have been responsible for the injuries the expert discovered on her body. I don't recall how many times I struck her, but I believe it was the same amount. She screamed and insulted me during our argument, and I didn't like hitting her. When I did hit her, I didn't like her screaming, so I wanted her to stop talking. At the time, I didn't consider her suffering." Vlad Kanyus added that he and Vera had agreed to be intimate that night. Since it was impossible to prove the opposite, the charges associated with this were eventually dropped. Negligence charges were brought against emergency service providers and police officers. Unbelievably, they were not suspended from their jobs while the investigation was underway. They persisted in providing absurd justifications for their actions. For each of the 5 defendants, the prosecutor sought actual prison sentences. But the judge made a different decision. They were given suspended sentences ranging from 1.5 to 2 years. Additionally, the court mandated that each give the victims roughly $350. The police department also had to pay about $11,000 at the same time. Although the ruble is the currency of Russia, I have converted all amounts to US dollars so that everyone can understand them. According to the indictment, the police officers had gasoline, and even if they hadn't, they still ought to have taken the proper action to address the situation. However, they didn't view arriving at the scene as an urgent matter. Both police officers did not confess to any wrongdoing and refused to assist with the investigation. They claimed that the investigation team was at another address where a man's body had been discovered earlier when witnesses called to report the woman's screams and cries for assistance. It's likely that we will never find out what actually transpired that evening. Vera had no intention of residing in the apartment. She even asked a friend to assist her in moving. Thus, there is every reason to believe that Vlad poured alcohol into Vera's mouth while she was unconscious, or forced her to drink it. He had time to devise a story that would demonstrate that everything that occurred was accidental. Vlad Kanius was given a 17-year prison sentence by the court in the summer of 2022. He partially acknowledged his guilt. Additionally, he was mandated to make a compensation payment of roughly $45,000. Vera's parents were shocked by what transpired next. Since they felt that 17 years was a very light sentence for what Kanyus had done to their daughter, they intended to appeal the decision. But Vlad was not even imprisoned for a year. Pictures of Kanyus in uniform were broadcast on the network in November 2023, and it was revealed in April 2023 that he had been pardoned by the president following 6 months of involvement in the war. You are all aware of the nature of the conflict Russia is currently embroiled in. Additionally, he was released from having to compensate Vera's parents in any way. In Russia, Vera Pektaleva's case has generated a lot of interest. Not less poignant was the news of Vlad Kanyus's pardon. The Russian president's press secretary said the following about it. There is a specific process for pardoning, and we have discussed it on numerous occasions. The first step is for the convicted individual to confess to his guilt. The Federal Bureau of Prisons makes the initial decision, followed by the regional level, the federal district, the Central Commission, and finally the president, who receives the documents for review. This is one method, and there is another in which prisoners, including those incarcerated for severe offenses, redeem themselves on the battlefield by using blood under shells and bullets. When Vera's parents found out that the person who killed their daughter was free and could start over, It's difficult to imagine how they felt. Such a chance will never come to their daughter. She was not given another chance. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Known for its opportunities, innovative businesses, and beautiful beaches, California is one of the most popular states in the United States. Some people find that California fulfills their aspirations for a better life. People come here to look for new chances, education, employment, and opportunities. They are prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill their dreams and reach their goals. Some of them go on to become prosperous business people, athletes, or artists, while others find contentment in raising a family. Dreams aren't always intended to come true. California turns into a destination of disappointment and unfulfilled dreams for some people. After graduating from high school, Maribel Ramos worked in security at a department store with the long-term objective of becoming a police officer. But in order to pay for the college education she would require, she enlisted in the Army. Maribel was on the verge of earning a criminal justice degree from Cal State Fullerton after serving 2 combat deployments in Iraq. When Maribel Ramos failed to show up for planned events on May 3, 2013, friends filed a missing persons report in the spring of 2013. She was last captured on camera delivering her rent check. Maribel and her roommate, Kwang Choi KC Joy, lived in an Orange, California apartment. The fact that Maribel had called 911 a week and a half prior to her disappearance added an unsettling element of mystery. In the taped call, she expressed her fear and threatened to take drastic actions to protect herself. After 8 years of service, Maribel Ramos, a 36-year-old veteran of the U.S. Army, wanted to return to civilian life. She had the will and perseverance to accomplish her goals, since she knew what she wanted to do. Maribel quickly turned her attention to other areas of life when her military career was over. Her decision to attend university was one of her major choices. Before her mother passed away in 2009, she and her mother moved into an apartment in Orange, California. Maribel asked her sister Lucy Gonzalez if she would move in, since she had the place to herself. Regretfully, Lucy declined, stating that she and her daughter were content with their current residence, and that they would move in if Maribel was unable to find a roommate. Maribel made the decision to post a Craigslist ad looking for a new roommate, and she quickly got a few responses. However, one in particular caught Maribel's attention. A man named Kwang Choi Joy contacted her to ask about the apartment. Kwang wrote in his message that he was a laid-back man seeking lodging in Huntington Beach while he looked for work. Maribel Gonzalez and Lucy Gonzalez met Kwang and found him to be a modest, polite man. In addition, he disclosed to the sisters that he was childless and had never been married. The prospect of having a calm, isolated roommate sounded too tempting to resist for Maribel, who was almost done with her degree. It became evident that Kwang had no one in his life in the weeks following his move-in with Maribel Ramos. Kwang rarely left the apartment and was always alone at home. Maribel soon began inviting Kwang to family gatherings. He became acquainted with the majority of Maribel's family as he accompanied her to various meals, games, and gatherings. Maribel Ramos and Kwang's relationship gradually developed into a friendship. The two frequently went grocery shopping together and took their dogs for walks. Maribel Ramos did not show up for a weekly softball game on May 3, 2013, which was unusual for her. Maribel's friends and relatives made multiple fruitless attempts to get in touch with her. She wasn't in her apartment when the family checked. Since they couldn't locate her, they filed a missing persons report, and the police started looking into it right away. Maribel's residence was visited by the police. Her car was parked next to the home when they got there, but no one answered the door when they knocked. According to the neighbors who were interrogated, nothing unusual had been heard or seen. From the outside, everything appeared to be completely normal. No shattered windows or other indications of a break-in were observed by the officers. They made the decision to enter and check on Maribel. Everything in the house appeared to be in its proper place. Nothing at all suggested that a crime had been committed there. But there was light in Maribel's bedroom. One of the pillows had no pillowcase, and the bed was not made. It was kind of weird. Lucy said her sister would never leave a mess like this. Upon examining the room, it became evident that Maribel had no plans to travel. She had all of her clothes on. Her wallet, ID, and cell phone were the only items gone. The investigators had specific tasks because Maribel's car was parked close to the residence. Maribel Ramos had been trained extensively in the military. She had good discipline. Everyone assumed Maribel was in trouble because she was not the kind to simply vanish without a trace. When the investigators got to the residence, Kwang Choi Joy, Maribel's neighbor, showed up out of the blue. He stated that he had not seen Maribel since approximately 10 p.m. the day before. An hour later, he had returned from his walk, but Maribel had already left. Surveillance video recorded at 8:15 p.m. Maribel was seen dropping off her rent payment the night before she vanished. That was her final public appearance. She left after dropping off the envelope. She doesn't appear to be afraid or anxious about anything in the video. She seemed perfectly at ease and was not in a rush. Maribel's family chose to use social media to solicit assistance while the detectives went through all of the accessible camera evidence. They encouraged anyone with information regarding Maribel's whereabouts to get in touch with them after sharing a photo of her online. Involving as many people as possible in the hunt was their goal. When the investigators attempted to track down Maribel's cell phone, it was unreachable. The police were investigating her personal life when they learned that she had recently been romantically involved with a man called Paul Lopez. On the day before Maribel vanished, he was the last person to call her. Naturally, he had to show up at the police station to respond to certain inquiries. Paul acted with great assurance. He said that he and Maribel were still in the early stages of their relationship and had not yet become sufficiently intimate. In addition, Paul claimed to be seeing other women. Paul claimed that he had not questioned Maribel about whether she had dated anyone besides him. Additionally, Paul attested that he had not spoken to Maribel on the phone since Thursday night. Paul stated that he was employed for the gas company and that his shift began at 4 p.m. They didn't see each other on Thursday until midnight. Although Paul was forthcoming, the detectives could not be certain that he was speaking the truth. But there was a GPS tracker in Paul's truck. All of his movements that evening were monitored by the cops. This information indicates that Paul was not in the vicinity of Maribel Ramos' residence. During his discussion with the investigators, Paul brought up Maribel's roommate, Kwang. Maribel's relationship with Kwang had recently worsened, according to Paul. In talks, she frequently brought up her roommate, lamenting his lack of funds to make the rent payments on time. Furthermore, Maribel was arguing with Kwang on Thursday when Paul spoke to her. Maribel told Kwang she wanted him to go, and Paul overheard her say it. She informed him that the following day was his move-out date. Paul threatened to evict Kwang and his belongings if he didn't move out the following day while he was on loudspeaker. Maribel said that there was no need for that and that she was going to bed when Paul offered to help and that he would drop by if needed. They didn't talk again after that. The investigators turned their whole attention to Kwang after they heard about the arguments between him and Maribel. Kwang was 54. As a teenager, he traveled from South Korea to the United States. There was nothing to suggest that he had a criminal history, and his record showed no serious transgressions. But as they dug deeper, they found a history tainted by rage. His sister claimed that Kwang was so violently angry that she had to file for a restraining order against him. An examination of his social media profiles revealed a close relationship between him and Maribel Ramos. But after talking to Maribel's relatives, the investigators discovered that her relationship with Kwang was not as ideal as it appeared in many social media pictures. Kwang and Maribel Ramos appeared to be the ideal roommates, until Kwang made the decision he wanted more. Kwang called Lucy Gonzalez during the summer of 2012. He told her that he wanted to marry Maribel and start a family with her because he was in love with her. Although Kwang deserved what he sought, Lucy Gonzalez informed him that Maribel had no interest in him in that sense. Later, Lucy informed Maribel about the phone conversation and suggested that she reject Kwang right away to avoid a heated argument. According to reports, Maribel told Kwang that she had no romantic interest in him. Kwang first appeared to have handled the rejection well, but as time went on, he began taking extreme steps in what appeared to be an effort to persuade Maribel Ramos to reconsider. He reportedly spent over $10,000, 0 cents on plastic surgery to look younger, purchased an entirely new wardrobe, got a tattoo, and paid to take Maribel on a cruise. It quickly became evident that Maribel Ramos and Kwang Choi Joy's connection had changed. from friendly to compulsive. A desperate phone call Maribel made to 9011 just 12 days prior to her disappearance was eventually discovered by the authorities as a graphic piece of evidence. In the call, which was recorded 12 days prior to Maribel Ramos' disappearance, Maribel stated that she felt unsafe around her roommate, saying, "I'm just calling to let you guys know that if something happens that I did it because I was trying to defend myself." Given her strong physical training, it was clear that there were reasons why Maribel was afraid of Kwang. Maribel served 2 combat tours in Iraq, as was previously mentioned. This might have contributed to her psychological issues. Military members deal with a lot of challenges, which frequently impacts their civilian lives later on. The detectives called Kwang in to question him in order to determine what transpired between Maribel and him. He appeared affable and at ease. Kwang claimed that he was deeply concerned about Maribel's disappearance because she was a close friend. Kwang claims that he had a wonderful time living with Maribel for around a year and a half. They enjoyed parties, danced in clubs, and on a trip together, the investigators requested Kwang to explain Maribel's 911 call because they knew that things were not as great as he claimed. According to Kwang, they got into a fight when they went to karaoke together that evening. According to him, Maribel was typically either very amiable or hostile when she was intoxicated. Kwang claims that she began screaming at him and claiming that she didn't like and wasn't attracted to him at some point that night. Since they were enjoying themselves, he said that he did not see the crux of the issue. And then she dialed 911. Kwang responded that he and Maribel got into a dispute on Thursday night over the rent. When asked when they had last argued or quarreled, Kwang believed the investigators ought to examine Paul more closely. Kwang claims that he last saw Maribel at approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, when, following a disagreement, he took a vehicle excursion to decompress. Maribel was gone when he got home, and since her car was still there, he assumed that Paul or someone else had taken her up. Although Kwang's account appeared credible, the investigators were concerned about one aspect of his look. The detectives noticed large scratches on his arms, which were covered by a t-shirt. They appeared pretty new. In response to a question about where the scratches came from, Kwang said he scratched himself on some bushes while strolling through the park. Even though this raised suspicions, Kwang was freed since, at this point in the investigation, there was no proof linking him to Maribel's disappearance. A few days after it started, the inquiry into Maribel Ramos' disappearance came to a standstill. The likelihood of discovering her alive was dwindling over time. The investigators decided to bring in forensic specialists to conduct a thorough examination of Maribel's home in an effort to find any new hints. They believed that with the aid of contemporary technology, they would be able to see things that the human eye could not. Kwang was actively assisting the police at this time. For a more thorough inspection, he gave them permission to search his rental automobile without a warrant. A police dog trained to look for human remains was also employed by the authorities. However, neither Maribel's car nor Kwang's car had any scent that the dog could identify. In the meantime, Kwang was spending a lot of time online in the days following Maribel Ramos' disappearance, posting comments on forums pertaining to her case to express how much he missed his friend. However, in spite of his efforts to portray himself as the distraught roommate on the internet, Kwang had oddly begun to distance himself from Maribel's relatives. Kwang claimed to be collaborating with the authorities in a number of interviews. When the detectives noticed this habit, they started to monitor him around the clock in the hopes that he would make a mistake and lead them to Maribel. After handing over his laptop and phone to the police to investigate his presence, Kwang went to the public library to access the internet. The investigators want to see CCTV footage. His actions didn't seem out of the ordinary at first. Like other guests, he took a laptop and used it. He returned the laptop and departed after spending almost 2 hours there. His laptop's internet history was something the police were eager to examine. In order to protect their privacy, visitors' browser histories were deleted after they returned their laptops. The police, who were trying their hardest to locate Maribel, were disappointed once more. Everybody has times in their lives when everything seems to fall apart. When Maribel Ramos abruptly vanished, her family experienced precisely this. Nobody was aware of her whereabouts or potential fate. Her family was in dire straits. In the hopes that someone had seen her or knew where she was, They posted posters across the town, but this was insufficient. The family understood that in order to get the message out, they needed to employ contemporary technology. They set up a social media page explaining the circumstances and requesting assistance from anyone with information about Maribel. The family's social media activity quickly caused a lull in the investigation. Maribel had been missing for about 2 weeks, and the authorities were still unsure of her whereabouts. But on May 16, things took a surprising turn. On social media, Maribel's family shared that they were organizing a search for Maribel in Peters Canyon, as well as an awareness walk. Meanwhile, the detectives discovered that Kwong had given back the rental automobile. They had previously inspected the car, but this seemed odd, so they decided to do it again. Recall that a dog trained to detect human remains did not detect any scent in Kwong's vehicle during the first search. However, a dog responded swiftly to the trunk's odor this time. The detectives realized they were on the right track, even though this was insufficient to apprehend Kwong. Kwong returned to the library to use a laptop after seeing on Facebook that Maribel's family was organizing a walk and searched in Peters Canyon. He was unaware, meanwhile, that the police had secured a warrant that allowed them to remotely examine the laptop Kwong was carrying. The investigator's monitor displayed the information he was seeking. One of Kwong's search terms was, "How long does it take for a human body to decay?" Then, using Google Maps, he located the location in Peters Canyon where Maribel's family had organized a gathering for anyone interested in joining the search. Then he zoomed in and out on a fairly ordinary area of Modjeska Canyon. Peters Canyon was 10 miles away from the place he looked up on Google Maps. The officers who were observing his conduct at the time were in shock. The only thing on everyone's mind was, had Kwong simply revealed them where he had hidden Maribel's body? The investigators wasted no time in going to that location. As you can see, there are no residences in the area, making it a somewhat remote location. The cops searched for 30 minutes before finding a shallow grave. Although they were certain of whose bones they had discovered, they still needed to await the forensic analysis's findings. The police came to Maribel's residence on May 17 in order to take Kwong into custody. He attempted to escape by jumping out of the window when he noticed the authorities coming, but he was apprehended and sent to the police station. Kwong no longer appeared to be the kind and self-assured individual he always was. He persisted in denying any involvement in Maribel's disappearance and denying any knowledge of her whereabouts. He was unaware that the remains had been discovered by the police. Using dental records, the forensic specialists were able to identify the victim. Maribel Ramos was the owner of the discovered remains. It was unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of variables including the weather, the degree of decomposition, and the fact that the body was in an animal's habitat. Kwong was accused with several offenses. Death is usually tragic and leaves a lasting impression on the loved ones of the deceased. This sorrow was experienced by Maribel Ramos' family when their sister and cherished daughter vanished out of thin air. They had no idea where she might be or what had transpired. They made a social media page explaining the situation, posted flyers across the city, and solicited assistance from anyone who might have information on Maribel. However, the family's hopes were dashed 2 weeks after she vanished. Despite experiencing sorrow, suffering, and hopelessness, they managed to find the fortitude to go on. They love Maribel and remember her. The trial was held in 2014. The authorities could only conjecture as to how Kwong might have killed Maribel Ramos because her remains were too decayed to establish her cause of death. Joy, according to the authorities, was in love with Maribel Ramos, who had other feelings for him. On May 2, 2013, Kwong and Maribel got into a fight over rent. They surmised that Kwong must have ambushed Maribel because she was combat trained and could have easily defeated him in a fair fight. According to the detectives, he smothered her while she was sleeping after sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. After that, he drove her to a distant place while placing her body in the trunk of his rental car. He had to navigate through stretches of barbed wire there, which caused his hands to get scratches. There was a chance that Kwong had moved Maribel's body more than once because the police dog did not pick up the scent during the first check of his vehicle, but there was no proof to support this notion. Forensic evidence linking Kwong to the crime was scant. But during his trial, the jury was told how Kwong had developed an obsession with Maribel, how she had called the police to tell them she was scared of him, and how Kwong had used Google Maps to locate the precise location of her grave. During the trial, Kwong entered a not guilty plea. "I miss Maribel more than anyone. I think about it. I've been here about 440 days in jail. I think about it almost every day." He added that he had never Googled the location of the gravesite in Modjeska Canyon. "Family wants me to apologize, which I cannot apologize for something I haven't done. Maybe someday truth will come out. Maybe I'll just die inside prison." "No," he replied. Kwang claimed that although they went on a single vacation together, they slept in different beds. "In my assumption, I was set up straightforward. We always maintained we were good friends. We were platonic friends. She was like my sister," he stated. He said he didn't know who killed Maribel when questioned about it. During his opening statement, Adam Vining, Kwang's attorney, termed him strange but maintained that his client was not involved in Maribel's death. "A crime will be proven here," stated Adam Vining, "and the crime that will be proven here is improper disposal of a body." According to Vining, Ramos was prone to paranoia after returning from years of fighting PTSD. He also suggested that she might have passed away from a medical issue. Prosecutors concurred that the case was circumstantial. Kwang's online search at a public library, which focused on the exact location where Maribel Ramos's body was discovered, was the crucial piece of evidence. Kwang Choi Joy was convicted of second-degree life deprivation on July 30, 2014. His sentence ranged from 15 years to life in prison. Kwang insisted on his innocence in dozens of letters to the judge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Not a good morning. Early on July 4, 2011, a woman's body was discovered 5 miles outside of Wayland, Massachusetts. A woman on a bicycle who happened to be passing by a swampy region made the discovery. She was enjoying the view as she rode. All of a sudden, something strange and fantastic caught her eye. The woman approached and was appalled when her curiosity overcame her. A deceased girl lay in the grass and muck along the road. According to appearances, the unfortunate girl had experienced unheard of abuse rather than drowning. She had a bungee cord twisted in her hair and an obvious wound on her neck. In an attempt to control her excitement, the bystander reported what she had witnessed and called emergency personnel. Her intentions for the day abruptly changed. She waited for the police, putting aside her business. After examining the body and pulling it onto dry land upon arrival, law enforcement officials promptly transported it for forensic analysis. The girl's appearance had not changed much because she had only been in the water for a short while. Officers identified 18-year-old Lauren Astley, who had been on everyone's wanted list since the night before. When Lauren didn't come home or show up for a meeting with friends the day before, she was reported missing. On July 3, she entered the shopping mall where she worked as a sales clerk at around 10 a.m. and CCTV footage showed her exiting the premises at 6:45 p.m. after her shift was over. At this point, it was proven that Astley was speaking on the phone. Unfortunately, she wasn't seen alive again after that. No one ever heard from her. Malcolm, the heroine's father, then started to worry. Ultimately, his daughter was known for being reliable and on time. She would not alter her route arbitrarily. At best, she would have mentioned that she was running late. Therefore, if she had stated that she would arrive home by the scheduled time, she would have done so. Mr. Astley promptly reported the disappearance to the police after realizing that something negative had occurred. The police officers began the search right away and didn't wait for the appropriate amount of time. The girl's friends and family also joined in at the same time. Word of mouth, incidentally, spread swiftly, and acquaintances quickly learned that she was missing. Soon after, a red Jeep belonging to the missing was discovered in the local beach's parking lot. Her personal items, including a laptop and a pocketbook, were inside the car, which had its windows down, but not in it was the girl herself. Furthermore, it was unclear where she may have gone after abandoning the car in such a risky manner. Malcolm headed straight to the location where he attempted to determine his daughter's whereabouts after learning of the car's finding. Seeking her as though she had drowned, he strolled along the shore and threw a flashlight into the water. After him, Lauren's pals showed up. In an attempt to be the first to see her, they made the decision to stay the night at the location. They searched the region all night long, wondering where Lauren had vanished to. The young men had no idea where to look for her or what to think. But none of them could have predicted that Lauren had suffered an irreversible injury. The scene appeared to be something out of a movie. The person you were conversing and joking with a short while ago couldn't simply vanish in that manner. Lauren's body was discovered less than 12 hours later. Her father was the first person the officers phoned. They were invited to attend the identification and told about the awful discovery. Despite his final refusal to accept that the girl on the pathologist's table was his daughter, Malcolm finally came to his senses and acknowledged his child. His young, intelligent girl, who had just had her entire life ahead of her, lay before him. The man's heart was wounded by unbearable pain. However, nothing could be reversed or reverted. He now had two crucial tasks to complete: inform his ex-wife of the tragic news and identify the person responsible for his daughter's death. No one in the city believed what had happened when the depressing news got out. Lauren had no enemies or ill-wishers, according to a united voice of family and close friends. The only person who unintentionally came under suspicion was Nathaniel Fujita, her ex-boyfriend. Everyone was very hesitant to say his name, since they knew how much he loved Lauren and would never do her any harm. But the deformations that occur to someone who has experienced a breakup are different, and you never know what can happen to someone who can't let go of the past in their first love. A person's first love is a powerful emotion that enters their life. It shifts. The normal way of life is totally destroyed. Such feelings infuse reality with new hues while nourishing and inspiring. It also brings with it the first kiss, the first personal encounter, the first employment, the first time away from the parental house, and so forth. When some feelings are superimposed on others, it's a very vivid part of life, but this kind of love is frequently short-lived. When circumstances separate two people, they break up. Someone recognized they didn't fit together, and someone couldn't handle the inconsistencies that resulted. After that, most of us experience the understatement and incompleteness that will continue to fascinate us till the end of time. But not everyone has the strength to go past it, say goodbye, and express gratitude for the time spent. The negative aspects of love, heavy addiction, and jealousy that broke young hearts are the subject of this tale. The entire high school is envious of Lauren Astley and Nathaniel Fujita. She is a small, attractive brown girl who makes a statement with her originality and activity. Many girls adore him since he is a tall, driven soccer player. Young individuals showed themselves to one another, even though they had known one another from childhood. Later, they dated for 3 years, starting in high school. With all the repercussions, it was a pretty colorful romance. They would argue and then reconcile, they would split up and then reunite. Despite their challenging personalities, the lovers made an effort to treasure the brittle bond that developed between them. For the first few years of their partnership at least, this persisted. In 1993, Lauren Dunn Astley was born in Boston. In Mary and Malcolm's family, she was the only kid. As a result, the young girl became the sole object of their attention. She was raised with strong morals because both of her parents were educators. Their daughter's development into a decent adult was their first priority. Astley and Lauren separated when Lauren was 6 years old. However, this had little impact on the girl's upbringing. They have a young beauty and they all still care about her and encourage Lauren in all of her pursuits. Cadile was a great deal. Her entire day was planned out minute by minute, and she was always enthralled with something. She has a wide range of fascinating interests. Lauren was a member of the Youth Symphony Orchestra, enjoyed playing soccer and tennis, and sang in a musical group. In addition, she was a counselor at a children's camp, a member of her church choir, and the lead in a theater production of Annie at the local arts center. She was always present at school and community concerts. A lot of people were in awe of her boundless enthusiasm. She was everywhere and very active. Social interaction was the second area of interest for the girls. Astley took part in numerous charity endeavors. She assisted Hurricane Katrina victims in New Orleans, Louisiana when she was 12 years old. She later made 2 additional trips to the region on a similar mission. She had a large, compassionate heart that was open to everyone and everything. As a result, she gave more thought to others than to herself. Everyone in her immediate vicinity was aware that they could always rely on her for guidance or assistance. Lauren and Nathaniel Fujita attended the same high school. He showed a lot of promise and was a superb player for the school soccer team. In addition, he had an ambition of tying athletics into his future. He was regarded as the company's soul and a hard-working pupil. The young man was Beta and Tom Fujita's eldest son. One could argue that his family was well off and well known in some circles. His father taught at Boston's Berklee College of Music and was a well-known guitarist. He was a unique individual who stood out from the crowd. Maybe Lauren and Nate's romance began when the girl conducted an interview with the boyfriend's father for a class assignment. She then started to visit their home more frequently, and as young people stopped keeping their emotions to themselves, their parents started talking to each other and visiting. As I mentioned before, the lovers' relationship was ideal for the first 2 years. The coupling was striking and they were both quite gorgeous young adults. Together, Nate and Lori did everything, went out, played sports, studied, and took part in events. And later on, though, such a close relationship seemed stuffy. The guy controlled everything and wouldn't let the girl go any place by herself. He frequently saw things that weren't there because he was so envious of her. Nathaniel wanted her undivided attention and to keep it to himself. This was the cause of their disagreements. No one heard Lauren complain of any physical impact, but they increased in frequency as the young man started to respond more violently. Their relationship generally devolved into an emotional roller coaster. The tranquility was gone. Although it didn't work for them both, they were unable to return to their relaxed feelings. Lauren considered the future on multiple occasions and made a decision regarding her future life as her education came to a conclusion. She obviously understood that it was time to say goodbye after listing all the benefits and drawbacks of her relationship with Nate on paper. Additionally, she had never liked the way he behaved around her mother. Lauren didn't want that kind of conduct, and she had unintentionally projected their connection into her alleged existence with him. Furthermore, the upcoming enrollment was a significant factor in their lives. Already paths were splitting. Her partner received an invitation to play soccer at Trinity College in Connecticut, while Lauren was applying to Ohlone University in North Carolina. Breakup. On her birthday, April 1, 2011, Lauren made the tragic announcement. Since they still had time to adjust to their new circumstances and begin their lives over, she thought it was the ideal moment. Everyone was going to be busy and make new friends, which would help them forget about their depressing thoughts. But Nathaniel didn't have the same goals as Lauren. He experienced intense loneliness and grief. He had lost his enthusiasm for attending college. He quit going out and practicing. He spent the entire day watching TV and lying on the couch. The man descended into a profound sadness that he was unable to overcome. Everyone observed that he had changed from a once active and vivacious young man to a reclusive and melancholy individual. Furthermore, Fujita developed an addiction to marijuana and alcohol as a means of escaping the harsh realities of his life. Lauren found it difficult to witness his behavior, let alone to be the reason behind it. The girl sought her friends for advice on how to help him and what to do in this situation, but they all advised her to let him deal with this anguish on his own and not get involved. If she did, he might see her involvement as an opportunity to have everything fixed and given back. The suggestion from her friend was good. She should not have revealed her face to him because his condition deteriorated when he saw her. Regretfully, the girl had turned into his trigger, anticipating things. Her willingness to help and her goodwill later turned against her. About 150 individuals attended the large party that Astley and her friends planned after graduation. Young people danced and enjoyed themselves with the invitees during the event, which was hosted under a large dome. Additionally, it was revealed that Nathan, the heroine's ex-boyfriend, arrived at the party intoxicated and observed Lauren dancing in the center of the dance floor. She asked him not to disturb her or ruin the celebration when he tried to talk to her. It was useless to engage in idle chatter. It has all been said before, multiple times. Second, she didn't want to talk to him while she was in that state. The man, however, followed her and requested that she begin anew. His attitude deteriorated with every minute that went by, and his aggressiveness became more pronounced. He got so enraged at one point that he moved aside and struck the pole supporting the structure as hard as he could. The building stumbled and fell in reaction. The festivities were utterly destroyed. Everyone was upset and wanted Nathan to leave the gathering. Later, Lauren sobbed as she told her mother that her ex-boyfriend follows her around and never leaves her alone. The girl went on to say that he acted disgustingly and wouldn't let anyone dance with her at the graduation function. The fact that she was content without him infuriated him. Be suspicious. Questioning everyone Lauren was connected to in one way or another was the first thing the police did after learning she was missing. Every path went to Fujita. He was the only one who appeared to have an incentive to hurt her. But his whole entourage told her that was not the case. Officers have, however, frequently seen situations in which criminal activity was committed by those who were not expected to do so. At the door, Nathaniel and his mother greeted the detectives. The youngster was perplexed throughout the chat. He seems impressed by his beloved's abrupt exit. He said that he had lately seen her at around 7 o'clock. After a pleasant talk, the girl drove away after stopping by him in her car. The man said that their talk lasted no more than 5 minutes. Furthermore, the young man stated that he was at home and did not leave when Lauren vanished. His mother concurred with her son's statement, although it was challenging to verify his alibi because he was alone himself at the time. Mrs. Fujita acknowledged that on the day she paid her a visit, she had also run across Nathan's ex-girlfriend at the shopping center, where the latter was employed part-time. Her son had changed, and the mom was upset by this. She wanted Lauren to speak with him for that reason. In actuality, the young man's parents had previously sought out a psychiatrist for assistance, but his efforts proved fruitless. Their boy simply existed and had lost all interest in life. In order to go on, Beta thought Lauren's remarks would give him courage, or at the very least a sense of masculine pride in himself. Lauren's preparations were derailed by the request, but nobody was aware of it because the meeting wasn't expected to last long. It found out that she and Nathan had spoken on the phone just after the meeting with his mother, as captured by the mall's security cameras. The girl called her ex-boyfriend and set up a visit for 7:05 p.m., since she was still worried about him. The information that Nathaniel and Beta gave the police officers was undoubtedly helpful. Ashley drove up to Fujita's house and texted him, saying, "Here," but it was unclear what happened to Lauren after that, or why her car was abandoned on the beach. When the poor girl's body was inadvertently discovered in the swamp in the morning, the case became more obvious. The police decided to pay Nathan another visit because they were certain that the girl's body most likely belonged to Lauren Astley. He wasn't at home this time, though. His presence was unnecessary. The officers did, however, have a search warrant. Need proof to support the investigation's account on the ex-lover's role in the murder. The garage was the first area examined. Skilled experts quickly demonstrated that something negative had occurred in it. Bloodstains were discovered somewhere on the floor, and multiple elastic cords that matched those twisted in the girl's hair were hanging prominently on the wall. The residence also had blood traces. There were faint splatters on the bathroom sink, kitchen floor, doorknob, and kitchen sink. They were clearly the result of someone's sloppy and rather hurried attempt to sweep them up. In the basement was a black gym bag. It contained filthy, soggy tennis shoes. Detectives discovered a pair of bloody shoes and damp, bloody garments in Nathan's bedroom, which served as a sort of hiding spot. Although the samples had to be sent to a lab for a formal determination, the dirt on the shoes appeared to match the muck from the swamp where Lauren's body had been discovered. Experts later validated the detectives' suspicions. Unquestionable proof of Nathan's involvement in the ex-girlfriend's killing had been collected, and they also concluded that the blood discovered in Fujita's home belonged to the deceased, but his location remained a mystery. As a result, the case investigation moved forward at an unthinkable rate as soon as the man was listed as sought. The suspect was located a couple of hours later. He was lodging with a cousin in a nearby town during this entire period. Ultimately, Nathaniel was taken into custody on suspicion of murder early on July 5, 2011. He was silent, distant, and did not struggle when he was arrested. He also refused to assist with the investigation at that time. He made no mention of the alleged offense when being questioned. The investigators thought of it in two ways. He didn't say a word because he was either unable to justify his actions or he was scared to speak too much. The version of the investigator. According to the investigation, Lauren Astley met with the ex-boyfriend's mother before paying him a visit. The girl chose to speak with him and lift his spirits since she was concerned about him. The two of them then went to Fujita's garage shortly after that. Nathan may have attacked her and started strangling her with a bungee cord after a fight broke out there. He drove the girl's red Jeep to the beach after killing her. then tossed the keys into a storm drain. He went back home, loaded his sweetheart into his car, and took her to the swamp when they discovered the invader. He then made an effort to conceal the evidence of the crime. Everyone knew that her boyfriend was occasionally uncontrolled and capable of hostility, even if he had not before used physical violence against Lauren. Therefore, during a preliminary hearing on August 23, 2011, his motivations were underlying anger and an inability to accept the breakup. First-degree felony assault and battery with a dangerous weapon was Nathaniel's charge. The lover hardly made a sound when asked if he would enter a guilty plea to the charges against him, indicating that his attorneys had engaged in foul play by developing a particular line of action and defense. In order to prevent the defendant from being released on bond, the prosecutor filed a motion. The prosecutor's request was granted by the court. Fujita appealed the trial on February 13, 2013. Showed up in court. William Sullivan, Nathaniel's lawyer, said the defendant was insane. He acknowledged that there had been a murder. However, he said that the defendant had a psychopathic attack on the evening of July 3, 2011, as a result of having a severe case of clinical depression. The man attacked the girl since he couldn't explain what he had done at the moment. The defender's statements on Nathan's behavioral changes were corroborated by his friend. They disclosed that he had undergone a significant transformation and had ceased to be present at the organization. The fact that he had previously simply been tired of soccer and had never missed training, even when ill, astounded everyone. Additionally, he lost interest in something that had a significant role in his life after splitting from Lauren overnight. At the court hearing, Fujita's psychiatrist also gave a statement. He was the one who made the diagnosis and recommended treatment and medication. But Nathaniel declined. It was alleged throughout the trial that the athlete's several repetitive head injuries were the primary cause of the defendant's mental health issues, and that the breakup made matters worse and caused a violent seizure. However, the defense lawyer's arguments were not supported by the prosecution. The defendant, according to prosecutor Lisa McGovern, knew what was going on, behaved with purpose and planning, and committed the offense with ulterior motivations. As evidenced by CCTV footage and Lauren's circumstances, it was discovered that the man persistently trailed the girl and refused to let her rest. Even on that particular day, just hours before the end of her workday, he showed up in the shopping center and observed her. It was a chance for Nathan to act on his criminal purpose at his mother's request. The prosecution's case was supported by witness testimony. It was obvious that Fujita had no regrets. On the terrible evening, one witness saw Nathan driving home with music playing in his car. Additionally, a cousin testified against a relative in a denunciatory manner. She claimed that on the evening of July 3, her brother called and invited her to hang out, and the girl declined because she was busy. He became quite irate and claimed that he wanted to divert his attention, but it didn't seem to be working. When word of Lauren's passing spread the following day, his cousin got in touch with him once more. He said that no one would ever know the truth about her death or the whereabouts of the murder weapon when she asked him if he knew. He also acknowledged that he had traveled to the local beach in the ex's vehicle. As a result, the sister convinced Nathaniel to surrender himself up after realizing his involvement in the tragedy. As it turned out, there was one odd episode in 2009 when the young folks split up once more. Lauren attended the disco with her friends. One guy was open about his interest in her. Lauren chose to give a new admirer a chance after the breakup, and they even shared a kiss. Nathan noticed this and threw his fists at his opponent. If the young man ever approached Lauren again, he would slice his throat. Considering the severity of Lauren's injuries from the murder, it was evident that Nathan was a jealous guy who got irascible and capable of many things when he drank alcohol. This incident not only implicitly implicated Fujita as the offender, but also validated his violent outburst. Other horrible facts also surfaced, such as the discovery of wounds on the deceased's body that had been caused prior to her passing. The so-called defensive wounds were evident among them. The girl had attempted to fight back. The defendant's condition was also evaluated by a forensic psychiatrist, who was invited by the prosecution. He claimed that, in contrast to the last one, he was sane and made wise choices at the time of the crime. Given that Fujita's sentence would be drastically lowered if he was deemed insane, the prosecution and defense engaged in a heated battle. He was still charged, of course, but his guilt was much lessened. In every way, this trial was emotional. Both sides' relatives were present. These men had known one another in the past. They were all hurting in different ways in this predicament. The entire time, Nathaniel's parents were in tears. They felt a great deal of remorse for their son and were shocked by what had transpired. His loved ones were left to bear the consequences of his conduct. Malcolm and Mary were devastated. Lauren was dying in pain at the hands of the man she loved. They had lost their only daughter too soon. After cutting and tightening the cord around her throat, experts determined that the girl had survived for a few minutes. Lauren's mother wanted to know how long the verdict and subsequent life had been planned, as well as why this had occurred to her daughter. On March 7, 2013, Nathaniel Fujita was convicted guilty of all charges following a 3-week trial. It took the jury a day to render a decision. The 20-year-old received a life sentence without the possibility of release. Following the ruling, Nathan's parents were approached by Lauren's father, who gave them a hug. The man's act demonstrated the depth of his heart and the strength of his character. The most valuable possession of both families has been gone. The Lauren Dunn Astley Memorial Fund was later created by Mary and Malcolm Astley to educate teenagers about positive relationships. They think Nathaniel could have avoided the crime he did. The girl's family has committed the rest of their lives to raising awareness about how to overcome a breakup and prevent partner violence. Mandatory life without parole sentences for individuals under the age of 20 at the time of the offense were eliminated by the state superior court in 2024. Nathaniel was able to enjoy his freedom as a result. Given that he permanently took the life of an innocent girl and denied her parents happiness and tranquility, is that fair? Some people believe that it only takes one step to go from love to hate. Crazy behavior can occasionally result from envy, selfishness, and obsessive love. A tragic illustration of this is the tale of the Astley and Fujita families. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. 3 young lads chose to go hiking near Wadsworth Park, northwest of Great Falls, Montana, on January 3, 1956, which is when this horrific event began. They discovered a car parked between 2 trees with its motor still running while they were strolling down a dusty road. To their surprise, they found a dead body. 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road, the police discovered another lifeless person the next day, with secrets and ominous tales that plagued Great Falls for years. This enigmatic incident gave rise to myths and conjecture surrounding the case. What sinister secrets were concealed in the lives of the victims? Would we ever know the truth? We'll examine the convoluted case of Patricia Kalitsky and Dwayne Bogle today. Montana's Great Falls is a city renowned for its lively people and breathtaking scenery. The Great Falls of the Missouri, a group of waterfalls on the Missouri River, are the inspiration behind the city's name. With attractions like Giant Springs State Park and the River's Edge Trail, the city offers a blend of urban conveniences and scenic beauty. This is where the story for today is set. Let's begin at the very beginning, though. On January 18, 1937, Dwayne Bogle was born in Waco, Texas. Albuquerque Walker and James George Bogle Jr., his parents, embraced him. Dwayne was a Waco High School graduate who was loved by his family for his wonderful sense of humor and endearing demeanor. Fortunately, Dwayne's path led him to the United States Air Force in 1955, youthful and ambitious. It was probably his first job after finishing technical school and basic training. For 8 months, he served as an airman second class at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana, which is close to the picturesque town of Great Falls. He had no idea that he would meet Patricia Kalitsky, the love of his life, while he was there. She was a junior at Great Falls High School when she was born on August 20, 1939, in the tiny town of Great Falls. She always had a large smile on her face, and was regarded by her classmates as amusing, compassionate, and energetic. Patricia appeared to be gifted in anything she tried, including tap and ballet dancing. 18-year-old Dwayne and 16-year-old Patricia met in December 1955. They both loved to sing and dance, and as luck would have it, Dwayne fell deeply in love with Patricia while he was sent at Malmstrom. Even though they had only known one another for a few weeks, They clicked right away and dreamed of a future together since they couldn't bear to be apart. Dwayne was embraced by Patricia's family, and he even spent Christmas 1955 staying with them and participating in their celebrations. With great excitement and anticipation, Dwayne and Patricia set off on their trek to Wadsworth Park on that memorable day, January 2, 1956. Brimming with anticipation for their first journey together as a couple, they bid farewell to their relatives. They had no idea that their journey would soon take an unexpected turn that would permanently change their lives. Although they had intended to get home by 9 p.m., Patricia's parents became more and more worried as the hours passed. Patricia, who was renowned for being accountable and on time, had not returned by her customary curfew of 10 p.m. In a panic, Patricia's parents contacted her older sister in the hopes of finding out where she was, but she was nowhere to be found. They searched well-known spots where Patricia enjoyed spending her time, but she was still evasive. They began to worry about the prospect that Patricia might have eloped with Dwayne, just like her sister. As their search became more frantic, they hesitantly accepted the idea that history might be repeating itself, because they had already felt the anguish of betrayal from their older daughter, who had eloped with her lover years prior. Uncertain if Patricia had voluntarily disappeared or if anything more nefarious had happened, they were afraid of the worst but were also troubled by their previous heartbreak, so they were reluctant to call the police. 3 daring youngsters went hiking at Wadsworth Park in northwest Great Falls, Montana, on a chilly January 3, 1956. They encountered an odd and unnerving sight while strolling along a dirt path. The radio was playing loudly in a car that was still running and parked between 2 trees. The emergency brake was applied, and its headlights remained on. The motorist appeared to have disappeared moments earlier. Curiosity drove the youngsters to approach the car with caution. They were shocked to see a dead man partially trapped beneath the car, laying face down. They saw that what appeared to be his own belt had been used to firmly bind his hands behind his back. The guys alerted the authorities right away, and they hurried to the area to look into it. Being cautious not to disturb any possible evidence, they thoroughly searched the entire area. They discovered a gunshot wound to the back of the man's head when examining his body. His body showed no further symptoms of injuries, which was surprising. This implied that the murderer's sole goal was to take his life quickly without causing him more pain. A key piece of identification, the driver's license of 18-year-old Dwayne Bogle, was discovered by the police during the automobile search, and it served as a major lead in the investigation. Robbery was one of the many hypotheses that whirled through the police's heads. The fact that the car's engine was still running suggested that the murderer had made a quick escape after stealing items. Then, however, they had a horrifying suspicion. They thought there had been a crime more heinous than robbery. Since kidnappings were happening regularly at the time, there were worries that Dwayne might have been singled out for attention. The terrible decision to take Dwayne's life seemed to be the outcome of the criminal's initial plot going horribly wrong. The cops thoroughly examined the entire region because they were determined to locate any hint, but the predator had been able to entirely hide his tracks, so there was no sign of him. The heartbreaking news of Dwayne's murder was subsequently relayed to his family by the police. Dwayne's parents were overcome with astonishment and sadness at hearing the startling news. They were unable to understand how someone could hurt their cherished kid, who was always happy and adored by others. For them, it was an extremely painful moment. When Patricia's parents heard the news, they came forward and gave the police important information. They disclosed that Patricia had not come home either and was also with Dwayne. They said they were worried about her safety and wondered where Patricia might be if Dwayne had been slain. When the police first arrived at the crime scene, they found no evidence of Patricia nearby, which left them perplexed. They went back to the location and stepped up their search, since they were determined to find her. The following day, January 4, 1956, a road worker found Patricia's lifeless body 5 miles outside of Great Falls, on Vineyard Road. The tragic sight was about 8 kilometers from the discovery of Dwayne's body. It was clear Patricia had probably been abducted. Sadly, her body had rolled to the location from the gravel road above, as shown by a trail of blood down the rocky valley. She had also been shot in the back of the head, just like Dwayne. The authorities had no idea that this was only the start of a dark and terrifying story. The police made the decision to look into what happened and find out where Patricia and Dwayne were last seen. They learned that on the night of January 2, 1956, the pair had been spotted together having a drink at Pete's Drive-In restaurant. The restaurant employees said that they arrived at 8:30 p.m. and departed just after 9 o'clock. During their visit, they were the only ones in the automobile. The authorities assumed Patricia and Dwayne had driven there voluntarily, because the area where Dwayne and his automobile were discovered was a well-liked destination for couples. It seems that their assailant had discovered them there and ejected them from the car. Because Dwayne and Patricia's murders were so similar, authorities were certain that they had been killed by the same person. The disturbing conditions suggested a gruesome execution-style murder in which the two victims were made to kneel before being shot in the back of the head and killed. A disturbing fact surfaced as the investigation went on. Except for one misplaced shoe that had fallen off as she tumbled down the embankment, Patricia's body was completely clothed when it was found at the bottom of a steep ravine. There was no concrete proof of assault found during the initial inspection of her body, but as the inquiry progressed, an unexpected turn of events surfaced. Additional testing and analysis revealed an entirely different image. The revelation occurred when Patricia's body was found to have injuries associated with assault, defying the first conclusion. Additionally, they were able to obtain a swab from her in the hopes of identifying the murderer. Unfortunately, no definitive results could be obtained at the time due to technological restrictions. All of the test results and supporting documentation, however, were meticulously saved in case the mystery could be solved in the future. And further dimension of intrigue was introduced by the coroner's assessment. In fact, it was thought that Dwayne had survived the shooting for a few hours. It was thought that the shooting itself happened sometime between 10 p.m. and midnight, and Dwayne passed away tragically between 2 a.m. and 4 a.m. Authorities started a thorough investigation because they were committed to finding the murderer. The Great Falls Sheriff's Office's T.J. Leeper went above and beyond by purchasing a polygraph machine with his own funds that might provide crucial hints. To make sure it was used properly, they sent in a Seattle specialist. 10 officers dedicated their time to the case, working around the clock. They started looking for anyone who would have a reason to hurt Patricia or Dwayne. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed a troubling exchange she had with Dwayne on January 2, 1956, the day before his lifeless body was discovered, adding to the growing suspicion. The authorities were intrigued by this information and pondered whether the friend might be linked to the murders of Patricia and Dwayne. They managed to locate the friend and spent 4 hours questioning him. When they were unable to locate any proof connecting him to the killings, the police eventually forced to let him go. Furthermore, it was established that he was in his Texas house when the murder occurred. Unfortunately, the authorities were unable to identify a specific personal reason for Dwayne and Patricia's killings. Their investigation options were limited by this obstacle, so they turned their attention to those who had consumed alcohol the night before the killings and attempted to track down those who carried firearms. When all seems lost, 2 witnesses came forward with shocking information. They reported to the police on January 10, 1956, a man who was spotted returning home at midnight with a gun in his hand, in addition to having one. A glimmer of hope that they might have finally gotten a break in the case was generated by this information, but when they confronted the individual and spoke with him, their hope swiftly evaporated. He insisted that he didn't even own a gun and strongly denied ever leaving his residence that evening. Based on the 2 men's testimonies, the police had almost enough reason to arrest him. In a startling change of events, nevertheless, the witnesses did finally confess. It was discovered after hours of hard interrogation that they had been lying the entire time because they hated the man. They viewed this continuous probe as a chance to get what they wanted. The police were shocked and enraged by this discovery, knowing that they had to start over in their hunt for the real criminal. Sheriff Leeper had to close the full-time investigation into the case in March 1956, 2 months later, without being able to identify the murderer. The sheriff expressed his dissatisfaction and sadness for not apprehending the individual responsible for Patricia and Dwayne's deaths, but the lack of progress was discouraging. The inquiry went on, but in January 1957, the sheriff addressed the Great Falls Tribune on the 1-year anniversary of the killings. He expressed his will to continue. "I guess it's just one of those things, but we're not giving up. Maybe this year we'll catch him. He must have made a mistake. They all do. Someday, we'll find out what it was, and then we'll have them." Their families and the communities to which they belonged were profoundly affected by Dwayne and Patricia's deaths. Henry, Patricia's father, had emotional numbness and struggled to accept Patricia's passing. In an interview with the television program Hard Copy, Patricia's sister Darlene revealed that their father Henry was unable to deal with the loss or talk about Patricia. Darlene decided to treasure the good times she shared with her sister as a way to find comfort. Both families understood that nothing could bring Patricia and Dwayne back, no matter how much it hurt. It was really hard to understand the loss, and it seemed impossible to find closure. Catherine, Patricia's mother, revealed that for years following the murder, she and Dwayne's mother corresponded by mail. Because of their shared loss and sadness, the two families were able to connect through their correspondence. Meanwhile, the case had remained unsolved. Detective Bill Madison brought a new perspective to the 2001 investigation into the murders of Dwayne and Patricia. He found a swab from Patricia's autopsy that had been kept for more than 45 years in evidence storage. The swab was transferred to the Montana State Police Crime Lab for processing using the latest developments in DNA technology. Patricia had been beaten, as the lab shockingly discovered a cell in the swab that did not belong to Dwayne. Over the course of the following few years, investigators compared the cell's DNA to that of over 35 previously recognized suspects. But the DNA on the sample did not match that of any of the suspects. The swab's DNA was also compared to national criminal databases by the investigators, but no matches were discovered. They investigated suspects such as Boston mobster James Whitey Bulger, who had resided in the Great Falls region at the time of the killings. Bulger was previously arrested in 1951 for the assault of a 15-year-old girl. Edward Wayne, a convicted serial murderer who killed two couples years after Dwayne and Patricia's deaths, was another possible possibility. He denied any participation, although the authorities suspected he might have been in the Great Falls region at the time. When Bulger's and Wayne's DNA did not match the swabs, they were both disqualified as suspects. After 18 more years of investigation, a breakthrough was made, motivated by the method employed to solve the Golden State Killer case in 2018. Assigned to the Patricia and Dwayne murder case, Detective Sergeant John Kenneron was adamant about pursuing the investigation. In order to obtain further DNA evidence from the swab obtained at Patricia's autopsy, he collaborated with forensic scientists. They embraced a state-of-the-art technique in 2019 called genetic genealogy with GED match technology. Forensic genealogists were able to compare the DNA profile discovered at the crime site with profiles in public genealogical databases, thanks to this novel technique. They were able to create a family tree and find distant relatives by examining the common DNA. Making the connections between various people and their genetic connections was similar to solving a jigsaw. The investigators were about to reveal the suspect after carefully creating the family tree, but there was a terrifying turn to the tale. It was difficult to get a direct DNA sample from the leading suspect because he had already died and his bones had been cremated. Unfazed, they focused on the suspect's kids, who lived close to Great Falls, and asked for their DNA to compare. To their surprise, the children's DNA revealed that the cell discovered during Patricia's autopsy had come from their father. When the children learned that their loving father was to blame for the deaths of two individuals, it was a heartbreaking discovery. Kenneth Gould, who also resided in Great Falls, was formally identified by the Cascade County Sheriff's Office as the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne on June 8, 2021. Following a comprehensive investigation and DNA analysis, the authorities were certain that Kenneth Gould was the murderer of Patricia and Dwayne. However, Gould cannot be tried or formally identified as the murderer because he had already died. Rather, they were limited to designating him as the case's most likely suspect. This historic announcement was made over 65 years after the untimely deaths of Patricia and Dwayne, making it the oldest case ever solved in history, utilizing the cutting-edge method of genetic genealogy. The local horse trainer, Kenneth Gould, was born and raised in Great Falls, Montana. He married 16-year-old Lula Bell Brown in 1952 at the age of 24, began a family, and raised 5 kids. He lived very close to Patricia's home and was often spotted riding horses in the neighborhood around the time of the murder. Gould lived close to the location of the incident, but his name was never in the police files and he had no obvious relationship to either Patricia or Dwayne. Oddly, Gould sold his family's land in February 1956, a month after the killings, and started a string of movements throughout Montana before landing in Missouri in 1967. He never went back to Montana after that. At the age of 79, Gould's adventure came to an end in 2001 when he died in Oregon County, Missouri. His life continued to be entangled with the mystery surrounding the killings of Patricia and Dwayne, raising doubts about his potential involvement and the motivation for the killings. People can have secrets they never tell anyone, Cascade County Sheriff's Office Detective Sergeant John Caneron said in reference to the case. Many of Patricia and Dwayne's loved ones had already died and were unable to hear the news because so much time had passed between the murders and Gould's identification. Darlene, Patricia's lone surviving sister, suffered from severe dementia. When Gould was eventually found, the case's conclusion caused Dwayne and Patricia's family to experience a range of emotions. Gould's identification triggered emotions and rekindled old emotional wounds among the relatives, despite their relief at having answers at last. Karen Bogle McCarthy, Dwayne's niece, told the New York Times that her generation benefited from the use of contemporary technology in the case's resolution. Jim Bogle, Dwayne's younger brother James, has a daughter named Karen. As a child, Jim Bogle had always admired Dwayne. Since Jim died of a neurological disease in November 2013, he was sadly unable to witness the identification of his beloved brother's killer. The surviving family of Patricia and Dwayne was extremely relieved that they were no longer burdened with the bizarre hypotheses and wild speculations surrounding the case. The idea that Dwayne had joined the mob in Great Falls and caused their untimely deaths was one scenario that devastated his family. Additionally, there were rumors that Dwayne was involved with narcotics dealers in Texas, but Gould's identification ended decades of conjecture and rumors in addition to exposing the truth about who separated Dwayne from his family. Even though there is now closure, the families impacted by this tragedy still have emotional scars. How do you feel about this case? What do you believe might be the driving force behind the murders of Patricia and Dwayne? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.